The Great Wu Dynasty. The Suppressing Demon Abyss. Xian Prison 7th Sector. More than 80 young men in tattered black garments lowered their heads numbly, calling out their numbers. 81. 82. The roll call came to an end. Steward Zhao Guang, a barbed whip hanging from his waist, wore a grim expression. Last month 12 executioners in Xian Prison had died, leaving them desperately short-handed. Zhao Guang spoke in a chilling tone. There has been war in the north lately, and more demons and monsters have been thrown in here. All of you had better keep your wits about you. If anyone dares slack off, I'll break his legs and toss him into the mass grave. After the customary round of intimidation, he began assigning tasks. Wang Erga night patrol in the outer city. Li Tieju warehouse guard. The abyss was divided into the outer layer, the inner layer, and the death cells. The death cells were steeped in the heaviest baleful qi, imprisoning only the most vicious demons and monsters awaiting immediate execution. Executioners sent inside rarely survived more than half a year. Lin Ye execution in the death cells. Several jailers' gazes flickered as they stole glances toward a youth standing in the corner. Lin Ye slightly lowered his head, his expression indifferent. Compared to the relative ease of the outer layer, the death cells were a veritable dragon's pool and tiger's den. Unless one bribed Zhao Guang with silver and women, one would be assigned to the death cells to die. Everyone believed Lin Ye would not live long, yet he himself remained utterly unconcerned. The death cells, which others shunned like the plague, were instead a treasure trove in his eyes. With a demon-slaying saber on his back, Lin Ye followed the damp stone steps all the way down. As he passed the jailer's rest area, several lewd voices drifted into his ears. Have you heard? They're sending 2 big figures to our Xian prison today. Who? The consort of the king of Zhennan and the princess. The king of Zhennan relied on his own troops and was suppressed by his majesty. His delicate wife and beloved daughter have now fallen to the rank of prisoners. I heard that the consort Su Wanqing is the first beauty of Great Wu, like a ripe honey peach. The young princess too is said to be of peerless grace and beauty. If I could just touch her once, it'd be worth dying for. Lin Ye did not pause his steps and continued downward. The death cells were enormous, never seeing the light of day. Illumination came solely from greenish fluorescent stones embedded in the walls. 7th Sector Cell C33. The iron door was thick and heavy. Lin Ye used a special waist token to unlock it. Stepping inside, he saw the demon he was to kill today. A black-scaled serpent demon as thick as a water barrel, had several wrist-thick chains piercing through its clavicles, pinning it firmly to the wall. Hiss! Seeing someone enter, the serpent demon twisted its body sharply, and in a swirl of pink smoke it transformed into a naked, enchantingly seductive woman. Her figure was lush and voluptuous, the 2 snow-white mounds on her chest heaving violently with each breath. Her supple waist was slender enough to encircle with one's hands, and her 2 long alabaster legs were crossed, half concealing and half revealing her charms. Her eyes were moist and glistening, her gaze dripping with languid charm as she spoke in a soft, syrupy voice. Little brother, as long as you help me undo these chains, I'll oblige you in any posture you desire, and leave you in bliss beyond mortal dreams. As she spoke, she deliberately swayed her hips, striking an exquisitely tempting pose. Any ordinary hot-blooded youth would already have his chi surging as he threw himself upon her. Yet not the slightest ripple appeared in Lin Ye's eyes. He drew his demon-slaying saber and strode up to the serpent demon. Seeing that her beauty failed to tempt him, a ferocious light flashed across the demon's face. She suddenly spat a rank stream of venom, her 2 sharp fangs lunging straight for Lin Ye's throat. Lin Ye had long been prepared. With a flash of footwork, he slipped aside with ease. The demon-slaying saber in his hand became a streak of icy light. Slash! A large, beautiful head rolled to the ground. The headless body shriveled in an instant, reverting to the form of the black-scaled giant serpent as fresh blood sprayed out. He flayed the skin, drew out the tendons, and extracted the venom sac. The gallbladder could be used in medicine, and the snake skin could be fashioned into soft armor. Both were valuable goods. With practiced hands, Lin Ye sorted the materials and packed them into a cloth bag by category. The scene before his eyes suddenly flickered, and an illusory memory surged into his mind. In deep mountain forests, a black serpent devoured a blood ginseng that had become sentient, thus awakening its intelligence. It took the form of a peerless beauty, specializing in seducing passing merchants under the cover of night. At the height of its victims' excitement and ecstasy, it would drain them of their vital essence. After draining more than 100 men dry, the black serpent finally enraged a passing sword cultivator who gravely wounded it with a single sword strike and had it captured and thrown into the suppressing demon abyss. Lin Ye came back to himself, long since accustomed to such demon memories. Ding! Slaying a serpent demon at the chi refining stage. Plundered rewards 10 years of cultivation, 9 shadows. May step 3 blood chi pills. Like eating candy beans, Lin Ye tossed the 3 blood chi pills into his mouth and chewed them to pieces. His physique and strength surged once more. He summoned his personal status panel. Post Lin Ye. Cultivation method: Primordial Devouring Heaven Art. Realm body tempering 7th layer. Martial skills: rock smashing, fist mastery, wind cleaving, saber technique mastery, 9 shadows. Maze step introductory. After fully assimilating the Primordial Devouring Heaven Art, Lin Ye felt the spiritual energy within his body grow even more condensed. He packed up the snakeskin venom sac and other materials. Xian Prison. Materials Recovery Office. Lin Ye tossed the tattered cloth bag onto the table, and the steward in charge of inspection began counting its contents. Xian Prison 7th Sector, Jailer Lin Ye. Submitting assorted serpent demon materials, all of superior quality. Reward 2 gathering chi pills, 50 copper coins. Weighing the reward money in his hand, Lin Ye sneered inwardly. He had clearly been given only 1 gathering chi pill, and the copper coins had shrunk to a mere 20. They truly plucked the feathers from even a passing goose. These dogs would even embezzle 80% of the blood money of jailers sent to die. In this man-eating abyss, being exploited was the norm for those without strength or backing. But Lin Ye no longer spared such low-grade pills a second glance. What he needed now was silver to buy good wine and meat. If he sold this gathering chi pill later, it could fetch a decent amount for drink. Lin Ye. A sharp-faced, monkey-cheeked jailer rushed over in a fluster, grabbing Lin Ye by the arm. Hurry, the steward wants you. They arrived at the assembly ground of the 7th sector. The sharp-faced jailer bowed and scraped. Steward Zhao Lin Ye has been brought. Zhao Guang's long horse-like face was drawn taut, his gaze venomous. He fixed Lin Ye with a deadly stare and said in an icy voice, Lin Ye, there is a task for you now. If there's the slightest mishap, I'll flay you alive. Not giving Lin Ye any chance to speak, Zhao Guang flicked his sleeves. Come with me. Entrance hall of the first layer of the abyss. 2 rows of iron-armored guards clad in heavy gear and gripping sharp weapons stood like javelins, murderous, intense surging. Lin Ye had only been to this hall once half a year ago when he was first exiled here. Your subordinate greets the warden and the commander. Zhao Guang walked up to 2 men with stern expressions, bowing and scraping obsequiously. The warden and the commander merely nodded impatiently, not sparing him so much as a glance. Lin Ye's gaze turned cold. He stuffed the poison dragon nail directly into his storage bag. It seems the consort hasn't faced reality yet, and her skin is itching again. A glint of peculiar light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. These were the shadow guards directly under the Great Wu Emperor. As the shadow guards fanned out, a gloomy, pale-faced eunuch walked in. Behind him, a stunningly beautiful noblewoman in a luxurious silk gown was escorted and bound tightly by a dark red, spirit-locking chain. A black-veiled bamboo hat covered the noblewoman's head, hiding her face from view. Yet even trussed up like a criminal, her ripe, voluptuous, and perfectly contoured figure could not be concealed. Every man present found his breathing grow a shade heavier. Everyone knew she was a rare, supreme beauty. Behind the noblewoman followed a girl of 14 or 15, a budding beauty, who clung tightly to the noblewoman's robe, her large eyes filled with terror. By decree of His Majesty, the criminal woman Su Wanxing and Chu Linger are to be confined in the deepest level of the death cells under strict guard. A chorus of sharp intakes of breath sounded from Zhao Guang and the commander beside Lin Ye. Zhao Guang's legs shook violently. He had already heard that some big figures were to be sent down, but he had not taken it to heart. If anything was common in the suppressing demon abyss, it was so-called big figures. Who would have thought it would be the pampered wife and beloved daughter of the king of Zhennan? The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly plummeted to freezing. The pale-faced eunuch's smile was all surface and no warmth. Princess consort, forgive us. This humble one is merely carrying out His Majesty's will. He turned to the warden, pinching his shrill duck-like voice. Warden Chen, the prisoners are now handed over to you. With that, he led the shadow guards away in haste, as though this place were some ominous land. Warden Chen's face was dark and overcast. Commander Wang, this matter is entrusted to you. Before His Majesty delivers judgment, not the slightest accident may befall them. Commander Wang's face twisted with bitterness. My lord, the princess consort's status is exalted, and her cultivation unfathomably deep. This subordinate fears. Warden Chun let out a cold snort. She is now a prisoner in chains, her cultivation sealed by the spirit-locking chain. Even if she were a mother dragon, she would have to coil obediently before me. What is there to fear? He slapped Captain Wang's shoulder heavily. If you handle this well, I will never treat you unfairly. With that, he cupped his hands perfunctorily toward the straw-hat princess consort of Zhennan and turned to stride away in haste. Captain Wang cursed inwardly, calling him an old fox. He turned his head to look at Zhao Guang. With a dull thud, Zhao Guang's face went deathly pale as he fell to his knees. My lord Captain. Captain Wang's gaze turned icy. Zhao Guang, did you hear clearly what the adults just said? Sweat streamed down Zhao Guang's face like rain. I heard clearly. Captain Wang forced out an ugly smile. Good. I'll leave it to you. Then he offered the princess consort a perfunctory bow and led all the armored guards away in haste. The vast hall quickly became empty, leaving only 4 people behind. The princess consort of Zhennan, Su Wanxing, the young county princess, Chu Linger, the steward of the 7th district, Zhao Guang, and the lowest-ranking jailer Lin Ye. Zhao Guang scrabbled to his feet, trembling, and forced a fawning smile at the princess consort. Your Highness, please. Su Wanxing did not move. She stood utterly still like a stone statue. Behind her, the young county princess, Chu Ling, suddenly spoke, her voice crisp yet tinged with willful arrogance. Mother, this lackey has a sneaky rat-like face, just like that mangy dog I used to keep. He's disgusting. All he can do is wag his tail and beg, truly beneath contempt. Zhao Guang's face flushed a liver-colored purple, his fists clenched tight, yet he did not dare erupt. Chu Ling'er's gaze shifted and landed on Lin Ye, who stood off to the side. Huh, mother, look at that lackey. Why isn't he afraid of us at all? Could he be some kind of idiot? Zhao Guang followed. Lin Ye stood with his arms crossed over his chest, posture loose and casual. His eyes were indifferent, watching them, as if they were a play on a stage. Zhao Guang felt as though he had been gravely insulted. Lin Ye. Zhao Guang roared through gritted teeth. I order you to escort these two criminal women down to the deepest level of the death cells. Ling'er, this dog's barking is getting on my nerves. Su Wanqing finally spoke. Her voice was like an orchid blooming in a secluded valley laced with a bone-tingling allure. Yes, mother, noisy mangy dogs like this deserve to be beaten to death, Chu Ling'er said sweetly. Chu Ling'er lifted her slender alabaster hand. With a seemingly casual motion, she sent out a palm strike. The air split with a sharp, ear-piercing sonic boom. Zhao Guang's expression changed drastically. The true qi within him surged madly as he crossed his palms to meet that seemingly frail gust of palm wind. Though merely a body-tempering 7th-layer cultivator, his full-force strike was enough to shatter stone and crack metal. A miserable scream tore through the hall. Zhao Guang's arm bones shattered completely, twisting into a grotesque. A terrifying force slammed into his chest, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut. He crashed heavily into the bronze gate, blood spraying wildly. You've already reached the peak of body tempering. Steward Zhao Guang stared wide-eyed, clutching his broken arm as he staggered back again and again. Though grievously injured, Zhao Guang was still a body-tempering 7th-layer cultivator and would not die immediately. His knees buckled, and he dropped straight to the ground in a kneel. Your Highness, spare my life. As long as your Highness shows mercy, I am willing to be your ox or horse to obey your every command. Killing me will do you no good, it will only enrage those above. Chu Ling'er, charming in appearance, yet vicious at heart, halted her hand, and turned to look at the peerlessly beautiful Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing's voice was utterly flat. Chu Ling'er curled her lips. So boring, spineless coward. Her eyes spun mischievously, finally fastening on Lin Ye, who stood motionless in the corner. From beginning to end, Lin Ye had not even blinked. Feeling her dignity challenged, Chu Ling'er walked over in small steps to stand before him, tilting up her pale, delicate chin. Hey dog slave, kneel for me. I don't like having to look up when I speak to lowborn filth. A crisp slap rang through the half of Chu Ling'er's face swelled red, instantly 5 finger marks clearly visible. Aside from Lin Ye, the other 3 were utterly stunned. You dare hit me? My father is the Prince of Zhennan. What do you think you are? Chu Ling'er clutched her face, her eyes reddening at once as tears welled and trembled on the brink of falling. Mother, he hit me, this lowly jailer hit me. Another crisp slap cracked through the air as Lin Ye swung his hand back, striking the other side of her face hard. Such a foul mouth at such a young age. If your mother won't teach you, I will, Lin Ye said. Chu Ling'er was completely stunned by the beating. Both cheeks swelled like a pig's head, and her terror choked off even her sobs as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Don't come any closer. Mother, save me. Chu Ling'er stumbled backward again and again in fright. Raised in silk and satin, worshipped wherever she went, she had never encountered a ruthless man like Lin Ye who struck without a word. Lin Ye, you're courting death. Kneeling on the ground, Zhao Guang saw his chance and leapt up at once to show his loyalty. Pointing at Lin Ye, he cursed harshly. You lowly bottom-rung jailer. The matter of the Prince of Zhennan hasn't even been investigated clearly, and you dare lay hands on the princess consort and county princess. You talk too much, Lin Ye cut in. Lin Ye suddenly lifted his leg and kicked his foot, landing precisely on the jagged, exposed bones of Zhao Guang's broken arm. With a wet crunch, the white bone, struck by a powerful force, was driven straight back into Zhao Guang's heart. Blood sprayed wildly. Zhao Guang's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as his body swayed, then collapsed bonelessly to the ground, dying on the spot. You have slain a body-tempering 7th-layer cultivator. Plundered reward, 10 years of cultivation, 3 bone-tempering pills. You killed him. A mere jailer like you dared to kill a steward. Chu Ling'er trembled all over, her voice shaking uncontrollably. Lin Ye tugged at the corner of his mouth, his tone flat. Nonsense. Clearly you killed him. Me. Chu Ling'er froze, then reacted, glaring angrily at Lin Ye. You're spouting blood and slander. You clearly kicked him. Lin Ye spread his hands. I'm just a lowly jailer with not even the strength to truss a chicken. How could I possibly kill a steward at the 7th layer of body tempering? It was clearly your palm just now that broke his arm, causing the bone to pierce his heart and kill him. You? I. Chu Ling'er was at a loss for words, feeling her entire worldview collapsing. Mother, he's bullying me. Chu Ling'er threw herself into Su Wanqing's arms, burying her small head against the astonishing curves of Su Wanqing's chest, bound tight by ropes. Su Wanqing gazed at Lin Ye quietly, her eyes ice cold. Who sent you? Lin Ye. I am asking who's. Ignoring her wild conjectures, Lin Ye asked bluntly, will you walk into the cell yourselves, or shall I strip off your clothes and throw you in? Su Wanqing's eyes darkened, yet she did not move an inch. Lin Ye strode forward in large steps. Villain, don't you dare touch my mother. Chu Ling'er screamed in terror, spreading her arms wide as she stood in front of Su Wanqing, glaring at Lin Ye with a childish ferocity. Move. Lin Ye's large hand moved, seizing Chu Ling'er's pale neck and lifting her like a chick, his fingers deliberately brushing across her flat chest. No figure to speak of. Your entire body has only your stubborn mouth left. Lin Ye mocked mercilessly as he casually tossed her aside. Su Wanqing finally showed a change of expression. Though her cultivation was sealed by the spirit-locking chain, her means were far from exhausted. Her red lips parted slightly, and a streak of crimson light shot forth like lightning. It was a poison dragon spike hidden beneath her tongue. Carrying a fishy wind, the spike shot straight toward Lin Ye's brow. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, his 2 fingers darted out like lightning and clamped the poison dragon spike firmly between them. The brutal impact tore the skin of his fingertips, a bead of blood welling out. What a vicious woman, Lin Ye murmured, eyes narrowing further. Su Wanqing's exquisite aloof face finally changed color. Who are you really? The one sending you to hell. Lin Ye advanced towards Su Wanqing. She bit down on her lip, staring fixedly at his approach. Without the slightest courtesy, Lin Ye thrust out his hand, seizing Su Wanqing's pale chin and forcing her face upward. His palm met skin as smooth and slick as jade. You may look exquisite, but you're just a prisoner at my feet. Do you dare to act high and mighty? Do you believe I won't deal with you right in front of your daughter? Lin Ye's voice was coarse and filled with menace. A flicker of panic crossed Su Wanqing's eyes. Before she could speak, Lin Ye reached out and tore away the black veil she wore, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that could bring ruin to nations. In the next moment, Lin Ye struck her snow-white neck with a precise chop. Su Wanqing's eyes rolled back and her voluptuous body went limp. Lin Ye opened his arms and effortlessly lifted her delicate waist, slinging her over his broad shoulder. His large hand intentionally squeezed her perky backside, marveling at its remarkable elasticity. Let go of my mother. Chu Linger lunged at him again, scratching and biting. Lin Ye retaliated by grabbing Chu Linger's collar, pinning her under his arm. With a stunning beauty slung over his shoulder and a feisty girl pinned under his arm, Lin Ye strode confidently towards the deepest part of the dungeon. Ding. Suppressed, a female cultivator of the Yuanhai realm. Reward, 50 years of cultivation, Great Wilderness Prisoner, Heaven Technique, 1 Blood Shadow Flying Knife. Suppressed, a girl of the Body Refinement realm. Reward, 5 years of cultivation, 3 Cleansing Elixirs. Realm Divisions, Body Refinement, True Qi, Yuanhai, True Spirit, Law Manifestation, Heavenly Unity. Lin Ye tossed the stunning beauty onto the cold stone bed. He casually untied the ropes binding her. This was public property and needed to be returned. While untying Lin Ye's large hands indiscriminately kneaded Su Wanqing's ample bosom and thighs. The sensation was full, soft, and fragrant. The woman of the king of Southern Town was indeed a rare gem. Chu Linger jumped anxiously from the side, lunging in to bite. Let go of my mother. You lowly scum. Lin Ye pulled Chu Linger by her hair, forcefully dragging her to the edge of the bed and pressing her face hard against the stone slab. Look carefully, Lin Ye whispered threateningly in the girl's ear. Your mother is now a helpless female prisoner. The king of Southern Town can't even protect his own wife. How can you expect anyone to save you? He added, if you dare to scream again, he'll strip her naked and let the lustful demons outside come in for some fun. Chu Linger trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face. She covered her mouth tightly, daring not to utter a sound. Su Wanqing slowly regained consciousness, just in time to realize that a man's hand was wandering on her thigh. As a dignified princess, she had never endured such humiliation. Wanting to resist, she found her true qi stagnated like a still pond. All she could do was bite her lip, tightly glaring at Lin Ye with murderous intent. Lin Ye patted her exquisite face, saying, save your energy. Here I am, the law. He locked the heavy iron door and left the cell. Lin Ye took out his rewards. The blood shadow flying knife was only the size of a palm, entirely crimson, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. 55 years of cultivation surged directly into his body. The ancient devouring heaven technique operated frantically. Boom. His blood and chi roared, breaking through 2 levels. He directly stepped into the pinnacle of body refinement's 9th layer. His entire body was filled with violent power, his bones cracking loudly. He returned to the empty space of the 7th district. A group of prison guards was already in disarray, their faces ashen with fear. Captain Wang strode over with his armored guards. Glancing at Zhao Guang's corpse on the ground, his expression remained unchanged. Zhao Guang was backfired by the abyssal evil energy, went mad and died in the line of duty. His words set the tone directly. The king of Southern Town's wife killing the steward was too big of a deal. Captain Wang did not want to draw fire onto himself, so he directly suppressed the matter. From now on, the 7th district will be overseen by Sun Fei. The new steward Sun Fei held his head high, looking down on others. Captain Wang scanned the crowd who escorted the princess and her daughter down just now. Lin Ye stepped forward. It was me. Captain Wang nodded. Well done. From today on, I promote you to deputy steward. All matters concerning the king of Southern Town's wife and the princess will be under your full responsibility. Sun Fei's expression darkened. Captain, isn't it against the rules to have a lowly prison guard become a deputy steward? Captain Wang shot him a glance. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Sun Fei's face stiffened, not daring to retort, only casting venomous glances at Lin Ye. Lin Ye didn't bother to look at him at all. After handing over the duties, Lin Ye walked out of the abyssal gate. The sunlight outside was a bit glaring. He arrived at a tavern at the street corner, ordering a pound of cooked beef and a jug of wine. He had been in this world for over half a year. Today he finally got a promotion within the Dawu dynasty from a lowly official. He patted the money pouch at his waist. He had saved a bit of silver from selling monster materials, and with what he had just taken from Zhao Guang's corpse, he now had over a few hundred taels. Lin Ye calculated that renting a shabby house in the slums wasn't a long-term solution. He needed to buy a house in the inner city. Having his own territory would be much more comfortable. However, the housing prices in the capital were absurdly high. The money he had in hand was nowhere near enough to buy a standalone courtyard house. At Wanbao Pavilion, Lin Ye placed a few body-refining elixirs and monster materials on the counter. The clerk glanced at them with disdain, saying these items are of average quality. They'll give you a maximum of 80 taels. Lin Ye didn't waste words, resting his hand on the demon-slaying knife at his waist. The overwhelming pressure of being at the pinnacle of body refinement was instantly released, enveloping the entire counter. The clerk's complexion turned pale, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Please calm down, sir. I was mistaken. For these elixirs and materials, I'll offer you 300 taels. After taking the banknotes, Lin Ye turned and left. With the spoils he had collected, he now had nearly 1,000 taels of silver. As he stepped out the door, Lin Ye immediately sensed a hostile gaze firmly locked onto him from behind. Using the reflection in a roadside stall's copper mirror, he saw the face of his pursuer. Sun Fei. The newly appointed steward of the 7th district had shed his usual official garb, donning an inconspicuous gray robe, cautiously following behind. Seems like he's eager to seek death. Lin Ye smirked, pretending not to notice, and walked towards a secluded dim alley. Seeing no one around, Sun Fei quickened his pace, lunging forward with a sinister grin. Kid, let's see where you run this time. However, before he could finish, Lin Ye suddenly vanished from sight. Where did he go? Sun Fei was startled. Looking for me. A cold voice rang out from behind Sun Fei. Lin Ye had executed the 9 shadows, elusive steps, appearing like a ghost. Before Sun Fei could turn around, Lin Ye's hand had already struck fiercely at his neck. Bang! Sun Fei's eyes rolled back, unable to even let out a scream, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. Lin Ye crouched down, not immediately killing him. In such a crucial location in the capital, the casual death of a steward would indeed be troublesome. However, not killing didn't mean not taking things. Lin Ye swiftly tore off Sun Fei's storage pouch from his waist, erasing the divine sense imprint on it, and peeking inside. What he saw made him beam with delight. Inside were neatly stacked 10,000 taels of silver notes, over 10 low-grade spirit stones radiating a lustrous sheen, and several bottles of high-quality qi-gathering pills. What a lucky little wealth-bringer. Lin Ye secured the storage pouch and quickly left the alley. Now possessing over 10,000 taels of silver, he wasted no time and headed straight to the largest pawn shop in the capital. After a busy afternoon, Lin Ye finally purchased an expansive 2-compound courtyard house located 2 miles from the Abyssal Gate. The backyard of the house was adjacent to a clear river, and opening the back door revealed a private dock with an exceptionally elegant environment. Most importantly, due to its proximity to the abyssal evil range, the house was affordably priced at only 11,000 taels of silver. Payment made, transfer completed, keys in hand. Finally, I have a place to call my own in this capital. Lin Ye felt a wave of relief. As the sky darkened, the nightlife in the capital was just beginning. To celebrate his promotion and new home, Lin Ye decided to visit the renowned place of pleasure in the capital, Baiwap. Before even stepping through the door, he was hit by a wave of rich fragrance and the sound of delicate voices and pipa melodies. As soon as Lin Ye crossed the threshold, oh dear, a young man dressed in luxurious silk robes stumbled straight into his embrace. Lin Ye instinctively opened his arms and caught him. The sensation was astonishingly warm and soft, the waist so slender it hardly seemed like a man. Lin Ye looked down. The person in his arms was delicate and fair, with exquisitely beautiful features like a porcelain doll, and her large watery eyes were filled with panic. Most notably, the other party had no prominent Adam's apple and wore 2 exquisite earrings on her earlobes. She was the little princess of the great Wu Dynasty, Wu Qingxian. Today she was dressed as a man and sneaked out of the palace with a few guards eager to see the romantic affairs of the common folk at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. However, as soon as she entered, she collided head-on with Lin Ye. Wu Qingxian's face flushed crimson as she struggled to push Lin Ye away, exclaiming unrestrained, "Let me go!" Lin Ye, with keen eyes, instantly recognized her as an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Dressed as a man in such a brothel was evidently a special way to attract customers. Lin Ye stroked his chin, tightening his grip instead, and feeling her astonishing elasticity. "Since you've stumbled into my embrace, it must be fate. Come accompany me for a few drinks." Lin Ye grabbed Wu Qingxian's delicate wrist, and disregarding her resistance, forcefully led her to the most luxurious private room on the 2nd floor. Wu Qingxian was terrified, her face pale. In the palace, everyone treated her with utmost respect, but she had never encountered such a crude and rude man. Lin Ye casually sat down, slamming a thick pile of silver bills on the table. "Serve me well, and all of this is yours." As Lin Ye spoke, he extended his large hand, unceremoniously resting it on her smooth, delicate thigh and pinching gently. Wu Qingxian shivered, both ashamed and furious, and suddenly stood up, shouting, "Bold scoundrel! I am a princess." Lin Ye looked at her flustered and agitated demeanor and couldn't help but grin, leaning closer, his warm breath brushing against her snow-white, delicate neck. "I know. In this place, who doesn't call themselves a princess?" With a rip, he tore her clothing. Lin Ye paid no heed to Wu Qingxian's desperate struggles, firmly pinning her legs down. with no intention of being gentle. It was just a brutal release. The next morning Lin Ye opened his eyes to find the large wooden bed empty. The little girl who had been forcibly toyed with for half the night was nowhere to be seen. In the center of the bed a piece of the silk sheet had been cut away, marking the spot where the remnants of the previous night lay. She had fled quite quickly. Last night the little girl had started off frightened and angry, desperately resisting, while putting on a show of being a princess, shouting and screaming. In the end she was pinned down by Lin Ye on the table, receiving a rough and merciless treatment, and was left only to cry and plead, ultimately having to obediently submit. Her body was soft and curvy, simply exquisite. Since she had run away, so be it. There would be another opportunity to capture and teach her a lesson later. After breakfast, Lin Ye arrived at the Demon Suppression Abyss Zone 7 for roll call. As soon as he arrived, he overheard a group of guards whispering together. The King of the South has been suppressed after a rebellion. I heard even the Minister of Revenue has been implicated and thrown into the death prison. The higher-ups are furious. We better be careful in our work to avoid losing our heads. As they spoke, the new supervisor Sun Fei walked over, cursing and holding the back of his neck. Upon seeing Lin Ye, Sun Fei's eyes turned red instantly. Yesterday he had followed Lin Ye trying to find an opportunity to strike, but ended up knocked out before he could even see him clearly, losing all his money and pills. Although there was no evidence, he was certain it was Lin Ye's doing. Lin Ye. Sun Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. Don't think you can relax just because you've been promoted to deputy supervisor. I am now the chief supervisor of Zone 7. From today on, all the executions in the death prison will be your sole responsibility. The surrounding guards' eyes lit up and they all exhaled in relief, quickly surrounding Lin Ye to flatter him. With Lin Ye taking on all the executions, they would be safe. As for whether Lin Ye lived or died, it was none of their concern. Faced with Sun Fei's personal vendetta, Lin Ye didn't bother to say a word and turned to head down to the bottom level of the death prison. While others feared the backlash of the death energy and the desperate struggles of the demons for him, they were all just free experience points offered at his door. At the bottom level of the death prison, Lin Ye had a heavy task today, needing to deal with 3 demon beasts in a row. In the first cell there was a black wild boar demon as large as a water buffalo. The black boar demon had been tormented by the abyss formation for several months, its aura weakened. Upon seeing Lin Ye enter with a knife, it roared with bloodshot eyes, "Human, are you here to kill me?" Lin Ye swiftly drew out a sharp bone knife, his tone flat. "Time's up, let's go." The black boar demon was filled with despair, letting out a mournful howl. "I just want a true love. What wrong have I done?" It seemed it had held back too long, frantically yelling, "Human, do you want to hear my story?" "No time." Lin Ye interrupted directly. The black boar demon was thoroughly enraged, its bristly hair standing on end, and it opened its mouth to spew a noxious black mud. Simultaneously, its massive body charged at Lin Ye. Instead of retreating, Lin Ye advanced, his figure swaying. He activated the 9 shadows disappearing step and easily dodged the toxic mud. A large hand suddenly reached out, grabbing the black boar demon's most prized tusk. Bang! Lin Ye's arm muscles bulged, and with a violent force he lifted the several thousand-pound black boar demon and smashed it hard against the solid stone wall. The stone wall shook violently. The black boar demon was dazed from the impact, spitting blood. Lin Ye's knife fell accurately, piercing the black boar demon's vital point, bloodletting, skinning, and dismembering. His movements were fluid and graceful. As the demon perished, a flood of memories surged into Lin Ye's mind. The black boar demon had spent 100 years in seclusion in the deep mountains, falling in love with a beautiful white fox. It obeyed the white fox, giving away all the spiritual herbs and fruits it had found, truly a devoted fool. But then the white fox turned and flirted with a stronger tiger demon, even mocking the black boar demon for being ugly and foolish. The black boar demon collapsed. On a stormy night, it went mad and killed the tiger demon, then slowly chewed the beloved white fox into pieces and swallowed it. It believed that only by consuming it could its lover remain with it forever. Just after finishing, it was caught by passing demon suppression guards and killed on the spot. What a purebred idiot. Lin Ye spat. Slay the 8-level Chi refining pig demon. Rewards: claimed 20 years of cultivation, 10 inferior spirit stones. In the next 2 hours, Lin Ye also killed a man-eating mad lion demon and a deceitful blackheart fox demon that pretended to be a mountain god to trick young boys and girls. Once again, he earned 40 years of cultivation and several bottles of excellent healing pills. Coupled with the rewards from suppressing the King of the South and his family before, the cultivation he had accumulated was already immense. Let's break through directly. 60 years of pure cultivation instantly flooded into his limbs and bones. The ancient devouring heaven technique operated at full speed. Boom. A series of roaring sounds echoed from within Lin Ye's body like rivers surging. His meridians were repeatedly expanded by the violent spiritual energy. The gaseous spiritual energy in his dantian began to compress frantically, ultimately transforming into drops of crystal-clear liquid true essence. Lin Ye, stop right there. The voice of Su Wanqing, filled with fury, rang out as Lin Ye, having just broken through to the true Qi realm, passed by the first cell of the death prison. Lin Ye halted and turned to look at the mother and daughter inside the cell. What's wrong? Not beaten enough yesterday? Su Wanqing ground her silver teeth, glaring fiercely at the man outside the door. That scoundrel was utterly detestable. As the esteemed Zhennan princess consort and noble born of golden branches and jade leaves, she was repeatedly insulted by lowly prison guards with lewd words, and today they had left her and her daughter starving all day without even a drop of water. Chu Linger held her withered little belly whining with grievance. "You big bully, no food all day, my stomach is about." At that moment Su Wanqing's flat abdomen emitted an odd rumbling sound. Lin Ye slapped his forehead. Indeed, he had forgotten. After throwing them into the prison cell yesterday, he had paid no attention. This morning he was too busy killing demons and leveling up, leaving the mother and daughter hungry for an entire day and night. Lin Ye glanced over the cell and casually asked, "Have you relieved yourselves?" "How dare you?" Su Wanqing's chest heaved violently with rage, her delicate face flushed red. As a consort who has already attained the nascent soul stage, how could there be such filthy matters? She was near madness. The noble status of a princess consort imprisoned in a death cell and starved all day, and now being questioned about such things. Lin Ye's gaze turned cold. He stuffed the poison dragon nail directly into his storage bag. It seems the consort hasn't faced reality yet, and her skin, after the nascent soul stage, even a single drop of fluid would not leak. Turning around, he went to the canteen and tossed in 2 portions of the poorest coarse grain and brown rice. Su Wanqing looked utterly disdainful. "Such swine's food, I would not even feed it to dogs." Lin Ye's face darkened. "You've been spoiled with bad habits, eat it if you want or don't. Stop." Su Wanqing's tone was arrogant. "Go to Tianxiang Pavilion and order a top-tier feast for me. When we get out, I will reward you handsomely." Chu Linger swallowed nervously. "I want honey-glazed roast duck." "In your dreams." Lin Ye rejected outright. "You are prisoners awaiting execution, not here on vacation. From now on, this one meal of swine's food is all you get each day, and the feeding times depend on my mood." Saying this, he turned and left. There was no way he would indulge such pampered women. Su Wanqing trembled with rage. "Lin Ye, once I am freed, I will tear you limb from limb." Lin Ye stopped after a few steps and then retreated. He held the poison dragon nail he had confiscated from Su Wanqing's mouth yesterday. "How do you activate this thing?" Su Wanqing lifted her fair chin, her eyes filled with scorn, looking at Lin Ye as if he were a bumpkin. "You dare to steal my treasure and still shamelessly ask. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times. If I'm in a good mood, I might reward you with the activation incantation." Lin Ye's gaze turned cold. He stuffed the poison dragon nail directly into his storage bag. It seems the consort hasn't faced reality yet, and her skin is itching again. Time to discipline her. He drew the key and unlocked the heavy iron door, striding in. Chu Linger screamed in fright and quickly hid behind Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing's face paled slightly, mustering her aura. "How dare you touch me? I am the Zhennan princess consort. What is there to fear?" Lin Ye pressed forward relentlessly. Su Wanqing gritted her teeth. "If a single hair of mine is harmed, the Zhennan king's 100,000 iron cavalry will trample the capital and slaughter your entire family. Don't try to scare me with a dying man." Lin Ye stood less than half a foot from Su Wanqing. He was half a head taller, his warm, heavy breath directly brushing against her pale, sensitive neck. Su Wanqing felt a tingle all over her body, her legs weakening. She bit her lip hard to keep silent. Lin Ye suddenly reached out and grasped her slender, moist waist, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Their bodies pressed tightly together. Lin Ye lowered his head, his lips nearly touching Su Wanqing's earlobe, his voice filled with cruelty. "Don't say the Zhennan king cannot protect himself now. Even if he stood right here, I would still deal with you harshly in front of him." Feeling the man's wild and virile aura, a deep fear finally flickered in Su Wanqing's eyes. She realized that this lowly prison guard before her was a reckless madman. "No, don't bully my mother," Chu Linger cried, clutching Lin Ye's leg tightly. Her little face pressed against his leg as she looked up with teary, pleading eyes. "Brother Lin Ye, please don't hit mother anymore. Isn't it enough if I tell you the incantation?" Her voice was gentle and clear, pitiful like a frightened little rabbit. Su Wanqing scolded sharply. "Linger, shut up. Never bow before such a dog slave." Chu Linger's big eyes darted, then affectionately rubbed against Lin Ye's leg. "Brother Lin Ye is not a dog slave. He is a good person." She then stood on tiptoe, leaning close to Lin Ye's ear, honestly revealing the activation method for the poison dragon nail and how to erase the spiritual sense imprint. Lin Ye released Su Wanqing's slender waist and pinched Chu Linger's collagen-rich little face. "The little girl really understands. If you dare to keep up the princess consort's airs again, next time it won't be just a waist grab." Leaving the abyss, Lin Ye sold the newly acquired pills and exchanged them for 150 taels of silver. On the way, he bought furniture, pots, pans, and bedding. When he returned to the newly purchased residence, everything had already... The empty courtyard finally gained a hint of life. Lin Ye sat under the willow tree in the backyard, cooling himself and staring absent-mindedly at the clear river water. "Living alone feels a bit lonely, though I should hire 2 maids to serve me." After more than half a year since transmigration, he finally had a home in the capital. Lin Ye decided to indulge himself. With his strength, money would never be a problem in the future, so there was no need to suffer. He resolved to buy 2 beautiful maids from the capital's pawnshops when he had time. Giving them a stable home would be a good deed. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, insisting on equality for all was simply foolish. Bang! Just as Lin Ye was quietly planning, a sudden noise came. Sun Fei vaulted over the courtyard wall and landed firmly inside. Seeing Lin Ye leisurely drinking tea and enjoying the cool breeze, Sun Fei's fury flared up instantly. Lin Ye, you have some nerve. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow upon seeing the visitor. Trouble had come to find him. Manager Sun scaling the wall and trespassing at midnight is hardly honorable. Are you in such a hurry to see me because of official business? Stop pretending. Sun Fei snapped coldly, his eyes blazing as he looked around the elegant two-compound mansion. This was all his money. He had some doubts before. After all, Lin Ye was just a lowly prison guard. How could he have the ability to ambush him? But after sending people to investigate secretly today, they discovered that Lin Ye had spent over 10,000 taels of silver yesterday to buy this mansion. A lowly prison guard whose monthly salary barely covered food, where could he have so much money? He had just lost over 10,000 taels himself. What a coincidence. That entire sum was his life savings reserved to break through the true Qi realm. All gone. Sun Fei was certain that the one who ambushed him yesterday was Lin Ye. Was it you who ambushed me yesterday and stole my storage bag? Sun Fei scanned the courtyard, his gaze murderous. This mansion was bought with my silver, wasn't it? You despicable lowlife, who gave you the audacity to touch my things? Manager Sun would have been wasted not working at the Dali Temple. Lin Ye smirked. But Manager Sun, you should speak evidence. Ha ha ha. Sun Fei strode forward, pressing close. I never need evidence when I act. If I think it's you, then it's you. Lin Ye raised his head slightly, his tone calm. As the chief manager of the 7th district, does Manager Sun act law? Sun Fei pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his face fierce. My sword is the law. The sword's gleam flashed like lightning, appearing even more chilling under the moonlight. Sun Fei knew Lin Ye had some skill, otherwise yesterday's ambush would not have succeeded. So he struck with full force, aiming for a vital point. Lin Ye sat firm, flicking his finger. Clang. The long blade shattered into dozens of scrap pieces like fragile glass. Sun Fei's face changed drastically as he retreated several steps in shock. True Qi. Who exactly are you? You are definitely not a lowly prison guard. To casually shatter his full-strength strike like that, such cultivation far surpassed his own. Sun Fei was filled with regret. He had been careless not to bring backup. Lin Ye was too cunning. Although powerful, he feigned being a lowly prison guard every day in the death prison. Lin Ye slowly stood up. Sun Fei was frightened and stepped back again. I am drinking tea in my own home, yet you climb the wall and come at me with a sword. It would be reasonable for me to kill you now, right? No, you cannot kill me. Sun Fei, sweating profusely, hurriedly invoked his backing. My superior is Commander Wang. If you kill me, he will never let you go. I went out tonight and my men know. If I die, they will surely report it. Lin Ye's expression remained unchanged. I said those who provoke me must pay the price. No matter who they are, no matter who stands behind them. Sun Fei's heart pounded wildly, sensing a tangible threat of death. He suddenly turned and, pushing off with his feet, leapt over the courtyard wall. Lin Ye's lips curled with mockery. He did not strike immediately, but watched Sun Fei flee. The newly bought mansion already had a death the next day. Too ominous. In the next moment, Lin Ye's figure flickered, leaving only a phantom shadow in place. 9 shadow phantom steps. The movement technique he had learned from the serpent demon had now matured. When fully unleashed, he moved like a ghost. Sun Fei sprinted 2 streets away in one breath. Turning back, he saw no pursuit from Lin Ye and breathed a long sigh of relief. Damn, Lin Ye, hiding his true strength in the death prison, must surely have a grand scheme. I will report to Commander Wang when I return and have your skin peeled off. Lin Ye, just you wait. Sun Fei cursed viciously, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. You probably won't get the chance. A cold voice whispered in his ear. A sharp, withered tree branch pierced through Sun Fei's throat. Warm blood sprayed onto the bluestone slabs. Sun Fei's eyes bulged wide as he clutched his neck, making choking sounds before collapsing lifelessly on the ground. Slain Qi refinement stage, 7 cultivator, looted reward, 10 years of cultivation, 3 Qi gathering pills. Lin Ye casually discarded the bloodied branch. He had picked it up casually by the roadside, while chasing after Sun Fei. Killing a wretch like Sun Fei required no sword at all. Watching Sun Fei's corpse with dead eyes, Lin Ye shook his head. Wouldn't it be better to quietly reap the rewards? You just had to come looking for death. Turning, Lin Ye pulled a piece of black cloth from his pocket and covered his face. Since your men all know you came looking for me, then send all the informed ones away. Conveniently, a prison guard had come this morning to curry favor and accidentally mentioned the residences of several of Sun Fei's trusted men. In one night, all of Sun Fei's trusted subordinates were thoroughly exterminated. The next morning, Abyss, reporting for duty. I have met with Lord Lin. Have you had your breakfast? Lord Lin, please accept this token of my appreciation. Lord Lin. As soon as Lin Ye appeared, a swarm of prison guards surrounded him, like flies attracted to blood, showering him with flattery, leaving Lin Ye utterly bewildered. Zhang Dafa, what is going on here? Zhang Dafa smiled broadly and whispered, My lord, you might not know yet. Our newly appointed Sun Fei has died. His entire family was killed last night without a trace. The brutality was such that even the chickens and dogs in the yard were not spared. This must be a deep-seated grudge. Zhang Dafa's face was full of flattery. My lord, you are now the deputy manager. With the manager position vacant, it is a certainty that you will take over. Lin Ye suddenly realized. No wonder these people were so eager today. They thought he was going to be confirmed as the manager and hurried to curry favor. However, Lin Ye was aware that the manager position should not belong to him. Although he was powerful, he had always concealed this from everyone. In the eyes of outsiders, he was merely a low-level prison guard without any background, temporarily promoted to deputy manager by Captain Wang. Sun Fei had just assumed office and was already dead. No matter how it was arranged, it wouldn't fall on someone with his shallow qualifications. It was just that these prison guards were short-sighted and capable of seeing the underlying truths. Zhang Dafa quietly slipped a piece of broken silver into Lin Ye's palm. "This is a small token of respect from my subordinates. Please accept it, my lord." Lin Ye casually tucked the silver into his pocket, patting his shoulder in satisfaction. "You have good insight, work well, and I will remember you." Zhang Dafa was overjoyed. "Thank you, my lord. I will certainly not forget your kindness in the future." Not long after, Captain Wang approached with a stern expression. Sun Fei was at least a legitimate manager who met with an untimely death on his second day in office. Captain Wang must have been reprimanded by higher-ups just now. He scanned the crowd, his tone icy. "Manager Sun Fei was assassinated last night. Does anyone have any clues?" The prison guards all shook their heads in unison. The killer's methods were so ruthless, exterminating an entire family. They were lucky to hide and dared not offend. Captain Wang had not expected much from them anyway. He casually remarked, "Whoever provides any clues will be generously rewarded." "Understood." Captain Wang continued, "The 7th District cannot be without a leader for even a day. Zhao Chong, at your service." A burly man carrying a broad-blade knife stepped forward. "Zhao Chong, from now on you will take charge of the 7th District. I do not wish for any more disturbances." "Yes." Zhao Chong patted his chest and promised, "I will not disappoint your expectations, Captain." Captain Wang nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. From beginning to end, he had not looked Lin Ye, the deputy manager, in the eye. He probably even forgot that he had appointed such a person yesterday. With the new manager in place, Zhao Chong instantly became popular. The prison guards who had just been flattering Lin Ye dispersed like birds and beasts, all rushing to curry favor with Zhao Chong. Lin Ye curled his lips. It was human nature to adapt to circumstances. He did not care about any official title and was even too lazy to blame Captain Wang for ignoring him. With absolute strength, who still cares for such trivial fame? He was just about to head to the deepest part of the death prison when someone called out to him. "Deputy Manager Lin." Zhang Dafa had a look of constipation, stammering and unsure how to begin. "What is it? Do you want to pay me to help you execute someone in the death prison?" Lin Ye often helped the prison guards with tasks in private to gain experience. Of course, to avoid suspicion, he always charged a fee for running errands. No, that's not it." Zhang Dafa hesitated. "I have an elderly parent and young children at home. My mother takes medicine daily. Life is truly tight." He cautiously looked at Lin Ye. "Could you return the piece of silver you just gave me?" Lin Ye was slightly taken aback, looking at Zhang Dafa in surprise. This guy changed his tune too quickly, didn't he? He still held the title of deputy manager, or wasn't he afraid of being targeted later? Although he did not care about this petty title being treated so unpleasantly, still left Lin Ye feeling quite displeased. He expressionlessly tossed the silver back to him. Zhang Dafa caught the silver and ran off without looking back. Lin Ye tugged at the corners of his mouth. This guy, having just taken back the silver, turned around and went to flatter the new manager Zhao Chong. He couldn't even be bothered to pretend. He completely disregarded Lin Ye's position as deputy manager. Zhao Chong accepted the silver discreetly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Your name is Zhang Dafa, right? How many people are there in our 7th district?" "Reporting to the manager, including you, there are a total of 85. 85. Who has not shown up?" "My lord, everyone was present for the roll call." Everyone was present. Zhao Chong clearly remembered that he had only received 83 tokens of respect. Who dared to be blind? He scanned the crowd with a cold gaze. Zhang Dafa understood and hurriedly stepped forward. "My lord, we still have one deputy manager here." Zhao Chong followed his gaze, his eyes landing on Lin Ye. Zhang Dafa leaned closer to Zhao Chong's ear, whispering a few words. "I see." Zhao Chong chuckled lightly and stepped forward to Lin Ye. "You are Lin Ye. I have met with Manager Zhao." To Lin Ye's surprise, Zhao Chong did not flaunt his authority, but instead appeared very amiable. Rising from a low-level prison guard to deputy manager is no small feat. You must possess some skills. He sighed. "To be honest, I also rose step by step from a low-level prison guard. I understand better than anyone the perils and hardships involved. In the future, we can get closer to one another." Lin Ye was somewhat astonished, not expecting this Zhao Chong to have come up from the bottom. In the abyss, malevolence permeates the air, and a small mistake could lead to one losing their mind, with demons ready to take lives at any moment. It is rare for low-level prison guards to survive more than half a year, let alone climb to the position of manager. Zhao Chong has managed to survive until now and even rise in rank, which indeed shows some capability. Lin Ye thought to himself that without the ancient sky-swallowing method, he probably wouldn't have survived even the first day. Zhao Chong continued. "I heard that Sun Fei harbored personal grudges and pushed all the executions in the death prison onto you." Lin Ye nodded. "That is absolutely unacceptable." Zhao Chong's face was filled with righteous indignation. "Since you are the deputy manager, there is no need for you to execute prisoners in the death prison anymore. Let the subordinates handle those dirty and tiring tasks." Lin Ye was stunned. He had refrained from giving gifts to provoke dislike, so that he could be assigned to the death prison to kill demons and gain experience. As a result, Zhao Chong was completely unpredictable. Did that mean if he wanted to kill demons in the death prison in the future, he would have to actively bribe him? Have I come across a good dinner is served? Lin Ye tossed 2 bowls of coarse grain rice onto the ground, creating a piercing clattering sound. Princess Su Wanqing of the southern town turned her stunningly beautiful face away, not even glancing at the slop on the floor. However, the young Princess Chu Linger was truly starving, lifting the broken bowl and pitifully shoveling food into her mouth. Lin Ye strode forward, gripping Su Wanqing's smooth chin and forcibly turning her face towards him. His large hand caressed her creamy, moist cheek with abandon, allowing no hint of resistance. What? Still putting on airs? Lin Ye's tone was filled with oppressive force. It's already chaos outside. Who do you expect to rescue you and your daughter? Su Wanqing was forced to tilt her head back, enduring the man's touch, gritting her teeth, and saying, Lin Ye, what on earth is happening outside? Lin Ye's fingers slid down her long neck, causing Su Wanqing to tremble uncontrollably. Chu Linger, frightened, couldn't even swallow the food in her mouth, and could only look on with tear-filled eyes. It's utter chaos, Lin Ye replied flatly. Qingzhou is suffering from drought, with the drought demon appearing, and Jingzhou is flooded, inundating thousands of miles. The borders of Yuzhou have been breached, and the demonic winds in Ganzhou have swept away countless people. Su Wanqing's face grew paler with each word. In the 16 states of the Great Wu Empire, a quarter was already in turmoil. What about the capital? She asked, struggling to suppress her humiliation. Lin Ye glanced at her and dropped a bombshell. The Minister of Revenue, the Deputy Minister of War, the Commander of the Imperial Guard. More than a dozen high-ranking officials have now all moved into the abyss of demon suppression. The death row is packed every day, with over 1,000 people stuffed in within just a few days. Su Wanqing gasped in shock. The Great Wu Empire was about to be uprooted. He's gone mad. To be so ruthless in his actions. Su Wanqing's face turned ashen as she murmured, with time so tight and methods so cruel, could it be that the emperor is truly nearing his end? Lin Ye was utterly indifferent to the troubles of the Great Wu Empire. As long as it didn't involve him, it didn't matter who was emperor. Turning to leave the prison cell, Lin Ye felt a twinge of worry. The new warden Zhao Chong had relieved him of his execution duties. How could he gain cultivation without slaying demons? He certainly couldn't pay someone else to have them killed. Lin Ye planned to take on some side jobs, collecting money to cover shifts for other jailers. Walking through the dark passage at the bottom of the death row, his divine sense quietly spread out. Countless massive demons were imprisoned on either side, with some cells comparable to large martial arts arenas housing monsters radiating malevolent energy. Moi. Lin Ye's figure slightly swayed, instantly melding into the darkness. His divine sense detected the new warden Zhao Chong sneaking into a heavy-duty cell. Although Zhao Chong used a technique to conceal his presence, he was completely exposed before Lin Ye's divine sense. Lin Ye recognized this cell. It contained a commander of the blood cult. According to the rules, he was to be executed in half a month. No wonder they wouldn't allow me to carry out executions. There was something shady going on. Lin Ye lowered his presence and stealthily approached. Inside the cell. I am now the warden, but I will never let you out, Zhao Chong whispered. We're only making a deal here. You teach me your techniques, and it'll help prolong your life sentence. The blood cult commander was emaciated like a ghoul, with specially made iron chains piercing through his limbs, nailing him to the wall. Kid, after learning the secrets of my cult, do you think you can just walk away? The commander's voice was hoarse. Do you believe that with a single sentence I can make your life worse than death? Zhao Chong's eyes revealed a murderous intent. You better understand, I am now the warden of District 7, and your life is in my hands. As a death row inmate, don't bargain with me. Gagaga. The blood cult commander let out a strange cry, his dead fish-like eyes fixated on Zhao Chong. Fool, do you think the techniques of the blood cult can be practiced so easily? Wrong. The commander's lips stretched into a grin. The rule of my cult is that lower-ranked members must absolutely obey those of higher rank. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Chong's body suddenly stiffened, eyes filled with terror. The veins on his forehead bulged, yet his legs moved forward uncontrollably. 1 step, 2 steps. Zhao Chong walked like a zombie to the commander's front, trembling as he pulled out the key from his waist and unlocked the soul-binding chains that pierced through the commander's body. Crack. The chains fell to the ground, and the commander stretched his frail body. Only then did Zhao Chong regain control of his body, frightened and scrambling back to the cell door. You want to escape? Zhao Chong felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit. If a death row inmate escaped, he as the warden would certainly face dire consequences. Zhao Chong bit his tongue to steady himself. There are great formations suppressing in the abyss. You can't possibly escape. Escape? Who said I want to escape? The commander moved his neck, his eyes filled with mockery. The demon suppression guards think they can easily capture me. Entering the death row was all part of my cult's plan. Zhao Chong was greatly shocked. What do you want? Naturally, I want to use your body. The blood cult commander suddenly launched an attack, his hands forming hundreds of strange seals in an instant. Blood demon possession technique. Lin Ye watched closely from the shadows as a burst of blood-colored soul light erupted from the commander's crown. As the soul light erupted, the malevolent energy formation in the death row was instantly activated, with countless black energies pouncing, like feral wolves, towards the blood light. A layer of eerie red glow emerged around the blood light, firmly resisting the encroachment of the malevolent energy. The red glow was rapidly depleting, on the verge of shattering. At the critical moment, the blood-colored soul light surged forward at an astonishing speed, crashing into Zhao Chang's forehead. In the next moment, a faint translucent specter was forcibly squeezed out from above Zhao Chang's head, and as soon as it came into contact with the air, it was instantly torn apart by the raging malevolent energy in the death row, turning into nothingness. Zhao Chang moved his limbs and cursed softly. Useless just at the peak of body refinement, with such weak vital energy and blood. But with the secret techniques of the cult, I can explosively unleash the power of the true Qi realm for a short time. With the warden's skin, the cult's plan will be much easier to execute. Feeling the suppression from the abyss vanish from his body, he grinned. The abyss mark directly suppressed the soul, rendering most secret techniques inescapable. For this plot, the cult specifically used fragments of the treasured 9 nether soul guiding wood. He had also specially cultivated one of the 3 great secret techniques, the soul snatching technique. Abandoning his physical body and soul, he retained only a sliver of true spirit to reincarnate. If it weren't for the protection of the treasured item, his true spirit would have been shredded by the violent malevolent energy the moment it emerged. Although this body of Zhao Chang was weak with the resources of the cult, it wouldn't take long to return to his peak. What conspiracy does your cult have? Zhao Chang's face changed dramatically. There was actually someone else here. Asking this question clearly indicated that he had heard his secrets. Seeing Lin Ye dressed in a jailer's uniform with the insignia of a deputy warden embroidered on his chest, Zhao Chang's face darkened. You heard everything. Go die. He had been sent to infiltrate, so he was naturally a ruthless character. Even though Lin Ye was merely a deputy warden, he unleashed his true Qi realm cultivation and struck with deadly intent. The violent killing intent locked onto Lin Ye. Zhao Chang turned his fingers into claws, lunging at Lin Ye's heart. Die. Lin Ye raised his hand and threw a punch. Behind him, a colossal ancient elephant phantom suddenly manifested, roaring towards the heavens. Bang! Zhao Chang's body was instantly pulverized into a pulp by the ferocious force. The passage within a radius of several dozen meters was smeared with sticky blood and flesh. Ding, slaying a true Qi initial stage cultivator. Reward: 20 years of Dao cultivation. Annihilation, sword technique, 20 spirit stones. Lin Ye looked speechless. He thought the infamous commander of the underworld cult would be difficult to deal with, so he specifically used 60% of his strength. Instead, he turned him into minced meat with a single punch, which was easier than killing a pig. Fortunately, he had activated the protective barrier earlier, otherwise he would be covered in blood. Suddenly, a flash of black light darted from within the puddle of minced flesh. The black light trembled slightly, on the verge of escaping into the void. Seal. Lin Ye pointed out, using the great wilderness prisoning finger to directly trap the black light in midair. He raised his hand and beckoned, and the black light fell into his palm. Upon closer inspection, it was a piece of black lightning wood no larger than a soybean. The wood emitted an eerie glow, able to isolate all surrounding violent malevolent energy. A good item. Lin Ye immediately recognized that this thing was extraordinary. Someone's coming. Sensing several powerful auras rapidly approaching, Lin Ye's figure swayed, activating the 9 shadows stealth step, instantly blending into the darkness. A few breaths later, 2 men and a woman appeared out of thin air in the passage. The death row formation has shifted, as something has indeed happened. Shui Jingfu and the other 2 exchanged glances and began to investigate the scene. They found a waste token on the ground precisely belonging to the new warden Zhao Chang. Moments later, Shui Jingfu, this is your territory, who was imprisoned in here. Shui Changqing's face was grim. The commander of the underworld cult, Blood Butcher. It's him. The burly man in black armor, Lei Meng, muttered. If I remember correctly, the Blood Butcher was captured 6 months ago. Shui Changqing bowed slightly. Commander Lei, you are not mistaken. It was you who personally suppressed him. Lei Meng approached the Blood Butcher's emaciated corpse and scrutinized it for a moment. The chains are intact, and there are no external injuries. The body and soul were simultaneously burned clean using secret techniques. This was a premeditated suicide. He then glanced at the ground covered in minced flesh. It seems Zhao Chang unlocked the chains, and the Blood Butcher used secret techniques to break free from the abyss suppression. At this moment, the woman in white who had been silent finally spoke. It's the Blood Cult's blood demon possession technique. The Blood Butcher must have truly exited his true spirit possessing Zhao Chang. Only in this way could he escape the abyss mark. Shui Changqing furrowed his brows. In the abyss, the malevolent energy is overwhelming. The true spirit's exit is certainly fatal. The woman in white nodded. That should be correct. But nothing is absolute. The Blood Cult has a treasure that can temporarily resist malevolent energy. The 9 nether soul guiding wood. Both Shui Changqing and Lei Meng spoke the name in unison. That's right. The woman's voice was icy. The Blood Butcher successfully possessed someone, but was punched to death by a third person. The expressions of the 3 instantly grew serious. That's right. The woman's voice was icy. The Blood Butcher successfully possessed someone, but was punched to death by a third person. The expressions of the three instantly grew. Even more terrifying was that there was still a mysterious individual hiding in the shadows who could punch the possessor to death. Shui Changqing bowed, pleased. Bai Siming used the heavenly peering mirror to investigate who the mysterious person is. Bai Siming nodded, revealing an ancient bronze mirror in her palm. She muttered incantations as her fingers swiftly formed seals. Open! The bronze mirror flashed with light, briefly showing the scene of Zhao Chong being possessed. The image kept shifting about to reveal the mysterious person's face. Roar! A roar that seemed to come from ancient wilderness erupted from the mirror, deafening. Crack! The image shattered instantly. A glaring crack appeared on the surface of the bronze mirror. Bai Siming's face turned pale as she clutched the mirror, glaring at Shui Changqing with resentment. Shui Changqing coughed awkwardly, trying to mask the embarrassment. Bai Siming said with annoyance, I only look for clues. Now that the clue has been cut off, the rest is up to you to investigate. After saying this, her figure flickered, and she vanished. Shui Changqing turned to Lei Ming. Commander, Lei the Blood Butcher was originally your... Stop. Lei Ming's serious black face was full of sternness. The demon suppression guards are only responsible for capturing people. Once someone enters the death row, any incidents are your responsibility. Farewell. In the demon suppression abyss, Zone 7. After Lin Ye blasted the cult leader with a single punch, he casually slaughtered a few low-tier demons before leisurely returning. Upon arriving at the resting area, he found the guards already in an uproar. In just a few days, 3 managers had died in Zone 7. Zhao Guang at least lasted half a year. On the second day of Sun Fei's appointment, his entire family was wiped out. The newcomer Zhao Chong was even more ruthless. He hadn't held the manager's token for half an hour before being turned into a pile of flesh in the lower levels. Now the entire abyss was buzzing with rumors that the managerial position in Zone 7 was cursed. Whoever sat in it would die. As soon as Lin Ye appeared, the surrounding discussions fell silent. Zhang Dafai's face turned pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably. After struggling for a long time, he steeled himself and heavily knelt on the ground. Lord Lin, I was blind and did not recognize your greatness. I beg you to spare me. Lin Ye didn't even lift his eyelids, directly stepping over him. My lord, Lord Lin. Zhang Dafai was drenched in cold sweat. If Lin Ye truly became the official manager, he would definitely be doomed. Captain Wang is here. Someone in the crowd shouted, and the guards quickly stood at attention. Captain Wang strode forward with a stern face. He was now filled with murderous intent. Zhao Chong, who had just been promoted in the morning, turned out to be a hidden cult spy. To suppress this matter, he had to bleed heavily, spending half of the ill-gotten gains he had accumulated over the years just to barely silence the upper echelons. Captain Wang's gaze turned cold. Zhao Chong was audacious enough to release a dangerous criminal from the death row. This scoundrel has been killed on the spot, leaving no remains. You all better remember this. Yes. The guards hung their heads, not daring to breathe. Captain Wang felt a splitting headache. Things had been going terribly for him lately. In a small zone, 7-3 managers had already died. Now this position had become a hot potato, and even his trusted subordinates dared not take this life-threatening job. A bunch of useless fools. At this moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Ye standing aside. He suddenly remembered that he had casually promoted this low-level guard to deputy manager a few days ago. What was this kid's name again? Ahem. Captain Wang cleared his throat. The deputy manager of Zone 7 has always been steady and reliable. Afraid that Lin Ye would also hesitate, he directly ordered. From today onward, the deputy manager is promoted to the official manager, overseeing all affairs of Zone 7. Lin Ye's expression remained calm as he cupped his hands, saying, as you command. However, he found it amusing. He had no interest in being an official, especially since he had personally eliminated all 3 of his deceased superiors. Seeing Lin Ye agree so readily, Captain Wang was quite satisfied. In his view, a low-level guard promoted by himself would surely feel grateful. Captain Wang stepped forward and patted Lin Ye's shoulder hard, forcing a smile. Lin Ye, from now on work steadily and think about the fates of the previous 3 managers. I will remember it well. Captain Wang nodded. Do well, I have high hopes for you. Lin Ye merely curled his lips. Every time he heard this phrase, it never ended well. As soon as Captain Wang left, the guards immediately surrounded Lin Ye, leaving no room for escape. Just a few days before, he was a mere expendable waiting to die in the lower levels, yet now he had become the official manager with the power of life and death. The guards' eyes lit up as they hurried to feel the pouches at their waists, preparing to curry favor with their new superior. However, upon feeling them, their hearts bled. They had already drained their resources after 4 successive managers in just a few days. They couldn't possibly borrow from loan sharks every day, could they? The guards exchanged glances, only able to laugh awkwardly while trying to get closer, silently praying that this new manager could survive a bit longer. In the corner, Zhang Dafai looked ashen, trembling like a sieve. The surrounding guards distanced themselves in disgust, isolating him like an island, their eyes filled with mockery. Lin Ye completely ignored Zhang Dafai on the ground and turned to enter the public office, opening the personnel roster for Zone 7. Zone 7 and Zone 8 took turns responsible for guarding the third line of defense around the death row. Now only 83 people remained on the roster. The malevolent energy in the abyss was too strong. Ordinary people who entered, even if not eaten by demons, would still be eroded by the malevolent energy. Among these 83, only 2 had survived a year, while less than 15 had made it 6 months. There was a severe shortage of manpower, and it seemed new expendables would soon be sent in. Lin Ye closed the account book. With a new official taking office, it was only natural to check out his exclusive rewards. The bottom level of the death row housed the most secure special cells. As the heavy iron door opened, the eerie light on the wall illuminated the stone bed. The princess of the town, Su Wanqing, was chained in a large letter shape against the wall. Days of torment had turned her originally luxurious gown into a tattered mess. Expanses of her snowy plump skin were exposed to the air, and with her slightly hurried breathing, her proud assets heaved vigorously, an extremely provocative sight. The young lady Chu Linger huddled in a corner, her little face pale from hunger. Upon seeing Lin Ye walk in, she shuddered in fear and quickly covered her mouth. Lin Ye strode up to Su Wanqing. She raised her head, her stunning face filled with humiliation and resentment, biting her red lip to suppress her voice. Lin Ye, unabashed, grabbed her delicate snow-white face and forced her to meet his gaze. Staring at me. It seems you haven't suffered enough in these past few days. Lin Ye's tone was domineering, his gaze roaming unabashedly over her graceful figure, while his other hand casually pressed against her flat abdomen, applying force. Su Wanqing trembled all over, instinctively bringing her legs together, furious and ashamed. Get your filthy hands off me, you despicable dog servant. Still holding onto the airs of a princess. Lin Ye suddenly exerted force, directly pinning her voluptuous body against the cold stone wall. Their bodies pressed tightly together, leaving no gap. The chains clanged sharply. Lin Ye lowered his head, his hot breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe, his voice icy. I am now the official manager of Zone 7. Your lives, mother and daughter, are entirely in my hands. Do you believe I will strip your daughter bare right now and throw her into the pile of demons outside? Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's pride shattered in an instant, replaced by deep fear. No. Chu Linger in the corner cried in fear, crawling over and clinging tightly to Lin Ye's thigh. Brother Lin Ye, please don't hurt my mother. Linger will be good and listen to you from now on. Chu Linger looked up with tear-stained cheeks, pleading pitifully, her little face rubbing against Lin Ye's leg. Lin Ye felt the softness against his leg, looking down at the utterly softened princess of the south. Since your daughter is being sensible, what about you? Lin Ye's large hand slowly moved upward, stopping at her fullest point. Su Wanqing in humiliation closed her eyes, a single tear slipping down as her previously straight spine finally went limp. Don't touch Linger. They'll listen to you. Summon the panel. Killing the cult leader along with several imprisoned demons resulted in a total of 160 years of cultivation. Although I defeated that leader in one punch, the lurking schemes of the cult served as a warning to Lin Ye. I must quickly enhance my strength. 140 years of cultivation, all infused into my realm. The panel refreshes. Name Lin Ye. Cultivation technique, ancient devouring heaven art. Realm, early stage of nascency. Martial skills, shattered rock fist perfection, wind-breaking knife technique perfection, great wilderness, prison godfinger, major, achievement, 9 shadows, mysterious step, minor, achievement, tribulation, sword technique, not yet entered. Items, rift, sky, sword, talisman, 30 spirit stones. In an instant, the violent true chi within my body compresses, wildly shattering the original Dantian and transforming it into a vast ocean of chi. Blood and energy surge like monstrous waves, and 6 giant elephant cells within me fully awaken. The power of 15 ancient giant elephants surged through my limbs and bones. Lin Ye clenched his fist, casually causing the air in his palm to emit a series of piercing explosive sounds. He had a strange feeling that he could now collapse a giant mountain with a single punch. As for the newly revealed tribulation sword technique, its power was unparalleled, but unfortunately his cultivation points were exhausted, so he had to set it aside for now. The shift change time had arrived. The night shift guards of Area 8 came over one after another. They had long heard that another steward had died in Area 7 today, and all were watching the show with glee. Upon learning that Lin Ye had surprisingly leaped to the position of steward, many were envious to the point of reddening their eyes. You are the newly promoted steward of Area 7. A young man with a delicate appearance and stylish clothing stepped forward, looking down his nose at Lin Ye. Lin Ye recognized him. The steward of Area 8, Shui, a side branch young master from the prestigious Shui family of the capital. Although the abyss was dangerous, the steward's power and profits were substantial, and some young masters from noble families liked to spend money to gild themselves. As long as they endured a few years of experience, they could be directly transferred back to the capital to hold office. Hearing that a commoner was actually on par with him, Shui, he felt his anger boiling. For this steward position, he didn't know how many lavish gifts he had sent to those above. Being at the same level as a commoner was simply a great humiliation. Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question. Lin Ye's gaze turned cold as he swept over. Shui felt a chill down his spine and involuntarily took a half step back. Just a lowly commoner. Shui felt furious and pointed at Lin Ye, cursing loudly. Don't think just because you wear this skin you are someone important. You will always be a lowly guard. At these words, a dead silence fell over the open space. The guards who were changing shifts all raised their heads, glaring at Shui with fiery eyes. Shui's heart sank, realizing he had offended the crowd. But then he thought him a young master from a noble family. Why should I fear a group of ants? What are you looking at? A bunch of lowly scum. The guards dared not express their anger and could only lower their heads in frustration. Shui regained his confidence, strutting like a victorious rooster proudly looking at Lin Ye. Lin Ye remained expressionless and directly threw the handover document over. Sign, it's time to change shifts. Huh? You lowly bastard want me to sign? Dream on. Shui laughed wildly. Are you sure you want to die? Die. Shui spat on the ground. What are you? Immediately kneeled down and cowed out to me, shouting 3 times, I am a lowly dog. If I'm in a good mood, maybe you'll sign for you. Otherwise I will check if you have been dirty with your hands and release demons. Bang. Before he could finish, a fist the size of a sand pot smashed directly into his face. Shui's teeth shattered instantly, blood spewing out wildly. Ah, how dare you hit me? Lin Ye's gaze was icy as he tightly gripped his neck with his left hand, swinging his right hand to strike. Bang, bang, bang. A continuous series of punches landed. The originally delicate and handsome face was directly beaten into a pulp, blood and flesh indistinguishable. Sign or not, Shui was beaten to the point of losing his senses, wanting to resist, but unable to muster any strength, like a snake with its 7 inches pinched. Bang, bang, bang. Another few heavy punches landed. Sign or not, Shui's face was swollen like a pig's head, unrecognizable even to his own mother, and could only nod desperately. Lin Ye released his grip. Shui fell to the ground, trembling as he used his bloodstained hand to mark the document. After signing, Shui wanted to get up and flee, but his legs turned to noodles, and he could only lie on the ground pretending to be dead. Lin Ye squatted down and patted his swollen cheek. I can see your dark fortune. You must have bloodshed coming soon. I advise you to stir up less trouble, otherwise next time it won't just be your teeth that fall out. After saying this, Lin Ye stood up and left with big strides. All the guards present looked at Lin Ye's back with a reverence, as if he were a deity. Ferocious. Too ferocious. He directly turned the high and mighty young master of a noble family into a dead dog. But it was indeed so satisfying. The guards of Area 7 walked with their heads held high, feeling that their backs were straighter today than ever before. A clever guard named Hosen approached, lowering his voice and saying, Steward, I just saw Zhang Dafan sneak over to Shui, definitely gossiping about you. Hosan gritted his teeth. Zhang Dafan is a bastard for being a traitor. Sir, should I sneak over tonight and deal? Hosen made a gesture of cutting his throat. Lin Ye stopped and glanced at him. He was clear in his heart. Hosan's righteous indignation was all an act. He merely wanted to use this opportunity to step on Zhang Dafan and establish his loyalty. Lin Ye's expression turned stern. As guards of the prison, we are responsible for suppressing demons. How can we break the law and take lives? Oh. Hosan was instantly dumbfounded. This wasn't how the script went. Sir, I was wrong. Hosan trembled in fear and quickly lowered his head to admit his mistake. All right, considering it's your first offense, I won't pursue it further. Lin Ye waved his hand. From now on, the morning roll call duties in Area 7 will be handled by you. Hosan's eyes widened in shock, trembling with excitement. Yes, I will definitely handle the task properly. By the time he came back to his senses, Lin Ye had already walked far away. Hosan excitedly punched the air. It worked. The roll call task is lucrative and prestigious, traditionally handled only by the most trusted confidants of the steward. Previously, he was always controlled by Zhang Dafan, and Hosan had long been envious. Now it was finally his turn. The next day, Lin Ye arrived at the abyss to take over. Shui's face, which had been battered into a pulp yesterday, had surprisingly swollen down significantly today, probably due to some expensive secret medicine. He obediently curled up in the corner, not daring to make a sound, being very well behaved. Hosan stood at the front of the line, flaunting his authority as he began to call the roll. Sir Zhang Dafa hasn't come. Lin Ye glanced around and indeed did not see him. Hosan leaned closer and whispered, I heard that Shui used connections to get Zhang Dafa sent to the 8th district. With the Shui family from the capital involved, Captain Wang would naturally give some face. Lin Ye didn't care at all. As long as they didn't bother him, it didn't matter where they went. Today, new cannon fodder prison guards will be assigned from above. You go and get them. Hosan's eyes brightened. Leading new recruits was a good opportunity to establish authority and gain benefits. Thank you for your support, sir. Hosan quickly pulled out a gold bar from his pocket and handed it over, a small token of appreciation. Lin Ye waited. It was at least 10 taels. At least you are considerate. Do a good job. Hosan left happily. The surrounding guards saw this and hurriedly lined up. After walking around, Lin Ye collected at least several hundred taels. Now he was the highest authority in the 7th district, and without hesitation, he took on all the jobs of slaying monsters in the death row. He publicly claimed to care for his subordinates and couldn't bear to see his brothers go to their deaths. The guards dared to be angry but couldn't say anything. Although slaying monsters was dangerous, some minor demons were the only source of profit. Now the new overseer was so greedy for materials that he had become completely unhinged. Everyone secretly cursed him, wishing he would be swallowed whole by a major demon sooner rather than later. In the lowest level of the death row, in a specially designed cell, Lin Ye strode and holding a food box. The famished Chu Linger, upon catching a whiff of the aroma, immediately rushed to the cell door, nearly drooling. Roast chicken and honey-glazed roast duck. Lin Ye opened the food box and the fragrance wafted out. Eat up, this is the reward for helping me erase the sword mark. You are the best brother, Lin Ye. Chu Linger grabbed the roast duck with both hands and stuffed it into her mouth, her lips glistening with grease, her big eyes squinting in pleasure. The princess consort of the southern town, Su Wanqing, was chained to the wall, her clothes in tatters. She swallowed hard, but wanting to save face, turned her head coldly away. Chu Linger tore off a duck leg and offered it to her mouth. Mother, you should eat, your stomach was growling all day yesterday. Su Wanqing glared at her daughter in anger, but her stomach was truly aching with hunger, so she had no choice but to bite her red lips and take small bites. Lin Ye leaned against the wall, his gaze unabashedly surveying Su Wanqing as she ate. The chains tightened around her waist, accentuating her impressive figure. Lin Ye leaned against the wall, his gaze unabashedly surveying Su Wanqing as she ate. The chains tightened. Having eaten her fill, Su Wanqing noticed that Lin Ye had changed into official robes. You said yesterday that you became the official overseer. Lin Ye nodded. Su Wanqing's expression sharpened, and she smugly said, It seems you are a secret agent sent by the emperor specifically watching over us, mother and daughter. Lin Ye couldn't be bothered to waste words with this bimbo. Suddenly, Chu Linger, who was greedily gnawing on the duck carcass, let out a heart-wrenching scream. The roast duck slipped from her hands. Chu Linger's face turned pale, and she convulsed violently, collapsing on the ground and rolling in pain. It hurts. Mother, it's happening again. It hurts so much. Su Wanqing immediately panicked, desperately struggling against the chains. Linger, don't be afraid, mother is here. Lin Ye frowned. He was very certain that the food was absolutely not poisoned. Su Wanqing's eyes turned red. This is Linger's chronic illness. Since she was young, even the best doctors in the capital are helpless against it. What use is it to tell you? Lin Ye activated the system's innate heavenly eye. His vision penetrated through flesh and skin, and he saw a violent and strange black energy coiling deep within Chu Linger's heart veins. This black energy spread through her blood vessels, as if coexisting with her, frantically devouring her vitality. It was a bloodline curse that she was born with. Lin Ye raised his hand and pointed. Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger. The violent black energy suddenly paused, and then erupted with an even more terrifying backlash. Chu Linger screamed agonizingly. Su Wanqing was driven mad with rage and shouted, Bastard! What are you doing? Who told you to act? Do you want to kill her? Lin Ye's face darkened. Since the technique was ineffective, he would resort to the purest form of violence. The ancient devouring heaven technique operated at full speed. 15 giant elephant particles vibrated within his body, producing a deafening roar. A colossal ancient elephant phantom emerged behind Lin Ye, its long trunk swinging violently. The violent pressure instantly swept across the entire cell. The malevolent energy that had lingered in the death row for years was completely cleared. Even the faint light from the formation on the wall was extinguished. Su Wanqing looked up, staring at the ancient divine elephant that seemed tangible in midair. A wave of uncontrollable tremors surged from deep within her soul. The next moment, the ancient elephant phantom directly charged into Chu Linger's body. As if a divine being had descended with unmatched divine power, it trampled and crushed the rampant cursed black energy at her heart, repressing it back to the deepest part of her bloodline. In less than a minute, Chu Linger weakly opened her eyes, obediently curling up in Su Wanqing's embrace. Mother, it doesn't hurt anymore. She turned to Lin Ye. Thank you, brother Lin Ye. Su Wanqing's eyes were red, tightly holding her daughter, tears of excitement streaming uncontrollably. Having exerted herself to the point of cold sweat, her disheveled hair clung to her snow-white cheeks, and paired with her tattered clothing, it added an extra touch of matured allure. She looked up at Lin Ye, her gaze completely transformed. The bloodline curse that even the renowned doctors in the capital were powerless against had actually been subdued by a lowly overseer. This person was definitely not a mere pawn sent by the court. With such unfathomable strength, how could he possibly be content to stay in the death row? Su Wanqing bit her red lips, her expression complex. Thank you. Consider me indebted to you. Lin Ye replied flatly, it was just a coincidence. I want to make a deal with you. Su Wanqing fixed her gaze on Lin Ye. As long as you continue to help Linger suppress the curse, I will agree to any conditions. Lin Ye stroked his chin, crouched down, and playfully pinched Chu Linger's plump fair face. This little girl is quite likable. Why not let her recognize me as her godfather? Godfather? Su Wanqing and Chu Linger both stared in shock. Su Wanqing's stunning face instantly flushed crimson, glaring fiercely at Lin Ye. She was fully aware of her own beauty and figure. This dog servant clearly wanted to take advantage of the pretext of recognizing a goddaughter to openly pursue her. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. No, Linger doesn't want you to be her godfather. Chu Linger protested loudly. Lin Ye ignored her protests and directly pulled Chu Linger away from Su Wanqing's arms. In the process, his arm intentionally brushed forcefully against Su Wanqing's voluptuous thigh. Su Wanqing shuddered all over her chest, heaving with anger, but she dared not explode on the spot, only glaring at him with a warning look. Lin Ye held the little girl and smiled. Linger, be good. With a godfather, you will never have to suffer again. Chu Linger still felt lingering fear from the agonizing pain earlier, and upon hearing this, her big eyes lit up. Really? Of course. No way. Su Wanqing panicked, resolutely refusing. How can someone your age be Linger's? Lin Ye shrugged. Since the princess consort is unwilling, then forget it. After all, I have nothing to lose. After saying that, he pretended to throw Chu Linger down and ignore her. This scared Chu Linger half to death. Just thinking about the torment of having her heart ripped apart during the next episode, she instantly broke down and cried, "Mother." Linger is scared. Linger doesn't want to hurt anymore. Woo woo woo. The sound of her daughter's cries became the last straw that broke Su Wangqing's mental defenses. She bit her teeth in humiliation, staring fiercely at Lin Ye, and finally lowered her proud head. All right, I agree. Su Wangqing's eyes were filled with warnings, but I tell you, don't have any improper thoughts. Lin Ye smirked, casually calling out, "Sister Wangqing, we are all family." Now saying such things feels too distant. Sister Wangqing. Su Wangqing's beautiful eyes widened. As the princess consort of the southern town, who would dare to address her so frivolously? This bastard was simply taking advantage. Impudent. This royal concubine is. Lin Ye interrupted her directly. A phoenix that has fallen is no better than a chicken. Oh, quickly come to terms with reality. Su Wangqing trembled with anger, yet felt helpless. Chu Linger blushed in Lin Ye's arms, quietly muttering, "Godfather, please let me down now." Seeing that the mother and daughter were drenched in sweat, Lin Ye turned and left the cell. A quarter of an hour later, he returned carrying 2 large wooden tubs filled with hot water, casually tossing in 2 sets of clean clothes. After setting down the items, Lin Ye wisely stepped back and stood guard at the doorway. Before long, sounds of splashing water echoed from inside the cell, accompanied by the low murmurs of the mother and daughter. Listening to the sounds from inside and imagining the scene of the royal concubine bathing Lin Ye felt a surge of anger rise within him. Damn it, I still need to visit the Baiwa Pavilion tonight to vent my frustrations. He recalled the self-proclaimed Princess Wu Qingxuan, whom he encountered a few days ago. At 18, she was delicate and soft. He had forcefully taken a drop of blood from her, but by dawn she had fled. Unfortunately, in this vast sea of people, finding her was impossible. If only I could unleash a divine ability for tracking and deduction. Lin Ye contemplated, realizing he needed to take on more jobs of slaying demons in the death row. Manager, the new cannon fodder has been brought back, a total of 53 people. Just as Lin Ye arrived at the open space, Ho San hurried over, grinning. He turned around facing a group of new prison guards immediately, putting on a haughty expression. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and pay your respects to the manager." "We pay our respects to the manager." Lin Ye glanced at the roster and then scrutinized this group of new cannon fodder. They were much stronger than the batch he had seen a few months ago, mostly young men, though they looked pale and emaciated. Recently, the Great Wu Dynasty had been plagued by natural disasters, and with refugees everywhere, many had no choice but to sell themselves to work in the abyss for a meager meal. Piercing through their disguises, these seemingly pale and emaciated refugees had surging qi and blood within them. They were actually piercing through their disguises. These seemingly pale and emaciated refugees had surging qi and blood within them. They were actually hidden martial arts experts. Are these scum from the blood cult again? Lin Ye remained composed, not bothering to expose them on the spot. He wanted to see what these cultists were planning by infiltrating the abyss. Daring to stir trouble in his territory, he would ensure they met a fate worse than death. Ho San established some rules for them, and then assigned them their tasks. Ho San was overjoyed. Assigning tasks to the guards was a privilege reserved for the manager. No previous manager had ever delegated this power to the subordinates. Having given away just 10 taels, he had acquired such significant authority. Lin Ye smirked and turned to walk deeper into the death row. Here in the abyss, power was merely an extension of strength. As long as one's fists were strong enough, whatever was given could always be taken back with interest. At the bottom of the death row, only one execution was scheduled for today, yet the scale was astonishing. This was a ghostly venomous serpent measuring over 100 meters in length. This serpent was not yet mature, its fleshy crest had yet to develop. Yet looking at this massive creature, Lin Ye felt like an inconspicuous ant. Roughly estimating, this beast weighed at least several hundred tons. Such a large size could not be handled by one person alone. Lin Ye was followed by dozens of seasoned guards from the 7th district. With their tools ready, the guards were all eager to go. The venomous serpent was a treasure trove. As long as they survived today, the rewards would be enough to indulge in the Baiwa Pavilion for 10 days to half a month. They were just waiting for Lin Ye's command. "Why aren't you moving yet?" At that moment, Captain Wang strode over with an imposing aura. He pointed at Lin Ye, angrily shouting, "The nobles in the capital are waiting for dragon liver and phoenix marrow. What are you all dawdling for?" Lin Ye maintained his composure, simply uttering 2 words: "Get started." With that command, dozens of veteran guards seized their demon-slaying blades and steel hooks, beginning to climb onto the massive body of the venomous serpent. Roar! The venomous serpent emitted a deafening roar, its massive body twisting violently. A dozen guards were directly flung away, crashing heavily against the stone wall, instantly turned into a puddle of flesh. "You vile beast seeking death!" Captain Wang shouted angrily, leaping into the air. He revealed a gleaming golden demon-slaying seal from his palm and slammed it onto the fleshy crest of the venomous serpent. Roar! The venomous serpent howled in pain, its enormous head thrusting upward, directly sending Captain Wang. Although the Abyss formation suppressed their cultivation, the Dragon clan was terrifyingly strong in physical prowess, relying solely on brute force, could sweep through opponents of the same level. Captain Wang was sent flying dozens of meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood midair, landing on the ground in a pitiful state. "Lin Ye." Captain Wang clutched his chest, his gaze cold. Quickly kill this beast. If anything goes wrong, I will hold. Having finished his harsh words, he didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and turned to flee. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. Something was amiss with this old man. He had been so eager for dragon liver earlier, yet after being bumped he immediately ran away. And as a captain, how could his strength be so weak? He grabbed a tumterlong ice-cold steel spike specifically designed to pin down the serpent's reverse scales. Just as he reached the underside of the venomous serpent, the venomous serpent, originally suppressed by the demon-slaying seal, suddenly surged. A torrent of dark green poisonous smoke erupted from its nostrils, rapidly spreading. The remaining guards in the cell, upon coming into contact with the poison smoke, didn't even have time to scream, instantly turning into pools of yellow-green pus. Damn! Lin Ye cursed under his breath, instantly expanding his true energy shield to isolate the poison smoke. He looked up, and the demon-slaying seal, atop the venomous serpent, had taken on an unfamiliar appearance. It had transformed into a jade talisman emanating an eerie bloodlight, its aura far superior to that of the demon-slaying seal. Captain Wang, you old rascal. Lin Ye instantly understood this old fool must have been scheming behind the scenes. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud cracks echoed as the specially made chains binding the venomous serpent were shattered by the bloodlight. The freed, ghostly venomous serpent roared with excitement. Its massive body thrashed around the cell, causing the entire death row to shake violently. Two blood-red vertical pupils the size of grinding discs locked onto the only living person in the cell. The Great Wu Dynasty has imprisoned this prince for 3 years. You dare to attempt to extract my tendons? You ants will all die. The venomous serpent extended 3 razor-sharp claws, bringing with it a pressure of destruction as they came crashing down. Lin Ye's gaze instantly turned cold. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The 15 ancient giant elephant particles erupted at full speed. His arms bulged with veins as he charged forward, tightly grasping the descending massive claw of the serpent. Get up! Lin Ye roared, merging his waist and horse, lifting the serpent's massive claw, and forcefully swung the several thousand-ton venomous serpent into the air. Like an adult swinging a belt. Boom! It smashed heavily onto the hard ground. The venomous serpent let out a... Lin Ye was completely enraged. The anger from being schemed against by Captain Wang was all poured onto this beast. Boom! 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 Lin Ye held onto the dragon claw, wildly smashing left and right. The ground of the death row was battered as if struck by meteorites, pockmarked everywhere. Hard scales shattered all around, and the stench of dragon blood filled the air. The scene was brutally violent. The venomous serpent, now utterly powerless to fight back, emitted desperate cries for help. Father, save me! The blood-colored talisman atop the serpent's head suddenly burst into light, resembling a blinding blood-red sun. Ancient and obscure chanting emanated from the talisman. In the next moment, the bloodlight retracted. The massive venomous serpent vanished into thin air. Lin Ye, who had firmly grasped the dragon claw, also disappeared without a trace. In the enormous cell, only remnants of shattered scales, dragon blood, and dozens of shocking pools of pus remained. Outside the capital city, by the banks of the angry wave river, dozens of oddly shaped water spirit creatures were chattering incessantly beside a massive formation. Suddenly, the patterns of the formation erupted with blinding blood-red light. The water spirits yelled excitedly, "It's here! The third prince has broken free! Quick, to welcome the third prince!" A flash of light appeared. The enormous body of the nether poison flood dragon materialized in the center of the formation. "We welcome the third prince back to freedom." The water spirits all knelt down in unison, but after waiting for a long time, without hearing a response from the flood dragon, they looked up and were stunned. The flood dragon's scales were shattered, bloodied, and it looked utterly miserable. Just as the flood dragon escaped from death and had not yet had time to rejoice, it felt a weight on its claw. "Quick, kill this little ant for me." Only then did the water spirits realize that a person was clinging tightly to the flood dragon's massive claw. "Go, kill him to avenge the prince." In a bid for credit, dozens of water spirits lunged forward with claws outstretched, looking for death. Lin Ye's expression was emotionless as he spat out a silver-white sword pellet. "Go!" The sword pellet burst into silver light, instantly transforming into a flying sword that gleamed with sharpness. Though the extermination sword technique has not yet been perfected, the incantation extracted from the little princess is more than enough to deal with these weaklings. The silver light darted back and forth among the crowd of spirits. In less than a breath's time, dozens of water spirits had their throats sealed by a single sword strike, their bodies falling to the riverbank like dumplings. Slay Peak Chi Realm water spirits reward 15 years of cultivation, 3 gathering water pills. After slaying the Peak Chi Realm spirits, only 3 of the largest water spirits remained standing: a giant armored tortoise spirit, a fully purple 8-clawed poison crocodile, and a black-blooded blue crab wielding massive pincers. All 3 of these were major water spirits in the early stages of the Yuan Sea realm, with profound cultivation, relying on their strong bodies to block the flying sword. Who exactly are you? With a flying sword so sharp, are you perhaps a true disciple of the sword sect? The 3 water spirits looked at the corpses strewn across the ground, retreating in fear. The flood dragon, furious, spat blood and roared, "A bunch of useless fools. Hurry up and kill him for me." The three major water spirits gritted their teeth and charged forward with their weapons. Lin Ye casually slammed the flood dragon's claw down, activating the 9 shadows disappearing step, and instantly vanished. His heavenly eye opened. The attack paths and weaknesses of the three major water spirits were laid bare before Lin Ye. The power of the ancient giant elephant erupted at full speed. Lin Ye leaped into the air, dodging the attacks, and delivered a powerful punch onto the armored tortoise spirit's prideful shell. Crack! The shell, over 10 meters in diameter, shattered into pieces. The armored tortoise spirit let out a mournful wail, its insides crushed into a pulp by the violent force, dying on the spot. Slay early Yuan Sea Realm. Reward 120 years of cultivation. Tortoise breathing concealment technique, 20 spirit stones. The 8-clawed poison crocodile had just opened its mouth when Lin Ye retaliated with a heavy punch directly into its throat. Its massive body exploded violently. Slay early Yuan Sea Realm. Reward 120 years of cultivation. Sea swallowing, shell 16 spirit stones. The remaining black-blooded blue crab was so frightened it nearly urinated itself. It never imagined that this human was 10 times more ferocious than demons. Ignoring the fate of its master, it frantically waved its 8 long legs, trying to crawl sideways into the angry wave river. Want to escape? Lin Ye leaped down, landing heavily on the blue crab's back. Puffed. Crab fat and roe sprayed everywhere. Slay early Yuan Sea Realm. Reward 120 years of cultivation. 3 boxes of premium crab roe, 10 spirit stones. Though these 3 major spirits had Yuan Sea Realm cultivation, they had only acquired it through sheer time and effort. Lin Ye trained in the ancient swallowing heaven technique, and his monstrous strength overwhelmed those of the same rank as easily as eating and drinking. The flood dragon was left dumbstruck. "Well, what kind of monster are you?" The flood dragon stammered in fear. This was near the angry wave river. As long as it jumped into the water, it could turn the tides. However, the piercing steel nails driven into its reverse scales pinned it to the riverbank, leaving it unable to move. It had been suppressed in a death prison for 3 years, the murderous aura invading its body, causing it to lose all its power, unable to exert even 10% of its abilities. If it were in its prime, it could easily swallow such an ant in one bite. Watching Lin Ye walk over filled with murderous aura, the flood dragon was completely panicked. "Don't kill me." The flood dragon pleaded desperately. "My father is the ocean-covering dragon king. Just let me go, and he'll give you any treasures you want." Ocean-covering dragon king. Lin Ye paused in his steps. Recently, Jingzhou had experienced severe flooding, submerging thousands of acres of farmland and drowning countless commoners. It was said that the ocean-covering dragon king was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. "That's right. As long as you let me go, I will definitely have my father invite you to be my sister's husband." The flood dragon frantically painted a picture. "My 7th sister is stunningly beautiful, pure." "That's right. As long as you let me go, I will definitely have my father invite you to be my sister's husband." The flood dragon frantically painted a picture. "My 7th sister is stunningly beautiful, pure, and innocent. Marrying her is 100 times better than being a mere jailer. Even if you want to experience the taste of a dragon maiden, this prince can arrange it for you." However, it secretly plotted that as long as it could survive today, the first thing it would do upon returning would be to lead troops to slaughter this brat's entire family. Lin Ye curled his lips. "Sounds appealing." The flood dragon was overjoyed. "Right. It's a deal." But Lin Ye suddenly clenched his fist, his gaze as cold as looking at a corpse. "I will first send you on your way. Once you arrive below, I'll have your father and sister line up to accompany you." Before it could finish speaking, the power of the ancient giant elephant gathered in a single punch, striking the flood dragon's massive head without holding back. Bang! The colossal dragon's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. The dragon prince of a generation was instantly slain. The scene shifted like a revolving lantern. This flood dragon was indeed a wild offspring left behind by the ocean-covering dragon king, due to its violent temperament leading to its exclusion from the dragon palace. To vent its anger, it had come to land to crazily devour humans, ultimately being suppressed into the abyss by the experts of the great martial dynasty. Slay the Yuan Sea Realm flood dragon. Reward 300 years of cultivation, a drop of true dragon blood, and sky control technique. Who? Lin Ye wiped the blood from his hands. Looking at the massive demon corpses littered around, his eyes glimmered. These were all valuable items that could be exchanged for gold and silver. However, their size was too large for ordinary storage bags to accommodate. Lin Ye opened his palm, revealing a purple shell. It was the sea-swallowing shell that had just burst forth. His divine sense probed inside, and there was shockingly a vast space measuring several thousand feet on each side. Collect. Lin Ye wasted no time directly scavenging all the demon corpses scattered around. As Lin Ye had just left, the furious waves rolled over the broad surface of the Anger River. Several scaled fish heads poked out of the water, their beady eyes scanning the chaotic riverbank before quickly retreating back into the depths. Before long, several formidable figures flew in from the direction of the capital. They landed on the riverbank, examining the numerous corpses of great demons, muttering to each other for a moment, then hastily returned to the capital. Lin Ye did not rush back to the abyss. He casually found a desolate mountain outside the city, planning to carefully assess the gains from this encounter. It was clear that Commander Wang had accepted the bribes from the poisonous flood dragon and deliberately set him up to take the fall. This debt could not simply be ignored. If he did not eliminate Commander Wang, Lin Ye would write his name backward. However, being plotted against this time turned out to be the most lucrative opportunity he had experienced since his arrival in this world. A group of stinking fish and rotten shrimp combined with 3 great aquatic demons from the Yuanhai realm and a prince of the poisonous flood dragon. All in all, he had gained over 600 years of cultivation. In addition, there were plenty of pills, spirit stones, and various specialties of demon beasts. A single drop of true dragon blood, 3 boxes of exquisite crab roe, a dozen crab leg meats, and dozens of jars of caviar. 2 secret techniques: sky control technique, turtle breathing concealment technique. A spatial treasure, sea swallowing shell. After calculating clearly, Lin Ye devised a plan. He selected several appealing portions of crab roe and caviar, intending to take them back for the princess and her mother to taste. This exquisite pair was now his private property. Occasionally giving them some treats would make future training much smoother. As for the remaining specialties, Lin Ye consumed them all on the spot. The flesh of the low-tier aquatic demons tasted decent, but the enhancement was limited. After finishing 3 boxes of exquisite crab roe, his chi and blood surged, and he awakened 2 more giant elephant particles. The giant elephant particles reached a total of 17. Next came the main event: true dragon blood. A crimson drop of blood the size of a fist floated in his palm, emanating a terrifying pressure. The essence of a few hundred tons of poisonous flood dragon was concentrated in this single drop of blood. Lin Ye tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. Boom. As the blood entered his throat, it instantly transformed into a raging magma. Roar. A soul-shaking dragon roar exploded in his mind. In the next moment, Lin Ye's consciousness was pulled into a chaotic void. In the void, blood-red, evil dragons with single horns and fierce expressions were clawing and snapping. Opposite the evil dragons stood a towering, ancient giant elephant, proudly erect. The giant elephant and the evil dragon collided violently, engaged in a frenzied battle. Within moments, the ancient giant elephant, like a heavenly pillar, firmly stomped down on the blood dragon. With a rap of its long trunk, it forcefully stuffed the struggling blood dragon into its mouth. The blood dragon let out a despairing wail as it was devoured by the ancient giant elephant. In reality, Lin Ye's chi and blood completely boiled, with cellular particles awakening in explosive succession. 18 particles. 19 particles, 20 particles, 30 particles, 50 particles. Until the 63rd giant elephant particle lit up, the energy of the true dragon blood was completely consumed. That was potent. Lin Ye clenched his fist, feeling the earth-shattering power within him, filled with excitement. Although his current realm was still Yuanhai, his combat power had multiplied several tens of times. It seems I will have to frequently seek out the aquatic race to foster relationships. I must make arrangements with the Sea Dragon King and his family. He still had over 600 years of cultivation left. Lin Ye, without hesitation, directly invested it into his realm and techniques. He consumed 300 years of cultivation to break through from early to mid-Yuanhai. The remaining cultivation was entirely used to enhance his martial arts. Sky control technique maxed out to its peak. Turtle breathing concealment technique maxed out to its peak. Extermination sword technique directly maxed out to the great completion realm. Heavenly Eye great wilderness capturing Godfinger 9 shadows mysterious steps all maxed out to their peak. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation was completely consumed. What he gained was a complete transformation. He opened his personal panel: Lin Ye techniques, ancient heaven swallowing art, 63 giant elephant particles, realm mid-Yuanhai. Skills: rock shattering fist completed, great wilderness capturing Godfinger completed, extermination sword technique, great completion, heavenly eye completed, 9 shadows mysterious steps completed, sky control technique completed, turtle breathing concealment technique completed. Finally, my strength is looking promising. Lin Ye felt a sense of confidence blooming within him. In this great martial dynasty, being in the Yuanhai realm was already considered a significant force. The cultivation in the Yuanhai realm relies on the Qi formed in the Dantian. The broader the Qi, the more robust the true Qi and the more terrifying the combat power. Ordinary martial artists require decades to gradually expand their Qi. However, with the system's support, Lin Ye could disregard all bottlenecks by killing enemies and plundering their cultivation, allowing for violent expansion. As long as the Qi was sufficiently large, even if he only used true Qi, he could crush opponents of the same rank. Abyss. The outskirts of the 7th district. It was the time for shift change. Shui, the overseer of the 8th district, stood with his hands behind his back, a look of schadenfreude on his face. Zhang Dafa trailed behind like a lapdog, fawning over him. Commander Wang, with a stern face, scanned the crowd. Lin Ye, the overseer of the 7th district, secretly colluded with demons and released a notorious criminal, a crime too heinous to forgive. The criminal has been killed on the spot, with no bones left. You are to take this as a warning. The remaining dozen old prison guards in the 7th district looked ashen. Another one dead. This overseer position is definitely cursed. 4 have died in just a few days. They didn't care who died, they were just worried about having to scrape together money to bribe the new supervisor, nearly losing their pants. A flash of pride crossed Commander Wang's eyes. With the poisonous flood dragon having escaped, all the guards in the prison had turned to mush, and there were no witnesses. As long as the storm passed, relying on the hefty reward promised by the poisonous flood dragon, his breakthrough to Yuan Hai would be imminent. Shui gritted his teeth. I have long suspected Lin Ye. He is clearly a low-level pawn, yet hides true qi cultivation. He must be an insider sent by the demons. Oh, Commander Wang pretended to be surprised. Now that the person was dead, they could slander him however they wanted. The more complete the story, the better. Zhang Dafa quickly chimed in. Young Master Shui is right. Lin Ye has a solitary personality, running to the death row every day, definitely in cahoots with the demons. The two sang in harmony. Ho-san hid in the crowd, his face pale. Just when he had managed to latch onto a powerful figure, it was all going to waste. Commander. Zhang Dafa suddenly pointed. Ho-san is Lin Ye's confidant. They must be in league. Commander Wang's expression darkened. Seize him. Ho-san, terrified, felt his legs go weak, desperately banging his head and pleading. My lord, you are mistaken. I have no ties to Lin Ye. He harbors ill intentions. I truly had no knowledge. Zhang Dafa rushed up and kicked him hard. Still dare to be stubborn. If you weren't in cahoots, would he have entrusted you with the task? Ho-san had no way to defend himself, panicking and shouting. Wronged. I know Lin Ye bought a new house outside the city. Take him away and throw him into the deepest part of the death row to feed the demons. Commander Wang waved his hand impatiently. Ho-san rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Not good. Lin Ye is back. At that moment, a guard suddenly came tumbling and screaming and breaking the deathly silence. What? Commander Wang's hands trembled violently. How could this be possible? He instantly realized the consequences of being exposed. The escape of the poisonous flood dragon would surely be investigated, and if Lin Ye spoke up, all his visits to the death row would be revealed. He had to silence him. Where is the convict Lin Ye? Commander Wang's murderous intent was evident. I'm right here. Lin Ye kicked away the guard blocking his path and strode in. In order to seal his mouth, first Commander Wang struck. First Lin Ye. Colluding with demons to slaughter colleagues, you are guilty beyond redemption. You shall die. As soon as he finished speaking, his true qi erupted, directly charging towards Lin Ye's face. Bang! Lin Ye lifted his leg for a kick, striking first. Commander Wang's chest bones shattered, and he let out a scream as he flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spewed out. Commander Wang stared wide-eyed. What kind of monster are you? Lin Ye smirked. Commander, you don't recognize me so soon. Lin Ye, your collusion with demons is a death sentence. Now you are also plotting against your superior. I advise you. Lin Ye lifted his foot, directly stepping on Commander Wang's head. He pressed down with force. The head burst like a watermelon on the spot. Slaying the peak of true Qi realm, reward 80 years of cultivation, 5 gathering Qi pills. Sorry, I won't take your advice. Lin Ye shook off the blood from his shoe and glanced around. The entire scene fell into silence as all the guards were terrified and began to retreat. Ho-san clung desperately to Lin Ye's leg, as if grasping at a lifeline. My lord, it's so great that you are alive. Ho-san's face was covered in snot and tears as he pointed at Zhang Dafa and Shui, shouting, my lord, these two bastards just slandered you and intended to throw me into the death row to feed the demons. Lin Ye looked down, his eyes devoid of warmth. You go first, I will send them down to accompany you shortly. Oh. Ho-san hadn't even processed what was happening. Lin Ye raised his hand and struck, shattering his skull. Ho-san's eyes widened in shock, dying without closure. He never understood why until his last breath. Lin Ye's tone was flat. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. When faced with disaster, distancing oneself is instinct, but since he accepted the benefits of being the trusted aide of the overseer, he had to pay the price. Attempting to play both sides only led to a dead end. Lin Ye walked step by step toward Shui. This lofty young master of a prestigious family was currently soaking his pants, emitting a foul odor. He knelt on the ground, banging his head wildly. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Shui pointed at Zhang Dafa, screaming, it was all this dog slave's instigation. Lin Ye's expression remained calm. They're all the same. No. I'm the young master of the Shui family in the capital. Do you dare to kill me? If you kill me, you will die too. Crack. Lin Ye stomped, breaking his neck. Slaying the initial stage of the true Qi realm, reward 20 years of cultivation. Zhang Dafa watched Lin Ye approach, feeling as if death itself was descending upon him. He collapsed in his own filth, twitching uncontrollably. Regret. He regretted it to his very core. Why did he have to be so clever and offend such a killing god? Lin Ye kicked and shattered his heart. In your next life, keep your eyes peeled before living again. Halt. As Lin Ye's foot crushed Zhang Dafa's skull, a thunderous shout erupted from the entrance of the clearing. Shui Chongqing arrived in haste with 3 others, just in time to witness the grisly scene, and his face darkened with fury. This brat had dared to defy his command, humiliating him before the other high-ranking officials. Wretch! I ordered you to stop. Have you gone deaf? Lin Ye remained unruffled. My cultivation is feeble, my control over force imprecise. I simply couldn't rein in my step. Outrageous! Shui Chongqing exploded, his voice cracking with rage. Dare you talk back? As he spoke, true Qi surged around him. He was about to seize Lin Ye by force. Hold! A broad-shouldered, swarthy man with a rugged face raised his hand to intervene. It was Lei Meng, commander of the forbidden martial guard. Shui Chongqing frowned. Commander Lei, I am disciplining my own subordinate. Do you object? Lei Ming's voice rumbled like distant thunder. I take no interest in how you discipline your men. But the venomous crocodile escaped its prison, and this youth may be the sole survivor and only witness. Beside him a scholarly middle-aged man fanning himself with elegant grace nodded in agreement. Magistrate Xue, the case takes precedence. Other matters can wait. Lin Ye, you conspired with demons to free a condemned criminal, and now you slaughter your fellow officers. Do you confess your guilt? Lin Ye glanced at him, voice flat and unshaken. Magistrate Xue rose to the rank of pacification commissioner, not it seems on merit of intellect. Xue Chongqing froze, momentarily bewildered. Uffed. Bai Siming, clad in immaculate white robes, stifled a laugh behind her delicate hand. The scholarly man concealed half his face behind his fan, suppressing a smile. Lei Ming stroked his jaw, eyes widening in sudden realization. Xue Chongqing's face flushed crimson as comprehension finally struck him. You wretched pup. You seek death. His own jailer had just publicly branded him witless. Ahem. Ahem. The scholarly man cleared his throat, twice halting Xue Chongqing's eruption. I am Lu Chongfeng, inspector of the Celestial Surveillance Department of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty, assigned exclusively to investigate the venomous crocodile's escape. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Inspector of the Celestial Surveillance Department. A title commanding immense weight. The Celestial Surveillance Department answered directly to the Imperial household, its authority superseding even the demon-subduing guard and the forbidden martial guard. An inspector held the official rank of senior 4th grade, equal in status to Xue Chongqing's position as pacification commissioner, but wielded far greater real power. No wonder the others deferred to him. Lu Chongfeng fixed Lin Ye with a piercing gaze. You were assigned to execute the venomous crocodile today, yet it fled. Commander Wang reported that you colluded with demonic clans to release the prisoner. How do you answer this accusation? The truth, Lin Ye replied, voice glacial, is that Commander Wang accepted bribes, secretly dismantled the restraining formation, and set the crocodile free. He tried to kill me to silence me, and I killed him instead. Preposterous. Xue Chongqing roared. Commander Wang served in the abyss for over a decade, never once erred. How could he commit such treason? Bring Commander Wang forth for confrontation. Lin Ye casually pointed. The others followed his gesture, and saw not far away in a pool of blood a headless corpse clad in Commander Wang's official uniform. This is Commander Wang. Did you slay him? Lin Ye nodded calmly. He attempted murder to cover his crime. I acted solely in self-defense. Nonsense. Xue Chongqing's wrath blazed hotter still. How could a lowly jailer, a disposable cog in the abyss, possibly slay Commander Wang, a master at the peak of true Qi realm? Xue Chongqing assumed a combat stance, true Qi surging violently. Who are you? What purpose brought you into the abyss? Lu Chongfeng and the others made no move to stop him. They too wished to test Lin Ye's depth. Chaos reigned across the realm. Every manner of fiend and rogue emerged. Caution was imperative. I am Lin Ye. Stubborn fool. Let me gauge your worth. Xue Chongqing spared no further words. His palm shot forward. In midair, a colossal truki palm, several zhang wide, coalesced instantly, radiating crushing pressure as it descended upon Lin Ye's head. The surrounding bluestone pavement cracked, like drying earth. Lin Ye neither retreated nor flinched, merely joined 2 fingers. A crimson streak swift as lightning lanced forth the venomous dragon nail, acquired from Princess Consort Su Wanqing of the Southern March. Carrying bone-chilling malice, the nail pierced the truki palm clean through. Boom. The palm shattered into fragments, scattering as a gale. The venomous dragon nail. Lu Chongfeng, Lei Ming, and Bai Siming cried out in unison. Xue Chongqing, stand down. Recognizing the artifact, Xue Chongqing hastily withdrew his assault, his expression shifting between shock and suspicion. Lu Chongfeng stared intently at the nail, and Lin Ye's hand brow furrowed. This is the princess consort's personal treasure. How came it into your possession? Such a supreme artifact had long been refined into her life-bound vessel. No outsider could wield it unless she willingly erased her spiritual imprint and bestowed it. Lin Ye answered offhandedly. The princess consort gave it to me. Impossible. Xue Chongqing bellowed. She would never entrust her life-bound treasure to a mere jailer. Doubt it. Go ask her yourself. In the lowest level of the death ward. Lu Chongfeng's gaze flickered. He drew a slow, deep breath. I believe you. Lu Chongfeng studied Lin Ye with complex eyes. If the princess consort entrusted you with the venomous dragon nail, she must have placed an extraordinary burden upon your shoulders. Indeed, Lin Ye had suppressed the blood curse afflicting the young princess, saving Chu Linger's life. That debt of gratitude outweighed any artifact. Lin Ye rubbed his chin. One supposes so. These people possessed astonishing powers of imagination. He certainly wouldn't admit he'd become the princess consort's daughter's godfather. After a moment's reflection, Lu Chongfeng, disregarding further inquiry, turned and instructed, Bai Siming, please activate the heaven-scrying mirror. Bai Siming grimaced reluctant. Last time she'd used the flawed mirror, a new fissure had appeared. With visible reluctance, she produced an ancient bronze mirror and chanted the incantation. Its surface shimmered and revealed Lin Ye executing the venomous crocodile within the death ward. Suddenly the image twisted violently. Bai Siming's expression tightened, a master-level interference spell. Lu Changfeng flicked his wrist. A pure current of true qi flowed into the mirror, and the distortion dissolved instantly. Xue Changqing's face twisted, as if he'd swallowed something foul. They're crystal clear in the mirror. The traitor who dismantled the formation and freed the prisoner was Commander Wang. And Lin Ye hadn't merely been framed. He'd seized the multi-thousand-ton venomous crocodile and swung it like a whip, smashing wildly. Lu Changfeng and his companions exchanged stunned glances. Lin Ye's gaze now carried awed disbelief and wary respect. This youth was nothing short of a monstrous anomaly. How could a human overpower the venomous crocodile's legendary flesh and blood might? At the final frame, a blood-red residual talisman atop the crocodile's head flared with intense light. Lei Ming's voice lowered gravely. The blood phase grand teleportation talisman. Only a nascent soul cultivator could forge such a thing, requiring their own vital essence. This crocodile was evidently highly favored. Xue Changqing's eyes gleamed with covetous hunger. This was a peerless survival artifact. Then the image faded. Lu Changfeng locked eyes with Lin Ye. Where were you? And the crocodile teleported. Outside the city, on the banks of the Nulin River. Lu Changfeng pressed. And then, how did a lowly jailer survive and return? By sheer coincidence, a peerless master passed by, found the crocodile obstructing his path, and slaughtered it along with a host of river demons, all in one casual stroke. Lies. Do you take us for toddlers? Lin Ye shrugged. Believe it, or not. He saw no point in weaving elaborate falsehoods. Too many details invited exposure. Xue Changqing ground his teeth, then described this peerless master. What did he look like? What weapon did he wield? Lin Ye spread his hands wide. He rode clouds and mist, killed then vanished. How could I possibly see? Lu Changfeng nodded, silencing Xue Changqing. He speaks truth. The crocodile is dead. Half an hour ago a cataclysmic battle erupted on the Nulin riverbank. Residual venomous aura lingered, but the corpse had vanished entirely. A master had clearly claimed it. Only then did Xue Changqing and his entourage exhale in relief. The crocodile was dead. Lu Changfeng sighed. Yet the dragon slayer has drawn grave peril upon himself. The crocodile clans fiercely protect their kin. Slaying a pure-blood dragon brands the killer with the grudge-blood curse. Once sensed by aquatic clans, pursuit becomes relentless and fatal. Lin Ye inwardly rejoiced. This was precisely the leverage he needed to extract wealth from the aquatic clans. He feigned confusion. If such a curse exists, why assign jailers to execute demons within the death ward? Xue Changqing sneered. A jailer's life is worthless. Most die long before Dragon Clan vengeance arrives. Lu Changfeng waved dismissively. The abyss is shielded by an ancient formation that conceals fate from heaven's gaze. The curse cannot escape. Execution here is safest. With the truth unveiled, Lu Changfeng declared the case closed. The venomous crocodile's escape is resolved. The remaining mess, Magistrate Xue, falls to you. He cast one last profound glance at Lin Ye, then turned and departed. Lei Ming stepped forward, clapping Lin Ye hard on the shoulder, eyes alight with admiration. Kid, you're fearless. Exactly my kind of man. I'm Lei Ming, commander of the Forbidden Martial Guard. If you ever tire of the abyss, come find me. I'll make you a captain. Xue Changqing seethed. Lei Ming. This is my domain. Do you think I'm dead, oi? Lei Ming didn't even glance back. Laughing, he strode away. Xue Changqing pivoted sharply, fixing Lin Ye with a venomous glare. You murdered your comrade Xue Yi. Capital offense. How shall justice be served? Lin Ye's tone remained utterly placid. He sought death. I obliged him. Xue Changqing's fury reached its zenith. You flout imperial law. I will bring you to judgment. Lin Ye met his gaze directly, his eyes cold and bottomless as an abyss. Do you wish to die as well? That lifeless stare sent a jolt of primal fear through Xue Changqing's chest, an involuntary, irrepressible tremor. Though their clash lasted but an instant, he'd gleaned nothing of Lin Ye's true strength. He suppressed the dread mind racing. As pacification commissioner, he held countless means to destroy a mere warden. Moreover, Xue Yi was the scion of the capital's Xue clan. The Xue clan would never let their heir's death pass unpunished. At that thought, Xue Changqing felt a surge of dark satisfaction. He longed to watch Lin Ye grovel at his feet like a broken dog. In the great martial dynasty, aside from the demon birds born with wings, human martial artists must at least reach the law. In the great martial dynasty, aside from the demon birds born with wings, human martial artists must at least reach the law manifestation realm to fly freely. Who among the giants of the law manifestation realm is not a prominent figure? In the deserted outskirts outside the city, there was no one around. With a thought, Lin Ye summoned a whirlwind beneath his feet. His body felt light, and he lifted off the ground. For the first time, with both feet suspended in the air, Lin Ye felt a bit unsteady, carefully maintaining his balance. The sound of the wind howled by his ears as he soared higher and higher. In a moment, he plunged into the clouds, and the temperature around him dropped sharply. Looking down, the mountains and forests below appeared smaller than ants. After a moment of adaptation, Lin Ye fully relaxed his limbs. The perfected sky control technique felt like an extension of his own body. He dashed straight ahead, moving at an astonishing speed. After indulging in the thrill of flying in the sky, Lin Ye returned to the ground. Next, he tested the earth escape technique. With a flash of yellow light, his entire being sank into the earth. Surrounded by darkness, the feeling of pressure was intense. Lin Ye quickly activated his heavenly eye, finally seeing the underground scene. His true chi enveloped his body, forcibly pushing through the mud and rocks as he drilled forward. The speed was simply too slow. If flying in the air was like riding a fast horse on a wide road, then burrowing underground was like crawling through a muddy ditch. The depletion of true chi was more than 10 times that of flying. After all, the density of the earth was right in front of him, and the laws of heaven and earth showed no mercy. With a poof, Lin Ye broke through the surface, gasping for fresh air. Staying underground for too long could lead to illness. In the future, when fleeing, he would absolutely avoid using earth escape unless absolutely necessary. What place is this? Lin Ye looked around. Before him lay a picturesque valley. Clear springs flowed, flowers bloomed, and butterflies danced among the blossoms, truly a paradise on earth. Outside the imperial city, there was such a beautiful place. Just as Lin Ye was about to move forward, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. His heavenly eye remained open. He tried to close his heavenly eye. As his vision blurred, the enchanting scene instantly vanished, revealing a bare, steep cliff. He opened his heavenly eye again. The valley filled with birds and flowers reappeared. An illusion technique. The one who set up this formation possessed remarkable skill. If it weren't for his heavenly eye reaching perfection, he would have never seen through this layer of disguise. Lin Ye stepped closer and reached out. His fingers touched an invisible barrier. He activated the earth escape technique. As he burrowed down, he discovered that the underground was also completely sealed by the formation. This was a massive formation covering over 10,000 square meters, resembling an inverted giant bowl, tightly enclosing the entire area. He glanced at the living creatures fluttering inside. Lin Ye's mind turned. Since the creatures could survive, the formation wasn't an absolute dead end. He activated the turtle breath concealment technique. In an instant, Lin Ye's aura condensed. Even his heartbeat and body temperature vanished, transforming him into a lifeless cold stone. He took a step forward. With a soft pop, it felt as if he had passed through a bubble, and Lin Ye squeezed into the formation's interior. As soon as he steadied himself, Lin Ye felt invigorated. The air in this place carried a hint of sweetness, just a breath made every cell in his body rejoice. The rich spiritual energy seemed to almost condense into droplets. This is definitely a top-notch paradise. Lin Ye's eye sparkled. There was no need for him to control it deliberately. The ancient devouring technique began to operate wildly on its own. Every pore on his body opened simultaneously, transforming into greedy black holes. The giant particles within him began to ravenously absorb the spiritual energy, as if they had starved for 800 years. 70 particles, 75 particles, 80 particles, 90 particles. Throughout the vast valley, the spiritual energy was frantically pulled, forming a massive spiritual energy tornado. Standing at the center of the tornado, Lin Ye gorged himself. Moments later, the last wisp of spiritual energy in the valley was drained. The originally vibrant and exotic flowers and plants withered into ashes. The fluttering butterflies and insects also perished instantly due to the depletion of spiritual energy falling to the ground. What was once a paradise had turned into a wasteland. The culprit Lin Ye let out a comfortable sigh, his face filled with satisfaction. 135 ancient giant particles. Lin Ye clenched his fist, and the air in his palm erupted with a sharp blast. The number of particles had more than doubled. His power surged explosively. Just came out for a stroll, and ended up with such a great gain. Lin Ye looked at the withered grass, feeling nothing but exhilaration. Whoever's territory it was, he drained it dry regardless. An hour later, Lin Ye had drained the spiritual energy and was about to make his escape. At that moment, a splashing sound came from the deep pool. Not good, the master has returned. At the same time, within the vision of his heavenly eye, the formation barrier fluctuated violently. To possess such a paradise, one could not be an ordinary person. The 36 strategies dictate retreat as the best strategy. Just as Lin Ye was about to activate the turtle breath concealment technique to slip away, he found that the formation had completely sealed off his escape route. The silent formation activated fully, leaving no loopholes. With a splash, the deep pool erupted, and a head of long black hair was flung out of the water. Lin Ye focused his gaze and was stunned on the spot. "It's you." The person in the pool was startled and quickly sank below the water to conceal their body. Following their line of sight, the once beautiful paradise was now a scene of devastation. The person in the pool glared at Lin Ye, their voice icy and piercing. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Lin Ye felt a surge of amusement. Wasn't this the little girl he had forcefully taken blood from a few days ago at the 100 Flowers Pavilion? He had thought he would never find her in the vast sea of people, yet unexpectedly ran into her here. Lin Ye walked to the edge of the pool. "It's me." The person in the pool's pupils constricted. "You know Gu." Lin Ye was taken aback. Has she forgotten him already? Was she so cruel as to forget the first man she met? He scrutinized her carefully, and he was sure it was the same person. The last time at the 100 Flowers Pavilion was a misunderstanding. Just as Lin Ye was about to explain, the person in the pool's gaze turned even colder. "Shut up. Turn around." Boom. The pool exploded, sending a curtain of water flying, obscuring his vision. Lin Ye casually activated his true chi shield. As the water curtain fell, A young man dressed in luxurious dragon robes appeared on the shore. Lin Ye frowned slightly. This outfit was completely different from the cross-dressing he had seen at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. It wasn't just a difference in clothing, it was the aura. The little princess from the 100 Flowers Pavilion could be recognized at a glance as a delicate girl. However, the one before him had sharp eyes and an imposing presence, making it hard to believe she wasn't a high-ranking royal. The woman stood firm, staring fixedly at Lin Ye, her tone filled with the pressure of someone in power. State your name. Lin Ye felt increasingly that something was off. Could she have forgotten the name of the first man she met? Had she practiced to the point of insanity, burning her brain out, or had she developed a split personality? Lin Ye, how did you find this place? Who sent you? Lin Ye tugged at the corner of his mouth. Her tone of interrogating a criminal was truly irritating. He was more responsive to soft persuasion than hard. No one could display authority in front of him. I come and go as I please. Do I need to explain myself to you? Presumptuous. The other party shouted angrily, her long fingers quickly forming seals. In an instant, the formation patterns of the entire valley glowed brightly. If you don't speak, you will die. The formation patterns frantically converged, transforming into a giant spiritual energy dragon over 10 meters long. The dragon emanated the terrifying pressure of the Yuan Sea realm. Roar! The spiritual energy dragon swung its tail and lunged at Lin Ye with its massive gaping maw. Lin Ye opened his mouth and spat out the sky splitter sword pellet. Go! The sword light flashed like lightning, piercing through the dragon's forehead. Lin Ye manipulated the flying sword with his divine sense, wreaking havoc within the dragon's body. After mastering the annihilation sword technique, its power surged dramatically. Wherever the flying sword passed, the spiritual energy dragon shattered, dissipating into specks of light. Sky splitter sword pellet. The other party's eyes turned cold. So you are one of them. You shall not leave today. A white jade seal appeared out of thin air, hovering in midair. Reciting the incantation rapidly, the jade seal instantly expanded to several dozen meters in size. Suppress. Like a mountain pressing down, the jade seal smashed down with a destructive aura. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Ye controlled the sword pellet to strike, but the incredibly sharp flying sword only left a few white marks on the jade seal. The other party's gaze was icy, and her palm pressed down forcefully. The jade seal was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Lin Ye retracted the sword pellet and clenched his fists. I still think a fist feels more satisfying. 135 ancient giant particles resonated together, an immense power converging in his right fist, driving it forward against the current. Boom. The massive jade seal was blasted away like a ball by a single punch. A flicker of horror flashed in the opponent's eyes. Was this still a human? Lin Ye had no intention of showing mercy. He always believed in striking first. The great wilderness prison godfinger. With a single point. The opponent's forehead flashed with a golden light, and she managed to block the confinement of the prison godfinger. Lin Ye was not in the mood for idle chatter. He activated the 9 shadows disappearing steps, instantly closing the distance, and swung his fist down. Bang, bang, bang. A blinding golden shield tightly protected the other party. His massive fists rained down like a storm, causing the shield to twist and contort violently on the verge of collapse. The opponent's face changed drastically, hurriedly forming seals in an attempt to cast a spell to remedy the situation. The frenzied punches left no room for respite. He didn't know how many punches he had thrown. Crack. The golden shield shattered completely. Let's see what other tricks you have. Lin Ye grabbed the opponent by the collar, roughly pulling her into view. Bold rogue. How dare you touch Gu? The opponent was completely panicked, her voice trembling with fear. Presumptuous. I am the crown prince of Da Wu Wu Qingxian. Lin Ye scoffed, changing your tune again. Last time at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, weren't you shouting that you were a princess? Being relentlessly pursued and beaten by his own woman, Lin Ye's anger completely flared up. A passionate battle ensues. As the clouds disperse and the rain ceases, Lin Ye gazes at the exhausted beauty in his arms. You are not Wu Qingxian at all. The woman in his embrace slightly moves her beautiful eyes, stubbornly declaring, I am Wu Qingxian. No, you are definitely not, Lin Ye asserts confidently. Whether in her previous reaction or the aura she exudes, it is clear they are two different individuals. Bang. Suddenly she slaps Lin Ye's chest, using the force to create distance between them. A thin veil as delicate as a cicada's wing wraps around her, revealing glimpses of her figure beneath, while her previously splendid male attire lies in tatters on the ground. She casts a complex glance at Lin Ye before leaping into the deep pool. Hey, what is your name? The voice echoes in the valley, but no one responds. Lin Ye jumps into the pool, diving to the bottom without a trace of her. A formation. Lin Ye strokes his chin. Such formations are mysterious. Perhaps the bottom of the pool hides a teleportation passage. Reminiscing about the recent turmoil, Lin Ye finds himself somewhat reluctant to leave. Twins. They look exactly alike, yet their personalities are worlds apart. One is a delicate and naive beauty, while the other is a domineering female tyrant. Truly exceptional. Breaking the surface of the water, Lin Ye wanders around the valley for half an hour, noticing that the spiritual energy around him is gradually recovering. At this rate, it won't be long before the spiritual energy returns to abundance. Once recovered, he might be able to siphon dozens of giant essence particles. An absolutely prime location. Lin Ye channels the turtle-breathing concealment technique, directly penetrating the formation barrier and riding the wind away. The next day, Lin Ye goes to the abyss as usual. The newly arrived cannon fodder had suffered greatly yesterday, with a significant number falling victim to the venomous flood dragon. Now only about 90 remain in the 7th district. Yesterday Lin Ye publicly crushed Commander Wang's head, instilling fear deep within all the guards. Ma Biao, you are in charge of roll call. Yes. Ma Biao shivered in surprise, feeling honored. The gruesome scene of Zhang Dafa and others still fresh in his memory made him dare not defy. Just as he finished assigning tasks, a young man, dressed in satin, swaggered over, looking down his nose at everyone. Who is Lin Ye? Lin Ye turned around asking, what's the matter? The young man showed disgust. You are Lin Ye. You really have a rebellious nature. Come with me. The new commander wants to speak with you. Lin Ye's gaze turned cold. Who do you think you are? Presumptuous. How dare you speak to this young master like that? Lin Ye's fist pierced directly through his heart. Then he withdrew his hand and casually tore off a piece of fabric from the young man's clothing to wipe the blood. Sorry, I'm not interested in listening anymore. The bloodstained cloth covered the young man's unblinking face. Lin Ye's gaze was icy. Sending a mere dog to bark at him clearly indicated that the new superior was not friendly. It must be Xue Changxing orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Want to play dirty? As long as they dared to provoke him, Lin, you wouldn't mind killing another commander. He walked to the first floor. Commanders have separate private quarters and usually do not need to enter the death row. As he reached the door, 2 armored guards drew their swords to block his path. Stop. What are you doing here? I'm in charge of the 7th district, Lin Ye. The 2 guards exchanged glances, their expressions immediately turning fierce. You are Lin Ye. Commander Wang was killed because of you. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. The matter was clear. The Celestial Patrol's inspector had already determined that Commander Wang colluded with demons and deserved death. Yet in the mouths of these people it had become him framing his superior. It was obvious that Xue Changqing was forcibly placing the blame on him. Get out of my way, oh, I want to see the new commander. The guards were furious. You insolent fool. We are asking you a question. Is your ear stuffed with wool? They were all remnants of Commander Wang. Now that their support was gone, all their resentment was directed at Lin Ye. You don't know when to quit. Lin Ye raised his hand and delivered 2 powerful slaps. Bang. The 2 guards didn't even have time to scream before being slapped away, crashing into the wall and fainting on the spot. Clang. The door to the private quarters swung open. A middle-aged man with an eagle-hook nose sat at the main seat, staring ominously at the entrance. You have some nerve? How dare you commit violence in front of this commander? The man with the eagle-hook nose shouted, bring him down. Several burly men burst out from within, brandishing their... Lin Ye did not waste words. Slap, slap, slap. A series of crisp slaps echoed. The burly men were sent flying like broken sacks, shattering tables and chairs everywhere. The eagle-hook nose man's expression changed, standing up abruptly. He had never expected Lin Ye to act so recklessly. Lin Ye stepped across the threshold, directly advancing on the eagle-hook nose. You claim to be the new commander. Where is your token? A flicker of panic crossed the eagle-hook nose man's eyes. A sycophant behind him immediately jumped out to show loyalty. Presumptuous. How dare you question Lord Zhao? Who do you think you are? Lin Ye's gaze turned cold, and without warning he launched a punch. Boom. The sycophant's chest caved in, and he was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing through a beam, unconscious. When I'm speaking, do you get to interrupt? Presumptuous. Commander Zhao was furious. Lin Ye continuously battered his subordinates into a state of disarray, truly riding roughshod over him. He intended to establish his authority, but now he found himself unable to maintain face. If he didn't suppress this madman, how could he continue to hold his ground in the abyss? Commander Zhao bellowed. He is the newly appointed manager of the 8th district. How dare you use lethal force? Lin Ye, you are defying the law and seriously injuring your colleague. What punishment do you deserve? Lin Ye scratched his ear, speaking calmly. He didn't identify himself. I thought he was just some wild dog barking out of nowhere. Commander Zhao's face turned ashen. I have long heard that you are inherently rebellious and disregard your superiors. You attacked Xue Yi without cause, framed Commander Wang, and brutally killed the guard Ho San. Your crimes are numerous. Under my command there is no room for a rebel like you. Ha ha ha. Lin Ye laughed heartily, his gaze suddenly turning cold. What a clever reversal of truth. Commander Wang's collusion with demons was a solid case established by Inspector Liu Changfeng of the Celestial Patrol. How is it that in the mouth of a commander it becomes me framing my superior? Lin Ye stepped forward, staring directly at Commander Zhao. Does the commander treat the words of the Celestial Patrol's inspector as mere nonsense? As for those useless bodies lying on the ground. Lin Ye glanced at the burly men groaning on the ground. Is questioning the Celestial Patrol's verdict also instigated by the commander from behind? Commander Zhao's face changed wildly. You are talking nonsense. You are slandering me. The Celestial Patrol is the sword of death hanging over the heads of the officials of the great martial dynasty, feared by all. Even if he had 10 more lives, he wouldn't dare question the Celestial Patrol's ruling. Cold sweat broke out all over him as he regained his composure. The case against Commander Wang was untouchable, but to deal with a low-level manager, one can crush him with bureaucratic rules. As long as he remained a commander, he had many ways to squash Lin Ye. Commander Zhao took out his badge and raised it high. I am the newly appointed Commander Zhao Da. Lin Ye, shouldn't you pay your respects? Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. A dog sent by Xue Changqing. He cupped his hands. Manager Lin Ye of the 7th District greeting the commander. Seeing Lin Ye bow, Zhao to believe the other party was afraid, feeling secretly pleased. When big shots want to eliminate such ants, swift action is the best strategy. Dragging it out only makes one appear incompetent. Lin Ye, take me to inspect the death row. Please. Lin Ye led the way. Along the way, Zhao scrutinized everything, searching for faults. The 7th District had just lost a batch of people to the venomous flood dragon, and now it was chaotic. Zhao scolded sharply. Lin Ye, look at the mess in the 7th District. How do you expect to manage this? I think your time is also running out. I will report truthfully to Governor Xue and have you removed from your position. As long as he stripped Lin Ye of his official robes, he could torment him as he wished. Lin Ye smirked. The fox's tail is showing so soon. Just as he prepared to speak, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from deep within the death row. Buzz. The blood ancestor descends to cleanse the mundane. The sea of blood is boundless and the soul lives on forever. The grand and eerie chant pierced the minds of those who heard it, instantly igniting an impulse to kneel and submit. Praise the blood sect. Zhao De's face changed dramatically as he exclaimed, quickly seal your hearing and circulate your true energy. Several guards with weaker cultivation immediately turned crimson-eyed, their bodies twisted, resembling zombies, as they chanted frantically, the blood ancestor descends to cleanse the mundane. Kill them, Zhao shouted. Several of his core subordinates immediately drew their blades and cut down the transformed guards. Zhao turned sharply, glaring at Lin Ye. How can there be blood sect demons in the death row? Lin Ye suddenly recalled that among the newly appointed cannon fodder he had just received yesterday, there were a few hidden cultivators. He never expected these cultists to act so quickly. Lin Ye, you are colluding with the remnants of the blood sect, causing chaos in the abyss. I want to see how you will argue your way out of this. Zhao De's heart soared with joy. He was worried about not having an excuse to kill, and now it was delivered to him. Regardless of whether Lin Ye had any connection to the cult, he would first pin the huge hat of guilt on him. Come here. Take him down. Several core subordinates instantly drew their weapons, surrounding Lin Ye. You aren't even pretending anymore. Lin Ye remained unfazed, looking at the eager Zhao Da. Is finding a bunch of pretentious excuses meant to bolster your attack? Life and death are irrelevant. Blades and swords came crashing down. Lin Ye's figure swayed slightly, his fists like cannonballs. Bang bang bang. One punch for each with no fancy moves. A few heads exploded like watermelons, splattering red and white all over the ground. Dare to be ferocious. Zhao De's eyes widened in rage. These were his carefully cultivated subordinates. You dog, die for me. Zhao De roared, unleashing an explosive aura of early-stage Yuan Hai realm. The terrifying true energy surged like a raging sea, lifting debris from the ground and crashing toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye stood firm, enduring the howling wind, his figure unyielding. Not bad. Zhao De swiftly formed seals with both hands, summoning a scarlet feather fan that appeared in his palm. With a powerful wave, a torrent of flames surged forth, distorting even the air. Lin Ye focused on the crimson feather fan in midair, his eyes narrowing, a life-bound magical artifact. Warriors who enter the Yuan Hai realm can nurture their magical artifacts within the Qi Sea. As they break through, the power of their destined artifact exponentially increases. However, nurturing magical artifacts is extremely draining on true energy, which can significantly slow down the cultivation speed. Thus, only those who deem their future hopeless or those arrogant and exceptionally talented would choose to sacrifice their destined artifacts. Lin Ye encountered this for the first time, feeling a bit curious. Zhao De looked down with disdain. Lowly peasant, let me show you the power of a destined artifact. Burn for me. With a fierce wave of his fan, a vast sea of flames transformed into a thick fire dragon, charging directly at Lin Ye. Lin Ye opened his mouth, operating the ancient devouring heaven technique at full speed. The raging fire dragon was instantly sucked into his belly. The giant elephant particles within him emitted a joyful humming sound, as if he were enjoying a hot bath in the dead of winter. Lin Ye smacked his lips and laughed heartily, warm and pleasant, just right. Zhao De's eyes nearly popped out in shock, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Ye couldn't be bothered to waste words, opening his mouth to spit out the void-splitting sword pellet. With a prompt of the sword technique, a silver light flickered and vanished. Void-splitting sword pellet. Zhao De's pupils shrank suddenly, his shock reaching a peak. Who exactly are you? It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The flying sword pierced through his chest, directly reducing his heart to a mass of pulp. Zhao De collapsed to the ground. Images of the past surged into his mind. This Zhao De was a master from the Zhao family in the capital. Last night, a core figure from the Xue family approached the Zhao family, appointing Zhao De as the commander of the 7th district. The objective was clear: to kill Lin Ye, avenge the tragic death of Xue Yi, and restore the Xue family's reputation. Naturally, there was no shortage of scheming from Xue Changqing behind this. Kill those in the early Yuan Hai realm, reward 120 years of cultivation, the 10,000 Li soul. The blood ancestral descendant has come into the world, cleansing the mundane. The blood prison, final calamity, true blood shall not perish. The devilish voice of the blood sect that seduced people's hearts echoed again. The sound penetrated his soul, causing Lin Ye to feel dizzy as countless violent and bloodthirsty thoughts surged within him. His mind raced with warnings. Roar! A primordial giant elephant within him let out a thunderous roar. The devilish sound was instantly shattered. Blood prison final calamity, true blood shall not perish. Crack, crack, crack. The corpses that had long been dead suddenly moved. Their limbs twisted in ways impossible for living beings, creating an eerie spectacle. Bang, bang, bang. Several corpses of prison guards exploded, turning into a rain of sticky blood and mud. Immediately after, the corpses of several Qi realm guards also burst apart. Only Zhao De, who had just died, twisted on the ground, his face contorted as he thrashed wildly. The blood and mud on the ground seemed to have a life of its own, rapidly writhing and crawling into Zhao De's 7 orifices. In the blink of an eye, the blood-stained ground was completely cleaned. Lin Ye took 2 steps back, feeling his scalp tingle. He had seen his share of killing, but this grotesque and disgusting scene was something he had never witnessed before. Blood prison final calamity. The transformed Zhao De howled at the sky. His aura surged dramatically, unexpectedly stronger than when he was alive. Lin Ye formed a sword gesture, preparing to take action. Roar! The transformed Zhao De with blood-red eyes didn't even glance at Lin Ye before he exerted his legs and leapt dozens of meters away, racing deeper into the prison. Lin Ye's figure flickered as he immediately employed the 9 shadows misdirection step, silently following behind. Deep within the prison, the transformed Zhao De stopped in front of a cell that had been heavily fortified with specially made molten iron. Around him, dozens of equally grotesque blood mud monsters had gathered. Lin Ye hid in the shadows, holding his breath. He recognized this cell. The records indicated that it held a demon monk who had gone mad. This monk, known as Blood Floating Tower, was originally a high monk from the martial sacred land, the Vanine Temple. After going mad, he slaughtered more than a dozen sects and towns. A large force of the forbidden martial guards was dispatched to encircle him, but the mad monk's combat power was heaven-defying, causing the forbidden martial guards to suffer heavy casualties, with even one top expert beyond the peak of the Yuanhai realm falling on the spot. In the end, it was the commander of the forbidden martial guards who acted from afar in the capital, summoning a divine tower to forcibly suppress the arrogant blood-floating tower. This demon was imprisoned in the depths of the prison, where he was subjected to malevolent energy day and night, enduring for more than a decade without dying. Now this great demon had unexpectedly allied with the blood sect. In front of the cell, more and more transformed monsters gathered. Lin Ye was secretly astonished. From their clothing, it was clear that these monsters were all prison guards and overseers from the abyss, with even 2 or 3 leaders from other districts. After being suppressed for a decade, the demon monk was able to control the dead within a radius of several dozen miles at a moment's notice. Indeed, it's these scoundrels. Lin Ye recognized the few hidden cultivation prison guards among the monsters. Clearly, these cult infiltrators were secretly causing trouble, assisting the demon monk in stirring up chaos. Lin Ye frowned silently. When he first saw through them with his heavenly eye, he should have slapped them dead right away. Having just been promoted to overseer, he felt a bit inflated, and this oversight had plunged the abyss into great trouble. At the bottom of the prison, a clattering sound erupted. Inside the cell, specially made iron chains as thick as arms trembled violently, emitting a piercing screech. Before long, crack, crack, crack. The so-called indestructible black iron chains shattered inch by inch, creating a storm of metal within the cell. The formation's patterns on the walls burst into a bloody glow, sprouting countless thick red tentacles that crazily whipped at the metal storm. The clash between the formation and the demon monk created a deafening noise. In a dark corner, a pair of eyes suddenly opened wide, glowing terrifyingly. You have refined me for over a decade, and I have thoroughly understood you for over a decade. With this broken formation, do you think you can trap me? The demon monk blood floating tower, with hair as wild as tangled grass and skin withered like dry bark, looked like a half-buried old ghost. Yet those eyes exuded a chilling, fierce light. Blood floating tower raised his bony hand and swept it over his head, causing his long hair to instantly fall off. Revealing his gaunt face combined with his bald head, he resembled a high monk who had attained enlightenment. He expressionlessly raised his right hand, pointing his fingers like knives, and directly sliced off a large chunk of flesh from his left arm. He didn't even frown, as if he were not cutting his own flesh. Following that, he repeatedly sliced off large chunks of flesh from his legs and chest, reducing his already emaciated body by half. Blood floating tower's expression remained indifferent as he reached into his flesh-mangled chest, forcibly pulling out several broken ribs and tossing them onto the pile of flesh on the ground. Reciting obscure incantations, the flesh and bones on the ground began to writhe chaotically. Moments later, a body identical to Blood Floating Tower stood stiffly in front of him. Blood Floating Tower circled around himself, a wicked smile spreading across his face. His facial muscles twisted oddly, and black hair sprouted from his bald head. In the blink of an eye, the infamous demon monk transformed into an ordinary young man of unremarkable appearance. He tore off the death row inmate's clothing from his body and draped it over the bald substitute. Turning to look at the frenzied blood sect disciples outside the cell, Blood Floating Tower raised his hand and grasped. An unfortunate disciple was pulled over from afar. Master, spare me. Crack. Blood-floating tower crushed his neck in one swift motion, stripping off his prison guard uniform to wear it himself. Boom. The cell door was completely shattered. The blood ancestral descendant has come into the world, cleansing the mundane. The blood prison final calamity, true blood shall not perish. Dozens of blood mud monsters roared madly, bowing in reverence to blood-floating tower. Those who believe in me shall gain eternal life. Kill your way out. Those who block the path shall be killed without mercy. Upon hearing the command, the monsters became even more fanatical, surging like a tide toward the outside of the prison. Lin Ye hid in the shadows, observing everything clearly, feeling secretly astonished. No wonder this top demon had once forced the commander of the forbidden martial guards to take action himself. Having been suppressed for over a decade, he was still able to employ such a bizarre method to create a perfect substitute to escape. Lin Ye activated the turtle breathing concealment technique, quietly retreating. He had never been at a loss, and this type of great demon was best left for the experts of the great martial dynasty to worry about. The abyss alarm must have already been triggered, and it was likely that a net was already set above. Exiting the depths of the prison, Lin Ye made his way to the specially made number 1 cell. Godfather. Su Wanqing, however, wore a worried expression, hastily asking Lin Ye what happened outside. Why would someone use the blood sex evil arts in the abyss? Su Wanqing, however, wore a worried expression, hastily asking Lin Ye what happened outside. Why would someone use the blood sex evil arts in the abyss? Lin Ye leisurely opened the food box, laying out the dishes. He also took out the exquisite crab roe and fish roe obtained from killing the water demon. Try this delicacy. You probably haven't eaten anything like this in the royal residence. Chu Linger's eyes sparkled as she eagerly reached out to eat, becoming so comfortable that her big eyes squinted into a narrow slit. Godfather, it's so delicious. Mother, you should eat too. Su Wanqing shot her daughter an annoyed glare. With the situation being so urgent, how could this girl only think about eating? Lin Ye spoke in a calm tone. Just focus on your meal. The abyss is heavily guarded, and a few clowns can't stir up much trouble. Su Wanqing frowned tightly. She certainly knew the abyss was heavily protected, but she was more aware that the current great martial dynasty was already riddled with holes and far from its former glory. If these madmen were to tear open a hole, the consequences would be unimaginable. You don't understand. Su Wanqing shook her head with a sigh. What you just saw was one of the blood sect's 3 highest secret arts, the blood prison final calamity, true blood eternal life technique. This evil art can turn both the living and the dead into bloodthirsty monsters that feel no pain and are impervious to blades and guns. Once they break out of the abyss. Lin Ye finally understood. So those blood mud monsters were created by this evil art. The blood sect indeed had some sinister methods, and no wonder the great martial dynasty had been unable to eradicate them after so many years. Yet Lin Ye remained unflustered. Don't worry, I have already issued the highest alarm. Su Wanqing sighed, but we can only leave it to fate now. Lin Ye reached out and pinched Chu Linger's face, which was full of collagen, causing the little girl to turn her head in dissatisfaction. Lin Ye was in a good mood. The great martial dynasty's affairs had nothing to do with him. As long as they didn't provoke him, he would stay quietly in the abyss, gaining experience. Moreover, with the demon monk causing such a ruckus, even if he killed Zhao, he had someone to take the blame. Tap tap tap. Just then a steady sound of footsteps suddenly echoed in the dim corridor. Lin Ye turned to look. His pupils constricted sharply, and his movements came to an abrupt halt. Across the way, a gaunt young man dressed in prison guard attire approached slowly. Lin Ye's expression darkened as he sternly reprimanded, "What are you doing here? Trying to slack off." Hee. The demon monk Xue Futu chuckled with interest, his gaze sweeping over Su Wanqing's stunning face, an alluring figure, his eyes suddenly brightening. His crimson tongue licked his pale lips as Xue Futu clicked his tongue in astonishment, a top-notch beauty among beauties. Such a stunning creature is just perfect for me to indulge after getting out of prison. Oh, there's a little one too. The demon monk's face was filled with lewdness. I am not picky when it comes to food. Outrageous. Su Wanqing's pretty face flushed with anger. She wished she could slice this shameless scoundrel into 1,000 pieces. Chu Linger bared her little tiger teeth and angrily shouted, "Big bad guy. My godfather will kill you." Gagaga. Xue Futu let out a bizarre cackle. "Godfather? Where is your godfather?" Chu Linger hugged Lin Ye's thigh tightly, shaking it vigorously. "Godfather, this bad guy is scaring me. Quickly kill him." Lin Ye slowly stood up. This old baldy actually dared to eye his possessions. This matter could not end well today. Xue Futu looked at Lin Ye with a smile that was not quite a smile. "Kid, are you this girl's godfather?" "Ha ha, how old are you?" 15. 16. Xue Futu's gaze darted between Lin Ye and Su Wanqing, filled with mockery. An old cow eating tender grass. Or a pretty boy clinging to a wealthy woman. Su Wanqing bit her silver teeth in anger. She knew that the title godfather would definitely be misconstrued. Xue Futu took 2 steps forward, pressing close to Lin Ye. "Kid, knowing the monk's secret, do you still think you can escape unscathed? You did hide well just now, but unfortunately you can't escape the monk's keen eye. So that's how it is." Lin Ye felt that things were not so coincidental. The demon monk, in a hurry to escape, should have been fleeing instead. How could he happen to run into him while hiding in a specially designed cell? It turned out this old fiend had been targeting him for a long time. After going to such lengths to escape and change his appearance, the old fiend would never feel at ease without eliminating Lin Ye the witness. Seeing Lin Ye move his wrists, a hint of disdain flashed in Xue Futis' eyes. Are you wanting to fight the monk? I don't have a habit of standing around waiting to die. Seeing your vigorous spirit, you're a rare good seed. Why not take me as your master? Xue Futu raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. This mother and daughter, we can share, how about that? Not a chance. Lin Ye's tone was calm. I want both of them. Shameless. Su Wanqing scolded furiously, pulling Chu Linger into her arms, tightly covering her daughter's ears. Ha ha ha. Xue Futu laughed heartily. Kid, I really am starting to like you more and more. Now kneel down, and let me plant a restriction in your soul, and I can leave you with a whole corpse. If you are obedient, I might even reward you with both mother and daughter. Lin Ye was too lazy to waste words, opening his mouth to spit out the Rift Sky Sword pellet. The silver flying sword spun rapidly at his fingertips. Xue Futu nodded in approval. Rift Sky Sword pellet. Not bad, but to injure the monk, you're still far from it. Lin Ye knew the old fiend's details and struck with a deadly move. Destruction, tribulation, sword technique. The flying sword tore through the air, emitting a piercing sonic boom. Xue Futis' expression changed slightly as his hands transformed into countless shadows, continuously striking at the air. The flying sword was incredibly fast, but was always held at bay by the pressure of his palm wind 3 feet away. Such a domineering sword technique. Such profound, true energy. Xue Futu ceased his mockery, his expression becoming serious. He had initially thought Lin Ye was just an ordinary prison guard, easily crushable. Only after engaging in combat did he realize that this youth actually possessed terrifying cultivation at the Yuanhai realm. At this age, a Yuanhai practitioner would be a rare genius, even in the top martial arts sacred lands. What was even more frightening was that this youth's swordsmanship was incredibly sharp, evidently having mastered a top-tier killing technique to perfection. Buddhist sound subdues the world, all methods are void. Xue Futis' originally ferocious face suddenly turned kind, and he radiated a blinding golden light. With a wave of his hand he pointed. The flying sword in the air let out a mournful cry, transforming back into the sword pellet that fell into Lin Ye's palm. Demon, upon seeing my true Buddha, why don't you kneel and worship? The light of Buddhism illuminated the dim death cell, making it as bright as day. The surrounding malevolent and demonic aura dispersed and retreated under the golden light. Lin Ye's expression changed. In his vision, the surrounding cells vanished, replaced by a dazzling golden spiritual mountain Buddhist kingdom. Countless Buddhas chanted scriptures by his ear, expounding upon the supreme Tao. A strong thought crazily surged in his mind. As long as he knelt down and took refuge, he could instantly become a Buddha and gain great freedom. Eng! Eng! The ancient giant elephant within him suddenly erupted with a long roar. Like a great bell, it shattered the illusory Buddhist kingdom in an instant. Lin Ye suddenly snapped back to reality, breaking into a cold sweat. That was close. The mental confrontation was silent, but deadly. If it weren't for the unmatched dominance of the ancient devouring heaven art, he would have almost fallen for it just now. In the future, he must acquire a treasure to defend his soul. Old bald donkey, you're asking for death. Xue Futu was shocked. How can you be fine? This is impossible. Although he had been suppressed and refined for over a decade, his physical body had decayed, but his spiritual realm was still at a former peak level. Dealing with a mere Yuanhai practitioner should be easy. Do you have a treasure to defend your soul? Lin Ye's eyes were cold. Old man, what else can you do to me? Your time is running out. The abyss alarm has already sounded. A large number of powerful figures will be arriving soon. Xue Futis' expression darkened. Instantly killing you is more than enough. Crack, crack, crack. A sickening sound of cracking bones echoed. Xue Futis' once gaunt body began to swell and mutate wildly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a terrifying monster, standing 3 meters tall, with 4 arms sprouting from his back. Jet black bone armor covered his entire body, with barbs growing all over the surface. His enormous head resembled a hideous demon helmet, terrifying to the extreme. Gagaga. Kid, isn't the true form of the ancestor magnificent? Chu Linger shrank back in fright, her face filled with disgust. Godfather, this monster is so ugly. Little girl, your mouth is quite tough. The mutated Xue Futu let out a piercing, sinister laugh. Soon you'll get a taste of the ancestral bone club. Kid. Lin Ye's gaze was icy, unafraid. He twisted his neck, and the bones all over his body cracked like exploding beans. Compared to the flying sword, I prefer to smash people with my fists. Old bald donkey, today is your day to die? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the 3-meter-tall terrifying demon monk at full speed. The power of the ancient giant elephant operated at full throttle. The demon monk roared, his 4 arms covered in barbs wildly thrashing about. His foot-long thick bone claws tore through the air, accompanied by a terrifying howl as they viciously clawed at Lin Ye. In front of the 3-meter-tall monster, Lin Ye looked like a little chick that could be crushed at any moment. Boom. The enormous fist collided violently with the thick bone claw. Lin Ye's fists oozed a trace of blood, while the massive bone claw of the demon monk burst with a sharp crack, its surface cracking with numerous fissures. Roar. The demon monk let out a painful, inhuman roar from his throat, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Ye, filled with disbelief. He never imagined that after revealing his true form, he would gain no advantage in a heated brawl. What kind of freak is— Even the top martial prodigies of the great martial dynasty could not possess such terrifying brute strength. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ye gave no chance for the opponent to catch their breath, his fists turning into shadows as they rained down blows. The demon monk relied on his four arms, frantically waving to defend. Both sides completely abandoned defense, engaging in a brutal melee, fighting to the brink of madness. At this moment, there were no fancy tricks, only pure violence with fists pounding flesh. Daddy is amazing. Hurry and beat that ugly monster. In the prison, Xu Linger clapped her small hands, excitedly cheering loudly. Su Wanqing bit her red lip tightly, her gaze extremely complicated. She realized she had greatly underestimated. With her keen insight, she could see that although blood floating too had been suppressed for over a decade, and his realm had declined now that he revealed his true form, his combat power was absolutely not inferior to his peak state. An ordinary Yuan-Hai realm expert would definitely not be able to withstand a single strike from this demon. Yet Lin Ye not only exchanged blows with him, but even seemed to have the upper hand. Su Wanqing gazed at Lin Ye's furious figure, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. She was now certain that Lin Ye was definitely not a lackey sent by the court. Such a stunningly gifted prodigy, the royal family would not have the qualifications to command him. Xu Linger shook her mother's arm, her little face flushed. Mother, quickly look. Daddy is so great. Daddy said he would protect us. Daddy is the best. Su Wanqing rarely showed a smile, tightly hugging her daughter. In this dark and hopeless abyss prison, she surprisingly felt an unprecedented sense of security from a lowly kill. Lin Ye became more and more courageous in battle, his gaze chillingly calm. Although the demon monk's power was only slightly weaker than his combat experience was extremely seasoned. Fortunately, this old monster had been suppressed for too long and was running out of strength. As long as he could drag it out, victory would surely be his. Buzz. At that moment, Lin Ye's blood and energy surged once more. Under the extreme pressure of life and death, a particle of the ancient giant elephant unexpectedly awakened within him. 64 particles. Lin Ye felt an even more ferocious new power surge throughout his limbs. So refreshing. Bring it on. Lin Ye laughed wildly, escalating his offensive once again. The demon monk, however, gradually began to falter. The black armor on his body was covered in cracks, and black blood continually seeped out. Where on earth did this little monster come from? Those so-called holy sons from the sacred lands are nothing compared to him. The demon monk's heart surged with turmoil. What terrified him even more was that this kid's strength was still increasing. No, the experts outside will arrive soon. Oh, we must settle this quickly. Having made up his mind, the demon monk let out a furious roar. The menacing horns on his head erupted with a blinding, ghostly light, and his massive head smashed toward Lin Ye like a battering ram. Lin Ye crossed his arms to block the blow. Bang! Lin Ye was sent flying dozens of meters away by the tremendous force. The demon monk opened his blood-stained mouth and spewed forth a thick, foul black mist as dark as ink. The black mist expanded with the wind, transforming into a toxic whirlwind that engulfed the area. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. Earth escape technique. In a flash of yellow light, Lin Ye instantly burrowed underground. As the black mist dissipated, the demon monk's crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, but could not find Lin Ye at all. Get out here, old ancestor. The demon monk, unable to locate him, assumed Lin Ye had used some kind of stealth technique. In his demonized state, he could not use any precise detection techniques, and he could only furiously swing his four arms, smashing the ground and walls around him. Boom, boom, boom. Come out. If you have the guts, fight me for another 300 rounds. After a furious barrage, the demon monk suddenly stopped moving. His crimson eyes turned locking onto Su Wanqing and her daughter in the prison. He grinned wickedly, letting out a lewd laugh. If you don't come out now, your ancestor will deal with these exquisite mother and daughter right in front of you. Ha ha ha. Your ancestor is in his true form now. The power is so great that even an elephant would be unable to bear it. Do you want to watch your woman die right before your eyes? The demon monk taunted Lin Ye with extremely vulgar language, stepping toward the specially made prison. Su Wanqing's pretty face turned pale as she looked at the terrifying figure of the demon monk towering 3 meters high, trembling all over, tightly hugging her daughter and retreating. Daddy, where are you? The ugly monster wants to eat people. Xu Linger cried out in terror. The demon monk reached the prison door, grabbing the iron bars as thick as his arms with his 4 sturdy bone claws and yanked them outward. Creak, creak, creak. The hard iron bars were forcibly torn apart. Just as the demon monk was about to reach for Su Wanqing and her daughter, his massive body suddenly stiffened. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at himself. A thick steel nail used to pin down a flood dragon and covered in barbs had somehow entered halfway into his vital spot. Lin Ye emerged halfway from the ground, gripping the tail end of the steel nail tightly, and looked up at the demon monk, revealing a bright smile. Surprised to. Thud. Lin Ye's arm muscles bulged as the power of the ancient giant elephant erupted, thrusting the barbed steel nail upwards with great force. The nail was driven completely in. Azo. The demon monk let out a heart-wrenching, despairing howl. He could no longer maintain his three-maternal demonic form due to the severe injury. His colossal body quickly shrank back to that of a frail, old monk. The old monk curled up on the ground in agony like a giant shrimp, blood gushing out, his breath weak as a wisp of smoke. Spare me. The blood floating too convulsed in pain, begging like a dying dog. Let me go. I will pass on all my divine. I know the secrets of countless ancient treasures. I guarantee you can break through to the true spirit realm. Not interested. Lin Ye's expression remained impassive as he gripped the tail of the steel nail and twisted it again. The sharp steel nail pierced through his internal organs from below, causing the blood-floating tusk's head to tilt to one side. His eyes bulged, staring at Lin Ye with an expression filled with unshakable fear and humiliation. He had roamed the world for half his life, slaughtering cities and exterminating clans. What a grand presence he was. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to be killed today by someone using such an unscrupulous and despicable method. Ding. Killing a perfected Yuan High realm cultivator, once a half-step Dharma realm, rewards 800 years of cultivation, the Brahma sound world-subduing bell, and a drop of ancient blood river demon lord's essence. The old bald donkey is finally dead. Scenes flashed through Lin Ye's mind. It was only then that he realized how terrifying this old monster was at the peak of his powers. A single punch could sever rivers, a hand could cover the sky. A giant of the half-step Dharma realm could almost walk horizontally through the world. The old monk fell into madness, not due to a misstep in cultivation, but because during an outing he encountered several grave robbers afflicted by a strange poison. He acted with a compassionate heart to save them. However, that strange poison was exceedingly bizarre, and even his half-step Dharma realm cultivation could not eradicate it, leading to the grave robbers' deaths. Before dying, the grave robber revealed the source of the poison. The old monk followed the clues and discovered an ancient tomb hidden deep underground. The tomb resembled an underground maze fraught with peril. Relying on his immense cultivation, the old monk fought his way into the core burial chamber. Unexpectedly, he awakened a terrifying existence that had been asleep for countless years. A cold white light flashed in the scene, and the old monk instantly lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he had completely succumbed to madness. From Buddha to demon, his combat power surged geometrically. What followed was a frenzy of slaughter. He wiped out cities and sects, even flaying and dismembering his fellow disciples of the Brahma Sound Temple to craft an impenetrable black bone armor from their bones. He rampaged across the world unstoppable, until one day the commander of the Martial Prohibition Guard struck from the capital, and a divine tower descended from the heavens, forcibly suppressing this overwhelming demon. Years ago, the blood worship sect clandestinely contacted the demon monk. They sought the secret method for crafting bone armor. The demon monk, on the other hand, aimed to take the opportunity to escape. The two sides quickly reached an agreement. The demon monk transmitted the incomplete bone armor secret method, while the blood worship sect taught him the true blood of the blood prison's final tribulation for eternal life. This old man is truly insane, Lin Ye remarked. After witnessing the terror of such top-tier powerhouses, he secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, this old demon had been suppressed for over a decade, his true energy depleted. If he had encountered him in his prime, he would definitely have died, without a complete corpse today. Dharma realm. One day I will reach that as well. Lin Ye clenched his fists, a surge of fervent battle intent. Daddy is so amazing. The big bad guy is dead. Chu Linger bounced with excitement in the cell, clapping her little hands in cheer. Su Wanqing quickly covered her daughter's eyes, preventing her from seeing the gruesome state of the demon monk's corpse. She bit her red lip, casting a complicated glance at Lin Ye, her eyes flashing with a hint of shame and disgust. This guy's actions were simply despicable and low. A thick barbed steel nail actually pierced through the nether regions to kill a world-renowned demon lord. Lin Ye rummaged through the demon monk's corpse. Damn poor, not even a copper coin. He cursed under his breath, his ears slightly perking up. The sounds of battle outside the passage had gradually calmed down, indicating that the rampaging monsters outside had been mostly suppressed. He casually stuffed the demon monk's mangled corpse into a storage bag. Looking around the disheveled special prison, Lin Ye clapped his hands and turned to Su Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, I need to discuss something with you. Just say someone came to rescue the prison and you chased them away. As for the demon monk's death, you just say you don't know. Su Wanqing was initially taken aback, but soon reacted. You want me to take the blame for you? Killing an unparalleled demon lord is a chance for fame and promotion. Lin Ye waved his hand dismissively. I'm not interested in being an official. It's good to be a steady manager. Su Wanqing crossed her arms, presenting an impressive silhouette, coldly staring at Lin Ye. What do I get out of this? Lin Ye rolled his eyes, his gaze blatantly sweeping over her. If I hadn't acted, you would have been killed by that old bald donkey. So what if I let you take the blame? Shameless. Su Wanqing's pretty face instantly flushed red, shaking with anger. This demon lord clearly came because of you. My daughter and I suffered an unwarranted disaster, and you still want me to take the blame. Do you really think of this princess as your maid to command? Chu Linger glanced at Su Wanqing, and then at Lin Ye, biting her finger, afraid to speak. Lin Ye became impatient. Cut to the chase, what exactly do you want? Su Wanqing took a deep breath, forcing herself. I need you to help me find someone. After Lin Ye listened, he pondered for a moment. As long as it's within my ability, I can do it. It's a deal. Su Wanqing sighed with relief, a hint of a smile finally appearing on her stunning face. Lin Ye nodded him, leaving now. Remember, don't let it slip. Linger, you keep your mouth shut too. Shu Linger blinked her big eyes like a cunning little fox. Daddy Linger will help you keep it a secret, but I want something in return. What do you want? Lin Ye was speechless. This little girl was truly clever. Shu Linger tilted her head and thought for a long time, shaking her head. I haven't thought of it, yet I'll tell you when I do. Alright, remember to keep it secret. Lin Ye cleaned up the traces he left behind and activated the 9 shadows stealth technique, instantly vanishing from the spot. He ascended further. The passage was littered with craters and blade marks left by fierce battles, but strangely not a single corpse was in sight. All had been turned into pus and blood by the blood worship sect's dark arts. He arrived at the ground level. This was the defensive hub of the demon suppression abyss, home to a large number of elite troops. Who goes there? As soon as Lin Ye revealed himself, a loud shout rang out. Immediately, a powerful pressure of true energy locked onto him. 7th District Manager Lin Ye. Lin Ye displayed his waist token. After the guards confirmed his identity, they waved him through. Lin Ye looked around. The ground level was filled with broken walls and ruins, flames shooting into the sky. His heart sank. He had originally thought the abyss defenses were impregnable, but now it seemed the great martial dynasty's rule was riddled with wounds. Just a group of rampaging rookie jailers had caused such widespread destruction. If the demon monk had truly come in person, he might have carved a bloody path. It seems that this great martial dynasty has truly become nothing more than a hollow shell. The abyss is under full martial law. The demon suppression guard has mobilized, yet their numbers remain insufficient. Soon a large contingent of the forbidden martial guard and the celestial patrol's experts were urgently dispatched to the abyss. The uproar from this rebellion was too great. The cries of battle could be heard even within the inner city of the capital. The demon suppression guard has lost all face, and with it the royal family behind them has been severely embarrassed. Those civil officials in the court who had long been dissatisfied with the demon suppression guard immediately seized the opportunity to criticize them, fiercely vowing to take a piece out of the demon suppression guard. The governor Xue Chongqing wore a gloomy expression that could drip water. The nature of this rebellion is 100 times worse than the last incident with the poisoned flood dragon's jailbreak. Last time the poisoned flood dragon at least died in the wilderness and the matter was suppressed. But this time the blood mud monsters created by the blood worship cult's dark arts broke directly out of the abyss and invaded the outer city. The street closest to the abyss was half destroyed. Hundreds of commoners were killed or injured, causing a complete uproar in the capital. The most terrifying aspect of the blood worship cult's blood prison true blood eternal life technique is that these monsters are impervious to blades and spears, and once they encounter strong enemies they can self-detonate and fuse together to form a more terrifying fusion monster. Xue Chongqing. A furious roar interrupted Xue Chongqing's thoughts. Turning around, he saw the leader of the forbidden martial guard Lei Meng covered in blood staring at him with a pale face. Leader, lay your injury. Lei Meng spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Thanks to you, I'm not dead yet. Xue Chongqing's mouth twitched. Leader Lei, I never expected things would escalate to this extent. Never expected. Lei Meng mocked mercilessly. Lord Xue truly has an eye for talent. The promoted Du Song is a traitor, and the subordinate commander Wang privately released the poisoned flood dragon. Now the newly appointed Zhao De is even more skilled. Even I nearly perished at his hands. Xue Chongqing was left speechless, forced to maintain a forced smile. Among the monsters that charged out during this rebellion, Zhao De of the Yuanhai realm is undoubtedly the strongest. The other officials were at most at the True Qi realm, but only Zhao De had been transformed into the monster's leader. Lei Meng happened to be nearby with the forbidden martial guard directly confronting the fusion monster that Zhao De had become. In a bloody battle, a significant portion of the street was destroyed, and Lei Meng was heavily injured before he managed to slay the monster. Zhao De was forcibly arranged by Xue Chongqing against the consensus, and now with this incident Xue Chongqing could not escape responsibility. Xue Chongqing was utterly perplexed. Zhao De was clearly arranged by him to deal with Lin Ye. How could he have turned into a monster of the blood worship cult? Thinking about the responsibility he would face before the emperor, Xue Chongqing felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the crowd. Lin Ye. Xue Chongqing's eyes widened. What are you doing here? How are you still alive? Lin Ye dusted himself off and cupped his hands. I have seen the governor. I am fortunate to be alive, no need for the governor to worry. Xue Chongqing's eyes darkened. Your superior commander Zhao is dead, and all the jailers under him have perished. How could you possibly be unscathed? Lin Ye thought seriously. Perhaps I am just lucky. Nonsense. Xue Chongqing, who was eager to find someone to take the blame, saw Lin Ye and felt as if he had found a lifesaver. Lin Ye. Incidents keep occurring in the abyss. Everyone has died, yet you remain unscathed every single time. Xue Chongqing's true qi erupted, locking onto Lin Ye tightly, and he shouted sternly. I have reason to suspect that you are the insider of the blood worship cult and the root cause of this rebellion. Lin Ye's expression turned cold, but his heart was undisturbed. He could guess Xue Chongqing's ploy to shift blame, even with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Lei Meng frowned, his gaze moving back and forth over Lin Ye. While he admired Lin Ye's audacity, it did not mean he lacked discernment. With Xue Changqing's accusation, this seemingly inconspicuous low-level official truly seemed suspicious. Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming and suffocating pressure descended from nowhere. Everyone trembled, as if an invisible mountain pressed down upon them. Lin Ye's heart shook violently. Everything around him seemed to slow down tenfold. He felt like an ant trapped in quicksand struggling to escape, yet finding it futile. This pure realm of pressure forced one to confront their deepest fears. A powerhouse of the law manifestation realm. In the next moment, that suffocating sensation suddenly vanished. Lin Ye took several deep breaths, his back already soaked in cold sweat. I have seen the Grand Commander. All the demon suppression guards and forbidden martial guards present immediately knelt and bowed, not daring to breathe. The Grand Commander of the Forbidden Martial Guard wore a dark red python robe with a cold and stern expression. Just standing there made it hard for anyone to look directly at him. Bang! A corpse was casually thrown onto the ground. Demon Monk. Seeing this, Xue Changqing hurriedly stepped forward to flatter. Grand Commander, your might is unparalleled. This demon's schemes are numerous, but he still could not escape your grasp. Before he could finish his sentence, the corpse of the demon monk twisted and transformed into a pile of rotten flesh and broken bones. A blood meat substitute. Lei Meng and the others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with mockery as they looked at Xue Changqing. Xue Changqing's face instantly turned the color of pig liver, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. He had just flattered at the wrong moment. Lei Meng looked at the pile of blood and flesh on the ground, his face turning a shade paler. He hesitated and cupped his hands. My lord, did that demon monk escape? The Forbidden Martial Guard suffered heavy casualties this time. If that exceptional old demon were to escape again, they would be completely humiliated. Furthermore, the emperor is currently gravely ill, and the new prince has just come of age. The emperor is now suspicious of everyone. If that group of civil officials in the court were to seize the opportunity, all these military generals would face misfortune. The Grand Commander's voice was icy. The demon monk is dead. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. As long as the demon is dead, it is not the worst outcome. The Grand Commander's gaze swept over Xue Changqing. Xue Changqing shivered all over, hurriedly stepping forward. This subordinate is here. The abyss has been in turmoil one after another. You, the governor, cannot escape blame. I hereby relieve you of your position as the governor of the eastern region. Do you have any grievances? Off. Xue Changqing was taken aback. This was his greatest shield. But before the Grand Commander, he did not dare to utter a word. The Grand Commander glanced at him. Considering your years of hard work and the lack of suitable candidates in the eastern region, you will temporarily take on the position of governor to make amends. Xue Changqing was overjoyed, tears welling up instantly. This subordinate will definitely serve with utmost loyalty to repay your grace. Whoa. This subordinate has embarrassed the Lord. Watching a grown man cry in public, those around him expressed it. However, Xue Changqing was sneering inwardly. These self-righteous people understand nothing. As long as he could cling to the Grand Commander's leg, what was a little crying? Enough. The Grand Commander interrupted his performance. 3 months. If there are no issues, within 3 months your position will be restored. If there is another incident, you will be punished for multiple offenses. Yes. This subordinate will initiate a thorough investigation of the entire abyss and leave no hidden dangers. As Xue Changqing said this, he suddenly pointed at Lin Ye. My lord, this subordinate suspects that this person is the root cause of all the turmoil. The scene instantly fell silent. Xue Changqing was determined to eliminate Lin Ye. This kid is simply too suspicious. The poison flood dragon escaped, Commander Wang died, the jailers perished, and Lin Ye is still alive and well. In this demon monk's rebellion, Zhao turned into a monster and died, and his subordinates all perished, yet Lin Ye has not lost a single hair. If one were to say Lin Ye is innocent, Xue Changqing would never believe it. The gazes of a dozen experts from the Yuanhai realm instantly converged on Lin Ye. Lin Ye remained unfazed, operating the turtle-breathing concealment technique to its utmost limit. In the eyes of outsiders, he still appeared to be an ordinary, true Qi realm official. At that moment, the Grand Commander's gaze fell upon Lin Ye. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the dark red divine beast on the Grand Commander's official robe seemed to come to life instantly, seeing through all of his disguises and secrets. Lin Ye. This subordinate is here. Lin Ye lowered his head slightly. Having experienced the terror of the demon monk's half-step law manifestation realm, Lin Ye knew very well that this Grand Commander possessed unfathomable strength. In fact, Lin Ye had a gut feeling that this old man had already figured out that he was the one who killed the demon monk. The Grand Commander retracted his gaze, his tone flat. He is innocent. Xue Changqing's face turned pale. Though he was unwilling, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. It is. It was my subordinate's oversight. The Grand Commander continued. Lin Ye. This subordinate is here. You act decisively and remain calm in the face of trouble. From this day forth, I appoint you as the leader of District 7. Off. The whole place was shocked. The leader is not the same as an official. Officials only manage the lowly cannon fodder jailers, but leaders hold real military power as mid-level officers. To become a leader, one must have strength, connections, and experience. Lin Ye, originating from a low-level background, directly jumps 2 ranks to become a leader. This is equivalent to the Grand Commander personally backing him up. However, Lin Ye felt a twinge of caution in his heart. There are no free lunches in this world. This old man definitely had ulterior motives. But for now he had no way to refuse. Thank you for your cultivation, my lord. This subordinate accepts the order. Promoted again. The speed is faster than a soaring monkey. Lin Ye felt speechless in his heart. He had become the de facto leader of the Demon Suppression Guard in such a muddled way. This is a 5th-rank military officer, a local emperor, who can cover the sky with one hand. But in the abyss, he only manages a territory of a few miles in the 7th district. The 7th district is divided into 3 guards and 6 battalions. Among the major violent institutions in the court, the Demon Suppression Guard is considered the least favored. Unlike the Forbidden Martial Guard and the Sky Patrol, which have thousands of elite warriors under their command, the Demon Suppression Guard is forced to shrink in a prison with only about 100 formal warriors, while the rest are disposable cannon fodder prison guards. The chief commander quickly took his men away. The reinforcements from the Sky Patrol and the Forbidden Martial Guard also withdrew one after another. Before leaving, Xue Chongqing shot Lin Ye a venomous glance and coldly snorted as he departed. The chief commander publicly stated that even with 10 times his courage he wouldn't dare to openly attack Lin Ye. Is this the public housing of the 7th district? Lin Ye stared blankly at the pile of broken bricks and rotten tiles before him. This place had been plowed by evil cult monsters, resembling nothing but a wasteland. Looking back at his subordinates, only a dozen disabled soldiers remained. All the officers and prison guards on duty today had perished. The 7th district was effectively a dead letter. As the leader, he had taken over a complete mess. Fortunately, his authority was substantial enough to recruit people and manage the finances of the district. Where's the accountant? Suddenly, several broken walls were pushed aside and a few dirt-faced clerks crawled out. Hearing the commotion, these clever individuals had hidden away early, narrowly escaping disaster. We greet you, my lord. Lin Ye glanced at them and said, go immediately to inventory the warehouse records and see what. The old clerk showed a troubled expression. My lord, with the scene being like this, we are afraid we won't be able to manage. Don't worry about the manpower, there will be someone to handle it. How much silver is left on the books? The clerks looked distressed and stammered. Speak. Replying to my lord, the silver and valuable materials on the books were completely taken by the pacifying envoy and Commander Wang a few days ago. Lin Ye's gaze turned cold. Is there a signed receipt? The clerk smiled wryly. Commander Wang has a receipt, but the pacifying envoy took the money. Even with my courage, I wouldn't dare to let him sign. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. There's no need to mention that Commander Wang was long dead. Xue Chongqing must have taken the money not for himself. It must be that the poisonous flood dragon escaped recently, and this old fellow spent a fortune to smooth things over. It's so damn dark. Lin Ye cursed inwardly. The 7th district suffered the most damage. Recruiting people to repair the houses would require money, yet the warehouse was empty with all the funds taken by Xue Chongqing. This mess was even more painful. Moreover, there was no written evidence left, making it impossible to reclaim the debts. Lin Ye's gaze shifted. Oh, Ma Biao, you're actually still alive. Ma Biao knelt on the ground, trembling like a sieve, desperately bowing. Please spare my life, my lord. Lin Ye frowned. How did he survive when all the first guard members on duty had perished? Using his heavenly eye to scan him revealed nothing extraordinary. The murderous aura was deep within his bones. He wouldn't live for many years. Where did you go before? Ma Biao with a mournful face explained, my lord, this morning you asked me to complete the roll call, but my family came to say my youngest son was missing. I panicked and ran out. I left my post without permission. I beg my lord for mercy. Lin Ye stroked his chin, estimating that he wouldn't dare to lie. Get up. With only you left from the first guard, you will be in charge from now on. Within 3 days, recruit experienced personnel from elsewhere and gather some refugees to set up the framework for the first guard. Ma Biao was overjoyed, repeatedly bowing. He unexpectedly gained a proper position through misfortune by abandoning his post. Lin Ye applied the same method and promoted survivors from the other severely damaged battalions to managerial positions. With insufficient manpower, they could only recruit from the slums. The great martial empire was plagued by disasters, and there were refugees everywhere outside the capital. Just one shout for food would bring as many heads as needed. In less than 3 days, the 7th district barely gathered enough manpower to resume operations. The ruins were cleared, and they began to rebuild houses. Lin Ye sat in the temporarily erected tent, flipped open the newly delivered account book, and was immediately overwhelmed. Damn, just 3 days, and we've already incurred 300,000 taels in debts. The old clerk explained with a bitter face, my lord, mainly due to recruiting people, repairing houses, and the compensation for over 1,000 dead and injured brothers. The lives of the cannon fodder prison guards weren't worth much. Each would only receive a few dozen taels. But the deaths were too numerous. Those just recruited had perished completely. Adding in several fallen True Chi realm warriors, the compensation was even greater. Lin Ye slammed the account book shut. The interest from the outside money houses is too exploitative. It's practically blood-sucking. The old clerk sighed, my lord, they only lent us money because they see the profits in the abyss. If it were anyone else, they'd have no chance to borrow. Lin Ye felt extremely displeased. When he was a manager, he was always profiting, yet upon becoming a leader, he was burdened with debts. Where could he complain about this? Dragging his weary body back to the newly purchased large residence after several days of hard work, the 7th district finally managed to barely resume operations. Lin Ye drew a bucket of well water from the yard and doused himself with it. The icy cold water invigorated him instantly. It was only then that he had the leisure to count this massive bounty. He had slain Zhao. Slayed a warrior in the early stage of the nascent sea realm, rewarded 120 years of cultivation, 10,000 miles soul pursuit technique. 120 years of cultivation had long been integrated into his martial skills during the previous battle. He had slain the demon monk blood floating pagoda. Reward 800 years of cultivation Brahma sound suppression bell, and a drop of ancient demon lord's blood. Lin Ye opened his palm. A drop of dark red blood with a pungent smell floated in his hand. The ancient demon lord's blood. The blood exuded an indescribable strangeness. As soon as he took it out, it seemed to tremble, like a living creature wanting to fly away. Stay put, Lin Ye shouted softly, gripping it tightly. The drop of blood was only the size of a thumb, yet the violent energy contained within was 10 times more terrifying than the previously fist-sized poisonous flood dragon's blood. Demon Lord. Lin Ye was no longer the naive fool who knew nothing. Relying on the memories gained from slaying demons, he had uncovered numerous secrets. In the martial arts system of the great martial empire, a giant in the law manifestation realm could establish a sect. Those who could be titled Demon Lord were definitely legendary figures beyond the law manifestation realm. Refining the blood of such an ancient monster could lead to explosive death with the slightest mistake. Lin Ye pondered briefly and decided to digest the other rewards first, leaving the blood for last. He still had 900 years of cultivation left, plus 2 new secret techniques, 10,000 miles soul pursuit technique and Brahma sound suppression bell. The 10,000 miles soul pursuit technique required 200 years of cultivation to reach perfection. The Brahma sound suppression bell required 500 years of cultivation to reach perfection. Hiss, why is this damn bell so costly in cultivation? Lin Ye was secretly surprised. Even the killing move included in the ancient devouring technique wasn't this exaggerated. He closed his eyes and quietly felt the changes within his body. The next second, Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes, filled with overwhelming joy. Mental defense secret technique. He had encountered mental attacks several times, each time narrowly escaping. The most dangerous was the demon monk's soul-hunting melody, which almost led him astray. If he had had the Brahma sound suppression bell from the beginning, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. At this moment in his Naiwan Palace's sea of consciousness, a splendid golden phantom ancient bell slowly rotated, firmly enveloping the entire sea of consciousness. As Lin Ye's divine sense approached home, the ancient bell emitted a grand roar, and a virtual image of an enraged golden figure appeared on the bell's surface, suppressing all evil and heretical forces. With this thing protecting his soul, Lin Ye's confidence surged. It's worth it. Spending 500 years of cultivation was too worthwhile. He still had over 200 years of cultivation left. Lin Ye conveniently upgraded the ancient seeking acupuncture technique to the expert level. When a warrior in the nascent sea realm expands their chi si to the limit, they must begin searching for hidden acupoints within their body to open the circulation of the entire universe, thereby elevating their battle strength limit. This technique was just right for locating acupoints. Locate acupoint. Lin Ye shouted softly, as if his consciousness had submerged into a vast starry sky. A massive true chi dragon surged within his body. His consciousness extended along the dragon, quickly colliding with a blocked dam. Acupoint. Lin Ye's consciousness instantly locked onto the location, mobilizing the vast true chi within his chi, crashing violently into it. True chi surged like a flood, violently washing away. Boom. The dam shattered. A dark, deep, brand new space was forcibly opened. Then he sought the next one. Acupoint. Open. Lin Ye opened his eyes, and his whole body's bones made a cracking sound. Over 200 years of cultivation forcefully opened his eyes, mouth, and nose. He immediately noticed the transformation of his physical body. His vision, hearing, and sense of smell were sharpened several times. Even without using the heavenly eye, he could see the slightest movement from miles away. Everything was ready. Lin Ye looked down at the demon lord's blood in his hand, without hesitation swallowed it whole. Inside the Naiwan Palace, a 3-headed, 6-armed, blood-soaked ancient demon god's phantom formed, tilting its head and letting out a wild, arrogant laugh. Ga. Another fool has fallen for it. Let this lord see how good this flesh body is. The skeletal demon lord's laughter abruptly ceased as it stared at the golden ancient bell enveloping the sea of consciousness, extending its sharp, bony claws to poke at it. Boom. The ancient bell roared, and the enraged golden figure materialized, glaring fiercely at the demon god. Damn it. It's the bald donkey's trick from the Buddhist sect again. The demon lord raged, a mere ant in the nascent sea realm. I shall see how long you can last. Roar. Just then a sound that shattered the starry river echoed within the Naiwan Palace, and a gigantic elephant's phantom appeared, flanking the enraged golden figure to attack the skeletal demon lord. The elephant's trunk swung fiercely like a divine whip, tearing off one of the demon lord's arms and swallowing it whole. The enraged golden figure slapped down, instantly shattering a large portion of the demon lord's ribcage. The demon lord let out a pig-like scream, his face filled with terror. Impossible. How can a waste in the nascent sea realm harm my soul? The demon lord frantically fought back, but was pressed down by the golden figure and the giant elephant, which rubbed him against the ground. The ancient giant elephant raised its front hooves, as if they were pillars of heaven, and stomped down, crushing the demon lord's skull, its long trunk, like a black hole, sucking violently. The once invincible skeletal demon lord was directly sucked into the giant elephant's mouth and ground to pieces. Within his flesh power. Break from me. Lin Ye clenched his fists tightly, feeling the terrifying energy within him erupting like a volcano. Awaken all the giant elephant particles for me. Instantly the energy within him erupted, and the attribute panel was renewed once again. Name: Lin Ye. Martial art: Ancient Devouring Heaven Technique, 309 Giant Elephant Microparticles. Lin Ye clenched his fist tightly, and a series of explosive sounds erupted from the air in his palm. Although his realm had not changed, his strength had multiplied several times. With sheer physical power, a single punch could easily crush an ordinary Yuan High Realm warrior. Abyss Zone 7. Lord Commander. We greet you, Lord Commander. As Lin Ye stepped into the territory, the patrolling guards immediately halted, respectfully bowing. Lin Ye waved his hand and directly walked into the exclusive room of the commander. Now that he had become the commander, he no longer needed to waste time like the cannon fodder guards. As long as he arranged the people below properly, he could come and go as he pleased. Report to the commander: 6 managers have arrived. Let them in. A short while later, all 6 managers from the 6 teams under Zone 7 entered the room. Subordinates pay their respects to the commander. A few days ago, a demonic monk caused chaos, resulting in the deaths of 3 managers in Zone 7. The vacant positions had just been filled in the past 2 days. Lin Ye was well aware. Having just become the commander, he had no time to cultivate loyal subordinates. The 3 newly promoted individuals were all spies secretly placed by the pacification officer Xue Changqing. Lin Ye glanced at the 6 individuals, his tone flat sit. The 6 had various expressions, but most of their eyes revealed disdain. They either came from martial arts families or had backing in the capital. And what was Lin Ye? A lowly commoner who had risen to their head. In their eyes, Lin Ye was merely lucky, having been casually pointed out by the chief commander to rise to prominence. Such a despicable person was not even worthy of carrying their shoes. However, with the chief commander's words suppressing them, they dared not show any dissatisfaction. Xue Changqing had long instructed in secret to find ways to undermine Lin Ye. As soon as he made the slightest mistake, he could be removed immediately. Lin Ye picked up his teacup and took a sip. You all have heard right. The Abyss will conduct a major inspection for half a month. A few days ago, the demonic monk caused chaos, and Zone 7 suffered heavy casualties. The chief commander has ordered that all death row inmates associated with the blood cult be executed in advance, leaving none. Lin Ye stood up, his gaze sharp as it swept over the 6. These demons have killed thousands of our brothers. I, the commander, have decided to personally carry out the executions of the blood cult's death row inmates to avenge our fallen brothers. The 6 managers exchanged glances, remaining silent. Yet inside they were elated. This fool actually volunteered to do the dirty work of execution. He found a grandiose justification. Did he really think of himself as a just ruler? Lord Commander, the food has arrived, came a report from outside. Lin Ye waved his hand. Dismissed. Everyone do your own thing. Yes. Carrying the food box, Lin Ye directly descended to the bottom of the death row. Special no. 1 cell. Upon seeing Lin Ye, Chu Linger pouted in grievance. Godfather, why did you come so late? Zone 7 has just been restructured. There are too many matters to attend to. Lin Ye casually brushed it off. Chu Linger rolled her eyes. You're lying. Mother said you've become the commander, your tail is up in the sky, and you've forgotten about us, mother and daughter. Su Wanqing raised her hand and flicked it on her daughter's forehead. This dead girl spills everything. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on Su Wanqing. The princess was still wearing that tattered prison uniform, a large expanse of snow-white skin almost exposed. She raised her smooth, pale chin, provocatively meeting Lin Ye's gaze. What are you looking at? Did this princess say something wrong? Lin Ye shook his head. Don't teach Linger to say such sour words in the future, lest she become narrow-minded. Su Wanqing scoffed, pulling Chu Linger into her embrace, her ample bosom heaving violently. Linger is my own flesh and blood. How I teach her is none of your business. Lin Ye replied flatly. She is my goddaughter. So what if she is? Su Wanqing retorted with derision. I am her biological mother. Lin Ye stared into her eyes. If you don't behave when Linger experiences her curse, do you expect me to stand by and do nothing? Su Wanqing's smug expression instantly froze, her teeth clenched in anger. Lin Ye, you shameless. Are you even a man? A proper 6-foot man actually threatening a little girl's life to coerce a weak woman. Lin Ye chuckled, his gaze brazenly sweeping over her curvaceous figure. With that body you consider yourself at most you could count as one in bed. As for whether I am a man one day, I will make you personally verify the depths, ensuring it will be unforgettable for you. With that, Lin Ye turned and left. Taking advantage of the major inspection, he had to hurry to harvest the experience package from the blood cult. Su Wanqing watched Lin Ye's departing figure, her pretty face flushed, trembling with rage. Once this princess escapes, I will definitely stomp this lewd brat underfoot. He'll castrate him directly. Let him become a eunuch serving this princess by fetching tea and water and helping me wash my feet. Lin Ye, wait for me. Bottom of the death row. Lin Ye opened the roster in his hand. Zhang Danyu, vice leader of the blood cult's Yunzhou branch. taking advantage of the drought in Yunzhou, inciting the disaster-stricken populace to revolt. Nonsense. Zhang Dani was tied to the torture rack, his eyes bloodshot. The court is corrupt, and the officials are detestable. The common people can't even gnaw on tree bark. To revolt is to die, and to not revolt is also to starve to death. Why not revolt? Lin Ye nodded. That makes sense. But my job is to take your head. Court lackey, die a miserable death. The blood ancestor descends, cleansing the mortal. A flash of a blade, and the massive head rolled to the ground, blood spurting. Executed a peak true chi realm, reward 50 years of cultivation, 3 gathering chi pills. Take him away, the next one. Lin Ye shook off the blood from his blade. Now that he is the commander, after killing his subordinates, naturally took care of cleaning up. Li Jiaojiao, concubine of the blood cult's Yunzhou branch leader, in charge of finances. The woman tied to the frame desperately twisted her body, her clothes half fallen, exposing large areas of snow-white plump skin, attempting to use her looks to save her life. My lord, spare me. I am very skilled, though I can serve in any way. Lin Ye's eyes showed no emotion as he swung his blade, directly cleaving both her and the frame in half. Lu Ergu, fragrant master of the Yunzhou branch. Who ties you? Lin Ye walked past. Each time he spoke, a member of the blood cult lost their head. This batch of cultists was mostly captured in Yunzhou. With years of drought, the collusion between officials and merchants in land annexation forced the desperate refugees to become fodder for the blood cult. The foundation of the Great Wu Dynasty has long rotted. After beheading dozens, Lin Ye did not even blink. He amassed a full 1,100 years of cultivation. Lin Ye did not rush to break through. He returned his sword and sat in his room. Not long after sitting down, a messenger rushed in from outside. Lord Commander, the pacification officer Lord Shui requests your presence urgently. Lin Ye squinted, standing up to exit. Shui Changqing's office was 100 times more opulent than Zone 7, with dozens of grand halls stretching in a row. When Lin Ye arrived, several commanders were already present, all of whom were martial officials from the eastern region, and Shui Changqing's trusted guard captain was also among them. Everyone exchanged polite gestures, but no one spoke. After a moment, Shui Changqing strode out. He glanced at Lin Ye. Unusually, he did not pick a fight, but directly ordered, "Everyone follow me to the execution ground at Kaishiku." Lin Ye's heart stirred. The execution ground at Kaishiku was not in the abyss, but in the southern city of the capital, a place specifically for executing serious offenders and intimidating the populace. Suddenly calling them all over indicated that the matter was significant. Upon arrival, the square was already crowded with people, with tens of thousands of capital citizens gathered outside to watch the commotion. At the center was a massive stone platform exuding a fierce aura. "We greet you, Vice Commander." Shui Changqing bowed to a gaunt old man on the platform. The Vice Commander of the Demon Suppression Guard held the rank of 3rd grade, second only to the Chief Commander in the Demon Suppression Guard. The gaunt old man's face was as cold as water. "Take your seats, it will begin shortly." Everyone took their seats. The old man stood up, his voice infused with true energy, echoing throughout the venue. "A few days ago, blood cult demons colluded with demonic monks to cause chaos in the abyss. This has caused heavy losses to our Demon Suppression Guard, and the court has also lost face. Many officials took the opportunity to make a fuss, slandering the Demon Suppression Guard as incompetent. This cannot be tolerated." The old man clenched his fist. The Chief Commander personally acted and captured a core elder of the blood cult. At noon today, he will be publicly executed to let the world know that we are not to be bullied. The commanders present gasped collectively. The Chief Commander actually came down personally, and even captured the elusive elder of the blood cult. A small officer rushed over to report, "My lord, it is almost noon. We can read the charges and proceed with the execution." Just then, "My lord, it's bad." A messenger officer rushed onto the platform, his face covered in sweat, his voice trembling. "My lord, the blood cult has just issued a blood letter assassination order in the city. They claim that anyone who dares to kill Elder Bloodcrow today will face the wrath of the entire cult, exterminating 3 clans, leaving no one alive." Instantly, the officers of the Demon Suppression Guard were enraged. A mere cult actually dared to threaten the court officials. The messenger officer's legs went weak. "My lord," upon hearing this news, the scheduled executioners all ran away. Now no one dares to go on stage to wield the blade. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. If the execution did not proceed on time, the Demon Suppression Guard would become the laughing stock of the world. How could they continue to maintain their standing in the capital when they were frightened by a cult's words, unable to even swing their heads? As the appointed time approached, Shui Changqing's eyes turned and a cunning plan emerged in his mind. "Vice Commander, I have a candidate." "Quickly say." Shui Changqing pointed at Lin Ye. "The commander under my command, Lin Ye, is actually from the executioner ranks in the death row. Killing and beheading is second nature to him. Moreover, he was in charge of Zone 7 during the recent chaos. Let him take the stage to execute, and it will be completely justified. Externally, we will claim he is avenging our fallen brothers." "Good idea. Lord Shui is wise. Let's proceed with this." Several high-ranking officials applauded, and no one asked Lin Ye whether he agreed. As for the blood cult's revenge and extermination of 3 clans, what did it have to do with them? Killing an unconnected lowly commander to save the face of the entire Demon Suppression Guard was a deal too profitable. "Lin Ye, why aren't you stepping forward quickly?" Xue Changqing barked a hint of sinister satisfaction, barely concealed at the corner of his mouth. Swish! All the gazes of the high-ranking martial officials of the Demon Suppression Guard fell sharply upon Lin Ye. Lin Ye walked out leisurely, his expression blank. Xue Changqing feigned concern, saying, "Lin Ye, this matter concerns the reputation of our Demon Suppression Guard. You must handle it beautifully. As for the retaliation from the Blood Oath sect," Xue Changqing waved dismissively, "just a bunch of rats hiding in the sewers. You are now the commander. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on you." These words were spoken with grandiosity. However, everyone present saw through the facade. The Blood Oath sect had been rebelling for hundreds of years, daring even to assassinate high-ranking officials of the court. Would they care about a mere commander? This was purely a scheme to send Lin Ye to his death. If they didn't push Lin Ye out, would they have these high officials act as the supervising officer seated at the main seat spoke indifferently. "So you are Lin Ye. You just need to go and kill that demon, and I assure you there will be no issues." As he spoke, the old man wiped a jade talisman from his thumb and tossed it to Lin Ye. "This is a jade talisman I crafted in my early years. When crushed, it can unleash a full power strike at the peak of the Yuanhai realm, which can save your life at a critical moment." The scene fell silent instantly. Several commanders had their eyes gleaming with greed, fixating on the jade talisman in Lin Ye's hand. A strike at the peak of the Yuanhai realm. This was a priceless life-saving treasure. Giving it to someone who is certain to die is simply a waste of resources. Several commanders exchanged glances, secretly harboring ill intentions. "My lord, the time is almost at noon." Xue Changqing was impatient. "Lin Ye, why aren't you going yet?" The other commanders moved in unison, subtly sealing off all of Lin Ye's escape routes. Xue Changqing was very pleased with his scheme. To kill the elder of the Blood Oath sect regardless of success or failure, Lin Ye was doomed. If successful, the Blood Oath sect would definitely shred his entire family to pieces. If he failed, it would bring shame to the Demon Suppression Guard. When the commander-in-chief placed the blame, Lin Ye would be the perfect scapegoat. Either way, he was doomed. Lin Ye cupped his hands and turned striding up the 3 zhang high bluestone platform. On the platform, a gaunt old man clad in prison garb was bound tightly. He had only 9 fingers on his hands, and was the core elder of the Blood Oath sect, Qin Jiuji. Seeing Lin Ye approach, Qin Jiuji's expression was calm. "Young boy, are you here to send me off? State your name." Lin Ye remained silent, walking to the side and drawing out a hefty ghost-headed knife. He tested the blade casually. It was decent enough. Qin Jiuji sighed. "I had a lifetime of renown, but unfortunately my transcendent cultivation has been severed. Young boy, I see you have excellent bone structure. As long as you take me as your master, I can guarantee you genuine energy in 3 years and Yuanhai in 10. Lin Ye sprayed a strong liquor onto the back of the knife and wiped it with a cloth. Under the sunlight, the knife gleamed coldly. "Too slow." "What do you mean by too slow?" Qin Jiuji was taken aback. Lin Ye walked over, kicking Qin Jiuji on the knee. Qin Jiuji, with his cultivation sealed, was directly kicked to his knees. Lin Ye stepped on his back and coldly said, "I've barely been cultivating for half a year and am already at the Yuanhai realm. Why would I take you, an old fool, as my master?" "Impossible." Qin Jiuji was horrified. Even facing death, he couldn't believe such a genius existed in this world. Seeing the slaughter knife raised high, Qin Jiuji panicked. "Wait, I have a granddaughter just 20 years old, stunningly beautiful. Not interested. I also have treasures worth over a dozen places. Thousands of talismans. You. Not interested. Ooh, I have more money than I can spend." "Huh." Qin Jiuji laughed in anger. "You ignorant fool, who has never seen the world. Kill me, and your entire family will die." Just then the execution officer below shouted, "The time has come. Lin Ye raised the ghost-headed knife high. "Kill. Kill all the court lackeys and rescue the elder." In the crowd below, a thunderous roar erupted, and over 100 hidden members of the Blood Oath sect simultaneously launched an attack, rushing towards the platform. The square, filled with tens of thousands of onlookers, erupted into chaos as they fled in terror. The supervising officer sat firmly like a mountain. The martial officials of the Demon Suppression Guard had long waited, impatiently drawing their swords and engaging the demon horde. Xue Changqing, while slashing at people, glanced at the platform, realizing Lin Ye's knife had not yet fallen. He turned his eyes cunningly and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Lin Ye, what are you waiting for? Quickly kill the rebel Qin Jiuji." Xue Changqing was overjoyed at heart. This shout directly announced Lin Ye's name to all the members of the Blood Oath sect. "Let's see how this kid dies next. Daring to challenge me, I will make you pay dearly." Lin Ye, standing on the platform, cast a cold glance at Xue Changqing. This old dog continued to court death. It was time to send him on his way. I originally wanted to gain experience quietly, yet someone was eager to meet their end. Slash. With a swift motion, the knife fell. The once notorious elder of the evil cult Qin Jiuji was now headless. Lin Ye looked at the lifeless head on the ground and softly added, "You cannot imagine the joy of killing. Killing a peak Yuanhai realm opponent rewards 500 years of cultivation, 3 blood god pills, 10 gathering chi pills, and 500 spirit stones." Xue Changqing, standing on the platform, glanced at the separated head and body of Qin Jiuji. A trace of malice flickered in his eyes. "Lin Ye, well done." Lin Ye didn't even glance at him. There was nothing to say to a dead man. Boom. Just then a thunderous noise suddenly erupted from the direction of the abyss. Not good. The abyss is empty. Someone is launching a surprise attack. The high-ranking members of the Demon Suppression Guard all changed their expressions. To display their might, all the elite forces had been dispatched to the South City Square. Now the abyss was leaderless, as if opening its doors to be attacked. This was a scheme to lure the tiger away from its den and raid their lair. Everyone heed my command. Return for reinforcements at once. Lin Ye walked through the crowd frowning secretly. Even the higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Guard were not foolish enough to reach this extent. It was just a matter of executing a prisoner. Why would they need to bring all the officials and commanders out? Leaving a portion behind to guard the home was the normal operation. This was clearly a trap. Rush back to the abyss. The surroundings were surprisingly quiet, devoid of the anticipated bloodshed. Dozens of corpses lay scattered on the ground, most of which were cultists who had come to attack. Not far away, the commander of the weapon vanguard, Lei Meng, was leisurely cleaning up the battlefield with hundreds of elites. Shui Chongqing was taken aback and stepped forward, cupping his hands. Commander Lei, what brings you here? Lei Meng glanced at him and replied in a deep voice, on orders to catch mice. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, instantly understanding. This was indeed a setup. They had deliberately emptied the higher-ups of the abyss to create a facade of vulnerability as bait. In the shadows, a large group of elite weapon vanguards had already been ambushed. If no one came to launch an attack, it would be as if nothing had happened. But if someone dared to raid the prison, they would directly run into a net of heaven and earth. However, Lin Ye was a bit puzzled. Would the Blood Oath sect not see through such an obvious empty city tactic? Unable to figure it out, Lin Ye didn't bother to think too hard. Before long, a messenger rider galloped in. The supervising officer has ordered. All personnel remain on standby and must not act without permission. Lin Ye waited with the crowd around the abyss for an entire afternoon without any news until nightfall. As night fell and the moon rose high, the messenger rider arrived again. Commander Lin Ye of the 7th District, take your orders. Lin Ye took the letter and glanced at it, his eyes brightening slightly. What a brilliant chain tactic. During the daytime ambush in the abyss, the Forbidden Martial Guard intentionally let some of the invading cultists escape. Then the entire city went on high alert, launching a massive manhunt. Those who slipped through the net became like startled birds, frantically hiding in the secret strongholds scattered throughout the capital. Little did they know their every move was under the watchful eyes of the undercover agents. The Forbidden Martial Guard followed the clues and unearthed several hidden operatives of the blood cult. Under the cover of night, they prepared to strike with great force, intending to capture them all. Lin Ye received the task of leading the troops from Area 7 to eliminate a stronghold in the northern part of the city. Come, assemble the troops. A moment later, the remaining 20 or so warriors from Area 7 gathered. Lin Ye looked at this motley crew and felt a rush of speechlessness. Area 7 had just suffered a heavy blow, and their numbers had not yet been replenished. Recruiting warriors at the Qi realm was not as easy as gathering refugees. This issue was persistently obstructed by Shui Chongqing, who intentionally made things difficult for him. Inspect the weapons. Lin Ye commanded. The newly promoted officer Ma Biao hesitated a bit. Commander, what exactly is our mission at this late hour? Lin Ye shot him a glance. You'll know when we get there. Ma Biao felt dissatisfied but feared Lin Ye's fierce demeanor, so he had no choice but to keep quiet. Half an hour later, the group stealthily arrived at a secluded manor in the northern part of the city. Lin Ye lowered his voice. The intel is accurate. The remnants of the blood cult that ambushed the abyss are hiding inside. Ma Biao's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Sir, this is the residence of the vice leader of the Qing. The Qing Bamboo Gang has connections with the Shui prefect. If we barge in without an official order, this. Other subordinates also began to hesitate. They had only just become warriors and did not wish to get embroiled in the affairs of such a major power. Are you afraid? Lin Ye's eyes suddenly turned cold. He despised his subordinates whining during battle. If they dared to speak another word, he guaranteed they wouldn't see the sun. Feeling the icy killing intent radiating from Lin Ye, Ma Biao and the others trembled in their hearts. Lin Ye drew the long knife from his waist. There is a death order from above. Those who dare resist shall be killed without mercy. Kill. Kill. More than 20 people steeled themselves and charged into the manor, slashing at anyone they encountered and setting fires everywhere. In no time, the manor was engulfed in flames and screams filled the air. Lin Ye did not enter. He activated the skyward technique, rising into the air and quietly hovering dozens of meters above, observing the situation. Indeed, there are fish that escape the net. With their numbers too few, they could not encircle such a large manor, and soon several shadows leaped over the walls and fled. Lin Ye took out a specially made strong bow from the sea-swallowing shell and knocked an arrow. Whooshed! A sharp arrow shot through the night sky, like a meteor, precisely piercing the back of a cultist. Kill the mid-stage Qi realm cultivator. Reward 20 years of cultivation, 3 Qi gathering pills. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Ye continued to shoot arrows. Anyone who fled the manor was struck down within 100 meters. Huh. Lin Ye suddenly released the bowstring, his gaze locking onto a swiftly moving shadow in the darkness. The cultists in the manor were nearly all killed, yet there was still a master at the early nascent Sea realm hiding in this small stronghold. Strangely, this person clearly had the strength to wipe out the charging demon-suppressing guards, yet he merely watched coldly as his subordinates perished without lifting a finger, instead opting to escape amidst the chaos. This was undoubtedly a big catch. Lin Ye smirked, refraining from hastily shooting, instead silently following the fleeing figure under the cover of night. This fellow was indeed cunning. One moment he dove into a residential house, only to re-emerge half a day later. The next he slipped into an alley surfacing from a stinking ditch dozens of meters away. If he had been tracking on flat ground, he would have long lost sight of him. Yet under Lin Ye's heavenly eye and skyward technique, the person's every move appeared as that of a clown. They tussled until the early morning, when roosters began to crow. The man reached the riverbank, hopped onto a small boat, and rowed toward an island in the middle of a wide lake. This looks a bit familiar. Lin Ye smirked. After all that circling, he had unexpectedly returned near his newly purchased residence. The river here connected directly to his backyard. This island in the lake was renowned in the capital as a gathering place for literati and gentlemen to revel. Lin Ye observed from above, noticing that several shadows were quietly approaching the small island. It seemed this was a core stronghold of the thieves. Earth escape technique. Lin Ye's figure flickered, and he directly burrowed underground. This broken island is all rock, he muttered, cursing inwardly. The earth escape technique is already slow in soil, and encountering a hard layer of rock only made it crawl. Pushing his spiritual energy to the limit, his speed was only comparable to an average person's walking pace. In a hidden underground stone chamber, he heard a voice. Brother Liu has also escaped. Did you encounter an attack by the demon-suppressing guards, eh? Sai, yes. Fortunately, the demon-suppressing guards are nothing but mindless brutes, otherwise I wouldn't have returned tonight. Several strongholds in the capital have been attacked simultaneously. It seems the daytime ambush in the abyss exposed our plans. Those fools of the blood cult are more trouble than they're worth. It is precisely because they are foolish that we can use them as tools. Lin Ye, hidden in the rock layer, restrained his presence and quietly listened to the dialogue inside. People continued to arrive in the stone chamber, and soon more than 10 had gathered. Young Master Shui, the blood cult strongholds in the capital have been almost entirely eradicated. What should we do next? A handsome young man in luxurious clothing sat in the main seat. He was none other than Shui Yu, the core heir of the Shui family in the capital. Shui Yu's expression was impassive, his tone laced with disdain. Those mad dogs of the blood cult dare to threaten our civil official group in return. We must make them bleed and let them understand who holds the leash. The others nodded in agreement. They fundamentally looked down on the blood cult as a despicable sect, and their cooperation was merely mutual exploitation. Now that the tools are disobedient, they naturally needed to borrow the Emperor's sword to destroy them. So what does young Master Shui mean? Shui Yu revealed a smirk. Isn't the Sky Patrol Office and the Forbidden Martial Guard eager to investigate? Let's give them a push. The blood cult has infiltrated many spies around the military generals over the years. I have a list here. The concubine of the deputy commander of the Forbidden Martial Guard, the captain of Shui Chanking's personal guard, and several bedmates of the lieutenants, all are hidden operatives of the blood cult. Shui Yu took a sip of hot tea, his tone relaxed. If they want to investigate, we will completely expose this cover-up. Wonderful. How wonderful. The Sky Patrol Office goes all out only to end up with their own people implicated. If they dare to conceal it, we will mobilize all the students from the capital's academies to create a public outcry, directly nailing them to the pillar of shame. If they abandon their kin for righteousness and obliterate their relatives, the military officials will certainly be in a state of panic, completely losing their unity. This group of literati was filled with malice, their schemes more vicious than the last. Shui Yu nodded in satisfaction. As long as this chain scheme succeeded and severely weakened the arrogance of the military officials, his position in the Shui family would be unshakable. Shui Yu raised his hand to quiet the room, his voice low. Gentlemen, the current emperor is gravely ill and the crown prince is regent. Our civil official group must assist the crown prince in taking control of the government. These brutish military men have turned the great martial dynasty into a chaotic mess. To save this realm, we must restore power to the literati. The military officials and the army are only fit to be obedient dogs. Once the crown prince ascends the throne smoothly with all of you in the court, the golden age of the literati leading the world will surely return. Lin Ye listened underground for a long time and finally pieced together the entire situation. In simpler terms, it was all about the strife for power and profit. The great martial dynasty was in turmoil, yet the civil and military officials were fighting to the death. In recent decades, with demons running rampant, the violent organizations such as the Forbidden Martial Guard and the Demon Suppressing Guards had risen to power, dominating the government. The civil officials had become marginalized, twisting their minds in resentment. To pull down the military officials, they actually colluded with the blood cult in secret. As a result, when the blood cult turned against them and posed a threat, the civil officials took the opportunity to leak information, deliberately using the Forbidden Martial Guard's blades to clean up the blood cult. Killing two birds with one stone. They not only eliminated the disobedient cult tool, but also created chaos within the military officials, even causing the suspicious royal family to lose all trust in them. What a clever scheme. Lin Ye revealed himself, clapping in admiration. Shui Yu and the other 10 or so scholars were taken aback. What they were discussing was the utmost secret of exterminating a family. If it were to leak out, their families and the academy would follow them to their doom. Shui Yu did not even ask who Lin Ye was, and showed a fierce expression. Kill him. We cannot leave any survivors. Do not underestimate the power of scholars. The scholars of the great martial dynasty also practiced martial arts. In the stone chamber, the 10 or so scholars were all capable fighters above the true Qi realm. Shuiyu, who led them, had just recently broken through to the Yuan Hai realm. Lin Ye tugged at the corner of his mouth. Since he dared to show up, he must have absolute confidence. In his eyes, these literary fellows were nothing more than moving ATMs. Buzz. Sky-splitting sword pellet. Shuiyu exclaimed, suddenly realizing to question, "Who exactly are you?" "I am the one sending you on your way." The sword light flashed like lightning. The silver gleam darted back and forth in the narrow stone chamber. Apart from Shuiyu, the remaining true Qi realm scholars could not even let out a scream before they all fell to the ground dead. Dealing with this group of sheltered flowers with no combat experience was completely a dimensionality reduction attack. Not good. Shuiyu's heart raced. He desperately turned his head to narrowly avoid the flying sword, a deep gash cutting open his forehead. He knew he was definitely no match and casually patted his waist, throwing out a smoke bomb as he leaped toward the exit of the stone chamber. Trying to escape. Lin Ye's icy gaze flicked, pointing his sword. The flying sword streaked through the air like a flash of lightning, piercing through Shui's skull from behind. Kill a peak true Qi realm reward 20 years of cultivation mastery, in calligraphy 10 spirit stones. Kill a late true Qi realm reward 10 years of cultivation mastery, in painting 2 cleansing pills. Kill an early Yuan Hai realm reward 40 years of cultivation mastery, in go 50 spirit stones. A bunch of useless trash. The rewards are even less than those of low-tier monsters. Lin Ye spat in disdain. This group of scholars had lofty realms, but no combat power, leading to significantly reduced system rewards. He bent down and began to search the corpses. Soon a smile emerged on Lin Ye's face. Though these people dropped weak skills, their wealth was indeed substantial. Not to mention various precious pills and top-tier writing materials, just the cash, gold, and jewels they carried amounted to over 100,000 taels. Having made a windfall, Lin Ye left Heart Lake Island contentedly. Upon returning to the abyss, as soon as he entered the gate, dozens of armored guards rushed up, surrounding Lin Ye. Shui Changqing's captain of the personal guard, Shui Biao, approached, hand on the hilt of his sword, exuding an aggressive aura. "Lin Ye, where were you last night during the crackdown on the blood worship sect's stronghold?" Shui Biao interrogated sternly. "Your subordinate reported that you disappeared upon arrival. Were you secretly informing the thieves and letting the remnants of the evil sect escape?" Lin Ye was slightly taken aback. This guy's ability to reverse accusations was truly brazen. If he hadn't overheard Shui's plot on Heart Lake Island, knowing this guy was a mole planted by the blood worship sect beside Shui Changqing, he might have been fooled. By order of the town guard general, arrest Lin Ye and throw him into the death cell for trial. Shui Biao waved his hand to command. Lin Ye scoffed, "Frame me. I think you are the old undercover agent of the blood worship sect, aren't you?" Shui Biao's pupils constricted. After being undercover in the abyss for over 10 years, it was the first time his identity had been exposed to his face. He did not know where he had slipped up, but this person before him absolutely could not be left alive. Clang. Shui Biao drew his sword. "Lin Ye defies orders and refuses to be captured. Kill him on the spot." "Kill." Dozens of guards raised their blades and charged forward. Looking for death. Lin Ye opened his mouth and spat out the sky-splitting sword pellet. The silver light circled the arena. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons in the guards' hands were instantly severed by the flying swords clattering to the ground. Lin Ye did not kill them. Slaughtering these minions would only bring him the undeserved label of massacring colleagues. "You really have a problem." Shui Biao felt a chill in his heart and shouted. "You were just a lowly prison guard. How could you be this strong? You are definitely a monster of the blood worship sect. You talk too much." Lin Ye stepped forward, his right fist carrying the violent strength of a giant elephant crashing forward. Boom. A single punch shattered Shui Biao's steel long knife, the residual force unrelenting, fiercely hitting his chest armor. The armor exploded and the chest cavity was instantly penetrated by the violent force, leaving a transparent blood hole. Kill a peak true Qi realm reward 50 years of cultivation, 50 spirit stones. Lin Ye, you are a dog who is tired of living. Hearing the commotion, Shui Changqing arrived just in time to see his captain being punched through. This was his most capable confidant, not only resisting law enforcement, but also daring to attack publicly. "You will die today." Shui Changqing erupted in rage, leaping into the air, his hands rapidly forming seals. Mountain suppression seal. Shui Changqing's life-bound magical artifact was suddenly summoned. In midair, a towering mountain silhouette over dozens of feet tall instantly materialized, carrying the might of Mount Tai, and smashed down fiercely toward Lin Ye. Before such a colossal object, human life was like an ant. Lin Ye did not retreat or evade. He slightly bent his legs, sinking his center of gravity, and with a powerful thrust of his arms struck upward. "Shatter for me." The ancient giant elephant's power was unleashed without reservation. Boom. A punch shattered mountains. The indestructible mountain suppression seal silhouette was directly shattered into countless specks of light by the violent wind of the punch. Shui Changqing's face turned pale instantly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground like a kite with a broken string. His life-bound magical artifact was destroyed, and he suffered a fatal backlash, his internal organs almost displaced. You You dare to murder your superior intending to rebel. Today you absolutely cannot leave the Abyss Gate. What excuse do you need to add a crime? Lin Ye's expression was emotionless, like a cold-blooded god of death walking step by step towards Shui Chongqing, looking down at the town guard general, who was desperately crawling backward on the ground. I warned you long ago, those who provoke me must pay the price. Why can't you remember? Shui Chongqing felt a chill from Lin Ye's deadpan gaze, finally recalling Lin Ye's previous warning. He threatened with a fierce tone, "This is the base of the Demon Suppression Guard. Do you dare to kill me? I am a trusted aide of the Chief Commander. If you touch a hair on me, the Chief Commander will definitely skin you alive." Lin Ye raised an eyebrow with interest. "Oh, so you have done a lot of unspeakable things for the Chief Commander." Shui Chongqing thought Lin Ye was afraid, and forced himself to say naturally, "Otherwise how could I secure the position of Town Guard General?" Lin Ye grinned. "Then if I kill you, the Chief Commander will publicly rage, but secretly be pleased." Shui Chongqing's face changed suddenly, a chill shooting from his feet to his head. "Spare my life." "I." Lin Ye raised his foot, bringing down tremendous force, and stomped down hard. Slap. Shui Chongqing's head exploded like a rotten watermelon. The dead keep secrets best. A revolving lantern image flashed through his mind. Lin Ye saw clearly the sordid life of that old dog Shui Chongqing, who hailed from a remote small sect. The childhood sweetheart he had secretly loved for many years married the son of the sect leader, and filled with resentment, he colluded with bandits to poison the well, wiping out the entire family. He then imprisoned his childhood sweetheart, torturing her to death as a tool for his own desires. After fleeing to the capital, Shui Chongqing mixed with the underworld, harming hundreds of innocent young girls. Later, by chance, he ingratiated himself with the current Chief Commander Nye Wuji. Known for his ruthlessness, he specifically handled various unsavory tasks for Nye Wuji, becoming his chief henchman. With these merits, he climbed to the high position of the local governor despite his mediocre talent. Kill a cultivator in the early Yuanhai realm, reward 120 years of cultivation, 3 pure yang pills. Shui Chongqing is dead. The dozens of guards around were so frightened they were trembling, unable to hold their weapons steady. Who doesn't know Shui Chongqing was the favored one beside the chief commander? Lin Ye actually stepped on him publicly and crushed him. This was a breach of the heavens. Lin Ye didn't even look at these useless people, casually wiping the red and white substance from the soles of his shoes on the bluestone slab before striding away. At the residence of the Demon Suppression Guard's chief commander, "Stop. What are you doing?" 2 gate guards drew their swords to block the way. Lin Ye's expression was calm. "I am Lin Ye, the leader of the 7th District, with an urgent matter to report to the commander." The gate guards scoffed. "The commander is busy with important matters. How could he have time to see a lowly leader like you? Get lost." Lin Ye's eyes turned cold. A 7th-rank official before the Prime Minister, and a few gate dogs dared to bark randomly. Lin Ye took a deep breath, channeling his true energy into his dantian, his voice booming like a great bell echoing through the residence. "I am Lin Ye, the leader, with an earth-shattering case to report to the commander." A few officers' faces changed drastically. "Impudent. Dare to make noise in front of the commander, seeking death." Several long spears thrust towards him with fierce winds. Lin Ye didn't even raise a hand. His protective true energy surged violently. Several officers were struck as if by rampaging bulls, spewing blood and flying backwards. Treading lightly, a thin old steward in a satin gown stepped out of the threshold. The steward glanced at the rolling officers on the ground, frowned, and stared at Lin Ye. "The master wants you to go in." Lin Ye stepped over the threshold. As they brushed past each other, the old steward quietly dropped a warning. "Young man, even if acting recklessly, you must be aware of your surroundings. Otherwise you will inevitably provoke someone you cannot afford to offend." Lin Ye paused, glanced at him, and replied, "In any case, the living Yama certainly does not include you." The old steward's face turned pale with anger, pointing at Lin Ye's departing figure, trembling, but unable to utter a word. In the side hall, a maid had just served hot tea when the chief commander Nye Wuji entered, wearing his usual attire, his expression impassive. "I am Lin Ye, the leader of the 7th District, paying my respects to you, my lord." Nye Wuji's hawk-like eyes fixed on Lin Ye's, voice revealing no hint of emotion. "Did you kill Shui Chongqing?" Lin Ye's eyelids twitched. Just after killing someone, the news had already reached here. This old fellow's network of informants was truly terrifying. "Yes," Lin Ye admitted calmly. The side hall fell into instant silence. A terrifying aura, as if it could crush souls, suddenly descended. Lin Ye's forehead beaded with cold sweat, but he forced himself not to bow. After a moment, the aura dissipated, and Lin Ye secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Give me a reasonable explanation." "My lord, please look." Lin Ye pulled out the silken fabric he had scavenged from the island in the lake, and presented it with both hands. "What is this?" Nye Wuji glanced at it. It was densely written with the names of over 100 individuals, all mid to high-ranking military officials from various violent institutions of the court. Lin Ye spoke in a deep voice. "Last night, I was ordered to eradicate the blood worship sect's stronghold, tracking down the remaining fish that slipped through the net, and found a secret meeting place of the civil official faction. The names written on this fabric are all spies sent by the civil officials and the evil cult infiltrating our ranks." Nye Wuji's expression finally showed some fluctuation as he sat down, gripping the silken fabric. Lin Ye continued to fan the flames. "After obtaining the list, I rushed back to the abyss to present it to you, my lord. who knew I encountered the chief of the personal guards, Shui Biao, blocking the way. I exposed his identity as an undercover agent of the evil cult, and Shui Biao in a desperate attempt tried to kill me to silence me, but I killed him on the spot. Then Shui Changqing jumped out and struck hard. Nia Wuji slammed the list heavily on the table, his voice stern. So you killed Shui Changqing. Do you not know he was someone I personally promoted? My lord, you see clearly. Lin Ye, undaunted, looked Nia Wuji in the eye with righteous fervor. I have seen the list, and it clearly states Shui Changqing's name in black and white. He was eager to kill me, clearly trying to destroy the list and cover up the truth for the evil cult. Since he is a traitor of the blood worship sect, how could he possibly be your trusted aide, my lord? It is clear that this old thief is duplicitous, having long used flattery to deceive you, my lord. I have a worthless life, but this list concerns the safety of the great martial dynasty, and it must not fall into the hands of thieves. Nia Wuji stared at Lin Ye for a long while, then let out a cold snort. So you think that by killing your superior and colleague you are not only innocent, but have also accomplished a great feat of protecting your lord? Lin Ye lowered his head slightly, his tone sincere. This meager trick of mine is nothing remarkable. It is entirely due to your lord's grace that I risked my life to alleviate your worries. I would never dare to claim credit. Nia Wuji's eye twitched imperceptibly. He gripped the silken fabric, his gaze landing on the last 3 words. The ink was not even dry, and the handwriting was completely different from the previous names, clearly added in hastily. Did this kid really take him for a blind man? Lin Ye had indeed done this on purpose. He was testing Nia Wuji's attitude. If this old fox insisted on avenging Shui Changqing, there would surely be a bloody battle today. If he did not care, then it would be better for everyone to step down gracefully. It turned out exactly as Lin Ye had anticipated. Nia Wuji appeared gloomy on the surface, but there was not a hint of anger in his heart. Shui Changqing had done too many unsavory tasks for him over the years and knew too many secrets. Now that he was dead, and even bore the charge of being an undercover agent for the blood worship sect, it was actually good for him as the chief commander. At most, it could be seen as poor judgment in recognizing people. This list in hand was a truly astonishing achievement. The Demon Suppression Guard had always struggled to gain a foothold among the court's major institutions. With this irrefutable evidence of the collusion between the civil official faction and the evil cult, Nia Wuji would have leverage to stand up to the cabinet and the forbidden martial guard. The civil official faction would surely suffer a heavy loss this time. The value of this list outweighed that of the useless Shui Changqing 1,000-fold. Nia Wuji put the list into his storage pouch, his gaze towards Lin Ye carrying a hint of appreciation. He stood up, pacing the hall with his hands behind his back, and solemnly stated, You acted on my secret orders, successfully uncovering the conspiracy of the civil official faction and seizing the top-secret list. You decisively killed the traitors Shui Changqing and Shui Biao, safeguarding the list. This is a great achievement. Lin Ye secretly clicked his tongue. These high-ranking officials truly had thick skins. In just a few sentences, everything he had done was transformed into Nia Wuji's strategic foresight and deep planning. However, Lin Ye didn't mind at all. This was precisely the result he desired. My lord is wise and mighty, strategizing with ease. A mere thief is naturally within our grasp. Lin, this matter is highly confidential. When you return, keep your mouth shut. After all, you killed the pacification envoy. We cannot publicly announce it, and rewards cannot be given for now. Lin Ye cupped his hands, saying, It is my duty to alleviate my lord's worries. Nia Wuji waved his hand and changed the subject. You did well in executing Qin Zhou's finger yesterday. The Blood Oath sect has made threats. Since you killed Qin Zhou's finger, they will surely retaliate fiercely. Nia Wuji flipped his palm, and a soft golden light radiated from a relic hovering in the air. He casually tossed it to Lin Ye. This is the golden relic left by me after slaying a demonic monk in my youth. Below the true spirit realm, no one can breach its defenses. Keep it for your life. Then he threw out an ancient book that was yellowed with age. You are now in the Yuanhai realm, and you will soon start searching for the great acupoints within you. This is my personal experience in locating acupoints. Take a look. Lin Ye was overjoyed and quickly accepted it, saying, Thank you, my lord. I am willing to face any danger for you. Get lost. Stay low-key lately, and stir up less trouble. Nia Wuji waved his hand. Lin Ye held his head high and strode out of the side hall. The thin old steward watched Lin Ye's arrogant figure, gritting his teeth in anger. This brat not only fights, but does not even understand basic manners, not even offering a penny in respect. The old steward leaned toward Nia Wuji and said quietly, My lord, this boy is unruly and overly conspicuous. He will surely bring you great trouble sooner or later. Nia Wuji sat down again, taking a sip of tea. What is a young person without some arrogance? I am not afraid of him causing trouble. I fear he lacks the ability to claim credit. The old steward's heart tightened, and he quickly fell silent. The Demon Suppression Abyss. District 7. 6 stewards stood like wooden stakes in the room, staring at the headless corpses of Shui Changqing and Shui Biao on the floor, trembling with fear. Lin Ye, you didn't run. Seeing Lin Ye walk in unscathed, the 6 gasped in shock. Lin Ye's eyes suddenly turned cold. He had not forgotten that Shui Biao had just said that these 6 had reported him, claiming he fled during last night's bandit. Lin Ye walked step by step to them, the corners of his mouth curling up to reveal a set of chilling white teeth. Did you go to Xue Chongqing and inform him that I secretly let the remnants of the evil cult escape? My lord, it's a misunderstanding. Please spare us, Commander. We were also forced. The 6 stewards feigned calmness, some knelt down to beg for mercy, while 2 others turned to flee towards the door. Lin Ye watched their disgraceful appearances, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. You are all my good subordinates. Since you were so loyal to Xue Chongqing, you must miss him dearly, right? Lin Ye slowly raised his fist, a violent surge of blood energy erupting. Living and dying together is what makes a true confidant. I will send you down to accompany him. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ye smashed several stewards in succession, and the public office fell silent in an instant. He glanced at the trembling guard outside, saying Xue Chongqing and Xue Biao conspired treasonously, colluding with the evil cult, and according to the secret order from the Supreme Commander, they were executed on the spot. These 6 traitorous stewards are accomplices and will be dealt with together. Throw their corpses into the lowest level of the death prison and continue to serve as usual. The guards felt as if a great amnesty had been bestowed upon them, rushing in to drag away the corpses. Lin Ye did not even look back as he turned to leave. Special note: 1 prison cell. Upon seeing Lin Ye, Su Wanxing frowned. You reek of blood today. How? Dozens, Lin Ye replied casually, as if he were talking about swatting a few flies. Su Wanxing fell silent. Chu Linger was gnawing on a pork elbow, her cheeks puffed up, muttering with some distaste, eating the food from this big restaurant every day is getting old. Godfather, I want to eat that exquisite crab roe from last time. Lin Ye flicked her forehead, saying you are in prison now. Having food from the big restaurant is already good enough, yet you still complain. No way, the seafood from last time was much tastier than this. Chu Linger tugged at Lin Ye's sleeve, acting spoiled, saliva nearly dripping down. Lin Ye laughed in anger. I'm just as greedy myself. Those sea demon elites weigh 100,000 gene, and only a few boxes can be refined from them. Do you think they are like the cabbages on the street? Chu Linger blinked her big eyes, not realizing that this delicacy was so precious. Lin Ye rubbed her little head, saying, when I have time I will take you to get something even more nourishing, like a whole dragon's liver to try. How does that sound? Dragon's liver? Chu Linger exclaimed, her mouth curling into a bright grin. Although she grew up in the royal mansion, she had seen the terror of pure-blood flood dragons. The dragon clan is very protective. Usually one cannot even see a dragon's liver, let alone eat it. Su Wanxing shot Lin Ye a disapproving glance, extending her fair fingers to tidy her hair by her ear. Linger, don't listen to this nonsense. Your mother only tasted minced dragon liver once during the royal ceremony, when she married into the royal mansion. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, his gaze playfully sweeping over Su Wanxing's long legs and ample curves. Do you think I'm bragging? Su Wanxing snorted coldly. What else could it be? Wait until I place the dragon liver before you. Oh, let's see how you will eat it. Su Wanxing was choked by his words, her face turning red as she spat, rude and shameless warrior. Lin Ye turned to ask Chu Linger in his arms, Linger, do you believe your godfather? I believe. Godfather is the strongest. Chu Linger hugged Lin Ye's neck tightly. The painful illness on my body that no one else could cure, Godfather, healed in an instant. Lin Ye kissed the little girl's tender face. So good. Chu Linger suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered, Godfather, my mother usually says you are not a good person, telling me to be careful of you. Lin Ye's expression darkened. When he had the chance, he would definitely make Su Wanxing pay for her words and make her call him father obediently. Chu Linger suddenly blinked her big eye seriously and said, since Godfather kissed Linger, does that mean when I grow up I will marry Linger as my wife? Lin Ye chuckled, you are still young. Don't listen to your mother's nonsense, so wait until you can't see your toes anymore. Chu Linger felt a bit unconvinced, looked down at her toes, and then glanced at the towering figure of her mother. She realized that her mother would definitely not be able to see her toes if she bent down. Thus the little girl nodded in agreement. Godfather, don't worry, I will definitely grow up just as big as my mother. Su Wanxing instinctively lowered her head, and indeed could not see her toes, blushing as she wanted to pinch her daughter's ear. You silly girl, shut up and stop talking nonsense. Stepping out of the prison cell, he finished work and returned to his newly bought elegant mansion. It's quite desolate. Lin Ye sat under the willow tree in the backyard, gazing at the spacious and empty courtyard, letting out a long sigh. He had been contemplating buying a few beautiful maidservants to serve him, but instead he was busy slaying in the abyss every day, unable to spare any time. It had been a few months since he crossed into this world. Although he had a place to settle down, there wasn't a single living soul around him, which left him feeling somewhat empty. No wonder so many traversers are eager to spread affection everywhere. This is truly loneliness. He shook his head, driving these boring thoughts from his mind. Lin Ye began to tally the profits he had gained over the past few days. During the Great Purge of the Abyss, he had slain a batch of death row inmates from the Blood Cult, earning 600 years of cultivation. He had stomped on Xue Chongqing and those treacherous managers, gaining 200 years of cultivation. Night raids on evil cult strongholds and casually killing scattered monsters had also netted him another 200 years of cultivation. A total of 1,000 years of pure cultivation. Besides that, he also had a bunch of elixirs and talismans. Among them, the most valuable elixirs were only 3 types: 3 enlightenment pills, 3 qi recovery pills, and 3 pure yang pills. These 3 types of elixirs were highly sought after in the market, yet hard to come by. The enlightenment pills could increase the success rate of opening acupoints. The Qi recovery pills could instantly replenish true Qi, and the pure yang pills were supreme tonics for vitality. Lin Ye didn't care about these and tossed them all into his mouth like eating jelly beans, chewing them up. Buzz. The medicinal power transformed into a warm current rushing straight to his dantian. Under the power of the 3 enlightenment pills, a blocked acupoint in his body finally loosened. Open for me. The vast amount of true Qi provided by the Qi recovery pills surged in, directly blasting open and filling that acupoint. At the same time, the pure yang pills ignited a violent surge of vitality. When the power of the 3rd pure yang pill was exhausted, another giant microparticle within him awakened explosively. Not bad, not bad. Lin Ye smacked his lips. The next crucial step was how to spend the 1,000 years of cultivation. After a brief contemplation, he made a decisive decision. Invest it all in his realm. While martial skills were important, the realm was fundamental. With sufficient cultivation, even a simple strike could crush those ostentatious geniuses. Lin Ye closed his eyes, fully committing to the ancient seeking acupoint technique. His consciousness instantly sank into the vast expanse of his internal starry sky. A massive true Qi dragon was circulating through his meridians, soon colliding with a solid dam. Open the acupoint. Break through for me. Instantly, 100 years of cultivation evaporated. The vast true Qi surged like a flood that breached a dam, forcefully blasting open that acupoint. Immediately, the overwhelming true Qi in his sea of energy poured into the newly opened acupoint, instantly filling it to the brim. While others opened acupoints cautiously, fearing they would fall into madness, Lin Ye had no such concerns. With over 1,000 years of cultivation as his foundation, he was like a fully fueled heavy tank, pushing through relentlessly. Open the acupoint. Charge. Break. Inject true Qi. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ye was immersed in the thrill of violently opening acupoints, unable to stop. Once he finished opening the acupoints on one meridian, he immediately switched to the next. Bang, bang, bang. He didn't know how long it had been. Lin Ye controlled his true Qi, repeatedly crashing into a massive acupoint, but it remained unyielding. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A loud crowing of a rooster sounded outside the courtyard. Dawn had arrived. Lin Ye snapped his eyes open, awakening from the frenzy of opening acupoints. Hiss, that was close. Lin Ye wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Without a renowned teacher's guidance, he had no idea of the dangers involved in opening acupoints. Someone like him who recklessly bombarded through would have perished long ago in the hands of an ordinary person, their spirit extinguished. Fortunately, his foundation was abnormally profound, and with 1,000 years of cultivation as support, he managed to endure. Feeling the state of his body, he realized that he had exhausted all of his 1,000 years of cultivation. That was why the last massive acupoint remained impassable. However, the corner of Lin Ye's mouth quickly curved into a grin. 34 major acupoints. In a single night, he had opened 34 major acupoints. If this speed were to spread, it would surely infuriate those so-called prodigies who were said to appear once in a century. Feeling the terrifying power contained within his limbs and bones, Lin Ye was in high spirits. However, he also had a headache due to one problem. He had carefully gone through the cultivation insights given by the chief commander. The Yuan-Si realm of the great martial dynasty was divided into 2 stages: opening acupoints and divine patterns. The opening of acupoints was crucial. An ordinary martial artist might only open 7 or 8 acupoints in their lifetime, which would qualify them as a genius. Every additional acupoint opened would significantly elevate their combat power. Once enough acupoints were opened, they would then use true Qi to connect these acupoints, sketching a divine pattern within their body. The more complex the divine pattern, the more terrifying its power. For instance, someone who only opened 7 acupoints could sketch the Big Dipper 7 stars diagram, causing their combat power to surge dozens of times, allowing them to contend with prodigies who had opened dozens of acupoints. Above the Yuan-Si realm was the true spirit realm, which involved merging one's spiritual will with the divine pattern, granting it spirituality. However, the ancient devouring technique that Lin Ye cultivated was completely incompatible with this world system. It seems I can only go down one path, relying solely on pure brute force to crush everything. I wonder what kind of pattern can be formed with 34 major acupoints. Lin Ye stroked his chin. When one comes to a mountain, there will always be a way. At worst, he could kill a few top sect's true disciples and seize their diagrams. And then there was the life-bound artifact. Ordinary martial artists fear that refining artifacts would slow down their cultivation progress. However, Lin Ye found ordinary artifacts too trashy, unable to keep up with his upgrade speed. He must obtain the most top-notch treasure worthy of being nourished in his sea of energy. After a night of cultivation, dawn broke. Lin Ye jumped into the icy river water in the backyard for a wash, feeling refreshed. He opened the panel and took a glance. Cultivation method, ancient devouring technique, 310 giant microparticles. Realm mid-Yuan-Si realm, 34 major acupoints. His strength had doubled once again. Changing into a clean set of casual clothes, Lin Ye walked out of the mansion. This place was too spacious. Living alone felt truly desolate. Today he did not plan to report to the abyss, but headed straight to the largest slave market in the capital city. The great martial dynasty had suffered consecutive natural disasters and human calamities across its 16 states. Outside the capital city, there were refugees everywhere. The slave market was bustling with people alive with activity. The lucrative trade of human trafficking was entirely monopolized by a few powerful factions. Lin Ye was too lazy to pick and choose outside, and directly walked into the largest pawnshop. Excellent timing, sir. The portly shopkeeper greeted him with a grin. With the recent purge by the court, many high officials have had their households ransacked. Through our connections, the merchant house managed to detain a batch of first-rate goods. I guarantee your satisfaction. Lin Ye followed the portly shopkeeper into the rear courtyard. Sir, this lot is exceptional. Just a few days ago they served in the residence of a second-rank minister of war. The portly shopkeeper jabbed at the 2 dozen or so people lined up in the yard and hawked loudly. Butlers, cooks, elderly matrons, maidservants. A complete set. All of them were raised by noble households from childhood. They know propriety and work with brisk efficiency. Lin Ye nodded faintly. Bring them out for inspection. The 20-some men, women, and elders bowed their heads and stood in neat order. The portly shopkeeper pointed at a vigorous old man. This is Butler Lao, who he managed the minister's accounts for 20 years, everything kept immaculate. This is Cook Lin Ye, a master of the kitchen not inferior to a palace chef. Lin Ye secretly opened his heavenly eye. He insisted on checking the background of any servant he would use. The glimpse revealed material worth noting. Butler Lao, who the matron and the cook all possessed true qi cultivation. Yet under the iron-handed suppression of the Daiwu imperial court, a fallen minister's servants had been branded with slave seals and had their meridians locked. Even with cultivation they dared not resist, they could only behave like obedient dogs. This in turn proved that although the Daiwu court had declined, its lingering might still commanded fear. Lin Ye's gaze swept across the group and halted at the very end. Sir, this is Ruo Shui, the portly shopkeeper hurried to introduce, the personal maid who served the minister's daughter since childhood. She is nimble and diligent if a bit plain in appearance. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. This maid called Ruo Shui had smeared a dull yellow medicine on her face. At first glance, she seemed ordinary. But the heavenly eye pierced through every disguise. Beneath the mask lay a true face of exquisite features, skin fairer than snow. Unlike Zhennan Princess Su Wangqing's ripe practiced allure, this woman's temperament was cold and aloof. In the lower depths of her eyes there burned a fierce, unbowed wildness. The more a mare resists, the more one relishes tearing away her sham with force and pinning her beneath oneself. Take them, Lin Ye decided without hesitation. Ruo Shui flinched as she felt Lin Ye's unabashed stare and hurriedly bowed her head lower. The portly shopkeeper was overjoyed. Servants from fallen noble houses fetched a high price. Many buyers could not afford them, and these had been waiting unsold for days. You are generous, sir. A bargain, 100,000 taels of silver. Lin Ye did not blink. He tossed a bill for 100,000 taels onto the table. Money was nothing. The previous night he had just lifted tens of thousands from Shui Yu and his unlucky crew. This was but a token offering. Take their servitude contracts and come with me. Taking the contracts, Lin Ye led the batch of servants back to the newly purchased mansion. He set Butler Lao Hu to assign chores and tidy the courtyard, and the quiet house finally gained some life. Cook Lin Ye proudly displayed his skills and prepared Lin Ye a sumptuous breakfast at once. The ingredients were humble, but the flavors were superb. Truly the talent of a cook from a second-rank minister of war's household. The 100,000 taels were well spent. With 20-odd people attending to him, the comfortable life Lin Ye had longed for since transmigrating at last arrived. Yet the vengeance of the heretical cults did not come. Perhaps the recent citywide purge had uprooted most of their foothold. When it was time for his duty, Lin Ye changed into clean plain clothes and went to the capital's busiest commercial street. Before him stood an imposing five-story pavilion. Qinqing Pavilion. The gate thronged with people, those who came and went were without exception the rich or the powerful. Qinqing Pavilion specialized in trading the resources, intelligence, and manuals that cultivators required. Lin Ye entered the main hall, which buzzed like a vegetable market. Kai consolidation pills, blood key pills, bone tempering pills, basic martial techniques such as crag-shattering fist and wind-breaking blade technique, stacked in mounds upon the counters. 100 attendants hustled to take payments and deliver goods. Everything sold on the first floor was for below the true qi realm. Lin Ye did not pause, but strode straight for the staircase. The second floor had fewer people, and the wares were of noticeably higher caliber. Young master, the third floor of Qinqing Pavilion is open only to major cultivators of the Yuan High realm. A maid at the foot of the stairs called out, raising a hand to bar him. Her expression was calm, but her eyes brimmed with contempt as if Lin Ye were unworthy to ascend. Lin Ye would not waste time debating with a servant. He unleashed a Yuanhe-level aura. The maid's face drained instantly, her legs went weak, and she nearly fell to her knees, bowing hurriedly. Pardon me, young master. It was my blindness. Ascending to the third floor, a woman of refined bearing came forward. Greetings, young master. I am Lucio, steward of this floor. How may I assist you? Lin Ye sat boldly upon a distinguished guest's chair and said evenly, I wish to see Hong Fu. Lucio's expression flickered. Across the capital fewer than 100 people would know that name. Young master, I do not understand what you mean. If you require pills or treasures, please state your needs. Lin Ye did not spare her a proper look. I am looking for Hong Fu. I was sent by someone to find her. Lucio's eyes shifted as she bit her lip and asked, do you have any proof? None. Simply tell her I come from the abyssal death cell. Lucio hesitated a moment, then inclined slightly. Please wait a moment, young master. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lucio returned with a respectful smile. Young master, please follow me. Lin Ye rose and followed her up to the pavilion's topmost fifth floor. The fifth floor was arranged with tasteful elegance but sold nothing, and was evidently a private reception area. Lucio parted the beaded curtain and led him into an inner chamber. A lithe woman sat by a guillotine, her face veiled with a thin red gauze, while a pair of autumn water eyes measured Lin Ye from head to foot. Young master, what business brings you to me? Lin Ye took her in at a glance. This woman possessed innate allure. She was the sort whose very presence made one ache with the urge to seize and subdue her. You are Hong Fu. How may I be sure? Hong Fu laughed softly, pouring tea as she replied with a counter-question. How do you wish me to prove I am who I am? Lin Ye pondered, then shook his head. This world had no certificates and he had no acquaintance with her. There was no way to verify. Hong Fu's tone remained composed. If you claim not to know me and I claim to be I, then that is enough. Fair enough. Hong Fu handed over a cup of steaming tea. You say you come from the abyss and were commissioned. What proof do you bear? Watch closely. Lin Ye slapped a carved jade pendant onto the table, then lifted the tea and drank in silence. Hong Fu picked up the pendant and examined it with care. Her gaze gradually deepened into thoughtful contemplation. After a long moment, Hong Fu tightened her grip on the pendant and her voice turned grave. Did the one who sent you leave any words? None, Lin Ye replied. Only that I am to find you and hand this over. That is all. Lin Ye watched Hong Fu and thought to himself. He had come solely to fulfill the bargain struck with Zhennan Princess Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing had sent him to Tianqin Pavilion to find Hong Fu and deliver the pendant. Nothing else had been mentioned. Lin Ye was curious, what was the relationship between Hong Fu and Su Wanqing? Close friends, or a white-gloved agent laundering the prince's affairs? Hong Fu inhaled deeply. How fare the mother and daughter in the death cell? Have they been mistreated? No need to worry. I take full responsibility for them. No one dares lay a finger on them. Oh. Hong Fu regarded Lin Ye anew, a note of surprise in her voice. I do not yet know your name, young master. What position do you hold in the abyss? Lin Ye, commander of the 7th district. Hong Fu's eyes flashed with astonishment. This youth looked no older than 20, yet he served as a commander of the abyss. Might he be scion of some top noble family in the capital? No, nobles held themselves too high to serve in the abyss. Pushing aside the doubt, Hong Fu pressed on hesitantly. Has the young mistress ailment flared again? Lin Ye's expression shifted slightly. Young mistress. The use of that title made it clear that Hong Fu was not merely a friend of Su Wanqing. She was more likely a trusted retainer or an intimate handmaiden. Lin Ye nodded. It flared once, but I suppressed it. There is nothing major to fear. He would not reveal the method by which he cured Chu Linger, not until he had fully assessed Hong Fu's background. Hong Fu lowered her head slightly, seemingly weighing matters in her mind. After a pause, Lin Ye rose. Is there anything you wish me to report back? Hong Fu shook her head and glanced toward the window, her eyes growing distant. No. Farewell. Lin Ye. When Lin Ye's figure had vanished from sight, Hong Fu clutched the pendant hard and called Lucio. Lucio entered with deference. Holy maiden, what are your orders? Hong Fu's voice chilled. Investigate that youth's background thoroughly. Assign people to shadow him without fail. As you command. Hong Fu stood and fixed her gaze with resolute hardness. I must return to the holy sect to see the sect master. During my absence you will manage Tianqin Pavilion's affairs on my behalf. Lucio was taken aback. The holy maiden returns to the sect. What had that boy shown her? Bear in mind the holy maiden had once fled the sect and hidden her identity in the capital to escape detection. Now she intended to go back. Was she not walking into a trap? Shi Qingshan took charge of the ruins of the treasure-gathering pavilion. After Lin Ye left, Shi Qingshan's last words kept echoing in his mind. Is the crown prince looking for himself? Lin Ye's expression fluctuated. The current emperor was gravely ill, and the crown prince was the only heir destined to be the next emperor. How could someone with such power be interested in a mere low-ranking military officer like himself? Suddenly a scene flashed through his mind. A few days ago in the mysterious cave outside the city, he had forced that woman who had turned her back on him onto a stone. While she struggled desperately, it seemed she had shouted, I am the Great Wu Crown Prince. Lin Ye shook his head, finding it absurd, impossible. The entire Great Wu dynasty knows the Crown Prince is a man. Could it be that the Crown Prince's fiancée had not yet been married? That was indeed a possibility. It was said that the Emperor had betrothed the Crown Prince last year, and they were to marry this year. Hiss. Lin Ye smirked. If she really is the Crown Princess, have I just cuckolded the future Emperor? Hey, thinking about it is quite thrilling. But he quickly lost his smile. If he truly took the Crown Prince's virginity, it would surely be exposed on their wedding night. What if he was even luckier, and she became pregnant? Should I just flee tonight? Not necessarily. It could just be some arrogant maid from the Crown Prince's residence using the Crown Prince's name for leverage. Lin Ye felt overwhelmed. This was a potential disaster waiting to explode. No, I must get to the bottom of this. Lin Ye decided to visit the Crown Prince's residence tonight to find out whether the future Crown Princess was indeed the woman known as Wu Qingxian. In the Abyss Death Prison, Lin Ye dawdled until it was nearly dark before taking up his duties. After strolling through the 7th district, the guards now saw him as if they had encountered a ghost, keeping their distance. The small demons confined in the death prison were no longer worth his attention. Only demons above the Yuanhai realm or large-scale massacres could pique his interest. After walking around, just as he reached the main gate, Lin Ye suddenly stopped. He felt as if he had forgotten something. Forget it, doesn't matter. The beautiful maid he had just spent 100,000 taels on was still waiting at home. Damn. Lin Ye slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about the wife and daughter of the southern town king. No wonder he felt uneasy. After delivering a meal yesterday morning, it had been nearly 2 days. They must be starving. Half an hour later, Lin Ye leisurely arrived at the specially designated cell number 1 with a food box. As soon as Chu Linger saw him, her initial surprise turned to anger, and she turned her face away, refusing to acknowledge him. Su Wanqing rolled her eyes, crossed her arms, and turned her back, leaving Lin Ye with a tempting figure. Lin Ye, unfazed, calmly laid out the food, and today he had even brought a pot of wine. Seeing that the mother and daughter still wouldn't turn around. Today I visited Tianqing Pavilion. It was magnificent, filled with high-ranking officials. Su Wanqing perked up steel. Lin Ye deliberately clicked his tongue. That woman, named Hong Fu, although she wore a veil, her figure was truly exquisite, and her voice was so sweet it could make one's bones tremble. What a thrill. You lewd scoundrel. Su Wanqing suddenly turned around, her beautiful eyes glaring at him, feeling an inexplicable surge of jealousy. She warned him fiercely, that's a demoness of the demonic path. She excels at seducing men and draining their essence. Be careful, she doesn't suck all the bones out of you. Lin Ye feigned surprise. A demoness of the demonic path. That can't be true. Seeing that he still didn't believe her, Su Wanqing stomped her foot in anger. She's the saintess of the Tianma sect. She uses her beauty to entice men. Several powerful figures in the Tianma sect have even fought over her. Lin Ye rolled his eyes and scoffed. Stop trying to fool me. I see that Miss Hong Fu is gentle and gracious. She is certainly not the kind of person you say. Su Wanqing's chest heaved with anger, her eyes reddening, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. Do you trust her or me? Of course I trust you, Lin Ye replied quickly. Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, and her anger vanished, instantly replaced by a stunning smile on her beautiful face. Since she is a demoness, why did you still let me deliver messages to her? Lin Ye pressed on. Su Wanqing's smile froze, her eyes dimming quickly as she tightly shut her mouth, unwilling to say another word. Lin Ye turned to the still sulking Chu Linger and picked her up. Little girl, it's been a day since I last saw you. Do you miss your godfather? Big bad guy. You're going to starve, Linger. Chu Linger waved her little fists, hitting Lin Ye's chest. Lin Ye smiled and patted her back, coaxing, good girl. Your godfather ran into some bad guys fighting outside and barely managed to escape to see you. Really? Chu Linger rubbed her red eyes. Lin Ye nodded, seriously, taking out that assassination order to show her. Look. Assassination order? Su Wanqing exclaimed as she recognized it at a glance. Who did you provoke? Someone actually hired assassins from the assassination hall to take your life. She hurriedly moved closer, nervously checking Lin. Yes, arms, you're not hurt, are you? Lin Ye seized the opportunity to grasp her delicate hand, squeezing it gently. It's nothing, just the assassination hall. Slap. Su Wanqing suddenly snapped back to reality, her cheeks instantly flushed, and she angrily swatted Lin Ye's hand away. Chu Linger watched the scene, breaking into laughter ringing like silver bells. Su Wanqing shot a fierce glare at her daughter, causing Chu Linger to quickly cover her mouth, her big eyes turning into crescent moons. Lin Ye, completely unembarrassed, brazenly asked, Sister Wanqing, do you know the Crown Princess? The Crown Princess? Su Wanqing looked at him warily. Why are you asking about her? It's nothing, just a casual question. Seeing his demeanor, Su Wanqing knew he had ulterior motives. I warn you, keep your 2 tails of meat under control. Daring to have eyes for a royal woman. Be careful, you don't know how you'll die. Lin Ye's expression darkened as he was poked at his innermost thoughts. Say what you want. Su Wanqing noticed his change in expression and felt a pang of anxiety. Although she was fearless, she relied on Lin Ye to suppress her daughter's curse, and if she angered him, it would be troublesome. All right. Su Wanqing softened her tone. Actually, I have never met the Crown Princess. She has been sent to the outer immortal mountains to cultivate since childhood and only recently returned to the capital. So you don't know her either. Lin Ye pouted. Su Wanqing rolled her eyes, her expression charmingly disdainful. I wouldn't tell you, you pervert. Returning to the newly bought mansion. Master, you are back. The boy at the gate is the grandson of the butler Old Hu. His shout instantly enlivened the entire courtyard. Butler Old Hu hurriedly ran over, nodding and bowing. I've seen the master. Did you walk back? Old Hu smiled broadly. That must have taken a lot of effort. Why not buy a carriage and have Old Neo drive it? He's been at it for decades. Lin Ye thought for a moment and waved his hand. No need, I'm used to walking. Oh, whatever the master says. The housekeeper Granny Kai came over, her face full of flattery. Master, hot water is ready for you. You can wash up and then have your meal. She turned and waved her hand. Ruo Shui, why aren't you quickly attending to the master for his bath? Ruo Shui's face instantly turned pale, her delicate hands tightly wringing her clothes. She is not Ruo Shui at all. To escape the calamity of being captured and robbed, she changed her appearance and mixed in with the servants, only to be bought entirely by Lin Ye. In the eyes of Old Hu and Granny Kai, Ruo Shui is just a pretty maid. It's only natural to have a maid attend to her master. Moreover, if Lin Ye were to take a liking to Ruo Shui and keep her as a concubine, they, the newly bought servants, would benefit from her good fortune. What to do? Lin Ye stood on the steps, curiously surveying Ruo Shui. This woman had a cold and proud demeanor, her brows and eyes revealing a tenacity that defied the odds, definitely not the kind of maid that an ordinary family could raise. Having changed her appearance to blend in, there must be a huge secret behind it. However, Lin Ye didn't care at all. As long as she entered this mansion, she would be his private property. Ouch! Ruo Shui suddenly let out a tragic cry, clutching her stomach and collapsing to the ground. My stomach hurts so much. Her face was ashen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, making it seem quite real. This. Butler Old Hu and Granny Kai were sharp. They immediately saw that the girl was putting on an act. Initially they thought she was shy, but her performance was too convincing. Master, what do you think about this? Old Hu's face showed difficulty. Lin Ye grinned mischievously and replied seriously, what a coincidence, and proficient in traditional medicine, let me check her pulse. Having said that, Lin Ye stepped forward and grabbed Ruo Shui's wrist. Her skin was cold to the touch, smooth as silk. She was definitely a pampered young lady who had never touched the cold water. Ruo Shui shivered in fright, trying to pull her hand back, but Lin Ye's grip was like a vice. Lin Ye pretended to check for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "Oh no! It's intestinal colic." What? The surrounding servants gasped, their eyes filled with pity for Ruo Shui. Intestinal colic was a severe condition that could cause unbearable pain. Ruo Shui's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Ye. This guy's ability to spout nonsense was astonishing. His skin was thicker than city walls. Lin Ye's face was serious. Everyone step aside. This illness can only be treated by me. He bent down, spread his arms, and directly picked up Ruo Shui, striding towards the master bedroom. The servants hurriedly made way. Ruo Shui was completely panicked. What she intended as a ruse to buy time had instead dug a pit for herself. As she was about to be carried into the room, she anxiously rolled her eyes. Hey, it doesn't hurt anymore. Suddenly it doesn't hurt as much. Ruo Shui quickly changed her tune. Lin Ye stopped looking down at the struggling beauty in his arms, his tone playful. Really not hurting anymore. Ruo Shui nodded vigorously like a garlic peeler. Really not hurting anymore. Thank you for your concern, master. I'm feeling much better. That's good. You really scared me just now. Lin Ye said this, yet his hands were unceremoniously squeezing her long, full thighs. Even through her coarse clothing, he could feel the astonishing elasticity and warmth. Ruo Shui was filled with shame and anger, her face turning red as if it would bleed, gritting her teeth. Master, please put me down. Only then did Lin Ye slowly set her down, clapping his hands and saying nonchalantly, since you're better go attend to me for a bath. Ruo Shui felt as if struck by lightning, stammering. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Is your stomach hurting again? And no. Ruo Shui was on the verge of tears, wanting to dig a hole to bury herself. Forced into a corner, she could only speak softly. Master, Ruo Shui is not feeling well today. Not feeling well. Lin Ye stroked his chin, his gaze audaciously roaming over her. Is it that time of the month? Ruo Shui was filled with shame and anger, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. How could a proper man directly ask a woman about such intimate matters in front of servants? She could only nod her head in humiliation. Seeing that the timing was about right, Lin Ye did not plan to force things today. Patience is key, and slowly teaching. Alright then, since it's that time, take a good rest for the next few days. Lin Ye took out a few chi-gathering pills and a gold ingot and tossed them over. Take these pills to replenish your energy. Use the gold to buy some supplements. Thank you, master. Ruo Shui lowered her head to accept them, her voice as soft as a whisper. Granny Kai approached, eyeing Ruo Shui with suspicion, feeling that the girl was acting strangely today. Master, why not let Xiao Qing attend to your bath? Xiao Qing is Granny Kai's daughter, and she is quite pretty. Lin Ye waved his hand. No need, I'll do it myself. Having grown accustomed to the stunning beauty of Su Wanqing, he found little interest in someone so plain. Dinner was served. Old Neo indeed brought out his best skills, presenting a table full of mountain delicacies and seafood fragrant and enticing. Lin Ye devoured it all in a rush. With his current appetite at the Yuanhai realm, eating an entire cow in one sitting was no problem at all. As he ate, Ruo Shui obediently served tea, poured water, and handed him warm towels. After a hearty meal, Lin Ye strolled around the courtyard to digest. Ruo Shui held a lantern in front to light the way, while Butler Old Hu respectfully followed behind. Spending 100,000 taels to buy these people was indeed worth it. In just one day, the once desolate mansion had been tidied up, exuding warmth and a sense of home. Old Hu, well done. Lin Ye praised casually, pulling out 1,000 taels in silver notes and handing it over. Keep this money, by whatever the household needs, no need to be frugal. Old Hu took it with both hands, bowing. Old servant will remember it. Lin Ye instructed, I have many enemies outside. You all need to be alert at home. If any fool comes knocking, prioritize your lives, don't be brave. Lin Ye's tone turned cold. Just remember who did it, and I'll make sure they pay with their lives. Yes. After walking a few steps, Old Hu suddenly knelt in front of Lin Ye with a thud. Master. Old servant knows he shouldn't speak out of turn, but even if you were to kill me afterward, I must ask this question. Speak. Old Hu's voice trembled. I heard that the master is working in the abyss. I want to know how the Minister of War's family is doing now that they are in prison. Are they all right? Ruo Shui, who was walking in front, suddenly stiffened, her fingers gripping the lantern tightly. Lin Ye noticed Ruo Shui's reaction and said calmly, the minister is not going to die just yet. Lin Ye deliberately emphasized his tone. However, I've heard that the pampered young lady of the minister's residence could not withstand the oppressive atmosphere of the prison, and after just 2 days inside she perished. After settling the servants, Lin Ye returned to his room and changed into a black outfit suited for stealth. The moon was dark and the wind was high. It was the perfect time for killing and arson. Is Wu Qingxian really the crown princess? This matter poses too great a risk. I won't be able to sleep tonight unless I clarify it. The Great Wu Dynasty arranged a marriage for the crown prince last year, and the identity of the bride is known throughout the land. The eldest granddaughter of the current chief minister Li Song is Li Mengyao. This woman has an astonishing background. Her grandfather is a first-rank chief minister, and her father holds a high-ranking position in the 6 ministries. Her maternal grandfather is the leader of a top-tier sect in the realm of cultivation. It is said that Li Mengyao was sent to the Immortal Mountain to cultivate when she was just 5 or 6 years old, and she has only just returned to the capital to prepare for her wedding. Silently moving, Lin Ye arrived outside the chief minister's residence. This is truly corrupt. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the opulent residence sprawling over hundreds of acres like a royal garden. He thought that the mansion he bought for 100,000 taels was already a luxury, but compared to this place, it was nothing more than a latrine. Earth escape technique. The chief minister's residence was heavily guarded, and Lin Ye didn't want to attract trouble above ground. A flash of yellow light enveloped him as he burrowed underground. Damn it. There are even formations and stakes underground to prevent thieves. Moments later, Lin Ye emerged covered in dirt. This corrupt official must have embezzled a considerable amount of public funds, having the audacity to lay defensive formations over hundreds of acres underground. The earth escape technique couldn't penetrate at all, forcing his way in would definitely trigger an alarm. I will get in today. Lin Ye was resolute. If the perfected earth escape technique couldn't get him in, then he would upgrade his cultivation. Today he had just wiped out a base of the assassination hall, and the fat shopkeeper along with a bunch of minions had contributed several hundred years of cultivation. System upgrade me. Earth escape technique perfected and upgraded to the transcendent stage, consuming 100 years of cultivation. Lin Ye burrowed underground again, feeling much less resistance, though it still felt somewhat awkward. Continue upgrading. Earth escape technique upgraded from transcendence to saintly entry, consuming 200 years of cultivation. He entered the ground again, and this time it was completely different. Previously moving underground felt like squeezing through mud. Now burrowing into the earth felt as if a fish had entered water, with the surrounding soil and formation barriers actively parting to the sides, offering no resistance. This is what true earth escape feels like. As for the restrictions beneath the chief minister's residence, they were nothing against the earth escape technique at the saintly entry level. Lin Ye swiftly traversed underground, occasionally poking his head out to survey the terrain. The courtyard was too large, so he bypassed the peripheral side courtyards and headed straight towards the most luxurious inner courtyard. Crouching in the shadow of an artificial mountain, Lin Ye cautiously poked his head out. In the dead of night, most of the rooms had their lights off except for a few that still glowed. He stealthily glanced over. In one room, the steward was sneaking an affair with the mistress. In another room, 2 maids were grinding a mirror completely unclothed. What a play. These high-ranking officials and nobles have no decency behind closed doors. Lin Ye cursed silently as he continued delving deeper. Who goes there? Just as he peeked out in a secluded courtyard, a sharp voice rang out like thunder. Lin Ye instinctively shrank back into the ground. To his surprise, the ground instantly became as hard as iron with no gaps. Fortunately, the earth escape technique had already reached the saintly entry level, allowing him to force his way down. In the courtyard, Li Mengyao furrowed her beautiful brows, staring at the ground. She had clearly sensed a hint of a living presence earlier, and when she used her technique, condensing earth into steel, a common thief would have been crushed into meat paste, yet this person actually escaped. Although the earth escape technique was concealed, its weaknesses were apparent. To slip away right under her nose, this person was undoubtedly extraordinary. Who is this spy? Li Mengyao mind raced. Her grandfather had mentioned that the emperor had been fainting more frequently and could barely hold on. To stabilize the situation, he was urging her to marry the crown prince quickly. The arrival of a spy at this moment was undoubtedly sent by political enemies as an assassin. Crown prince. Li Mengyao sighed. This marriage was entirely at the discretion of her elders. She hadn't even seen what the crown prince looked like. She had only heard that he was gentle as jade and knowledgeable. As the young woman worried about her marriage, her stunning phoenix-like eyes suddenly turned cold. Dare to come back. Her eyes shot out 2 piercing red beams towards the artificial mountain on the ground. Just as Lin Ye emerged with his mask on, he quickly rolled to the side. The ground was instantly blasted, creating 2. This woman is fierce. Lin Ye activated his heavenly eye and was secretly astonished. Li Mengyao, who was about the same age as him, had already reached the half-step true spirit realm. Even more alarming was her appearance. Her skin was fairer than snow, and her features were exquisitely refined, carrying an otherworldly aura. Among all the women Lin Ye had seen, she would undoubtedly rank first. However, the stone that had been hanging over Lin Ye's heart finally settled. Her temperament was completely different, and her looks were entirely dissimilar. This woman was definitely not the fake princess he had encountered in the valley. No green crown prince safe landing. Stop! Lin Ye jumped out from the shadows and shouted. Li Mengyao's gaze was icy, and she wasted no words. Cowering rat, die. Damn woman, can't you speak properly? Lin Ye was also getting angry. Why did she have to resort to lethal force just to ask a question? Great wilderness prison godfinger. Lin Ye pointed out, and an invisible force of confinement enveloped her. Li Mingio's brow suddenly bore a burning red lotus mark which incinerated the confinement power of the prison godfinger. She scoffed. Want to seal me? You're still too inexperienced. Flying star moon severing sword. Li Mingyao pointed her fingers as if they were a sword, and a dazzling sword aura ripped through the night sky directly slashing at Lin Ye's face. 9 shadows misdirection step. Lin Ye's figure flashed, and instantly appeared behind Li Mingyao. Her swordplay was too sinister, carrying a sharpness that could tear the heart and soul. He definitely couldn't take it. Heaton. Tai splitting light sword. Li Mingyao shouted, and the sword light instantly split into 2, then 2, into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, 32 beams of sword light crisscrossed the room, each as sharp as the original. Within moments, Lin Ye's stealth outfit was riddled with dozens of cuts. Even the black cloth covering his face was shredded to pieces, revealing his true appearance. Li Mingio's eyes turned cold. Little thief, no wonder you've been hiding your face. It's because you're too ugly to show yourself. Damn woman. Is this never-ending? Lin Ye was also getting angry. This little lady was not only powerful, but her swordplay was also bizarre. He flipped his palm, revealing a fine wick floating in his hand. It was the ancient Buddha wick, a treasure from the evil cult that had just exploded from the assassination hall base. Suppress. Lin Ye shouted. The ancient Buddha wick erupted with a blinding Buddhist light. The room, full of sword light, seemed to encounter its nemesis as it let out a mournful cry, transforming back into a sword pellet that dropped at Li Mingio's feet. Li Mingyao was stunned, staring fixedly at the wick. This is the treasure of the blood worship cult, the ancient Buddha wick. Her phoenix-like eyes instantly filled with killing intent. You dog thief, you are indeed a demon from the blood worship cult. Die. Lin Ye did not respond, focusing his mind. The sound of the demon suppressing bell from the Nirvana Palace echoed. The ancient Buddha wick drawn by the call flew out and pressed against Li Mingio's brow. Li Mingio's body stiffened suddenly, instantly suppressed by the wick's power, her true energy completely sealed, unable to move even a finger. She could only watch helplessly as Lin Ye approached step by step, feeling both anxious and angry, desperately praying for the guards outside to hear the commotion and rush in. Hurry up, it seems there's a fight in the young lattice room. Stop shouting. It's probably just the young lady practicing her swordsmanship. Don't you remember how we were scolded the last time we barged in? Well, that's true. The conversation of the patrolling guards could be heard outside the door. Li Mingyao broke out in a cold sweat, cursing these fools in her heart. Lin Ye walked in front of Li Mingyao, gazing at her dignified and noble face, which remained stunningly beautiful even when angry. He roughly pinched her delicate chin, forcing her face upwards. You foul woman, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Li Mingio's phoenix eyes blazed with fire, wishing she could bite this scoundrel to death. As the esteemed granddaughter of a cabinet elder and the future crown princess, when had she ever endured such humiliation? Lin Ye tore a piece of rag from the ground and covered his face again. I ask you, are you the crown princess appointed by the emperor? If so, nod your head. Li Mingyao shut her eyes tightly. Her proud nature made it impossible for her to bow to a thief. Lin Ye frowned. I'm only asking this one question. Answer honestly, and I'll leave immediately. Otherwise I have my ways to make you suffer. Li Mingyao turned her head aside haughtily, raising her fair neck, not even glancing at him. You're asking for trouble. Lin Ye grasped Li Mingio's elegantly long neck like a swan. Will you speak or not? Li Mingyao felt her vital point being gripped, causing her to struggle for breath, her beautiful face turning crimson. Miss, are you practicing your sword? The guards outside still felt uneasy and asked through the door. Lin Ye's heart raced. He immediately moved behind Li Mingyao, wrapping an arm around her waist, lowering his voice to threaten her. As a young lady who hasn't yet married, hiding a man in your chamber at night would not be well received if it got out. You decide how to deal with them. If you don't cooperate, I'll charge out and tell everyone I slept with you. Let's see if you can still be the crown princess. Li Mingyao gritted her teeth, humiliation filling her eyes as she blinked in agreement. Lin Ye loosened his grip. Li Mingyao took a breath and coldly shouted towards the door, this young lady is practicing her sword. No one is to disturb me. Yes. The guards hurriedly retreated. Lin Ye let out a long sigh of relief. Now can we talk? Is it true or not? Li Mingyao coldly replied, what if it is? What if it isn't? What are you plotting? I just want to see what the crown princess looks like. Stop wasting time. As Li Mingyao was held in Lin Ye's embrace, she suddenly felt a strange numbness in her body. She looked down and saw Lin Ye's large hand shamelessly pressing on her heaving bosom. Scoundrel! Take your filthy hands off me. Lin Ye not only didn't let go but gripped harder. The sensation was exquisite. Li Mingyao's body suddenly went soft, all her strength seemingly drained, and she leaned weakly against Lin Ye. Lin Ye was taken aback. This future crown princess was surprisingly so sensitive. Don't. Let go. I am Li Mingyao. Damn. Lin Ye's expression darkened. If only she had confessed earlier, it would have been over. Why did she have to force him to resort to violence? Thinking about how he had been tormented by this woman all night, Lin Ye felt a surge of displeasure. Now that he had touched her, he might as well get his fill, and squeezed a few more times. Li Mingio's face flushed, her eyes hazy as she gasped weakly in Lin Ye's embrace. Such a deadly enchantment. Lin Ye yanked off the cloth covering his face, bent down, and fiercely kissed those alluring red lips, indulging in the taste for a few minutes. In the end, reason triumphed over desire. If he were to truly compromise the future crown princess, it would lead to great trouble. There was no need to risk his life for a moment of pleasure. Reluctantly, Lin Ye released her, placing the limp Li Mengyao on the embroidered bed. Such an exquisite beauty, yet she is to be given to that useless crown prince. Truly a waste. After cursing Lin, Ye activated the earth escape technique, a flash of yellow light, and disappeared underground. After returning home, Lin Ye happily fell into a deep sleep. Waking up from a deep slumber, he felt refreshed. Having resolved a major worry last night, he slept particularly soundly. It was proven that the woman named Wu Qingxian was definitely a fraud. The crown princess had to be someone else. The prettier the woman, the less truth she speaks. As for her claiming to be the crown prince of Dewu, she was treating him like an idiot. Who in the world didn't know that the crown prince was a man? Lin Ye could guarantee that the one he had dealt with by the pond was definitely a genuine, exquisite woman. Although he had caused a bit of trouble last night when sneaking into the prime minister's residence and had an unpleasant encounter with the future crown princess, fortunately, he had remarkable self-control and stopped before going too far. This ticking time bomb was completely defused. After getting up, maids immediately brought water and towels, attending to him meticulously. The servants, trained in wealthy families, indeed knew their manners. At the dining table, Lin Ye teased the cold and aloof maid Ruoxue, feeling quite good. After breakfast, he specifically asked old Nyo to make 2 extra servings of exquisite pastries, carrying the food box out. If Ruoxue really was the daughter of the Minister of War who had been arrested, that minister must now be locked away in a deep prison. In the Dawu Empire, military power was controlled by the Privy Council. The Minister of War had little real authority, at most managing logistics. He heard that this was due to the border of Yuzhou being breached, the frontline supplies cut off, and the Emperor's fury leading to the Minister of War's family being arrested. Lin Ye planned to check on the prison. What if it really was Ruoxue's father? That would certainly work in his favor with his future father-in-law. Help! Help me! Just after passing a street, a disheveled, beautiful woman suddenly rushed out. The woman looked panicked, stumbling and collapsing at Lin Ye's feet, her watery eyes looking at him pitifully. Sir, Lin Ye stopped speaking gently. Don't be afraid, I'll help you up. Thank you, sir. Before the woman could finish her sentence, her eyes bulged out. Lin Ye's iron grip firmly clamped around her neck, lifting her as if she were a chick. Sir, you're hurting me. Lin Ye's expression was devoid of emotion. This trick is too old, lacking novelty. A flash of fierce light crossed the woman's eyes as she raised her right hand, a blue poison needle shooting from her fingertips. Seeking death, Lin Ye flicked his finger. The poison needle changed direction midair, directly piercing into the woman's proud chest. Lin Ye released her, allowing her to collapse to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The poison acted swiftly, the woman's face instantly turning dark and green. She glared at Lin Ye with hatred, a strange smile pulling at her lips, her head slumping to the side as she coughed up a mouthful of black blood, dying on the spot. Bold madman. As soon as the woman breathed her last, a dozen officers with waist knives rushed out from the street corner. Armed assault and murder in broad daylight. Seize him immediately. The officers drew their knives, instantly surrounding Lin Ye. Lin Ye's eyes turned cold as he stood still. This was a poorly executed trap. The woman was clearly a bait. Dying from poison would be the best outcome for them. Even if he retaliated, these officers would immediately jump in to solidify his guilt of murder. It was even possible that this woman was a death warrior specifically designed to die at his feet to frame him, using the laws and regulations of the Dawu Empire to pressure him, leaving him no way to explain. Anyone who could devise such a treacherous scheme could easily be guessed to be among those bureaucratic scholars he had taken down. Lin Ye activated his heavenly sight and scanned the surroundings. This is interesting. All these officers were body-refining warriors, and the leading officer had just reached the true Qi realm. The bureaucratic faction would definitely not be unaware that he had crushed Xue Chongqing. Sending these incompetent fools to capture him, was that not seeking death? It seems the true purpose of these hypocrites is to force me to kill these officers. Lin Ye's mind raced. He had always acted forcefully, taking action at the slightest disagreement. Had he killed all these officers in anger just now, it would have been the same as dropping mud in his pants. It wouldn't have been anything good. These bureaucrats who could only wield pens were indeed adept at playing tricks and schemes. He absolutely could not playing dirty with me. Lin Ye took a deep breath and forcefully exhaled a thick mist. Skywriting technique shrouded in clouds. The entire street was instantly enveloped in thick fog, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. The officer was horrified. Not good. The thief is trying to escape. Guard the street entrance, don't let him slip away. Earth escape technique. A flash of yellow light, Lin Ye directly burrowed underground. Moments later the fog dispersed, and the officers looked at each other in confusion. The street was completely empty. Not only was Lin Ye missing, but even the corpse of the female assassin had vanished into thin air. Chief, the person has escaped. The body is gone too. The officer gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Arrest everyone on this street. They are all— Is that Commander Lin? Lin Ye nodded unperturbed. What is it? The constable clasped his hands and said, there has been a homicide in the street. We need you to go to Shuntian Prefecture to assist in the investigation. Lin Ye glanced sideways. Dozens of eyes peered out from within the door. These prison guards surely thought he was about to unleash a massacre and were waiting to see the spectacle. All right, give me a moment. Lin Ye summoned a subordinate at the true chi level. Go summoned by Simon to come here. As a 5th rank commander, the constables naturally did not dare to rush him and could only wait. Not long after, Bai Siming arrived in a fluttering white outfit. What do you need? Lin Ye tossed him 10 spirit stones. Someone set me up. I need Bai Siming to help with a small favor. Bai Siming accepted the spirit stones, a smile appearing on his face. Of course. We are all colleagues. How could I just watch you get wronged? Upon arriving at the Shuntian prefecture, a group of constables searched for a long time. Where is Captain Gua? I don't know, I haven't seen him. If the captain isn't here, how can we conduct the interrogation? Should we first throw him into the jail? Are you crazy? He is a 5th rank commander. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. In the end, they could only proceed with the process reluctantly. Several passers-by captured and tremblingly identified Lin Ye as the murderer. Upon further questioning, each claimed they did not see clearly, only that they saw Lin Ye strangling the woman, and then she died. Lin Ye could not be bothered to argue. He directly threw the corpse of the female assassin onto the platform and turned to Bai Siming. Bai Siming took out a bronze ancient mirror and infused it with true chi. The scene rewound clearly. The woman shot a poison needle, which Lin Ye deflected, leading to her own death. It was purely self-inflicted. With the truth revealed, Lin Ye was released on the spot. But Lin Ye knew in his heart that this matter was not over. The 100 Saints Academy was a holy ground of literature in the great martial dynasty, and most of the court officials came from there. Having killed Shui Yu and Tang Yuan, these scholars would undoubtedly not swallow this grievance easily. Although he seemed imposing as a commander before the 100 Saints Academy, he was not even as insignificant as an ant. Returning to the abyss as usual, he delivered food to the princess and her mother, teasing them casually. After several days without bloodshed, his hands itched. The relentless pressure from various factions made Lin Ye feel a sense of urgency. He needed to rapidly increase his strength. Although the rewards from the true chi realm, little monsters were small, even mosquito legs were meat. As a commander, Lin Ye took on all the death row inmates scheduled for execution in the coming days. This batch of zombies had been transported from Qingzhou last month. Qingzhou was suffering from a severe drought, resulting in a drought demon that scorched the earth. The court sent top experts to suppress it, but not only did they fail to capture it, they also lost several experts above the true spirit realm. These zombies were the minions created by the drought demon. They really look quite shabby. Looking at the green-faced, fanged, and foul-smelling creatures before him, Lin Ye swiftly struck down. Killing a late-stage true chi realm opponent, reward 10 years of cultivation. Killing a early-stage true chi realm opponent, reward 5 years of cultivation. After chopping down dozens of zombies, he accumulated 300 years of cultivation. After stuffing all the corpses into the sea-swallowing shell, just as Lin Ye returned to the 7th district, his subordinate in charge approached him. The newly appointed pacification envoy has sent someone to convey a message asking you to go over. Lin Ye paused in his steps. Shui Changqing had been dead for several days, and the new pacification envoy had finally taken office. As for whether he could become the pacification envoy, Lin Ye had never even considered it. The pacification envoy held a 4th-rank official position, wielding significant power in any department of the great martial dynasty. As a grassroots who had climbed up without background or support, being able to become a 5th-rank commander was already a special promotion from the chief commander. What is the background of the new pacification envoy? Lin Ye casually asked. I inquired, and it seems he is a high monk from a large temple, specifically coming to the abyss to experience the mortal world. A monk? Lin Ye was somewhat surprised. It was not unusual for masters from the Buddhist and Taoist sects to join various guards in the court, but in a place like the abyss, which had little benefit and great danger, disciples from major sects usually looked down upon. They preferred to join the powerful offices like the Forbidden Martial Guard or the Celestial Patrol. Half an hour later, Lin Ye arrived at the pacification envoy's official residence. He happened to run into the commander of the 8th district coming out. The two exchanged glances, and the other coldly snorted and hurried away as if avoiding a plague. Lin Ye tugged at the corner of his mouth. Clearly he was quite benevolent, yet these people insisted on placing the label of the nemesis of superiors on him. He walked into the hall. He saw a middle-aged monk in the official robes of a pacification envoy sitting cross-legged in the main seat, spinning a string of eerie white bone prayer beads in his hands. Behind the monk stood 2 martial monks with prominent temples. 7th District Commander Lin Ye pays respects to the pacification envoy. Lin Ye's gaze lingered on the string of bone prayer beads for an extra second. Amitba. Commander Lin need not be overly courteous. The middle-aged monk noticed Lin Ye's gaze and spoke with a kind expression. Poor monk's Dharma name is Yuan Zhen, and I hail from the Killing Life Temple. If Commander Lin knew the details of my Killing Life Temple, you would not find this string of prayer beads strange. So you are a high monk from the Killing Life Temple, my apologies. Lin Ye clasped his hands. The Killing Life Temple was not an ordinary temple that merely knew how to eat vegetarian food and chant scriptures. It was rumored that the Killing Life Temple believed in killing to protect life, cutting off karma, not killing people. While other monks refrained from killing, these monks specialized in killing to attain enlightenment. Although their style was ferocious, the Killing Life Temple was absolutely one of the most renowned orthodox sects in the Great Martial Dynasty, holding even higher prestige among the people than the Lin Ye Temple and the Fanning Temple. Monk Yuanzhen's expression was calm with no hint of the airs of a newly appointed official. Lin Ye felt a sense of relief. It seemed he had finally encountered a normal superior this time, without the need to resort to killing to silence witnesses. Monks having renounced worldly possessions would not come looking for trouble without reason. Commander Lin, the poor monk invited you here, because I have a matter to inquire about. What can I do for you, my lord? I will speak without reservation. Yuanzhen replied solemnly. Commander Lin, do you know of the events a few days ago involving the demon monk Shui Futu colluding with the blood cult? Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly. This monk was diving straight into the matter of the demon monk right after taking office. Was he targeting the demon monk? Of course I know. The demon monk emerged from the lower ranks of the 7th district that I oversee. Lin Ye feigned a look of deep concern. In that battle, except for me, all the brothers on duty in the 7th district were wiped out. Amitba. The 3 monks simultaneously recited the Buddha's name, showing compassion on their faces. Yuanzhen stared intently at Lin Ye and asked, Commander Lin, please do not take offense. I am very curious how you managed to remain unscathed in such a perilous situation. Perhaps I was just lucky and happened not to be deep in the death row at that time, Lin Ye replied nonchalantly. You misunderstood, Commander Lin. I had no intention of questioning you, merely a request. Yuanzhen smiled kindly. Oh, what do you mean, my lord? Sigh. Yuanzhen sighed deeply and slowly recounted the origins of the Killing Life Temple and the demon monk Shui Futu. Shui Futu was originally a high monk of the Fan Yin Temple with no connection to the Killing Life Temple. However, after he fell into demonic ways, his frenzied tactics of skinning and using human bones to craft bone armor alerted the higher-ups of the Killing Life Temple. His methods were too similar to those of a certain unparalleled traitor from a century ago in the Killing Life Temple. That traitor was extraordinarily gifted and was originally the Killing Life Temple's next abbot. His reputation as the Killing Life Arhat once overshadowed an entire era, making the world's heroes unable to raise their heads. For reasons unknown, the Killing Life Arhat suddenly went mad. After going mad, he betrayed the temple, prompting the Killing Life Temple to send all its high monks and elders to hunt him down. In the end, the Grand Buddhist sect was nearly driven to extinction by a single person, taking 100 years to recover. For decades afterward, the Killing Life Arhat alone challenged the top forces of Buddhism, Taoism, and demons in the Great Martial Dynasty. Ultimately, he forced these super sects to not even dare to open their gates. Finally, he established his own sect in a mountain filled with ominous energy, founding the formidable demonic sect, Whitebone Mountain. The demonic sect Whitebone Mountain was founded by a traitor from your Killing Life Temple. Lin Ye was greatly astonished. Yuanzhen's expression was complex, and a hint of uncontrollable fanaticism and admiration flashed in his eyes. Indeed, the terrifying Whitebone Mountain, known for its demonic power, was indeed founded by the Killing Life Arhat. His most dreadful supernatural ability after falling into demonic ways was that exquisite bone refining technique. Yuanzhen stood up, hands pressed together, and spoke earnestly. The actions of the demon monk Shui Futu, post-demonic transformation, are eerily similar to those of the Killing Life Arhat. Our temple suspects that his fall into demonic ways is very likely related to the legacy left behind by the Killing Life Arhat. Thus, the abbot has ordered me to take on the position of pacification envoy to uncover the truth. Since Commander Lin is the sole survivor, if you know any details, please inform us truthfully. Our Killing Life Temple owes you a great favor. Lin Ye stood in place, his mind racing. Killing Life Temple, Whitebone Mountain, Killing Life Arhat, demon monk Shui Futu. He suddenly recalled the drop of ancient demonic blood that the system had revealed after he killed the demon monk. That drop of blood was called Whitebone Demon Lord's blood. The terrifying demonic soul that had remained in the blood and called itself the ancestor was in fact the Killing Life Arhat, who founded Whitebone Mountain. The Temple of Slaughter, the Bone Mountain, the Temple of Brahma, sound the blood cult. Lin Ye couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Just the death of a demon monk had entangled so many top-tier powers. Moreover, there was the Martial Emperor's forbidden martial guard suppressing the demon monk. This was a truly deep and dangerous situation. Lin Ye shook his head. The words of Master Yuanzhen were half true and half false, and surely there were many secrets hidden within. He asked in a deep voice, if that's the case, why didn't you come to inquire when the demon monk was just suppressed over a decade ago? Yuanzhen recited a Buddhist chant, Amitba. It's not that we are unwilling, but rather unable. After all, the demon monk was from the Temple of Brahma Sound, and was personally suppressed by the commander of the Forbidden Martial Guard. If the Temple of Slaughter intervened forcefully, it would likely lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Yuanzhen did not finish his sentence, but Lin Ye already understood. Multiple forces were mutually restraining each other, and no one dared to act rashly. Yuanzhen continued. Originally, all parties agreed that before the demon monk was executed, he would be handed over to the Temple of Slaughter for questioning. Who would have thought he would escape prison early and die an untimely death? Yuanzhen clasped his hands together. Captain Lin is the only survivor, and the commander specifically instructed this monk to ask you. Lin Ye secretly cursed as expected. The old fox, the commander, is stirring the pot behind the scenes. This old fellow definitely guessed that he was the one who killed the demon monk, yet deliberately led the Temple of Slaughter's attention onto himself. However, Lin Ye was a bit puzzled. The Slayer Arhut had long since betrayed the Temple of Slaughter and established his own sect. Why were these monks going through so much trouble to find him? If they truly wanted to find him, they could directly go to the Bone Mountain for him. Besides, on what basis did they determine that the demon monk's descent into madness was related to the Slayer Arhut? Perhaps he learned it from other disciples at the Bone Mountain. There was certainly some ulterior motive from the Temple of Slaughter. Lin Ye clasped his hands together. To be honest, the death of the demon monk is indeed related to me. Yuan Zhen's expression changed, becoming excited. Please, Captain Lin, elaborate. Lin Ye began to weave a story mixing truth with lies. He minimized his own contribution, claiming that the princess of the Southern King Su Wanqing had suddenly unleashed her power battling the demon monk fiercely, while he sneakily used a spiked steel nail to stab the demon monk from behind. Master Yuan Zhen, this is how it happened. Lin Ye said earnestly. Unfortunately, the demon monk didn't utter a single word, and after his death, he left no trace behind. This. Amitabha. Yuan Zhen recited a Buddhist chant. The two martial monks behind him looked at Lin Ye with strange expressions. The notorious demon feared across the world was actually killed by such a despicable means. If this got out, the demon monk would surely become a laughingstock. Lin Ye's eyes shifted, seizing the opportunity. Master, since the demon monk colluded with the blood cult and learned their ultimate sinister techniques, those people from the blood cult wouldn't stir up trouble without a reward. The demon monk must have possessed something they desperately sought. Yuan Zhen and the others' eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, how did they not think of this? The greatest secret the demon monk held must be that bone-refining method. Thank you, Captain Lin, for your insight. Yuan Zhen bowed respectfully. You're too kind, Master. Lin Ye took his leave. He had to hurry and confirm the story with Su Wanqing. The monks from the Temple of Slaughter would surely go to the princess for verification, and he couldn't afford to be exposed. If he could instigate a conflict between the Temple of Slaughter and the blood cult, he let those bald donkeys clash while I enjoy a leisurely life. After explaining the situation, Lin Ye activated the Earth Escape technique and headed straight for that cave paradise outside the city. The last time he was here, he encountered that fiery woman who called herself the Crown Prince. After circling the valley, Lin Ye found traces of the formation being activated. It seems she has been back. Lin Ye stroked his chin. In the future, he should visit more often, waiting for rabbits by the tree stump. He took out the sea-swallowing shell and dumped out the several thousand-ton heavy corpse of the poisoned serpent. The dragon corpse was well preserved, just like it had just died. Lin Ye took out a sharp bone knife and began to disembowel the poisoned serpent, bleeding, removing tendons, scaling, and extracting the dragon liver and heart. After busying for more than half an hour, he had only processed less than 1%. He started a fire and set up a pot. Spicy stir-fried dragon liver, quick-fried dragon heart, braised dragon meat, clear-stewed dragon bone soup. The aroma wafted through the air. Lin Ye packed the finished dishes into a food box. The remaining dragon corpse and precious materials were all left behind. He also left a note roughly stating, "Feel free to come find me anytime, I'll take care of it." Humming a tune, Lin Ye burrowed underground, in the abyss, in the specially made first prison cell. Wow, it smells so good. Godfather, what delicious food are we having today? As soon as Lin Ye pushed open the door, Chu Linger excitedly hopped over, hugging his thigh and drooling. Sure, we're having dragon meat today, just the two of us. Lin Ye intentionally raised his voice, glancing at Su Wanqing in the corner, and said sarcastically, "Some people don't believe I can bring dragon liver. We shouldn't dirty the noble stomach of the princess." "Humph. A trick to fool children. I, the princess, am not interested." Su Wanqing snorted coldly, turning away haughtily, leaving Lin Ye with a graceful silhouette. Gurgle. Su Wanqing's stomach audibly protested. Chu Linger covered her mouth and giggled. Hee, mother is drooling, her stomach is growling. Linger, hurry and eat. It'll smell bad if it cools down. Lin Ye handed over a piece of spicy stir-fried dragon liver. So delicious. Godfather is the best. Su Wanqing, with her back turned to them, was salivating uncontrollably, desperately swallowing it back. In her heart, she cursed Lin Ye 800 times. "You scoundrel. Stingy. I said I wouldn't eat, and you still won't let me. Don't you understand how to cherish beauty? What kind of man are you?" As she was sulking, a large hand suddenly wrapped around her slender waist from behind, roughly, yet firmly turning her around. Su Wanqing was startled and about to scream, only to meet Lin Ye's burning gaze. Lin Ye leaned closer to her, ear lowering his voice. "Eat. It's specially made for you." "Humph, this princess isn't interested." Su Wanqing feigned stubbornness, but a wave of indescribable bitterness and emotion surged within her, causing her eyes to redden. Since her downfall, she had endured countless cold shoulders and humiliations. It was the first time someone had spoiled her so. Yet she still held her head high, maintaining her pride. Lin Ye looked at her like this and found it amusing. This once lofty princess had her defenses almost completely "Come, let me feed you." Lin Ye picked up a piece of glistening dragon liver and brought it to her enticing red lips. Su Wanqing held out for 3 seconds, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the exquisite flavor. Her red lips slightly parted, and her pearly teeth gently bit down. Lin Ye was in high spirits, leisurely walking out of the abyss, preparing to head home. "Lin Ye, Just halfway through, a figure cloaked in black, wearing a black hat, silently blocked his path. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. Now that he had opened 3 major hidden apertures, his senses far exceeded those of ordinary people, yet he had not detected how this person had appeared. As he opened his heavenly eye, his vision was suddenly engulfed in a white haze as if shrouded by a veil of mist. Nothing was visible. For the first time, his heavenly eye had failed. Lin Ye instantly became alert. Was it the 100 Saints Academy? The Blood Cult? The Absolute Kill Hall? Or some noble faction from the capital? Who on earth was powerful enough to send such an inscrutable old monster to deal with him? What do you wish to instruct, esteemed one? Lin Ye quietly mobilized his true chi, ready to unleash the strength of 15 giant elephants. The black-clad figure turned his back to him, speaking in a calm tone devoid of any ripples. Someone wishes to see you. Follow me for a moment. Lin Ye stood still, quickly calculating how to escape in his mind. I advise you not to waste your effort. The black-clad figure seemed to have eyes on his back. No matter whether you fly through the sky or burrow underground, the moment you dare to move, it will be a dead end. Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply. This old monster specifically mentioned flying through the sky and burrowing underground, clearly having seen through his greatest trump card, the skyward technique and earth escape technique. Damn, Lin Ye cursed inwardly. The black-clad figure was clearly unafraid of his escape and continued walking ahead. Your strength is still too weak. Lin Ye gritted his teeth, vowing to rapidly enhance his cultivation. Reluctantly, he could only obediently follow behind the black-clad figure. The two weaved through the streets, heading towards the mountains and forests in the northern part of the city. Suddenly, the black-clad figure stopped, placing a hand on Lin Ye's shoulder. Lin Ye felt a blur before his eyes as the world spun around him. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing before the grand entrance of a magnificent hall. Turning his head, he saw that the black-clad figure had already vanished. The main door of the hall stood open, brightly lit inside. Did this mean he was invited in? What was going on? The concealed atmosphere did not seem like it was meant for an enemy looking to kill. Lin Ye stepped boldly across the threshold. He wanted to see what these people were truly up to. As soon as he entered, an invisible barrier instantly rose within the hall, sealing off the sky and ground. The sounds of wind and insects outside vanished, completely isolating him. Lin Ye cautiously scanned the surroundings. How extravagantly opulent. The furnishings in this hall were so valuable that even a single item could sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime. Compared to this, the luxurious mansion he had bought for 100,000 taels was merely a doghouse. Lin Ye, from Lin Family Village in Pingyuan Prefecture, Yuzhou. A year ago, the border fell, and Lin Family Village was completely ransacked by refugees. A strange voice, indistinguishable in gender, suddenly echoed through the hall. Who? Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, fully activating his heavenly eye, meticulously searching for any signs around him. The investigation was thorough enough that even he didn't know his original self had such a tragic background. The voice came from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. You fled for your life, sold by human traffickers several times. Finally, you arrived in the capital, where the demon suppression guard bought you for 50 taels of silver to be a cannon fodder jailer in the abyss. For the first 3 months, you were inconspicuous. Until the princess of the southern town was brought into the abyss, you killed the steward Zhao Guang with a single punch. Lin Ye gasped as he heard this. Only he, Su Wanqing, and Shu Linger knew about killing Zhao Guang. How did this person find out? Could it be that they used a magical artifact like the sky viewing mirror to trace back the past? Because Commander Wang wanted to use you to annoy Xue Chongqing, you were promoted to deputy steward as an exception. Since then, it seems you have developed a taste for killing your superiors. Sun Fei Du Song, Commander Wang, Xue Chongqing, Xue Biao. The voice held a hint of amusement. As a mere cannon fodder at the bottom, your cultivation actually skyrocketed in just half a month. It's as if killing a superior boosts your strength. What kind of special fate are you carrying, like the Star of Calamity? Lin Ye's expression darkened. In front of this person, he felt as if he had been stripped bare with no secrets left to keep. Stop pretending to be mysterious in front of me. Come out. Let's see if I won't kill you. Lin Ye's anger flared as his true chi exploded within him, preparing to forcibly destroy this wretched place. Tap, tap, tap. A series of soft footsteps approached. Lin Ye turned to fix his gaze on the beaded curtain. Behind the curtain, a shadow appeared somewhat familiar to him. You? Lin Ye frowned slightly. He had definitely seen this figure somewhere. Lin Ye, you have repeatedly committed acts of rebellion and killed indiscriminately. Get lost. You are just Lin Ye roared, unexpectedly throwing a punch. Ever since he was coerced into this place, he had been seething with rage. What was the point of his relentless training? Wasn't it to be able to crush anyone that displeased him with his fists? Boom. The furious punch directly tore through the valuable beaded curtain. The redwood furniture and antique paintings in the hall instantly shattered into countless fragments. The great martial prince Wu Qingxian was momentarily stunned. She never imagined that Lin Ye, this audacious thief, would dare to smash the place down directly in her territory. Did this guy have nothing but muscles in his head? Wu Qingxian gritted her teeth in anger. She had originally prepared a long script to mock this shameless scoundrel, hoping to vent her pent-up resentment. However, Lin Ye's punch had completely destroyed all her plans. It's you. Lin Ye recognized the person behind the curtain, filled with surprise and joy. It was actually the great martial prince who he had taken blood from. She was dressed in luxurious male attire today, exuding an air of nobility that was hard to ignore. Her beautiful eyes were filled with resentment and anger as she glared at him. Had he not personally measured her depth just based on her attire, he would have mistaken her for a delicate young master from some noble faction. Lin Ye laughed heartily. Huh? So it was you, little girl, playing tricks on me. Did you visit that cave paradise outside the city? Did you see the notes and the poisonous serpent meat I left for you? Wu Qingquan's eyes flickered, her gaze complex as she looked at the man before her. This afternoon she had indeed visited that paradise and saw the mountain of poisonous serpent meat along with that note. Originally, she hadn't planned to meet Lin Ye so soon, fearing that her emotions might endanger both herself and him. But upon seeing that note, the grievances, hardships, and pressures that had been suppressed for over a decade erupted like a flood. She desperately needed someone to confide in. The first person that came to mind was the man who had violently taken her purity. It really is you. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled, ignoring her feigned sternness, and rushed forward, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Finally caught you. Since you are mine, you will never escape from my grasp in this lifetime. Preposterous. If you dare to touch me, do you believe I will kill you? Wu Qingquan's face tightened, struggling fiercely with both hands while continuously scolding. However, in Lin Ye's ears her threats did not carry any authority, and instead sounded like a little woman being playful. You are my woman, I can do whatever I want. Lin Ye spoke fiercely. Do you believe I will punish you right here? And Wu Qingquan's body suddenly stiffened. Remembering the last time she was brutally suppressed by this bastard, she finally stopped struggling and submissively leaned against that broad, powerful chest. She resembled a lazy little cat comfortably closing her eyes. In this moment she thought of too much. The entire world knew that the Great Wu Dynasty was already in decline, shrouded in gloom. But no one knew that the greatest crisis of the Great Wu Dynasty was actually within the royal family. The current emperor has no son at all. Everyone believed that the only heir to the throne was the current crown prince Wu Qingxian. Yet no one knew that the crown prince was real, but she was a bona fide girl. For over a decade she had relied on secret methods to disguise herself as a man. If it were just that the emperor had no son, he could easily adopt one from a branch of the royal family. But the most terrifying thing was, the entire Great Wu royal family had no sons. Even the existing males were continuously dying from various strange accidents. Every child born was without exception a girl. All of this was due to a curse that was extremely malicious. Decades ago, the Great Wu royal family had offended a superpower beyond comprehension. Before that person died, they cast a blood curse. The Great Wu royal family would surely be cut off from future generations. Over the decades, the royal male line had withered away. If the current emperor were not relying on countless heavenly materials to hold on to life, he would have long since passed. Such shocking secrets could hardly be hidden from the discerning. As the rumors of the curse of extinction spread, all forces in the world focused their attention on the only remaining sprout of the Great Wu royal family. Countless tests, coercions, and schemes were all borne by Wu Qingxian alone. Raised as a boy since childhood, her feminine nature was thoroughly suppressed. By day she was the solemn and imposing crown prince of the Great Wu. Yet in the quiet of night, the physiological instincts of a girl kept her tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She did not resent her father for placing the heavy burden of this vast empire on a frail girl. She merely longed for a shoulder she could trust completely, one where she could pour out her feelings without restraint. Otherwise the pressure like a mountain was truly driving her insane. You are a bastard deserving 1,000 cuts. Wu Qingxian opened her mouth and bit down hard on Lin Ye's shoulder, venting her pent-up anger. Lin Ye stood still. This was indeed his fault. What was wrong with his woman biting him a couple of times? After all, he was tough-skinned and strong. A poisonous viper couldn't even break through his defenses. But he still cooperatively cried out a couple of times. Ouch. That hurts like hell. Deserved. Wu Qingxian lay in his arms. In this moment she experienced an unprecedented sense of safety and relaxation. Lin Ye sensed the deep exhaustion radiating from her. Though he did not know why she was so tired, a trace of pity arose in his heart. Gently stroking her snow-white delicate neck, Lin Ye softly asked, "What background do you have that you investigated me so thoroughly? You have quite a substantial force, huh?" Wu Qingxian snorted coldly. "I advise you not to ask lest you frighten yourself." "Frighten myself?" Lin Ye scoffed. "Do you think I was raised to be easily frightened? State your name, let's see which young lady from the capital you are." Wu Qingxian pushed Lin Ye away, turned around, and took a deep breath. "My name is Wu Qingquan, the crown prince of the Great Wu." Bang! Lin Ye's eyes widened in shock as if he had seen a ghost. "What did you say? How can a delicate woman like you be the crown prince?" "Right." Lin Ye suddenly recalled the girl he had encountered in Baiwa Pavilion. "Do you have a twin sister who looks exactly like you?" Wu Qingquan's expression changed dramatically as she raised her hand to slap Lin Ye's chest. "You beast! How dare you even mention Qingwan?" Wu Qingquan's face turned pale with anger as she pointed at Lin Ye's nose and cursed. "Do you know what kind of trouble you've caused? Do you know that for days Qingwan has been hiding in the palace crying daily and has become a shadow of her former self?" Lin Ye's face turned red as he felt a bit guilty. That was really a misunderstanding. "That day, I went to Baiwa Pavilion." "You still have the face to say that? You actually ran to such a filthy and indecent place. You are even worse than a beast." Wu Qingxian seized Lin Ye's sore spot and ruthlessly scolded him. Lin Ye did not indulge her. He immediately restrained her hands and pinned them down on the bed. Lift your butt. Morning. The sunlight was blinding. Lin Ye stretched comfortably. After the misunderstanding was resolved last night, the two of them ignited a passionate fire and tossed about for most of the night. It was proven that the woman who went by the name Wu Qingxian was indeed a hard-talking, soft-hearted beauty. No matter who she is mine now. Lin Ye yawned and suddenly sensed something was off. He flipped over and sat up abruptly. What the hell? Lin Ye's pupils constricted. Last night he had clearly been in a resplendent hall battling with his woman for 300 rounds. How did he wake up lying in a muddy field in the wilderness? Where is the hall? Where are the people? Lin Ye looked bewildered. Looking around, all he saw were trees. There was not a trace of any palace. Could it be that he saw a ghost in the middle of the night? But the soreness in his waist reminded him that everything from last night was real. Heavenly Eye activate. His gaze swept around, and there were no remnants of formations or demonic energy. There are imprints. Lin Ye walked a few steps further and found large areas of the ground had been compressed by heavy objects. Following the imprints, he walked around. The area coincided perfectly with the grand hall from last night. Phew, it's not a female ghost. Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief, but the shock in his heart was undiminished. Such a large, luxurious palace could actually disappear without a trace. The only explanation was that the palace itself was an extremely high-grade treasure. It could even change size while transforming into an accessory that could be carried. Could this woman truly be? To possess such a high-level treasure and command those unfathomable black-clad individuals, her background must be absolutely extraordinary. Shaking his head, Lin Ye was too lazy to think further. He stood up, brushed off the dust, and prepared to go home to wash up before heading back to his duties in the abyss. Just as he approached his large residence, Lin Ye sensed something was amiss. The front door had been smashed, and the courtyard walls were covered in knife marks. Master, you finally returned. The steward, Old, who covered his bleeding forehead and rushed over. Walking into the courtyard, Lin Ye found that the servants inside were all injured, and the valuable potted plants had been smashed to pieces, creating a scene of devastation. Who did this? Old, who gritted his teeth. It was the Longxiang gang. Last night, over 100 people stormed in and smashed everything in sight. If it weren't for your prior instructions to avoid direct confrontation, this old servant would have risked his life. Longxiang gang. Lin Ye's gaze turned cold. He was familiar with that name. The Shui Chongqing whom he had crushed had mingled with that gang in the capital for years, and the vice leader was still a sworn brother. A few days ago, Lin Ye had just led a team to take out the blood cult stronghold located in the vice leader's concubine's residence. They had come to retaliate. The Longxiang gang only vandalized, not killing anyone, clearly to send a warning to him, the Abyss commander. Master, before leaving, the Longxiang gang even issued a warning, saying to be careful of a 5th-grade commander who is nothing but a joke in their eyes. Old, who added angrily. Lin Ye, expressionless, pulled out a silver note of 10,000 taels and tossed it. Get a doctor to treat the injuries. Clean the courtyard. After saying this, he turned and left. I didn't seek you out yet. You came here to court death. Lin Ye's eyes revealed a murderous intent. The Longxiang gang was a malignant tumor, and with so many people, taking them all out would definitely yield a great boost in cultivation. Back in the abyss, after delivering breakfast to Su Wanqing and her daughter. Who was Lin Ye? Outside the public room, a sharp, piercing voice rang out. Lin Ye stepped out of the room. There stood a young eunuch with a pale face and an arrogant expression, looking at him with disdain. Behind the eunuch were several shadow guards armed with knives. I am. The young eunuch looked Lin Ye up and down with a face full of contempt. You are Lin Ye. You really have a face full of disgrace. He pointed to the ground with arrogance. Kneel and receive the decree. Lin Ye's sword-like brows furrowed, his cold gaze piercing like a sword. The young eunuch was startled back 2 steps by this murderous gaze, then immediately fumed with rage. You audacious dog servant. We are the emissaries of the Crown Prince's decree. Do you dare not kneel? This is an insult to the Eastern Palace. Someone, take this dog away. However, the shadow guards behind him stood like wooden posts, unmoving. Have you rebelled? Dare to defy orders? The young eunuch raged. Lin Ye, however, was startled. The Crown Prince. Had he just slept with the false Crown Prince last night, and now the real Crown Prince was at his door? Could it be that the future Crown Princess from the Prime Minister's office leaked the secret? Impossible. Oh, as an unmarried girl having been taken advantage of by a man, she wouldn't dare spread word of it. Seeing the eunuch's demeanor, it was clear that it was nothing good. Lin Ye secretly mobilized his genuine energy, ready to flee at any moment. If he couldn't win, he could still escape. Wait a minute. A steady voice interrupted the stalemate. A middle-aged man in commander attire stepped forward. The young eunuch's eyes turned venomous. Commander Qiao, are you going to shelter this traitorous scoundrel? Commander Qiao did not even look at him, his tone flat. I wouldn't dare. But whether Lin Ye is guilty or not, it's not for you, a eunuch, to decide. You entered without announcing the decree commanding people to kneel, and labeled him as disrespectful to the Crown Prince. What exactly are your intentions? Commander Qiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. The Crown Prince has dispatched you to announce the decree appointing Lin Ye as the East City Inspector of the City Patrol Division. You are here to settle personal scores, and I believe the one disrespectful to the Crown Prince is you. The young eunuch's face turned pale under Commander Qiao's imposing presence. You are slandering me. Lin Ye was utterly stunned. The City Patrol Division. The East City Inspector. The City Patrol Division is a powerful department directly under the Emperor responsible for the security of the capital. Now that the Crown Prince is in charge, the City Patrol Division is under his command. Being an East City Inspector is a bona fide fourth-rank official, on par with Shuechanking's provincial governor. Lin Ye frowned slightly. He knew his own worth, while lacking background and credentials. How could he suddenly be promoted by the Crown Prince? Suddenly an absurd thought popped into his mind. Could that woman from last night really be the Crown Prince of Dawu? Lin Ye immediately shook his head, amused by his own idea. Impossible. It must be because he had been gaining too much attention lately, and the Crown Prince saw potential in him, wanting to cultivate and support him. Lin Ye shifted his gaze, fixing it on the little eunuch who was pretending to be powerful. Aren't you here to announce the edict? Bring the imperial decree over so I can take a look. The little eunuch was taken aback. He had announced edicts countless times, but this was the first time he encountered someone daring enough to receive the decree like this. This country bumpkin was truly arrogant beyond measure. You insolent wretch, this is the decree of His Highness the Crown Prince. How dare you be so audacious? The little eunuch held the imperial edict in his hands, his beady eyes filled with malice. If I give it to you, do you dare to accept it standing? As long as Lin Ye dared to accept it, he could immediately be charged with contempt of the Eastern Palace and disrespect toward the Crown Prince. Lin Ye took a bold step forward and snatched the imperial edict. Immediately after, his right leg swung up fiercely. Bang! His foot landed solidly on the little eunuch's abdomen. The little eunuch flew out like a kite, with a broken string spewing blood as he crashed heavily against the courtyard wall. Lin Ye, you are so bold. Commander Qiao and several shadow guards were all stunned. This kid actually dared to hit a messenger of the Crown Prince. Lin Ye patted his clothing and said, a mere eunuch relying on power, how dare you act arrogantly before me? If it weren't for the Crown Prince's face, I would have sent you straight to hell long ago. This is rebellion. Rebellion. The little eunuch rolled on the ground, holding his abdomen and screaming hysterically, Commander Qiao, why not capture this treasonous rebel right now? Commander Qiao stared at Lin Ye. Although he admired this kid's bravery as a shadow guard, he could not turn a blind eye to this matter. He waved his hand, and more than a dozen shadow guards instantly surrounded Lin Ye. Lin Ye, I advise you not to move recklessly. Commander Qiao said in a deep voice, His Highness the Crown Prince values you greatly, which is why he pushed against public opinion to promote you to the official post of the fourth-ranking patrol inspector. You better obediently come back with me and await the Crown Prince's decision. Do not disappoint His Highness' trust. Lin Ye remained unfazed, directly pulling over a Grand Master's chair and sitting down with an air of authority. You go back and report truthfully. Let's see what the Crown Prince has to say. He'll be waiting right here. The shadow guards were completely dumbfounded. They had captured countless high-ranking officials, but had never encountered such an arrogant suspect. After beating up the messenger, he actually dared to sit here, waiting for the outcome. All eyes were on Commander Qiao to capture or not to capture. Commander Qiao's eyelids twitched. After weighing it for a moment, he said, You all keep an eye on him. I will go back to report to His Highness the Crown Prince. With that, he turned and left. Commander Qiao, wait for me. I will go with you. The little eunuch crawled and rolled to follow him. He wanted to go back and heavily accuse Lin Ye, determined to make this audacious bastard pay. Lin Ye sat in the chair, leisurely sipping tea. He was not acting on impulse. He was well versed in the laws of Dawu. Beating a eunuch would at most result in removal from office and exile, a crime not punishable by death. He did this deliberately to offend the Crown Prince. The Dawu dynasty was currently a mess. The emperor was close to death, and the Crown Prince was about to ascend the throne. At this time, being close to the Crown Prince was akin to being in a meat grinder. Whoever got too close would die quickly. Lin Ye just wanted to remain in the abyss, steadily gaining experience, and had no desire to get caught up in the vortex of power struggles. Although the position of Eastern City Patrol Inspector looked prestigious, it was actually a hot potato. Having driven away the eunuch, it was the perfect opportunity to escape. Even if he lost his official position with his strength, where couldn't he go? The only regret was that he couldn't kill demons daily in the abyss to earn rewards. After more than half an hour, Commander Qiao returned surprisingly, leading the little eunuch bound in ropes. Bang! Commander Qiao threw the little eunuch at Lin Ye's feet. Spare me, Commander. I realize my mistakes. The little eunuch was terrified, bowing his head frantically. Commander Qiao walked up to Lin Ye and respectfully clasped his hands. This subordinate pays respects to Inspector Lin. The Crown Prince orders this dog servant, taking a feather as a command, pretends to be powerful, tarnishing the reputation of the Eastern Palace. He is entrusted to Inspector Lin for full disposal. Lin Ye scratched his ear, thinking he must have misheard. He stood up. Commander Qiao, are you sure you didn't misdeliver the message? Commander Qiao smiled slightly. The shadow guards are only loyal to His Highness. Even with my courage, I wouldn't dare misdeliver a decree. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. This Crown Prince must be out of his mind. He publicly slapped his face, yet not only did he not get angry, but he also sent his confidant to let him vent his anger. This is clearly a masochist. Lin Ye knew that the Crown Prince was definitely not a fool. There must be some intrigue behind this. It seems that I cannot avoid this deadly vortex of power. Lin Ye sighed, his gaze coldly fixed on the little eunuch on the ground. The little eunuch trembled in fear, a large wet patch forming in his pants. Inspector Lin, spare me. I was blind. Less nonsense. Lin Ye stepped on his arm. We have no grievances or grudges. You came at me right away. Who instructed you? It was Deputy Inspector Liu. The little eunuch cried bitterly. Deputy Inspector Liu was originally the most likely to be promoted, but he was intercepted by you entering from above. He bribed me to find a way to anger you, hoping to take you down directly. So it turned out that he had blocked someone else's path to wealth. For the sake of power and profit, such underhanded tactics are quite common. I confess everything. Please, great sir, spare me a way out. The little eunuch begged desperately. Lin Ye revealed a gentle smile, patting his face. Rest assured, many have offended me, but no one has ever dared to speak ill of me behind my back. The little eunuch thought Lin Ye was going to let him go, and was about to thank him. Thud. Lin Ye directly stomped on his head, exploding it. Because those who offend me are all dead. The scene changed rapidly. The little eunuch indeed was following Deputy Inspector Liu's orders, but he concealed the most important point: the Longxiang gang had also bribed him heavily. The entire area fell silent. Although the Shadow Guards were an organization that killed without blinking, witnessing Lin Ye's method of smiling while killing made them shiver in their hearts. Commander Qiao was secretly shocked. This kid was indeed, as the intelligence suggested, killing without hesitation, without any taboos. Inspector Lin, here are your official seal and official attire. Lin Ye took the items and casually slipped a large denomination banknote into Commander Qiao's hand. Thank you for making this trip. I will treat the brothers to drinks another day. Commander Qiao smiled and accepted it. You're too polite, Lord Lin. I hope you will take care of me more in the capital. Farewell. The Shadow Guards then left. The managers of the 7th District swarmed around. Congratulations, Lord, on your promotion. His Highness the Crown Prince has recognized you. Your rise to greatness is just around the corner. Lord, the Eastern City Patrol Inspector is a 4th-ranking official, much more prestigious than our town pacifiers. Lord, I am willing to loyally follow you to hold your horse and lift your stirrup. Everyone looked at Lin Ye, eagerly wishing they could immediately follow him to the patrol department to enjoy a life of life. The City Patrol Office manages the entire capital's public order, akin to the 9-gate commanders of the capital. The Demon Suppression Guard is merely akin to a jailer. The two are simply incomparable. Lin Ye did not say he would take anyone away, nor did he make any promises. Lin Ye was still unaware of the depth of the City Patrol Office, and the group before him were either opportunistic turncoats or weaklings, none of whom he found worthy. Bring me all the criminals scheduled for execution in the 7th District this month. Lin Ye ordered loudly. Since I have been promoted today, let's execute them to celebrate. Celebrating by executing prisoners. The group of martial artists exchanged glances. Others celebrate promotions with amnesty and favors for their subordinates. Whoever celebrates with murder. Moreover, it was an entire month's worth of executions. This was completely against the rules of the Abyss. Yet no one dared to utter a word of dissent. When Lin Ye was a commander, he dared to execute the pacification envoy. Now that he had become a 4th-rank inspector, who would dare provoke him? A crowd of people hurriedly flattered him, causing chaos in the Abyss. Recidivists and great demons from the bottom dungeons were dragged out, queuing up to meet their demise. The clerks hurriedly altered the documents, moving all execution dates to today. The entire 7th District was filled with wails more boisterous than the new year. Those who had not yet reached their death date cursed Lin Ye's ancestors to no end. Lin Ye could not be bothered to respond as he wielded his blade and cut his way through. While his subordinates were cleaning up, Lin Ye carried a food box to the specially designed number 1 cell. Upon seeing him, Su Wanqing involuntarily revealed a hint of joy on her stunning face. Ever since being imprisoned in the death cell, the moment she looked forward to the most each day was Lin Ye's arrival. But in the next moment, Su Wanqing's expression froze, her pretty face turning pale. Why are you wearing the uniform of the City Patrol Office? The uniforms of the various departments of the Great Wu Empire are strictly regulated. The Demon Suppression Guard wears the siège, while the City Patrol Office wears the bien. As a princess, Su Wanqing recognized the significance at a glance. Godfather, you look so impressive in this outfit. Chu Linger blinked, her big eyes tugging at Su Wanqing's sleeve. Mother, don't you think so? Su Wanqing fixed her gaze on Lin Ye, biting her red lips tightly, her eyes glistening with tears, seemingly waiting for him to provide an explanation. Lin Ye walked over, ruffled Chu Linger's hair. Sister Wanqing, you noticed. The Crown Prince suddenly ordered my transfer to the City Patrol Office as the East City Inspector. He spread his hands. How could I bear to leave you too? Just now I even beat up the eunuch delivering the edict, trying to refuse the order. In the end, the Crown Prince not only didn't blame me, but also had the eunuch tied up and sent to me for handling, insisting that I take office. Su Wanqing turned her head away, her voice trembling. Congratulations. You've been promoted again. In a place like the Abyss, for the Crown Prince to take notice of you, you will surely ascend to great heights in the future. She hugged her daughter tightly, her eyes reddening. Inspector, from now on, how will you remember us, the pitiful mother and daughter, in this death cell? Chu Linger finally understood, her tears streaming down. Godfather is leaving. I don't want Godfather to go. They'll go plead with the Crown Prince not to let Godfather leave. The little girl dove into Lin Ye's embrace, crying heartbreakingly. Linger, come back. Su Wanqing yanked her daughter back, coldly staring at Lin Ye. Linger, remember. Only your mother is the closest in this world. Men are all heartless and ungrateful. Lin Ye's expression darkened. Shut up. Lin Ye's stern shout startled both mother and daughter, causing them to shiver. Su Wanqing's tears brimmed in her eyes. She had always thought Lin Ye was her only support in this dark abyss. Sometimes she even thought that if she could be so domineeringly protected by him for a lifetime, it wouldn't be so bad. But now this scoundrel actually yelled at her. Su Wanqing stubbornly raised her face. No matter how you argue, you still want to abandon us. Go. Let us mother and daughter die here. Lin Ye could not be bothered with any further nonsense, stepping forward and grabbing her prison uniform collar forcefully, pulling her voluptuous figure into his embrace. Ugh. Su Wanqing was about to struggle when the back of her head was firmly held by his large hand, and Lin Ye lowered his head, kissing her fiercely. Su Wanqing's mind exploded in a blank void. The sudden invasion was overwhelming and undeniably domineering. She symbolically hit him twice before her body completely softened like mud. After a long time, Lin Ye released her. Su Wanqing's face was flushed, breathing heavily, her gaze dreamy, the previous resentment and stubbornness long forgotten. Isn't this more obedient? Lin Ye patted her firm backside. Now he just needed her to leave the abyss or find an excuse to send the little girl away to fully enjoy the pleasures of the rogue. After putting on his official uniform, Lin Ye hummed a tune as he exited the abyss. Today he had executed over 1,000 recidivists and demons, clearing out 1/3 of the death cell in the 7th district. With the prison guards out of work, they had lost their side income. Lin Ye took out his own money, rewarding each of them 100 taels of silver to keep their mouths shut. Tens of thousands of taels of silver compared to 1,000 years of cultivation was worth nothing. Afterwards, Lin Ye went to the residence of the chief commander to bid farewell. However, Nie Wujie did not see him at all. Lin Ye was indifferent. With Nie Wujie's cunning, he surely knew the ins and outs of the matter. This old fox may have used him as a pawn, but he had indeed saved him and promoted him to commander. Lin Ye was clear about the debts of gratitude and grudges. The two had settled their accounts. From now on, they would each go their own way. At noon, Lin Ye did not rush to take office at the city patrol office. He was fully aware that the city patrol office was a storm center. The crown prince's extraordinary promotion of him was tantamount to pushing him to the forefront of the storm. The inspector of the city patrol office must at least be at the late stage of the Yuan-Si realm. The Shi Qingshan he had seen before was genuinely a giant in the true spirit realm. He was currently in the mid-stage of the Yuan-Si realm, and although he could kill enemies above his level, he would not stand a chance against those ancient monsters from the aristocratic families. He needed to enhance his strength. Earth escape technique. Lin Ye's yellow light flashed, and he directly arrived at the cave paradise outside the city. After several days of recuperation, the spiritual energy in the valley had recovered considerably. Lin Ye sat cross-legged and called up the system panel. He had killed over 1,000 prisoners and demons in the morning. Along with what he had stored previously, he now held nearly 2,000 years of cultivation. Lin Ye felt a wave of fear in his heart. If he completely abandoned his bottom line as a human and killed anyone he encountered in the Great Wu Empire, he could become invincible in a few days, turning into a complete demon lord. This system is simply a demon cultivation device. Lin Ye sat cross-legged, calming his mind. Ancient seeking aperture technique operate with full force. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds erupted from within his body as one aperture after another was forcibly opened. Regarding the opening of apertures, the martial world of the Great Wu Empire had long established conclusions. Decades ago, a group of madmen from the refined heaven path released a study. The human body has 9 obvious apertures, 36 major apertures, 108 hidden apertures, and over 200 secret apertures. Secret apertures are hidden very deep, and no one can accurately say how many there are. After years of research, the refined heaven path declared that the total number of apertures in the human body is 365, corresponding with the number of the heavenly cycles. However, this is just a theory. For thousands of years, there has never been a report of anyone managing to open all 365 apertures. The entire world considers the words of the refined heaven path to be the ramblings of madmen. But Lin Ye did not care about any of that. He only focused on using his cultivation to break through. As the apertures continued to open, an increasingly terrifying pressure erupted from Lin Ye, and a violent spiritual energy vortex formed in the valley. Suddenly Lin Ye opened his eyes, a dazzling brilliance flashing in his deep gaze. Having learned from the last experience, this time opening apertures was a smooth process. All 365 major apertures. They are all opened. Lin Ye clenched his fists, feeling the surging power coursing through his limbs and bones. It was only at this moment that he confirmed that the madmen of the refined heaven path were indeed right. The 365 apertures of the heavenly cycle really existed. Aperture opening, great perfection. At the same time, the ancient devouring heaven technique operated on its own, and the giant elephant microparticles began to awaken frantically. 310 particles, 320 particles, 366 particles, 405 particles. When the turbulent breakthrough power within calmed down, a total of 406 giant elephant microparticles had awakened. There are still 1,200 years of cultivation left. Lin Ye stroked his chin. With all the acupoints fully opened, he could step into the true spirit realm at any moment. But how should the 365 acupoints be connected to form a divine diagram? The human body has 365 acupoints. There are 365 days in a year. The stars in the universe number 365. Could this be mere coincidence? A wild thought suddenly surged in Lin Ye's mind. What if he used these 365 acupoints to construct a Zhou-Tian space-time great array within his body? Once completed, he would be able to control the time-space and rules within the array. He could draw in enemies, and with a mere thought they would be trapped for countless years. Even an old monster that had lived for thousands of years could be instantly aged to death within. This idea was nothing short of a bottomless pit consuming resources that would be astronomical. But Lin Ye decided to take the gamble. After all, his physical body was invincible, and the divine diagram was at most an added bonus. If he could truly create this thing, it would undoubtedly be a trump card among trump cards. Let's do this. He poured 1,000 years of cultivation directly into it, forcefully pushing the deduction. The true chi within him transformed into a raging dragon frantically traversing between the 365 acupoints. Buzz, it was unclear how long had passed. All the acupoints finally connected together, forming a grand three-dimensional shape, resembling a polygonal pyramid. True chi served as the framework, while the acupoints were the nodes. 365 acupoints. A total of 36 layers. It worked. Lin Ye was ecstatic. This wild idea had actually taken its first step. Although it was currently just a crude framework, it would require countless resources to fill and perfect it, but the structure had already been established. From now on, this move shall be called 36-fold space-time suppressing tower. At the moment the divine diagram took form, Lin Ye's realm directly advanced to the late stage of the nascent sea realm. This is truly expensive. Just setting up the framework consumed 800 years of cultivation. This suppressing tower is practically a vampire. He still had 400 years of cultivation left. Without hesitation, Lin Ye poured all of it into his skills. He sought to crush, not to compete equally. The Brahma Sound Demon Suppression Bell Perfect Transformation, consuming 200 years of cultivation. The Great Desolation God Prison Finger Perfect Transformation, consuming 200 years of cultivation. He opened the panel. Name: Lin Ye. Skill: Ancient Devouring Heaven Technique, 406, Giant Elephant Microparticles Realm, Late Stage Nascent Sea Realm, Divine Diagram, 36-fold Space-Time, Suppressing Tower Skills: Great Desolation, God Prison Finger Transformation, Brahma Sound Demon Suppression Bell, Transformation, Extermination Tribulation, Sword Technique, Transformation, 9 Shadow Mysterious Steps Transformation, Earth Escape Technique, Entry to Sage, Sky Riding Technique, Perfect Turtle Breathing, Stealth Technique, Perfect Ancient Seekers Acupoint Technique, Perfect Blood Escape Technique, Not Yet Initiated. My strength has at least multiplied tenfold. Lin Ye twisted his neck. The sound of cracking bones echoed throughout. Now even against peak nascent sea realm opponents, I could directly beat them into submission. With all 365 acupoints open, this was a feat unprecedented in the martial world. Just based on the lofty concept of the 36-fold space-time suppressing tower, this divine diagram could directly crush the flashy displays of other martial artists. If judged by the great martial dynasty's combat power standards, he was currently at least at the peak of the true spirit realm, capable of killing opponents across 4 minor realms with ease. This breakthrough was astonishingly quick, taking only 1 hour in total. Lin Ye stripped off his clothes and jumped into a deep pool to wash himself. After coming ashore, he shook his true chi and all the water droplets were flung away. He donned a brand new 4th grade city patrol inspector's uniform and put on an official hat. Before leaving, Lin Ye left a note for the woman who claimed to be the crown prince of the great martial dynasty. He could now firmly ascertain that even if that woman was not the crown prince, she must have some intricate connection to him. The note invited her to meet here in a few days to discuss life further. Unable to find the real crown prince, he decided to vent his frustrations on this false one. After leaving the note, Lin Ye strode towards his new position, the capital of the great martial dynasty. Its vast area, dense population, and diverse powers made it unique throughout the world. The capital was divided into the imperial city, inner city, and outer city. Centered around the imperial city, 4 wide avenues extending several hundred meters reached outwards. These 4 avenues crisscrossed the capital, converging into a massive cross that divided the territory outside the imperial city into 4 large districts: east, south, west, and north. Under the city patrol inspector, there were 4 major inspectors for the east, west, south, and north, each responsible for 1 district. Lin Ye took charge of the east city, which governed an area of over 10,000 square kilometers with a population exceeding 2 million. This scale was even more terrifying than super metropolises in his previous life. East City Patrol Inspector's Office. Deputy Inspector Wu Feng sat confidently in the main seat, flanked by several captains. Having painstakingly managed East City for over a decade, he had long infiltrated the City Patrol Inspectorate from top to bottom. He was originally quite certain of securing the position of inspector this time. However, the Crown Prince, who usually did not interfere with personnel appointments, unexpectedly issued a decree directly parachuting in a nobody whom no one had ever heard of to take over. After investigating Lin Ye's background, Wu Feng was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. A month ago, this kid was merely a disposable prison guard in the Abyss Death Row awaiting execution. In just 1 month, he had jumped several ranks from the bottom tier to become a 4th-grade inspector. This speed of promotion was even more exaggerated than that of the emperor's illegitimate child. Unless this kid had an extraordinary background. But after using all his connections to investigate for a long time, Wu Feng concluded that this kid was merely lucky coincidentally aligning with the crown prince's preferences. This muddy-legged fellow thinks he can ride on top of me. Wu Feng silently swore. The inspector's office was his territory. It was a dragon's lair, a tiger's den. He had plenty of ways to make a no-background kid suffer. He wanted Lin Ye to leave in disgrace. Once Lin Ye turned East City into chaos, even the crown prince wouldn't be able to protect him. Lord Wu, our scouts report that the kid has gone missing. He probably realized his own insignificance and ran away. If he runs, let him run. With Lord Wu here to hold the fort in East City, what use do we have for a rookie? Exactly what is he even worth? The brothers only recognize Lord Wu, no one else matters. Several captains chimed in praising Wu Feng while disparaging Lin Ye. A glint of pride flashed in Wu Feng's eyes, and he felt quite pleased. This was the confidence he had built over more than a decade. All right. Wu Feng pretended to raise his hand. Don't say anything reckless outside. Regardless, he is still the official appointed by the crown prince. Everyone exchanged knowing glances. Just then a messenger ran into the hall. Gentlemen, there is a young man outside claiming to be the new inspector. He requests all officials ranked captain and above to come out and welcome him. The captains immediately erupted into chaos. What a grand show of authority, daring to act all high and mighty before even entering. Just ignore him. The captains scolded loudly, but their eyes all turned towards Wu Feng at the main seat. Wu Feng lifted his teacup, leisurely skimming off the tea foam and taking a sip. Seeing his demeanor, everyone felt more confident, continuing to sit idly and treat the new officer outside as heir. Outside the city patrol inspector's office, Lin Ye, dressed in a brand new 4th-grade official uniform, waited for half a stick of incense. A smirk appeared on his lips, so they want to show off their authority. Since they don't appreciate the face I'm giving them, they shouldn't blame me for not being polite. Just as Lin Ye was about to turn and leave, Wu Feng and several captains emerged with forced smiles. Ah, this must be the newly appointed Inspector Lin. Wu Feng perfunctorily cupped his hands. I sincerely apologize. The office is quite busy, and we kept you waiting. The captains behind him also awkwardly cupped their fists. Lin Ye's gaze was sharp as it swept across their faces. No problem. In the future we will serve together in the court and have plenty of time to get to know each other. Wu Feng, puffing out his belly, spoke in a frivolous tone. I've heard that the new inspector is young and promising. Today, seeing you in person, you certainly have more vigor than us old bones. By the way, our deputy commander of the City Patrol Inspectorate also shares the surname Lin. To avoid confusion, we'll just call you young Lord Lin from now on. Lin Ye's eyes turned slightly cold. This was the tone of an elder lecturing a younger. It was clearly an insult, belittling him as inexperienced. Lin Ye replied blandly, with the crown prince supervising the state, the court naturally needs youthful energy. Otherwise, if it were all old fools, the great martial dynasty would surely perish sooner or later. Wu Feng's face darkened. This little brat had a sharp tongue. Lin Ye shifted the topic, glancing sideways and asking, and you are? What position do you hold? Wu Feng gritted his teeth and replied, this official is Wu Feng, the deputy inspector of East City. Oh, you're just a deputy, huh? Lin Ye deliberately emphasized the word deputy, nearly causing Wu Feng to all right, let's all go in together. Lin Ye pushed aside the obstructing Wu Feng and strode into the office. Wu Feng glared at Lin Ye's back, his eyes burning with venom. The higher the official rank, the more pressure it exerted. This was the benefit of occupying a position. The captains following behind exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. They supported Wu Feng because they believed he could win. If Wu Feng couldn't handle this newcomer, they wouldn't be foolish enough to go down with him. On the way to the conference hall, Lin Ye casually inquired, memorizing the names of these captains. After chatting a bit, he had figured out their positions. Wu Feng had not yet reached the point of being untouchable in East City. Among the captains present today, at least half were fence-sitters. The East City Patrol Inspectorate had 2 deputy inspectors and 9 captains in total. The Eastern City branch of the City Patrol Division oversees tens of thousands of true Qi realm martial artists, as well as over 1,000 clerical and miscellaneous staff. Inside the conference hall, Lin Ye strode forward, naturally taking a seat in the main position, looking down at everyone with an air of authority. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks my first day in office, so let's skip the meaningless pleasantries. Now submit the personnel roster, account books, and files of the major factions in the Eastern City under your jurisdiction. As soon as the words left his mouth, the hall fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Several captains exchanged glances, and without a word they directed their gazes towards Deputy Inspector Wu Feng. Wu Feng slowly stood up, a subtle smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. He had long anticipated Lin Ye's words. To control an office, the purse and personnel authority are of utmost importance. He had painstakingly managed what was in his grasp for over a decade. How could he willingly relinquish it? Wu Feng casually clasped his hands together, saying, Young Master Lin, you have just assumed office, and you are completely in the dark about the situation in our Eastern City. The personnel files, financial ledgers, and the intertwined interests of various factions cannot simply be submitted upon request. His tone was flat, tinged with condescension. How about this? You take some time to familiarize yourself with the rules and procedures of the inspector's office. After a few months, when you have a good grasp of the situation below, we can hand over these trivial matters then. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Wu Feng. A few months. Wu Deputy Inspector, do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Isn't it customary for a new official to start with a bang? Haven't you heard of this rule at your age? Wu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Ye to turn hostile, so quickly discarding all semblance of decorum in the officialdom. However, he felt a wave of joy in his heart. He feared encountering those shrewd, cunning, old officials. Dealing with a headstrong young man like Lin Ye was simply too easy. A simple pitfall could bring him down. As he realized Lin Ye was a reckless fool, his demeanor grew more imposing with a hint of barely concealed sarcasm. Where does young Master Lin's statement come from? I assure you I consider your interests at every turn, and I have no intention of deceiving you. If you don't believe me, feel free to investigate personally. Wu Feng held his head high, feigning a dignified stance. If you insist on forcing me to submit now, I can only say I cannot comply. I truly cannot produce it. Lin Ye fixed his gaze on him. Are you resolute in your refusal? Wu Feng helplessly shrugged, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Young Master Lin, it is not that I refuse to submit. It is that you simply do not understand the rules of our city patrol division. You previously came from a background as a prison guard, and your experience does not align with our system. He deliberately emphasized the word guard, clearly mocking Lin Ye's humble origins, implying he was unworthy of. Wu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, it's futile to explain to you. If you feel I am inept in my duties, you can investigate independently, or simply report me to higher authorities. I really don't mind. Is that so? Lin Ye turned his attention to the 5 captains seated nearby. They were either sipping tea or picking at their nails, none sparing him a glance. Lin Ye's voice turned icy. You guys can't produce it either. One captain set down his teacup, lazily clasping his hands together. Young Master Lin, you are new here, and you truly do not understand the rules. Lord Lin is not wrong. These ledgers and files cannot be clarified in a short time. Indeed, another captain quickly chimed in. If young Master Lin does not believe, he can certainly send someone to investigate. Not to mention the thousands of factions in the eastern city. If you were to visit each one, you would understand how deep the waters. The third captain also stood up. Young Master Lin, you are talented, and have the support of the Crown Prince, so you naturally do not understand the difficulties faced by those of us on the lower tiers. Pressing us will yield no results. We simply cannot produce it. Observing the attitudes of these 3 captains, Lin Ye's heart was crystal clear. These 3 were Wu Feng's staunch supporters, working in unison to apply pressure on him. The other 2, while not openly siding with anyone, also feigned ignorance. Lin Ye squinted his eyes, gazing at Wu Feng. It seems you are determined to undermine me today. I will ask once more, submit or not. Wu Feng reveled in glee internally. He had been waiting for Lin Ye to explode in anger. As long as Lin Ye dared to make a move in this conference hall, he would have ample reason to subdue him on the spot. He had already investigated Lin Ye's background. A stroke of luck had allowed him to assassinate the pacification envoy Shui Changqing. That waste, whose cultivation was built upon drugs, Wu Feng could crush with his eyes closed. As for dismantling the absolute kill hall stronghold, everyone knew it was due to the life-saving jade talisman granted by the chief commander. This young fool had no idea how deep the waters of the officialdom ran. As long as Lin Ye dared to strike first, Wu Feng was absolutely confident that he could subdue him with one move. At that point, this newly appointed inspector would be sent packing on his very first day. The position of Inspector of Eastern City could only belong to him, Wu Feng. With that in mind, Wu Feng decided to stoke the fire further. His expression turned cold, full of disdain. Young Master Lin, I have repeatedly offered you good advice considering your status as an official. Since you are ungrateful, then I cannot serve you any longer. If you enjoy flaunting your authority, you might as well return to the City Patrol Division. Is not a place for you to run amok. After saying this, Wu Feng flicked his sleeve and turned to stride towards the door. The 3 loyal captains, upon seeing this, quickly stood up and followed closely behind him. The other 2 indecisive captains exchanged glances, slowly rising to their feet, hesitating whether to follow. Stepping out of this threshold would mean completely tearing their relationship with the new superior. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wu Feng silently counted in his heart. He was betting on whether Lin Ye, this reckless fool, would dare to strike here. Even if he did not lay a hand on him, today's scene would thoroughly trample the new official's face into the mud. From now on, Lin Ye would not be able to make a peep in Eastern City. At that moment, Lin Ye suddenly sprang to his feet, his voice booming like thunder in the hall. I have not allowed you to leave. Who dares to take a single step out this door? Wu Feng halted his steps, laughing maniacally inside. Go ahead. If you have the guts, try to strike me. Wu Feng strained to suppress the smug smile at the corner of his mouth as he turned around, his expression darkening. Young Master Lin, I understand that you were a lowly prison guard and do not grasp the rules of the officialdom. Wu Feng scolded sternly. But this is the City Patrol Division. There are laws of the City Patrol Division. Your rogue tactics will not work here. Rules? Lin Ye scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. In my eyes, my words are the rules. The moment the words left his mouth, buzz, a suffocating and terrifying pressure erupted from Lin Ye's body, crashing down towards Wu Feng and the others like a mountain. Lin Ye exerted force with his feet. The hall trembled violently as a large pit was instantly crushed into the hard bluestone floor. He launched himself like a cannonball towards Wu Feng, swinging his right fist down. True energy, surged blood, chi roaring like a dragon. The power of the ancient giant elephant converged in this punch, its might akin to raging waves. Wu Feng had intentionally provoked Lin Ye with his words, waiting for him to strike first. Seeing Lin Ye truly daring to attack, Wu Feng's heart soared with joy. This is just what I wanted. Wu Feng instantly activated his latest Yuan High Realm True Energy to its peak, countering Lin Ye's punch with one of his own. You little brat daring to show off in front of me. Once I suppress you, I will definitely take you to meet the prince and punish you. Bang! The two fists collided with a deafening thud. Lin Ye's fist, carrying terrifying force, smashed down like a force of nature. Wu Feng's arm let out a sickening crack as he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily against the wall, collapsing a large section of the thick load-bearing wall. A mouthful of fresh blood gushed forth. Wu Feng's entire right arm hung limply, his sternum and ribs shattered by the overwhelming force of the punch. He collapsed like a pile of mud in the ruins, his eyes wide open in disbelief, staring at the relaxed Lin Ye. How is this possible? The nearby officers were all dumbfounded. However, Lin Ye's cold gaze showed no signs of stopping. His figure flashed, directly charging into the three loyal officers. One punch for each. Another punch. Dealing with these Qi realm officers was easier than killing chickens. In just a few breaths of time, the three officers who had been so arrogant alongside Wu Feng were all knocked to the ground. Each one coughed up blood, their bones likely broken in numerous places. Though they weren't dead, they were half alive. The two officers who had planned to watch the show were terrified, and their legs went weak. They could never have imagined that things would turn out this way. Even more alarming was the terrifying combat power Lin Ye displayed. Wu Feng was a solid latest Yuan High Realm expert, yet he couldn't take even one punch from Lin Ye. What kind of freak is this kid? Wu Feng spat out another mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. He finally realized that Lin Ye's strength far exceeded his imagination, and his plan to suppress the other was utterly ruined. But it didn't matter. Wu Feng gritted his teeth, thinking that as the new commander, Lin Ye had severely injured a colleague without reason, which was a grave offense. As long as he could pin this on Lin Ye, even if Lin Ye didn't die, he would definitely not be able to hold his position as the patrol inspector. Although the process had gone awry, the outcome would still be the same. Lin Ye, have you lost your mind? Wu Feng yelled hoarsely while spitting blood. This is the city patrol, not your playground for showing off. We are all officials of the court. You have no reason to attack a colleague. I will definitely report you. Even the prince cannot protect you. Lin Ye seemed to have heard the biggest joke. You should be thankful this is the city patrol. If it were somewhere else, do you think you would still have your life to speak here? Lin Ye turned to glance at the officers lying on the ground, his tone icy. With your few rotten fish and shrimp, do you think you are qualified to fight me? The officers clutched their chests, not daring to utter a single word. Lin Ye's expression hardened as he announced loudly, I have received confidential reports. Wu Feng and others are suspected of corruption and bribery. When I summoned them for investigation, these men not only refused to cooperate, but also attempted to violently resist the law. I was left with no choice but to take action to suppress them. Someone take these corrupt officials away and interrogate them severely. All the corners of the room twitched wildly. This is too dark. To lie openly in front of everyone, shamelessly framing others. This is truly the essence of making baseless accusations. The three downed officers turned pale. They knew very well whether they had acted cleanly. If they were imprisoned and tortured, they would surely suffer greatly. Wu Feng, enraged, spat another mouthful of blood. Lin Ye, you can't slander people like this. The city patrol is not your one-man show. I've been operating here for over 10 years with connections all over the capital. Your petty tricks won't fool anyone. Lin Ye sneered derisively. I don't know if your tricks work or not, but in the East City, I am the one who decides. Take them away. Lin Ye turned his cold gaze towards the two fence-sitting officers, still wavering. They trembled upon meeting Lin Ye's icy stare and quickly lowered their heads. What's wrong? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The two men, their legs weak, steeled themselves to step forward, preparing to take action. Sir, spare us. One officer on the ground could no longer hold on. Everyone had followed Wu Feng to gain promotions and wealth. Now that Wu Feng's ship was about to sink, who would foolishly accompany him to the grave? The officer, disregarding the pain of his broken bones, turned over and knelt on the ground, crying out loudly, Sir Lin, we truly did not intend to oppose you. It was all Wu Feng's coercion. He relied on his connections with the deputy commander to force us to undermine you. We were all forced. That's right, Sir Lin, all the blame lies with Wu Feng. We are willing to serve you in the future. Lin Ye watched this farce, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He looked down at Wu Feng, who was pale as a ghost. I have told you before, here my rules are the rules. Do you understand? Lin Ye, don't get too smug. You won't live long. Wu Feng was forcibly dragged away like a dead dog, still cursing in unwillingness. Thud. The remaining two loyal officers dropped to their knees. Sir, we were blinded by greed. Please give us a chance to redeem ourselves. It's too late. Lin Ye spoke with no trace of emotion. I gave you a chance, but you failed to seize it. Sir, take them away. Moments later, the two fence-sitting officers returned from detaining the others. Thud. They both knelt in front of Lin Ye. We greet the patrol inspector. We plead for your mercy. From now on we will follow your orders without hesitation. They were genuinely terrified by Lin Ye's thunderous methods. This new official doesn't play by the rules at all. Being able to rise from the bottom to a fourth-rank official in just a month aside from the prince's backing, who else could it be? At this moment, pledging loyalty not only could save their official hats, but perhaps allow them to rise alongside this prominent figure close to the prince. Lin Ye looked down at the two, waving his hand. Get up. Within today, all the records and accounts must be transferred clearly. Other matters will remain the same. The two officers felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, nodding vigorously, yes, yes, yes. In the future, if you have any orders, we will risk our lives without hesitation. Lin Ye accused Wu Feng and others of corruption and accepting bribes. Though they were detained, he was clear in his heart. According to the regulations of the Great Wu Dynasty, a fourth-rank inspector has no authority to directly interrogate a fourth-rank deputy inspector. This must be reported step by step and reviewed by the three divisions. Lin Ye was certain that these people were definitely not clean, but he lacked solid evidence. Moreover, even if the evidence were as solid as a mountain, with Wu Feng's connections in the capital, he would at most receive a sentence of exile, never risking his head. Lin Ye had no intention of letting him off. However, in the officialdom one can be ruthless, but one must not be reckless. Lin Ye paced back and forth in the hall with his hands behind his back. Come here. A wallflower captain hurriedly stepped forward. What orders do you have, my lord? Immediately go find Captain Xiao from the Shadow Guard, and have him bring people here swiftly. Yes. A quarter of an hour later, Captain Xiao arrived in a hurry with a team of elite Shadow Guards. On the way, they had already heard about Lin Ye's deeds of severely injuring his deputy and 3 captains upon taking office. Captain Xiao was not surprised by Lin Ye's thunderous methods. This ruthless man dared to kick the eunuch who delivered orders from the crown prince. Oh, what was it, to injure a few deputies? Lord Lin, I wonder why you urgently summoned me. The Shadow Guards operated independently and were not under the jurisdiction of the inspection division. Captain Xiao hurried because Lin Ye had just established his name, with the crown prince lending him significant weight. Huh. Lin Ye laughed heartily, familiarly draping his arm around Captain Xiao's shoulder, as if they were brothers. Old Xiao, I felt we had a connection the last time we met. Captain Xiao remained impassive. He had grown deaf to such platitudes in the bureaucracy. Lin Ye continued, as you know, I've just taken office, and I haven't sorted through the matters at hand. Who would have thought that just now I would unearth a few corrupt officials? But I'm new here, and don't even have a trusted aide who can, in this case, who in the capital can rival our Shadow Guards in terms of checking accounts and searching homes. I thought of you right. Captain Xiao suddenly understood. This was indeed true. Among the various departments of the Great Wu Dynasty in terms of account checks, searches, and interrogations, the Shadow Guards were undoubtedly the best. Captain Xiao showed a reluctant expression. However, this case hasn't been transferred to the Shadow Guards. We lack legitimacy. What does that matter? Lin Ye waved his hand. You don't need the Shadow Guards to handle the case. Just send over a few top-notch account checkers to help me clear the accounts in the eastern city as quickly as possible. As he spoke, Lin Ye flipped his wrist, and 10 spirit stones quietly slipped into Captain Xiao's palm. Spirit stones. Captain Xiao's heart raced. These were valuable hard currency. 10 spirit stones could easily exchange for over 100,000 taels of silver in the black market. He subtly tucked the spirit stones into his clothing, his expression instantly turning righteous. Lord Lin is too polite. Supervising officials is indeed the duty of the Shadow Guards. We will fully assist in investigating Wu Feng and others for their corrupt practices. Lin Ye smiled broadly. Old Xiao, I entrust this matter to you. It must be done quickly. Captain Xiao nodded. He understood that Lin Ye was racing against time to solidify the charges. After arranging the account checks, Lin Ye personally escorted the half-dead Wu Feng and others directly to the headquarters of the inspection division. Go notify the commanding officer that Eastern City Inspector Lin Ye is bringing in suspect Wu Feng and others for an audience. The guard soldiers did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly went inside to report. A moment later, a captain came out with some men, glancing at the miserable Wu Feng with a slight frown. The commanding officer is not here. Deputy Commander's son has asked you to enter. Lin Ye's expression shifted slightly. Which deputy commander's son? There were 2 deputy commanders in the inspection division. One managed the internal affairs of the capital, and the other managed several outer guard cities. Of course, it's Deputy Commander's son, who oversees the internal affairs of the capital. The Deputy Commander, Ma, does not intervene in matters here. Lin Ye's lips curled into a smirk. If he remembered correctly, Wu Feng's biggest backer in the inspection division was this Deputy Commander's son. It was precisely because of this connection that Wu Feng dared to brazenly call him Little Lord Lin. The commanding officer just happened to be absent. Coincidentally, Deputy Commander's son took over. What kind of coincidence is that? Huh. Lin Ye, you frame and slander and assaulted an official of the court without cause. Deputy Commander's son will surely clear my name. Upon hearing Deputy Commander's son's name, Wu Feng's previously dull eyes sparkled, and he laughed wildly with excitement. He thought he was doomed, but unexpectedly the situation turned around, and he felt hope returning. Shut up. Lin Ye slapped back, directly knocking the just-revived Wu Feng unconscious again. Take him in. In the meeting room, Eastern City Inspector Lin Ye greets Deputy Commander. Sun Yao held a teacup without raising his eyelids. You are the new Eastern City inspector appointed by the Crown Prince. You say Wu Feng is corrupt, or do you have any solid evidence? Lin Ye remained unfazed. Naturally I do. Bring it for this official to see. Lin Ye shook his head. Sorry, Deputy Commander, you cannot see this evidence. Sun Yao's face darkened, and with a bang, he put down his teacup. Impudent. Do you think this official is unqualified to see it? Of course not. Lin Ye met his gaze directly. Wu Feng admitted that you are his supporter. For the sake of your reputation, it is better for you to avoid suspicion in this case. I am considering your interests. Nonsense. Sun Yao was furious, slamming the table, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. This murderous intent was not aimed at Lin Ye, but rather at Wu Feng. That incompetent fool dared to flaunt his name outside. Wasn't he leading him into a fire pit? Lin Ye sneered inwardly. This was certainly a fabrication meant to silence Sun Yao. Sun Yao took a deep breath and said sharply, Lin Ye, even if you have evidence of Wu Feng's crimes, you have no right to arbitrarily arrest a fourth-rank official, let alone injure him severely. It was Wu Feng who violently resisted the law. My subordinate had no choice but to suppress him. Still dare to argue. Sun Yao suddenly stood up, releasing a terrifying pressure of true spirit, locking onto. Come here. Lock Lin Ye up. Sun Yao's gaze was like that of a venomous snake staring at Lin Ye. As long as Lin Ye dared to resist, he could immediately justify taking action to suppress him. Just like how Lin Ye dealt with Wu Feng, he could also use the charge of violent resistance to the law to severely injure Lin Ye. Lock me up. Lin Ye did not resist. He simply cast a faint glance at Sun Yao. I hope Deputy Commander does not regret this. Arrogant. Take him away. At the inspection division, Lin Ye was not thrown into a death cell, but was placed under soft confinement in a fairly deep. Outside the door stood a large number of heavily armed soldiers. Lin Ye sat on the bed, quietly observing for a while. Actively escorting Wu Feng to headquarters was originally part of his plan. Now the good show was just beginning. Lin Ye changed into a set of night clothes and covered his face with a black cloth. Earth escape technique. With a flash of yellow light, Lin Ye sank directly into the ground, disappearing from the cell. He swiftly traversed beneath the inspection division, relying on the heavenly eyes probing, and soon found the room where Wu Feng and the others were held. At this moment, Wu Feng in the cell had already woken up, lying on a pile of hay, cursing Lin Ye through gritted teeth. With Deputy Envoy Sun Yao himself descending to issue the imperial edict, Lin Ye is as good as dead tonight. Wu Feng raised his wine bowl and drained it in one gulp, his face twisted with savage glee. Staring at his empty sleeve, his features contorted. The agony of losing an arm. I shall carve this brat's flesh off piece by piece and feed it to dogs. Several loyal subordinates nodded vigorously, their flattery pouring forth like a torrential tide. Your Excellency's insight is unparalleled. Deputy Envoy Sun is a celestial tier figure. Crushing Lin Ye would be no harder than crushing an ant. 70% of the spoils we've extorted have already been offered to Deputy Envoy Sun. So long as this towering deity remains unshaken, who among our superiors dares audit our accounts? If it comes to it, we'll tear the net apart with the fish. Let the ledgers fly open, then no one walks away unscathed. The moment the words left his lips, from the shadows beyond the doorway a tall black-robed figure strode calmly across the threshold. Lin Ye's eyes were fathomless, cold, detached, scanning the room as though surveying corpses. Remarkable courage, to threaten your own superior officer. Wu Feng and his men recoiled violently, drawing their long sabers in a flash. Who dares play ghost and shadow? Show yourself. Come out. Lin Ye's voice was glacial. Deputy Envoy Sun anticipated you'd panic and lash out, dragging him down with you the moment disaster struck. I'd assumed you weren't quite so foolish. It appears His Excellency overestimated the capacity of your minds. At these words, Wu Feng felt his scalp split open, his blood surging backward through his veins. Silence him. Eliminate the witness. Deputy Envoy Sun has sent assassins to silence us. Just now we spoke recklessly, violating the gravest taboo of officialdom. Don't move. We've betrayed no word of Deputy Envoy Sun. He's being framed by Lin Ye alone. Terrified, Wu Feng's knees buckled. He staggered backward, trembling. Lin Ye's long saber flashed from its scabbard. A blade like a silver river cleaved the air. Thud, thud, thud. 3 trusted captains didn't even cry out. Each throat severed in a single stroke, crimson spraying wildly. Help! Someone, save me! Utterly shattered, Wu Feng unleashed his nascent Sea Realm Foundation's spiritual energy in full force, unleashing a soul-rending guttural roar. The sound rolled like muffled thunder, instantly shaking several adjacent streets. Sun Yao, you treacherous cur who abandons allies once they've served their purpose. I've delivered tens of thousands of spirit stones to you yearly, and yet you send killers after me. Even in death, I'll drag you straight into hell with me. In the darkness, Lin Ye's lips curled upward, a radiant, chilling smile. The instant Wu Feng finished that scream, he suddenly realized. This man clearly possessed the power to kill him outright. So why had he deliberately withheld the fatal blow, allowing Wu Feng to shriek unchecked? His eyes bulged wide, locking onto the gaze behind the mask. You're not Sun Yao's man. You're Lin. A flash of steel, then silence. Wu Feng's massive head soared skyward, warm blood splattering across the wall. Slain, nascent Sea Realm Foundation establishment, early stage. Reward 150 years of martial cultivation, 1 spirit stones, slain nascent sea realm. Slain. System notifications chimed in rapid succession as cultivation energy flooded his meridians. Lin Ye stood motionless beside the corpse's eyes half closed. As Deputy Inspector of Patrols, Wu Feng's mind held the entire East City's web of corruption, its illicit trade networks, its shadow economy, its hidden conduits of power and coin. Through soul-stealing extraction, Lin Ye absorbed every secret of East City in an instant. Tap tap tap. The faintest footsteps echoed beyond the courtyard gate. Rather than retreat, Lin Ye threw open the gate and strode outward with deliberate, unhurried confidence, straight into the path of 5 assassins clad in midnight black stealth attire. Their leader froze mid-step, lowering his voice. Deputy Envoy Sun commands you to withdraw. Wu Feng's life belongs to us now. Lin Ye suppressed a silent laugh. Without hesitation, he scoffed coldly, you're late. Wu Feng just raged against Deputy Envoy Sun, shouting about ledgers for all the street to hear. I suspect accomplices still lurk in the shadows. Clean up the scene now. How dare you command me? The assassin leader roared in fury. Lin Ye shrugged lightly, stepping backward into the gloom. The corpse is yours. If the demon-suppressing guard arrives, you'll bear that burden alone. Vanishing beneath the earth with 9 shadow mirage steps, he dissolved into oblivion. The assassins stared at one another stunned. Who is this youth? Who cares? He's likely some covert death soldier cultivated by His Excellency. Hurry inside and see. The moment they crossed the threshold, they froze, staring dumbfounded at the carnage strewn across the floor. Less than half a stick of incense later, Sun Yao himself arrived. Gazing upon Wu Feng's decapitated body, he trembled with rage, his face drained of blood, livid with fury. Your Excellency, all deaths were instantaneous, his subordinate reported, voice quavering. Incompetence. Sun Yao whirled and strode away without another word. He'd intended to fabricate evidence on sight, blaming everything squarely on Lin Ye. Yet that imbecile Wu Feng had screamed loud enough for the entire district to hear. Trouble had escalated beyond salvage. Sun Yao retreated to his private chamber. On the floor knelt his maidservant Lu Xiao, clad in a sheer translucent gauze robe, her luminous, voluptuous skin bared to the air. My lord, please calm your wrath. Her voice was honeyed, trembling. She reached forward to serve. Crack. Sun Yao, agitated beyond measure, backhanded her across the room, utterly indifferent to the seductive form before him. The black-clad assassins entered and dropped to their knees. Your Excellency. Wu Feng. Die. Sun Yao's eyes blazed with murderous light, his fingers curled into claws, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy. Before they could utter a plea, their skulls imploded. Sun Yao withdrew, a sea-swallowing shell swallowing the corpse's whole, then forced himself to still his mind, plotting how to sever all ties to the catastrophe. The Grand Hall of the Celestial Patrol Bureau. The moment Lin Ye stepped across the threshold, an oppressive, mountain-crushing aura descended like divine judgment, compressing the very air into viscous, suffocating sludge. Lin Ye felt like a fly encased in amber, every bone groaning, every tendon screaming, unable even to— This was the unique domain of a Dharmaform realm cultivator. During the Blood Flotilla uprising, Supreme Commander Nyawuji had used this very technique to subdue the entire assembly. Within such a domain, the Dharmaform cultivator reigned absolute. Sun Yao sat high above the dais, stroking his beard, eyes sharp and venomous. Dare you stand before me, Lin Ye, without kneeling? A calculated display of dominance. Lin Ye seethed inwardly. Old dog, you think you can crush me? Dream on. Gritting his teeth, he churned his sea of qi. All 365 acupoints ignited simultaneously, stellar constellations blazing within his body, spinning with frenzied intensity. Within his mind's eye, a colossal primordial chart erupted in blinding gold light. The ancient elephant avatar forged from the Primordial Heaven Devouring Art lifted its trunk and let loose a deafening cosmic roar. Boom. The invisible barrier shattered. The Dharmaform domain pressing upon him cracked apart, shattered outright by Lin Ye's raw, defiant will. He brushed dust from his sleeves, straightened his spine, and fixed Sun Yao with a piercing, unflinching gaze. Sun Yao's pupils contracted violently. He nearly tore his own beard clean off. His domain, broken. A mere youth who hadn't even touched the Dharmaform realm had shattered his sovereign pressure. Impossible. Sun Yao refused to believe Lin Ye possessed such innate strength. His mind raced. He concluded instantly someone had gifted Lin Ye a supreme protective artifact. Just as Sun Yao prepared to escalate, a voice announced from the doorway, Deputy Envoy Sun. Supreme Commander, Shao summons you. Sun Yao drew a deep breath, shot Lin Ye one last venomous glare, and swept from the hall. In the main hall, Supreme Commander Shao Zhinshan sat like a dormant tiger, immovable, coiled with latent power. This subordinate salutes Supreme Commander Shao. Sun Yao hurried forward, bowing low, preemptively wailing. My lord Wu Feng slandered me in his dying breath, deliberately framing your excellency's loyal servant. Tap tap tap. Shao Zhinshan remained silent, his thick fingers drumming rhythmically upon the desk. The hall plunged into tomb-like stillness. Sun Yao, your subordinate attends. Shao Zhinshan's voice carried no inflection. Wu Feng perished within the jurisdiction of the City Patrol Bureau. Regardless of the killer's identity, such precedent must not spread. Sun Yao's heart leapt. He seized the chance. Rest assured, your excellency. I shall personally oversee the investigation and unearth the true culprit. Once the case fell under his control, truth and falsehood alike would bend to his will. Xiao Zhinshan lifted his eyelids, his gaze sharp as a blade. Wu Feng's final roar echoed across half the capital city. To avoid suspicion, relinquish your authority. Sun Yao staggered as if struck by lightning, sweat bursting across his brow. My lord, this is Lin Ye's doing. He murdered Wu Feng to frame me. Xiao Zhinshan emitted a dry, contemptuous snort. His look toward Sun Yao was that of a scholar regarding a fool. Lin Ye, wasn't he imprisoned in your custody under baseless charges? Sun Yao stammered, face burning crimson, desperately improvising. He may possess earth traversal arts, or a body-duplicating artifact. Enough. Xiao Zhinshan slammed his palm upon the desk, shattering the teacup to fragments. Until the truth is uncovered, surrender your military seal. You've labored long enough. Go home, and reflect deeply. Sun Yao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He couldn't determine whether Xiao Zhinshan was subtly criticizing him or genuinely trying to protect him. Could it be that his frequent gains had displeased the overall commander? Thud. A small object fell onto the tiled floor. Sun Yao exclaimed, bending down to pick up a palm-sized sea-swallowing shell. My lord, your personal item has fallen. Thankfully your subordinate has keen eyes. Xiao Zinshan's lips curled slightly as he took the sea-swallowing shell with a meaningful expression. A thread of true qi probed inside. A full 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. What a grand gesture. Xiao Zhinshan remained unfazed, directly placing the sea-swallowing shell into his sleeve. Indeed, this is my possession. I searched for ages, but couldn't find it. Ahem. Xiao Zhinshan straightened up, his tone turning serious. That scoundrel Wu Feng in his madness dared to bite the official before his death. This case, I shall personally collaborate with the criminal ministry and the Dali Temple to investigate, ensuring that no innocent person suffers unjustly. Sun Yao's heart soared with joy as he quickly bowed and clasped his hands. Your Excellency, your keen insight is commendable. Your subordinate is deeply grateful. However, Xiao Zhinshan changed the subject, sighing. The colleagues from the criminal ministry and the Dali Temple have worked hard. Some consideration is necessary. A pack of blood-sucking wolves. Sun Yao cursed inwardly, his face twitching in pain. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out another sea-swallowing shell from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. My lord, how is it that two fell at once? A satisfied glint flashed in Xiao Zinshan's eyes as he patted Sun Yao's shoulder. You have diligently served the Celestial Patrol over the years. I have naturally taken notice. Go on. Sun Yao's heart bled. For 1,000 spirit stones. This was his profit from several years. All because of that little beast Lin Ye. If it weren't for his meddling, why would he suffer such a loss? Sun Yao's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he lowered his voice. My lord, Lin Ye has abused his power, acting with arrogance and disregard. Silence. Xiao Zhinshan slammed the table, his voice booming. Lin Ye is personally protected by Princess Wu Qingxian of the Great Wu. If you touch him, are you trying to slap the princess in the face? This matter ends here. Release Lin Ye immediately. The princess is deeply favored by the Great Wu Emperor. Who dares to offend her? Sun Yao gritted his teeth, almost shattering his molars, and could only lower his head in acquiescence. The heavy black iron doors of the hall slowly opened. Lin Ye walked out leisurely, hands behind his back. Outside, several black-clad officers were blocking the stairs. The leader was the very assassin who had previously been in charge of overseeing Wu Feng's corpse, and also Sun Yao's absolute confidant. Lord Lin, since the overall commander has released you, hurry back to the eastern city, spoke the confidant officer dismissively. Lin Ye paused, his gaze sweeping over him. Before I leave, may I ask what has become of Wu Feng? The confidant officer curled his lip impatiently, replying, what does his life or death have to do with you? Whoosh. A gust of wind whipped up. Lin Ye's figure instantly lunged forward, delivering a harsh slap to the officer's face. Slap. A crisp sound echoed. The officer screamed as he was sent flying several meters, blood and teeth spewing from his mouth. Impudent. Lin Ye's eyes were icy as he stepped closer. You, a mere officer, dare to speak to this official like that? Didn't Vice Envoy Sun teach you any manners? Wu Feng is the deputy inspector of Eastern City, one of my officials. How dare you say it has nothing to do with me? Bang. Lin Ye lifted his right leg and kicked the officer's chest with the force of a battering ram. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed as the officer rolled away like a broken sack, lying on the ground and spitting blood. You dare to hit people in the Celestial Patrol? The officer crawled back in terror. I ask you, where is Wu Feng? Lin Ye seized his collar, lifting him into the air. He is dead. The officer, terrified, wet his pants. Wu Feng and 3 of his subordinates are all dead. Lin Ye's rage exploded as he swung his hand, delivering another hard slap. Slap. Useless. I instructed you to keep an eye on the prisoners. Now that someone is dead, was it you who killed him to silence him? No, not me. Slap. 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 Lin Ye rained down dozens of heavy slaps, turning the officer's face into a pulp. You worthless waste. You couldn't even keep an eye on a dead man, and still dare to act pompous in front of me. Stop it. A booming voice interrupted. Sun Yao, his face darkened, strode out of the hall, his true qi surging, trembling with rage. Lin Ye, this is the hall of the Celestial Patrol. This is not a place for you to act wild like in a death row. Lin Ye tossed aside the officer who was like a dead dog, shook off the blood on his hands, and smiled brightly. Oh, Vice Envoy's son has come out. Your subordinates are too useless, unable to even keep an eye on a dead man. He spoke disrespectfully to me, so I thought you who values hierarchy and respect would want me to discipline him a bit. No need to thank me. Sun Yao clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles. If it weren't for the fear of Wu Qingxuan, he would have liked to slap the brat dead right on the spot. Sun Yao's facial muscles twitched as he spoke slowly. Very well. Lin Ye, I shall remember this favor. There will surely be a generous reward in the future. Of course, Lin Ye shrugged, responding nonchalantly, but I haven't finished investigating Wu Feng's case. They'll report back to you when I have the time. Forget it. Sun Yao gritted his teeth. Wu Feng spewed nonsense. The overall commander has personally taken over this case, collaborating with the Dali Temple and the criminal ministry for a joint trial. You want to investigate? You are not qualified. Lin Ye understood. The officialdom of the great Wu dynasty had long since rotted to the core. People from several streets had heard Wu Feng's accusations before he died, yet Sun Yao could still manage to suppress the matter with money. No need to guess, that old dog must have bled profusely. I see, then Vice Envoy's son must cleanse himself. Lin Ye, after taking 2 steps, he suddenly halted slightly, turning his head. I almost forgot to tell you. I've already asked my colleagues from the Shadow Guard to thoroughly check the accounts of Eastern City. Once the accounts are cleared, I will personally deliver a copy to Vice Envoy's son for review. Boom. Sun Yao felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his mind, his eyes instantly bloodshot. Every year, the money Wu Feng sent was all under the table. Once the Shadow Guard intervened, he would definitely not get away with it. He rushed forward in 3 steps, staring dead at Lin Ye, his voice as if rising from hell. Lin Ye, if you want to die, then keep investigating. Do you think I am the only one taking money? As long as you dare to touch the accounts of Eastern City tomorrow, you will die in your home. Even the little princess won't be able to protect you. Young man, the waters here run too deep. You cannot grasp it. Before his words fell, Lin Ye snorted coldly and walked away without looking back. Greetings, my lord. As Lin Ye stepped through the gates of the Eastern City Inspection Office, several officers stationed in the courtyard immediately approached, kneeling on one knee in a show of utmost respect. In the capital, even the smallest matters can spread like wildfire. The turmoil in the Hall of Celestial Patrol had already reached the Eastern City. Everyone thought that with Sun Yao suppressing the situation, Lin Ye would undoubtedly perish, and Wu Feng would turn the tide. Who would have thought that the situation would turn around so absurdly? Wu Feng was brutally silenced, and before his death he managed to strip Sun Yao of a layer of skin. And this newly appointed Lord Lin not only publicly slapped the face of Sun Yao's confidant, but also swaggered away without a care. The first act of this new official was nothing short of an earthquake. Half an hour later, everyone gathered in the main hall for a meeting. Yes, my lord. After giving orders to his subordinates, Lin Ye headed straight towards the side hall. The members of the Shadow Guard were inside, checking the accounts of the Eastern City. Half an hour later, everyone gathered in the main hall for a meeting. Yes, my lord. After giving orders to his subordinates, Lin Ye headed straight towards the side hall. The members of the Shadow Guard were inside, checking the accounts of the Eastern City. As he pushed open the door, a wave of fragrant aroma wafted in. The one in charge of the accounts was the female envoy of the Shadow Guard, Nightingale. In front of the narrow writing desk, Nightingale bent her slender waist like a water snake, concentrating on reviewing the documents. She was still wearing a specially tailored black leather suit that tightly wrapped her alluring figure, accentuating her curves in an astonishing manner. Hearing the footsteps, Nightingale straightened up and looked over with sultry eyes. My lord, the matter you entrusted is... Nightingale swayed her slender waist as she approached Lin Ye, speaking softly. The accounts left by Wu Feng are not only intricate, but also involve many parties. If we dig deep, it will take at least 10 days to sort it all out. Lin Ye stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. Sun Yao was not wrong in saying that the waters of the Wu dynasty's bureaucracy were indeed unfathomable. Corruption and bribery are not isolated cases of 1 or 2 officials, but rather an entire bureaucratic system that is rotten to the core. Not to mention someone like him, a mere 4th-rank inspector. Even the Wu Emperor or Wu Qingxian would not dare to easily lift this rotten lid. Does the Emperor truly not know about the corruption beneath him? He is perfectly aware. Yet the court still requires these corrupt officials to handle affairs. Should they recklessly turn everything upside down, it would not be the corrupt officials who would crumble, but rather the very foundation of the Wu dynasty. Miss Nightingale. Lin Ye's gaze was clear as he unabashedly admired the enticing figure before him. Speaking in a deep voice, Wu Feng is the mastermind behind this chaotic mess, and the 3 subordinates who perished with him are accomplices. Their insanity in manipulating the accounts was to be expected. Ensure that when you check the accounts, you maintain a proper measure. All the deficits and rotten accounts can be pushed onto these dead men. There is no need to involve the innocent. Upon hearing this, Nightingale's chest rose and fell violently, clearly letting out a sigh of relief. She had felt her scalp tingle when she first reviewed the accounts. The forces involved in the capital were numerous, and even though she was an elite of the Shadow Guard, getting caught up could lead to an unclear demise. Now that Lin Ye had directly delineated the boundaries, placing all the blame on the dead, it was a win-win situation. My lord is truly a person of clear insight. This servant understands. Nightingale giggled, intentionally leaning closer. The astonishingly soft flesh brushed against Lin Ye's arm, bringing a wave of alluring warmth. Lin Ye took out a silver note worth 10,000 taels and stuffed it into her hand. The brothers have worked hard checking the accounts. Take this to enjoy some tea. Nightingale's beautiful eyes lit up as she discreetly tucked the silver note into the deep leather of her outfit, smiling flirtatiously. This servant will express gratitude to Lord Lin on behalf of the brothers in the main hall's meeting room. Several officers from the eastern city had taken their seats, early whispering in low voices. Naturally, the topic revolved around Lin Ye, who had just assumed office and swiftly dealt with his deputy Wu Feng to establish authority. Isn't Deputy Chung afraid he will be caught in the flames of the new official's fire, since he hasn't shown up today? Deputy Chung is a stickler for rules and has always avoided such matters of human sentiment. Having capability is one thing, but being too rigid is another. I think the inspector's position. Shoo, be quiet. Do you want to lose your head? The two officers Zhang Wu and Li Qi, who were the first to pledge loyalty to Lin Ye, had now become the focus of the room. They stood tall, their faces flushed. Betting on Lin Ye was undoubtedly the best move they had made in their lives. For Lin Ye to stir the Celestial Patrol into chaos without a scratch meant what? It indicated that Lin Ye had a formidable backing. Following Lin Ye would surely lead to a bright future. The inspector has arrived. Zhang Wu with keen eyes spotted Lin Ye entering the hall and immediately raised his voice to shout. Swish! All the officers stood up like springs, each holding their heads high and full of vigor. We pay our respects to Lord Lin. Lin Ye strode confidently to the main seat, lifting his black silk court robe and sitting down like a king. His sharp gaze slowly scanned the entire hall. Sit. The 6 officers moved in perfect unison, taking their seats together. Lin Ye lightly tapped his knuckles on the table and spoke solemnly. You all must be very clear about the fate of Wu Feng and the others. I do not wish to see such disgraceful characters appear in the eastern city again. We will heed your instructions, my lord. Everyone replied in unison. Lin Ye's mouth curved into a smile, his serious demeanor instantly transforming into a warm and gentle smile, causing the officers below to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, I have a very good temper. As long as you all fulfill your duties with sincerity, I will not treat you unfairly. Lin Ye's tone softened. You all must have heard of my background. When I was in the death row, I personally executed my superior and several inept subordinates. The officers held their breath, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. Lin Ye straightened up, suddenly speaking with righteous indignation. The reason I executed them was not out of personal grievance. It was because they disregarded the laws of Dongwu and engaged in corruption. I vowed from the beginning, as a mere prison guard, I will never coexist with evil. As soon as his words fell, Zhang Wu's eyes turned red. He abruptly stood up, his voice choked, tears welling up. My lord, you are incorruptible. I have endured for so many years, and finally, I have waited for such a righteous officer like you. I swear to the heavens you are the guiding light in my heart. I am willing to go through fire and water for you, never hesitating, even if it costs me my life. Zhang Wu's face turned red as he roared. We swear to follow my lord to the death. We will never coexist with evil. How shameless. What a sycophant. The other officers cursed Zhang Wu in their hearts for his quick reactions and exaggerated performance, yet their bodies honestly sprang up in unison. We swear to follow my lord to the death. We will never coexist with evil. The synchronized roar echoed in the hall, and every face was filled with solemnity and dignity. Lin Ye was satisfied as he pressed down his hands, signaling everyone to sit down. With such awareness, why would the eastern city not be governed? Lin Ye picked up the hot tea on the table and blew on it. All right, let's discuss the matters at hand one by one. Zhang Wu, you go first. Zhang Wu trembled with excitement. Being the first one called by the Lord was a clear sign of favoritism. In response to your lordship, I am in charge of the 7th district of the eastern city. I have 100 elite personal guards plus 10 deputy officers. Zhang Wu spoke non-stop, reporting every detail for a full incense stick's time. Lin Ye nodded slightly. The eastern city had a vast territory. To facilitate management, the inspection office divided its jurisdiction into a grid system, with each officer responsible for a specific area. Even so, each area had a population of several tens of thousands. Relying solely on the official army was insufficient, necessitating the employment of a large number of unofficial assistants to maintain daily order. The other officers reported in turn. Lin Ye listened attentively while cross-referencing with the memories he obtained from searching Wu Feng's soul last night, quickly grasping the distribution of forces in the eastern city. Once everyone had finished their reports, Lin Ye set down his teacup and scanned the crowd with deep-set eyes. All 3 officers under Wu Feng are dead. Now that the positions are vacant, someone must step up. Lin Ye intertwined his fingers and casually asked, do any of you have suitable candidates to recommend? The hall fell into a deathly silence. All the officers' hearts raced, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This was an actual official appointment. The new lord actually let them recommend candidates. When had such a custom existed before? The crowd exchanged glances, unable to decipher whether Lin Ye was genuinely delegating power or setting a trap to test them, and for a moment no one dared to speak up. The great hall was deathly silent. All the captains felt their hearts racing. Lin Ye lifted his teacup and took a sip, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Everyone, don't be nervous. Lin Ye spoke casually. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. My first fire has cleared out the internal pests like Wu Feng. But the local tyrants outside the East City are still unaware of my temperament, thinking I am young and easy to bully. He tapped his fingers on the table and continued, therefore I plan to eliminate a particularly notorious force to establish some rules. The 3 captain positions vacated by Wu Feng are the reward for tonight's operation. Whoever makes the first contribution will take the position. If someone can single-handedly turn the tide, all 3 positions will be theirs without question. After hearing this, the captain's expressions changed dramatically, rewarding an official position as a task reward. This new Lord Lin treats official positions like the whims of a reckless madman. Zhang Wu, get some paper and pens, and each of you write down the names of 3 forces and submit them. Understood. Zhang Wu was as excited as if he had been injected with adrenaline, immediately rushing to prepare the paper and pens. At that moment the side hall door opened. The Shadow Guard envoy Nightingale entered with a thick ledger in hand. My lord, I have some preliminary accounts sorted out. Nightingale leaned down, offering the ledger to Lin Ye. Lin Ye maintained a calm expression and replied lightly, "Thank you for your hard work. We will look at it later." At this time Zhang Wu had already collected the papers written by everyone and respectfully presented them. Lin Ye casually glanced at the names on the papers and tossed them onto the floor. Zhang Wu's heart sank and he cautiously asked, "My lord, are you not satisfied? These are all insignificant to crush a few ants and they dare to claim authority." Lin Ye's tone turned cold. Zhang Wu shivered in fright and quickly turned to signal the others, whispering, "No more hiding, write down some big fish." Moments later the second batch of names was submitted. Lin Ye's gaze fell on one of the papers, and he pointed decisively. "Before dawn, I do not wish to see these people breathing." Zhang Wu leaned in to take a look and exclaimed, "The Mad Gun Gang." The mention of this name caused all the captains present to gasp in shock. Lin Ye's eyes sharpened. "What? Are you scared?" "We dare not." The others quickly shook their heads. Suddenly a guard outside reporting to my lord Deputy Inspector Chung requests an audience. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. "Let him in." Accompanied by heavy footsteps, a sturdy man covered in dried blood and stubble strode into the hall. "Chen Yang greets Lord Lin." Lin Ye immediately stood up, descended from the main seat to help him up, and smiled warmly. "Deputy Chung has just returned from a mission. Thank you for your hard work. Please sit down." Chen Yang was taken aback. His stubborn nature usually left him ill-prepared for flattery, and he had come expecting to be challenged by the new commander, but Lin Ye's respectful demeanor surprised him. Lin Ye guided Chen Yang to take a seat, and turned to instruct. Zhang Wu explained the earlier plan to Deputy Chung. After listening to Zhang Wu's report, Chen Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled with fierce enthusiasm. "Are you planning to move against the Mad Gun Gang?" "Good." Chen Yang clenched his fists. "These brutes bully the weak and oppress the helpless. I have long wanted to uproot them, but faced constant obstacles. If you truly plan to act, I am willing to be the vanguard." "Delightful." Lin Ye laughed heartily. "Issue my military orders. Everyone gather your troops immediately and await my command. Tonight we will wipe out the Mad Gun Gang as a welcoming feast for me." Lin Ye's expression suddenly turned icy. "Let me make one thing clear. Anyone who has benefited from the Mad Gun Gang before tonight will have their debts wiped clean. But before the operation, if anyone dares to leak even a hint of news, I will strip their skin off." The Mad Gun Gang not only smashed Lin Ye's home in the past, but also bribed people in the palace to harm him. This debt Lin Ye could never forget. Whoever offends Lin Ye thinks they can survive until tomorrow. Late at night at the inspection office's training ground, over 1,000 fully armed elite guards formed ranks equipped with strong crossbows, heavy shields, and sabers. The cold, murderous aura shot up into the sky. From within the ranks, suppressed whispers could be heard. "Who are we going to fight tonight? Who knows?" The captains are tight-lipped, only saying there will be significant actions. It has been years since such a grand display was set up. The new Lord Lin is truly ruthless. Clad in black iron armor, Lin Ye strode confidently onto the platform, flanked by Chen Yang and Zhang Wu. Zhang Wu shouted at the top of his lungs, "Silence! Attention to the Lord's speech." The entire assembly fell silent in an instant. Lin Ye's true chi surged, his booming voice echoing in every corner. "Tonight our target is singular, the complete annihilation of the Mad Gun Gang in the East City." Wow! The crowd erupted in chaos. The Mad Gun Gang was a significant underground power in the East City with thousands of desperate followers, and they were truly about to move against them. Chen Yang's eyes widened in shock, and he bellowed, "Silence!" Lin Ye looked down, dropping a bombshell. "I promise after we flatten the Mad Gun Gang tonight, all the gold and silver treasures we seize will go to me without a single coin taken. Half will be used to compensate the victims they harmed, and the rest will be equally divided among all troops." Boom! The entire training ground erupted in fervor. All the guards' eyes turned red, trembling with excitement. They usually received only meager salaries, never having seen such a generous commander willing to distribute wealth directly to them. Moreover, Lin Ye was even willing to use half to appease the civilians. Such magnanimity made them resolutely loyal. "We vow to follow Lord Lin to the death. Annihilate the Mad Gun Gang. I will not share the heavens with evil." The earth-shattering roar shattered the floating clouds in the night sky. Lin Ye suddenly drew his long knife, pointing the blade towards the heavens, and with a grand gesture commanded, "Let's go." At Lin Ye's command, over 1,000 fully armed elite from the Xuanjian Sea surged like a black tide slipping through the night and sweeping toward East City. Meanwhile, the main hall of the Quanxiang gang burned bright with lights, wine, and roast meat perfumed the air. Gang leader Lei, who sat upright at the head, drinking and jesting with the hall masters. You all heard. East City has a new Xuanjian envoy. Lei, who lifted his cup and swept his gaze around. Deputy leader Sang Biao tipped back a great draught of strong liquor and spat disdainfully. You mean Lin Ye? That bottom-tier jailer who crawled out of a cell. Lei, who grinned broadly. Brother too, he is at least on paper a proper fourth-rank official now. Don't keep talking about his origins. Huh. Wearing a dragon robe doesn't make him a crown prince. Even if he holds fourth rank now, he's still a stinking jailer at heart. Sang Biao crushed the cup in his hand, his eyes flashing murderously. A few days ago, that little bastard led men to ransack the house of my favorite concubine and slaughtered my sworn brother. Sang Biao gnawed his teeth, his coarse face trembling with rage. If I get my hands on him, I'll flay him alive. The hall exploded with coarse laughter. They all knew Sang Biao's nature, brutal and remorseless with no restraint toward men or women. When he vowed to kill someone, he meant it. Lei, who raised a hand for silence, his expression darkening. Don't be careless. Lin Ye is not simple. Wu Feng had ruled East City for over a decade. In a single day, Lin Ye uprooted him. That was a ruthless hand. Our Quanxiang gang is always so conspicuous. Given old grudges, orders go out, lay low for a few days, don't tempt fate. Sang Biao slammed the table unconcerned. What is brother worried about? Give him 10 times his courage, and he still wouldn't dare touch us. We have thousands of brothers willing to fight. One word from me, and East City will be chaos. Other hall masters began to shout in agreement. You worry too much, boss. After all these years in the capital, what storms haven't we weathered? Afraid of a greenhorn. Exactly. We have powerful backing, money, and connections. What is the Xuanjian Sea to us? Lei, who heard this and shook his head with a rueful smile. Indeed, the Quanxiang gang had powerful patrons in the capital, without approval from above, who would dare move against them. Come on, brothers, drink. Bang. The main gate was suddenly battered open. A gangman tumbled in, frantic and terrified. Boss. A catastrophe. Sang Biao flew into a rage and kicked the table over. Why panic, you jinx? If the sky falls, taller men will take the weight. Lei, who frowned, Sang Biao's brash arrogance irked him increasingly. There are government troops everywhere outside. We are surrounded. The messenger stammered. Nonsense. Sang Biao's eyes bulged like copper coins. Who would have the gall to do this? How could we have missed it? The hall erupted. The leaders were thrown into disorder. Silence. Lei, who roared, asserting his authority. Gather every hand at once and hold the gate. Send a few sharp men to find out which force is targeting us. Offer whatever spirit stones they demand. Notify our contacts upstairs, get them to pull the troops away. Avoid a clash if possible. As leader of thousands, Lei, who made the most rational calls in an instant. Under normal circumstances, such maneuvering might buy them mercy at the cost of wealth. Tonight, however, they had crossed Lin Ye. Before Lei, whose words finished, another blood-spattered leader crashed into the hall. Boss, we can't hold. The government troops have broken in. There was no need for further report. The thunderous shouts and screams outside tore through the walls and into every ear. Sang Biao's eyes were bloodshot, his face like a maddened beast. Who is it? Who dared to break the rules? It's the Xuanjian Sea's forces. The leader cried. Sang Biao froze, then his fury ascended to the sky. Lin Ye, that little bastard. I'll get him now. Lei, who drew the nine-uring great blade beside him, his true chi at latest stage Yuan high surging. Brothers arm, charge. In the sky above the Quanxiang Hall, Lin Ye stood upon empty air as if strolled into stillness some hundreds of meters high. His deep cultivation allowed him to defy gravity and soar briefly. Looking down, the scene below had become a one-sided slaughter. The Quanxiang gang bullied the populace and extorted protection fees, but before a fully armed regular force they were helpless. Although they boasted thousands of members, only a few hundred were elite above the true Qi realm. By contrast, the Xuanjian Sea deployed over 1,000 armored guards, true Qi radiating outward, blades singing. The leading captains were masters of the Yuan High realm. Moreover, toppling the Quanxiang gang meant a trove of spirit stones and the chance to claim 3 vacated captain posts. The guards' eyes were red with greed. They treated the gang like a walking treasury and repository of official seals. At the forefront was Deputy Xuanjian Envoy Qingyang. His strength far outmatched the fallen Wu Feng. With his great horse-slaying blade, he cleaved with sweeping strokes the violent true Qi, shearing a dozen gang men and their weapons in two. He was soaked in blood like a killing god, growing more exhilarated with each strike. Qingyang, you seek death. A bellow cut through the din. Lei, whose eyes were red as he charged with the nine-uring blade. Qingyang wiped hot blood from his face and grinned wickedly. Old dog Leihu, you have done so much evil. Today is the day your gang dies. See how long your arrogance lasts. The 2 latest-stage Yuanhai masters thundered together, savage auras rolled outward, and the 100-meter radius between them became a vacuum. Any warrior who approached coughed blood and flew backward from the shock. On another part of the field, deputy leader Sang Biao seized a ghost-head blade and leapt onto the roof of a 5-story pavilion. From his high perch he roared hoarsely, Sang Biao is here. Who dares climb up and fight me to the death? Amid the roar of battle, no one answered. Sang Biao grew more frenzied and spat, Lin Ye, you coward. Dare to provoke the Quanxiang gang, yet only order your men to risk themselves while hiding like a dog. Your mouth stinks. I feel sick hearing you. A cool, distant voice spoke from behind Sang Biao without warning. He broke out in a cold sweat and whirled around. Instinct honed by battle, Sang Biao's ghost head blade came down with a tearing whistle toward the space behind him. Bang! Before the blade could fall, a bloody hole opened in the center of Sang Biao's brow. He did not even see how Lin Ye struck. His powerful body lost its strength and plummeted from the 5-story roof like a rag doll. Slaying a latest-stage Yuanhai cultivator yielded a reward: 200 years of martial cultivation, the Yinyang Hahuan 36 forms, and 100 spirit stones. Untenable, Lin Ye sneered. With the ancient elephant power now within him, killing foes of the same realm was easier than crushing an ant. At the system chime, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, his attention drawn to the revealed secret method. The Yinyang Hahuan 36 forms sounded immediately unorthodox. Curious, Lin Ye pushed his true chi into the manual, and vivid, rousing images filled his mind. Blood quick. Well, now this technique is interesting. The manual not only taught how to gather yin to supplement yang, but promised that during dual cultivation, the woman's cultivation would leap forward. Most astonishing were its bizarre postures and seductive methods, enough to make one's eyes widen. Lin Ye's thoughts involuntarily drifted to Wu Qingxuan, the great martial princess who disguised herself. Wu Qingxian always dressed as a man in loose princely robes, but Lin Ye had long seen through the disguise to the blazing beauty beneath. Beneath the robe surely lay a breathtakingly perfect, sumptuous figure, and skin as smooth and pale as frost. When opportunity allowed, he would have to discuss the 36 forms with this fake prince, and see what kind of radiance was revealed once the disguise fell away. Returning his mind to the battle, Lin Ye looked down. The ordinary gang members lay slaughtered. Only a few dozen elders and hall masters, true chi and Yuanhai masters, still clung to resistance. I have no time to play with you. Lin Ye's gaze chilled, and he spoke. A piercing cold light tore the night sky. A Krakenthesky sword orb streaked like a silver lightning bolt into the formation. The battling Xuanjin captains only saw a flash of silver. Then the stubborn Quanxiang elites clutched their throats and fell straight down. Zhang Wu cleaved down an enemy and looked up at Lin Ye in the sky like a deity, his voice trembling with excitement. Lord Lin, the Lord has unleashed a flying sword. The Xuanjin men roared, morale surging. Kill them all. Not a single thief above the true chi realm is to... As Lei Hu clashed unbearably with Cheng Yang, a killing chill crept through his heart. The veteran moved his head with swish. The sword orb shaved a chunk of flesh from his scalp, narrowly missing a fatal strike. Lei Hu exhaled only to see the flying sword behave oddly in midair, turn a sharp corner, and return at even greater speed. Swoosh. The sword orb pierced Lei Hu's occiput in an instant. Almost at the same time, Cheng Yang's great blade descended with raging force. The blade flashed ere Lei Hu's massive head flew skyward, blood spraying down the long street like a fountain. Qing Yang assigned personnel to clear the battlefield and inventory the storerooms of these scum. Lin Ye lowered his sky-splitting sword orb from midair and issued the order casually. The assault on the Mad Spear gang had taken several hours. By the time the last remnants were eradicated, dawn's pale light had already washed over the eastern horizon. Though his body now rivaled that of a nascent sea realm cultivator in sheer resilience, allowing him to remain sharp and alert for 10 or 15 days without sleep, he remained instinctively bound to the rhythms of ordinary mortals. Battle concluded, it was time to return home and rest. Back at the Lin residence, Elder Hu, the steward, had long been waiting at the gatehouse. Stepping forward, he greeted, "Master, you've been absent all night." Lin Ye yawned and waved dismissively. "The Mad Spear gang has been utterly eradicated. No one will dare trouble our household again." Elder Hu stood frozen, speechless. The Mad Spear gang was the entrenched local power of East City, a thorn even the Ministry of War found vexing. They'd only stormed the gates yesterday, yet Master had merely strolled out for a single night, and now claimed total annihilation. It sounded like the ramblings of a street storyteller. Elder Hu swallowed hard and resolved to investigate the rumors in the marketplace at first light. "I'll catch a few more hours' sleep. Don't wake me for breakfast, call me at noon." Having issued his instructions, Lin Ye strode straight to the rear courtyard, rinsed himself thoroughly with cold water, then collapsed into bed. By noon, Elder Hu arrived punctually outside Lin Ye's chamber. His voice trembled with exhilaration. "Congratulations, Master, on your appointment as Inspector of East City. Such youthful brilliance. You are truly a dragon among men, soaring swiftly to eminence." Elder Hu had spent the morning gathering intelligence in the streets, and nearly fainted upon hearing it. Not only had the Mad Spear gang been uprooted entirely, but its hundreds of chi-condensing realm elites had perished en masse. Not even a single dog survived. Even more astonishing, Master had instantly ascended to the rank of a 4th-rank court official, a position of immense real authority. Across the entire capital, such influence was rare and formidable. Yet Master was only 16, a 16-year-old regional governor, unprecedented since the founding of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty. Rumor held that Princess Wu Qingxian herself stood behind him, ensuring his future dominance over court and realm. Lin Ye listened to Elder Hu's flattery with evident delight. "Tell old Neo in the kitchen to prepare several of his signature dishes. Pack them neatly in a lacquered food box. I'll take it with me." At once, master. At lunch, the graceful maidservant Rua Shui served tea and poured wine beside him, her expression troubled. Her lips parted repeatedly, yet no words emerged. Lin Ye's peripheral gaze lingered on the smooth, luminous curve of her collarbone as she bent low, yet he chose not to address her unease directly. Once sated, he lifted the heavy food box and departed. Though he had officially left the celestial prison after his promotion, he remained steadfast in his promise to Lady Su Wanqing, consort of the southern prince. Her meals would never be interrupted. All jailers of Ward 9 knew Lin Ye's meteoric rise, and even the newly appointed warden Monk Yuanjin had personally instructed them to grant him unfettered access. Lin Ye passed unimpeded, every guard bowed deeply in reverence. In cell 1 of the Death Wing, a bright voice chimed, "Papa's here." But instantly the girl's tone shifted. She cried out in alarm, "Papa, wait, don't come closer yet." Lin Ye halted, one brow arching. "What is it?" "This. Mama's busy. Just wait a moment." Before approaching, Chu Linger's voice wavered, betraying her lie. Intrigue flared within Lin Ye. Chi surged subtly through his meridians, his eyes gathered divine radiance. In an instant his vision pierced the thick stone wall, revealing the cell's interior in perfect clarity. The next moment Lin Ye froze. There was no trace of Su Wanqing within the cell. Only Chu Linger sat cross-legged atop the straw bedding, twisting a delicate earring between small fingers while whispering softly to herself. Within moments the air warped unnaturally. Su Wanqing tumbled into the cell's center, her condition dire. This peerless consort, normally regal and composed, now wore disheveled hair. Her one-stop prison garb had torn at multiple seams, exposing vast stretches of flawless alabaster skin to the chill air. Her porcelain-like flesh bore faint crimson streaks, arousing both pity and awe. Her face was deathly pale, lips stained with fresh blood. "Mama, you're hurt." Tears spilled down Chu Linger's cheeks as she rushed forward. Su Wanqing gently stroked her daughter's head, then raised a slender, elegant finger to her own lips, signaling silence. She settled into lotus position, swallowed several pills, and meditated briefly, her complexion gradually regaining a soft flush. Swiftly donning a fresh set of prison attire, she concealed her vulnerable allure, then gave her daughter a subtle nod. "All right, Papa may enter now." Lin Ye withdrew his divine sense, steadied the surge of primal heat kindled by the scene, and strode forward, food box in hand. He spread the lavish feast, roasted meats and fine wine, and teased, so secretive. What could possibly be too delicate for even me to know? Enough teasing. Su Wanqing shot him a coy, smoldering glance, her charm intoxicating. The three sat together sharing the meal. Then Lin Ye's expression softened into solemn gravity. He clasped Su Wanqing's supple, boneless hand, then took Chu Linger's small fingers in his own, his gaze deep, unwavering, sincere. "Wanqing Jieling, I have long regarded you both as family. Among kin there are no divided loyalties. Should any burden prove too great to bear alone, you must tell me without hesitation." His voice resonated with quiet authority. Su Wanqing shivered, sensing his words carried hidden weight, as if he had already divined the mystery of her sudden disappearance. Chu Linger lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Ye's eyes. "Lin Ye, I..." Su Wanqing parted her crimson lips, hesitated, agonized, then swallowed the words whole. Some matters ran too deep, their currents too treacherous. She would never drag this man, whose future now gleamed so brilliantly, into their abyss. Lin Ye gently patted her silken hand and smiled. "Family means just that. Speak when you need me. Anytime, anywhere." Su Wanqing's nostrils flared, tears welled instantly in her eyes. Once she had reigned as a lofty consort, surrounded only by sycophants and flatterers. After her family's ruin, within this grim, suffocating death wing, only this man offered her genuine sanctuary. Through countless frigid, desolate nights, she had yearned, desperately, for a strong, steady shoulder to lean upon. Noting the profound tenderness and devotion shimmering in Su Wanqing's gaze, Lin Ye released her hand with gentle restraint. "I've brought you some protective treasures." He opened his sea-swallowing conch and began emptying its contents, the sky-splitting sword, orb, vials of rare healing elixirs, and even a trove of artifacts seized from the Mad Spear gang, all piled before Su Wanqing. Though the sky-splitting sword orb remained lethally potent, its utility had diminished against Lin Ye's monstrous primordial elephant strength, making it ideal for Su Wanqing's defense. Staring at the mountain of treasures, Su Wanqing clapped a hand over her mouth in disbelief. She lifted a weathered, ancient metal fragment, glowing with faint crimson light, and gasped, "This is a shard of the Fan-in demon-subduing bell, the supreme artifact of the blood worship sect. How did you obtain it?" The blood worship sect was the most ruthless, fanatical cult in the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty. Even a single shard of such a sect's ultimate relic would ignite bloodshed across the entire martial world. Lin Ye replied offhandedly, "Slew a reckless blood worship sect fiend. This dropped from his corpse. It wards off evil and repels malevolent qi. Perfect for shielding you from the Death Wing's corrupting aura." Su Wanqing gazed at the mountain of treasures before her, her eyes growing increasingly moist. She knew full well that Lin Ye had just seen through the secret of her escape from the dungeon. "You've laid bare all your cards for us. What will you do if danger strikes you?" She bit her lower lip gently, her voice trembling. Lin Ye waved dismissively, utterly unconcerned. "My cultivation is now formidable. I have no need for such external possessions. It is you who must safeguard yourselves within this death cell. As Su Wanqing wept with gratitude, Lin Ye's gaze instinctively drifted downward. She bore grievous wounds, the coarse prison robe torn open in several jagged rents, exposing vast swaths of pale, supple, and luminous skin. Her chest rose and fell with each breath, its voluptuous fullness arresting its deep, alluring cleavage dazzlingly white. A vision of ripe, intoxicating allure. A surge of heat flared in Lin Ye's heart. He strode forward without hesitation, wrapped his arm around her willowy serpentine waist, and bent low to tenderly kiss away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Su Wanqing melted her body, going soft and pliant. She offered no resistance, only closed her eyes in quiet surrender, breathing in the fierce masculine warmth radiating from him. Papa, Mama, you're shameless. A clear, mischievous voice rang out beside them. Chu Lingers. Su Wanqing's cheeks burned crimson to the very tips of her ears. Flustered, she pushed Lin Ye away and shot him a coquettish, reproachful glance, then hastily gathered the tattered fabric over her chest. Lin Ye strode over, lightly tapped Chu Linger's forehead with his knuckle, and said with mock sternness, "Too young to know better. Let adults handle serious matters." "Oof, I'm nearly grown up." Chu Linger pouted, her face brimming with defiant indignation. Lin Ye set aside his levity and firmly grasped her wrist, pulling her onto his lap. "The night of the full moon approaches. I must examine your condition." According to Su Wanqing, Linger's mysterious ailment flared violently every full moon. As Lin Ye now frequently undertook missions beyond the prison walls, he needed to assess her state in advance. A thread of true chi slipped into her heart, and there it was. The primordial elephant particles he'd implanted earlier had dimmed drastically. A savage, alien bloodline force raged wildly within her core, on the verge of shattering its restraints and consuming her fragile frame. Primordial Heaven Devouring Art. Lin Ye uttered the incantation low and fierce, the first time he'd fully unleashed this cultivation technique since ascending to power rivaling the ocean core realm. With a thunderous boom, a colossal phantom of a primordial elephant erupted into existence in midair. This apparition was tenfold clearer than before. Every coarse wrinkle on its trunk, every bristling fully unleashed this cultivation technique since ascending. An overwhelming aura of ancient desolation swept across the entire dungeon. The moment the elephant manifested, the chilling demonic miasma long festering upon the dungeon walls recoiled like rats fleeing a cat, vanishing entirely, leaving the air pure and still. Seal. Lin Ye flicked his finger. The titanic phantom compressed rapidly, shrinking into a miniature luminescence no larger than a fingernail, before vanishing into Chu Linger's heart with a soft whoosh. The rampaging alien bloodline instantly cowered, subdued like a startled quail pinned helplessly into the darkest corner, utterly quiescent. "How is she?" Su Wanqing stood nearby, breathless, with tensioned fists clenched tight. Her generous bosom rose and fell in turbulent waves, but she dared not utter a sound lest she disturb the delicate balance. "Huh." Lin Ye exhaled heavily, wiping sweat from his brow. Stabilized. His current cultivation was extraordinary. This suppression would hold firm for months. Yet whether unforeseen calamities might arise on the next full moon remained uncertain. His gaze locked onto Su Wanqing, intense, unyielding, more solemn than ever before. "Wanqingji, will you still refuse to speak the truth? This is no illness. It is deliberate harm. Who did this to Linger?" Su Wanqing pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with dread and despair. He is a madman. He intends to turn Linger into a tool for his own cultivation." Lin Ye's brow furrowed deeply. "Who?" She shook her head in anguish, refusing to utter even a single syllable. "Chu Tianhan." Chu Linger suddenly cried out, tears flooding her eyes. "Mother forbade me from speaking, but I will. I hate him with all my heart." The little girl threw her arms around Lin Ye's leg and burst into sobs. "I'll never accept him as my father. I'd rather die than acknowledge him. I only have Papa. Papa, please never abandon Shuer. If you cast me aside, I'll die this very instant." At the name, Chu Tianhan, coupled with the high-level imperial secrets Lin Ye had extracted via soul-searching, a tempest roared to life within his mind. Chu Tianhan, the forbidden legend of the Great Wu imperial dynasty, deliberately erased from official records. Born into the supreme military aristocracy, the Chu clan, he was a chi cultivator from birth, innately awakened to true chi. At 10 he broke through to the ocean core realm. At 15 he opened all 100 vital acupoints, unprecedented in history. Any cultivator who achieved the 100 acupoint opening, if spared premature death, was destined to ascend to the rank of martial saint. Though Su Wanqing outwardly served as the princess consort of the southern pacification prince, she had, in truth, been betrothed by imperial decree to Chu Tianhan at 18. Yet catastrophe struck immediately after their wedding. The entire Chu clan, tens of thousands including direct heirs and collateral branches, perished overnight in a grotesque, inexplicable mass death. Not a single soul survived, except Chu Tianhan, and his cultivation surged to terrifying heights. The imperial court, enraged, dispatched elite masters to apprehend and investigate him. At just 18, wielding only ocean core realm strength, Chu Tianhan shattered 3 imperial grandmasters of the Dharma image realm, slaying one outright and gravely wounding 2 others. Then under relentless pursuit he broke through on the battlefield into the Dharma image realm and slaughtered indiscriminately. In the end, the sect master of the heavenly demon sect, the foremost sect of the demonic path, intervened, personally clashing with imperial forces to forcibly extract and protect Chu Tianhan. Over the past decade, Chu Tianhan ascended to become sect master of the heavenly demon sect, his demonic authority now absolute. Rumors abounded that the entire Chu clan's deaths were his own blood sacrifice. The malignant bloodline coursing through Chu Lingye's veins was unmistakably his vile handiwork. Stepping beyond the dungeon gates, Lin Ye lifted his gaze to the dim, oppressive sky and felt an unprecedented weight of suffocating pressure descend upon him. An ocean core realm cultivator defeating 3 Dharma image realm masters. Such a feat defied reason. Chu Tianhan was unquestionably a peerless ice-cold tyrant, ruthless beyond measure. Should they ever meet, it would be a battle to the death. Power, I must grow stronger. Now, Lin Ye clenched his fists, his eyes alight, not with fear, but with searing, unquenchable battle fervor. Stepping out of the death row prison door, the terrifying oppressive force brought by Chu Tianhan still lingered in Lin Ye's heart. My lord, I beg you to save me. A hoarse and sorrowful wail suddenly interrupted Lin Ye's thoughts. Lin Ye focused his gaze and frowned slightly. Ma Biao, the jailer kneeling on the ground, was indeed Ma Biao. His already weathered face now looked even more like a withered tree as the cold demonic energy that had accumulated in the death row over the years had seeped into his very organs. According to the fate of jailers in the Great Wu Dynasty, he had only a few days left to live. Lin Ye, in the spirit of camaraderie, always made distinctions between gratitude and grudges. He casually flicked a strand of pure, true qi into Ma Biao's body, helping to dispel the coldness surrounding him, then tossed out 2 bottles of pills. Take these, and you'll feel lively within a year. However, Ma Biao pushed the pills aside, banging his head repeatedly against the ground until blood appeared on his forehead. My lord, my worthless life is not worth mourning. I only ask for your mercy to save my son. Lin Ye raised his hand using true qi to lift him up, forcefully stuffing the pills into his embrace. What happened to your son? Ma Biao, tears streaming down his face, trembled all over. He's lost. Ever since the last riot by the blood-floating tower demon monk, my son has mysteriously disappeared. It has been more than half a month now, and I haven't seen a living person or a corpse. During the last riot in the death row, Ma Biao had happened to take leave due to family issues, narrowly escaping with his life, and it turned out it was because of his missing child. Have you reported it to the authorities? Lin Ye asked in a solemn voice. Yes. I went to the Jingzhou Yamen to bow and plead on the same day, but no one cared at all. I even sold my possessions to inquire with the local gangs and beggars, but there was no trace. Ma Biao cried out in despair. The old Ma family has only passed down one line for 3 generations. If the child is lost, it's the end of our lineage. I beg you, great lord, to take charge. Lin Ye fell silent. Even in the society of his past life, where the law was strict, searching for missing persons was like finding a needle in a haystack. How much more so in this era of the Great Wu Dynasty, where lives were as trivial as grass. After half a month, even if he possessed transcendent cultivation, he lacked any divination spells to find people. He took out several thousand tael banknotes and stuffed them into Ma Biao's hand. Stop working in this death row. Use this money to redeem your indenture contract, engage in some stable business, marry a good wife, and maybe you can still leave a lineage. After saying this, Lin Ye took long strides and left. Listening to Ma Biao's heart-wrenching cries behind him, Lin Ye felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. This is the tragedy of the lower class. In this devouring Great Wu Dynasty, ordinary people have no path to survival at all. He returned to the Eastern City Inspection Department. The entire Yamen was festively decorated, radiating joy. Last night, the bloodbath of the Quanxiang gang not only yielded a massive amount of spirit stones, but also established the great prestige of the inspection department. This morning, as the guards patrolled the streets, who wouldn't respectfully call out to the officials? This dignity and benefit were all granted by the newly appointed Lord Lin. Welcome back, my lord. In the courtyard, hundreds of guards knelt uniformly on one knee, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. Lin Ye nodded slightly and walked straight towards the main hall. As soon as he entered, he sensed something was amiss in the atmosphere. Deputy Inspector Cheng Yang and several loyal captains stood in the center of the hall, each with ashen faces and fiery eyes. In the center of the hall were several heavy camphor with chests stacked full of thick ledgers. Next to the chests stood the female envoy of the Shadow Guard, Nightingale. Seeing Lin Ye enter, she swayed her serpentine waist and approached him. Lord Lin, you have finally returned. We found these items in the underground chamber of the Quanxiang gang headquarters. Nightingale bent down and pulled out several ledgers from the chest, handing them to Lin Ye. Lin Ye took them and flipped through them briefly. They were filled with dense numbers and codes, making it hard to comprehend. What is this? Cheng Yang's fist cracked as he gnashed his teeth. Reporting to you, my lord. This is the underground ledger of the Quanxiang gang's abductions and plundering of children over the past decades. Lin Ye's pupils shrank sharply. Human trafficking. How many in total? Nightingale's voice trembled slightly. Nightingale has verified it overnight. Over the course of 13 years, a total of 85,643 children. Hiss. Lin Ye inhaled sharply, an uncontrollable surge of immense fury igniting within him. More than 80,000 children. Thousands each year. He instantly thought of the old jailer Ma Biao who had just been weeping at the death row gate. The chains of this underground bloodline were undoubtedly stained with the tears and blood of countless shattered families like Ma Biao's. These beasts. Lin Ye's true qi erupted violently, the raging pressure instantly reducing a nearby rosewood table to dust. Such a large number of living people must have a massive outlet. Where were these children ultimately sent? Chengyang lowered his head, his face full of bitterness. My lord, please calm your anger. The ledger used coded language, only recording transaction amounts with no records of handover locations. Last night we acted too quickly, and the leader and hall masters of the Quanxiang gang were all killed. The remaining low-level thugs have no access to such core secrets. Lin Ye secretly gritted his teeth. Last night, he had used the ancient swallowing heavens technique to instantly kill the upper echelons of the Quanxiang gang. To simplify matters, he only extracted the locations of their vault and power divisions without delving into their trivial memories. A miscalculation. Lin Ye took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. 80,000 living people. It's impossible for a mere gang of thugs to pull off such a perfect operation. There must be powerful figures in the capital backing them. He turned to the experienced Captain Zhang Wu, who was the Quanxiang gang's biggest supporter usually. Zhang Wu was covered in sweat, answering nervously, my lord. This is nearly impossible to ascertain. The Quanxiang gang has been generous over the past decade, and the 6 departments, the Forbidden Army, and even the eunuchs in the palace have all received their bribes. The web of relationships is intricate and has long since rotted to the core. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, his gaze cold. The bureaucratic system of the Great Wu Dynasty was fundamentally rotting like a mire. The hidden masterminds lurked within heavy mists, enjoying the tremendous wealth brought by the exchange of 80,000 children while allowing the Quanxiang gang to take the blame. If he were to investigate step by step, even slightly touching upon the interests of the bigwigs would lead to the immediate severing of leads. If that is the case, then let's simply overturn the table. Draw the snake out of its hole. Lin Ye abruptly turned around, firmly seated at the main seat, issuing military orders with a resounding voice. Chengyang, at your service. Immediately interrogate all the captured living members of the Quanxiang gang. Then leak the news that someone couldn't withstand the torture and has confessed the identity and handover location of the hidden mastermind. Keep the false witnesses tightly protected, not allowing even a fly to enter. Chengyang was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes brightened. My lord intends to fish for information. Regardless of whether there is evidence or not, if this official says there is, then there is. Lin Ye's gaze was icy. The hidden mastermind will surely send top assassins tonight to eliminate witnesses. Li Qi, at your service. Prepare the horses. Immediately head to the inspection department headquarters to meet with the commander Nye Wuji. Tell him that the eastern city has uncovered a major case of 80,000 missing persons, which is of great importance. The witnesses and evidence in my hands will be transferred to the headquarters tomorrow morning. Zhang Wu, at your command. Send all the informants out onto the streets. In taverns, tea houses, brothels, anywhere there are people, spread the news of the missing children case. Before sunset, I want the entire capital buzzing with discussions about this blood ledger. Lin Ye issued 3 military orders in succession, and the blood within the entire hall instantly boiled. He coldly stared at the sky outside the hall, the inherent brutality and murderous intent fully unleashed. Zhaohu, Sun Bao, gather all the elites of the inspection department above the True Qi realm and set a trap tonight. I want to see what kind of demons dare to come tonight to silence me. With military orders being issued one after another, the entire inspection division transformed into a high-speed war machine, while Lin Ye became the most leisurely person in the office. The scheme to startle the snake has already been thrown out. The mastermind behind the scenes has caught wind of it, and will surely send top assassins to launch a night raid on the eastern city tonight, ruthlessly silencing anyone in their way. Once the enemy reveals themselves, it will undoubtedly be a bloody battle to the death. Lin Ye must seize every moment to elevate his combat power to its peak. Using the 9 Shadows stealth technique to burrow underground, Lin Ye headed straight for the hidden cave in the northern city. As soon as he entered the underground stone chamber, he discovered that the flirty note he had left for Wu Qingxian was missing. In its place was a reply letter alongside a delicate storage bag. The letter was filled with unceremonious reprimands warning Lin Ye to keep a low profile and to avoid causing trouble in the capital, urging him not to be overly arrogant. Lin Ye curled his lip and casually opened the storage bag. Inside lay a solitary stone only the size of an egg, yet its surface radiated a chilling multicolored glow. The letter mentioned that this item is called Primordial Spirit Crystal. It is said that in ancient times the world was filled with pure and rich primordial spiritual energy. This multicolored stone is a treasure formed from the massive compression and crystallization of immense primordial spiritual energy over the ages. Later, the ancient gods erupted into chaos, shattering the essence of the heavens and earth, causing pure spiritual energy to dissipate. In today's chaotic era of martial arts, even ordinary spiritual energy has become pitifully scarce. Warriors can only cultivate with the murky essence derived from the depletion of spiritual energy. Major forces have evolved a cruel system of trading spirit stones to compete for even a hint of pure spiritual energy. Primordial spiritual energy is worth far more than ordinary spiritual energy by 1,000-fold. This seemingly unremarkable stone, if taken outside, would undoubtedly incite a bloodbath among the major sects. Lin Ye held the crystal shimmering with a multicolored light, feeling the terrifying energy lying dormant within his heart racing. To think she could casually give away something as legendary as a primordial divine object, is this flat-chested girl really just a royal princess? With the impending battle, he couldn't afford to think too much. Gaining strength is the only truth. Lin Ye immediately sat cross-legged, adjusting his energy and spirit to their optimal state. He pressed his palms together firmly, holding the primordial spirit crystal in his palm. Swallow it. The ancient devouring heaven technique roared to life. A strand of the multicolored primordial spiritual energy was drawn out, diving into his meridians through his palm. Within Lin Ye's body, 840 million particles instantly reacted like a pack of hungry wolves, catching a whiff of blood, trembling and howling frantically. A mere strand of spiritual energy was simply insufficient to satisfy the vast multitude of particles. In an instant, the multicolored torrent within the crystal surged like a dam, bursting violently, flooding into his body. The 840 million particles transformed into countless greedy miniature black holes, devouring the incoming high-grade energy cleanly. Awakening. Frantic awakening. One by one, the dormant cellular particles were completely ignited, awakening the overwhelming power of the ancient giant elephant. 407. 444. 555. 999. Crack. Just as Lin Ye immersed himself in the ultimate pleasure of explosive power, a sharp sound suddenly interrupted the operation of the technique. The multicolored glow in his palm dimmed the surface of the primordial spirit crystal, covered in spiderweb-like cracks, ultimately turning into a pile of gray-white stone powder, dispersing in the wind. The energy was completely drained. What a pity. Lin Ye looked at his hands covered in ash, gritting his teeth in regret. After this absorption, he finally understood the biggest issue he faced. The grade of the ancient devouring heaven technique was simply too high. It doesn't even regard the murky essence of the outside world. Ordinary spirit stones could barely allow the technique to operate. Only this kind of primordial spiritual energy is the ultimate feast it truly craves. It is precisely because the energy in today's world has degraded that his heaven-defying divine skill progresses slowly. If he had an endless supply of primordial spirit crystals to absorb, he could easily sweep through the entirety of the great martial dynasty. Next time I meet Wu Qingxuan, I must thoroughly question her about where she dug up this treasure. This thing is too lethal for me. Lin Ye gathered his thoughts, carefully sensing the changes in his body. A total of 999 ancient giant elephant particles. Lin Ye grinned, revealing a smile filled with a savage aura. With my current physical brute strength, I can completely tear apart a peak Yuan High realm expert with my bare hands. I even dare to confront a stronger opponent, Hedon. Aside from the physical transformation, I also have a massive amount of martial arts cultivation that hasn't been utilized. After killing the Deputy Inspector Wu Feng of the Eastern City and 3 loyal lieutenants, I gained a millennium of cultivation. Leading the army to wipe out the Crazy Gun Gang, personally slaying the leader Lei Hu, the deputy leader Sang Biao, and over 100 elite members, I gained a full 3,000 years of cultivation. Adding it all up, that's a total of 4,000 years of martial arts cultivation. Immediately elevate my realm. Directly consuming a millennium of cultivation. The true energy within roared like a flood, shattering the barriers of his realm. His cultivation forcibly rose from the mid-Yuan High realm to the late Yuan High realm. In the depths of his mind, the sea of energy expanded wildly. A phantom of a 36-layered demon-suppressing tower emanating an ancient and vicissitudinous aura became increasingly solid, with the details of the runes on each layer rapidly taking shape. Although there is still a long way to go before the ancient divine artifact he envisioned can suppress the heavens and the earth, the pressure has begun to take form. Continue to charge. Once again, I invested a millennium of cultivation, shooting from the late Yuan High realm directly to the great perfection of the Yuan High realm. Boom. Lin Ye felt his soul tremble violently, and his consciousness was instantly drawn into an immense and mysterious space. In the center of the space, the 36-layered demon-suppressing tower stood tall, radiating a terrifying divine might that could suppress the ages. The core mark of the great perfection of the Yuan High realm is the complete establishment of the warrior's will within the sea of energy, transforming the originally illusory divine image into a part of his body. Lin Ye's soul, and will crash directly into the tower. Immediately, a marvelous sensation of blood connection spread throughout his body. It felt as though an incredibly powerful new organ had grown within him, operating smoothly, as if it were an extension of his own will. Without hesitation, he poured in all of the remaining 500 years of cultivation, thoroughly solidifying the great perfection of the Yuan High realm. Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. Crackling. All the bones in his body erupted with sounds like popping beans, and the immense power surged through his meridians like a raging dragon. This absolute sense of control over life and death is utterly enchanting. It was simply exhilarating. No wonder there are so many martial maniacs in the martial world showing no interest in delicate women. The cerebral climax brought on by breaking through realms indeed surpasses the ecstasy of romantic pursuits. Of course, Lin Ye considered himself an ordinary person. He wanted both unparalleled martial arts and captivating beauties. With his current ferocious battle power, he even had the confidence to exchange blows with the legendary Chu Tianhan. Back then, Chu Tianhan could confront the three great Bodhi realm leaders. Lin Ye now believed that dealing with an expert newly entering the Bodhi realm would be more than sufficient to ensure his survival. Tonight's fishing operation is secured. Summoning his personal panel. Host Lin Ye Technique Ancient Devouring Heaven Technique 999 Ancient Giant Elephant Particles Realm Great Perfection of the Yuan High Realm 36 Layered Demon Suppressing Tower Martial Skills Rock Crushing Fist Major Achievement Great Wilderness Prison Godfinger Major Achievement Brahmin Sound Demon Suppression Bell Major Achievement Catastrophe Sword Technique Major Achievement Heavens Eye Major Achievement 9 Shadows Stealth Technique Major Achievement Earth Escape Technique Perfection Ancient Seeking Technique Perfection Yin-Yang Harmony 36 Forms Not Yet Initiated Looking at the splendid attributes Lin Ye's battle intent surged. Everything is ready, let the storm come even more violently. Before leaving the cave, Lin Ye penned a letter of gratitude. The letter was extremely straightforward, clearly stating that the stone was very useful. He promised Wu Qingxian that when they next met alone, he would exert all his effort to repay her thoroughly. Leaving the hidden cave, Lin Ye felt in high spirits as he strolled leisurely back to the Eastern City Inspection Office. Before he even reached the main gate, he heard a cacophony of noise. A large group of officials dressed in the attire of the constabulary were densely packed at the entrance of the inspection office. Both sides had drawn their swords and were hurling insults at each other. A stout man in formal attire of the 5th rank was hopping up and down, roaring, "You in the inspection office are only fit to manage street fights. A huge case of child trafficking has occurred in Eastern City, and it should be handled by our Eastern City Yamen. Immediately hand over the living person and the account books. If you dare overstep your bounds, watch out for your heads." Zhang Wu's face turned red with anger as he pointed at the stout man and retorted, "Shut your mouth. The crazy gun gang was built with our lives, but what does it have to do with you? Now you come to steal our achievements and take the fruits of our labor. Do you have skin made of iron?" With tensions high and swords drawn, it seemed a fight was about to break out. Lin Ye pushed through the crowd, walking steadily forward. Upon seeing him, Zhang Wu rushed over like he had seen a savior, saying, "My lord, you have finally returned." Lin Ye's expression was emotionless as he asked calmly what happened. Zhang Wu gritted his teeth and pointed at the opposing side. "These dogs from the Eastern City Yamen insist on forcibly taking over the crazy gun gang's case. My brothers refuse to agree, and they are prepared to seize it by force." The bait was taken so quickly. A hint of mockery flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. The 5th rank stout official saw Zhang Wu's respectful attitude and immediately guessed that this was the new young inspection envoy rumored in town. He swaggered over and sternly questioned, "Are you the inspection envoy of Eastern City?" "I am Ding Quan, the head of the Criminal Affairs Office of the Eastern City Yamen. By the order of Lord Shuezheng the prefect, I am fully taking over all matters of the crazy gun gang." Lin Ye stroked his chin and casually replied, "Shuezheng. From the Shui family, in the capital." Ding Quan raised his chin arrogantly. "It's good that you know the power of the Shui family." Lin Ye looked at him seriously. "Is it an order directly from Lord Shui? Or are you barking like a dog with a feather as a command?" "It is naturally a death order from the prefect himself." Ding Quan was quite impatient, shouting loudly, "Lin, stop with the nonsense. Are you going to hand over this person or not?" Lin Ye smiled widely, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked away. Ding Quan was stunned, furious. "Where do you think you're going? I am asking you a question." Zhang Wu was also confused and hurriedly followed Lin Ye, asking, "My lord, what should we do about this?" Lin Ye did not look back and lightly uttered 3 words. "Fight them out." Upon receiving the command, Zhang Wu was overjoyed and all the pent-up anger exploded. "Brothers, listen to the lord, go all out to cut them down." Zhang Wu drew his long knife and pounced out like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. "Kill these bastards. You dare to run wild in front of the inspection office. I see you are tired of living." All members of the inspection office were skilled warriors from the army, while this group of ordinary constables in the government office, who only bullied the weak and feared the strong, could not withstand such a ferocious assault. In an instant, hundreds of officials were beaten into disarray, searching for their teeth on the ground. Zhang Wu grabbed Ding Quan's hair and rained down blows with his massive fists, ruthlessly turning the face of this 5th rank official into a doughy mess. The onlooking common folks were excitedly cheering. The spectacle of 2 officials fighting in the street like dogs biting dogs was incredibly exhilarating. In less than half a day, this strange tale would undoubtedly shake the entire capital. By evening, Li Qi, covered in dust, hurried back after seeking an audience at the headquarters of the Sky Patrol. "My lord, I did not see the chief commander." Li Qi lowered his voice. "Deputy Sun Yao listened to the report and said this case is not under our jurisdiction and we should quickly hand everything over to the Eastern City Yamen." "I see." Lin Ye nodded slightly. This matter had already stirred up a great deal of noise. The hidden hand behind it must have mobilized all its power to apply pressure. The crazy gun gang had committed evil for over a decade, trafficking more than 80,000 children. The Eastern City Yamen could not have been unaware. The complaint made by the old prison guard Ma Biao seemed to have vanished into thin air, which was enough to prove that the Eastern City Yamen had long been rotten to the core, absolutely being a key link in the chain of interests. My lord. Zhang Wu rushed into the main hall with a frantic expression. We can't hold them back. There are people everywhere, and they are about to collapse the courtyard walls. Chungyang furrowed his brow. Are there rioters causing trouble? No, they are all ordinary citizens. They heard that we raided the crazy gun gang's blood ledger, and the parents who lost their children have come running in madness. Tens of thousands of people are kneeling in the street demanding their children back. My brothers simply can't drive them away. Lin Ye pondered for a moment and turned to Qingyang. How much of the crazy gun gang's assets have been accounted for? The assets are complex and tangled. We have currently only cleared a small portion. To sort everything out will take at least 10 to 15 days. We can't wait any longer. Lin Ye decisively stated the money originally promised to the brothers will be delayed. Move all the cash and liquid assets from the storage room. Using the missing account books for reference compensation will be immediately distributed to any family that can be matched. Chungyang shivered all over, kneeling heavily on the floor tiles. He, a dignified man of 7 feet, had red eyes. My lord, your righteousness. On behalf of the tens of thousands of desperate citizens, I bow to you. Lin Ye pulled him up and patted his shoulder. I am merely doing what a person should do. Go and handle it. If there aren't enough people, hire more. First get the citizens to go home, and tomorrow morning we will open court for registration. We cannot allow even the slightest mistake. Understood. Tens of thousands of grieving citizens knelt despairingly on the cold street, unwilling to leave, their cries echoing through the air. Looking at the dense crowd, Lin Ye felt an indescribable weight in his heart for the first time. Late at night, a shadow as ghostly as a wraith suddenly appeared within the Eastern City Inspection Office. The shadow moved freely through the courtyard. Even passing directly by the patrolling guards did not stir a single air current, and no one noticed. Soon the shadow infiltrated the underground dungeon where the false witnesses were held. The cell was heavily guarded with not only Qi realm warriors patrolling, but also a junior officer of the nascent Sea realm personally stationed. Yet the shadow like air passed through the thick stone walls and entered the cell. With a light wave of its arm, several sleeping false witnesses did not make a sound and instantly died. After the killings, the shadow flashed and disappeared from the cell once more. When it reappeared, it stood in the top-secret archive room where the core account books of the crazy gun gang were stored. The shadow approached the wooden box, just about to lift the lid to destroy the evidence. Don't you find it strange? A haunting voice of Lin Ye unexpectedly echoed in the dim, silent room. Hearing the sound, the shadow remained unperturbed, calmly looking towards its source. Lin Ye stepped out from the darkness. He had already sensed the assassin's movements, quietly following with the turtle-breathing technique and earth escape art. As for the false witness being killed, he did not care at all. The scum of the mad gun gang were not worth mourning. Lin Ye spoke in a flat tone. Why should I leave the account book here for you to snatch? Why not put it in the sea-swallowing shell? The shadow replied indifferently. It doesn't matter. My task is simply to take your head. As long as the dead remains silent, the location of the evidence is irrelevant. Lin Ye suddenly understood. It seems you are quite confident. You believe that as long as you eliminate me, no one will dare to investigate this case further. Lin Ye suddenly understood. It seems you are quite confident. You believe that as long as you eliminate me, no one will dare to Within him, 999 ancient giant elephant particles resonated instantly. A punch was thrown. The violent strength of the 999 ancient giant elephants was enough to tear apart rivers and penetrate mountains. The shadow turned pale with fear. The intelligence had not mentioned Lin Ye's combat power being so extraordinary. He desperately urged his protective true chi, continuously shattering several defensive treasures, and ultimately summoned a heavy shield of mysterious iron. Bang! The heavy shield of mysterious iron shattered like paper, instantly exploding into fragments. All defenses were meaningless in the face of absolute brute force. The shadow didn't even have time to regret before turning into a cloud of blood mist right on the spot. Boom! The violent punch momentum did not decrease, forcefully lifting the ceiling of the underground chamber. The ground caved in, creating a terrifying pit with a diameter of over 20 meters. Kill the peak of the Yuanhai realm. Reward 700 years of martial arts cultivation, invisibility techniques, spirit stones, 500 Lin Ye closed his eyes to search for souls. The assassin was named Zhang Liang, a lone wolf, who took this task to repay a favor. The employer who sent the message was very discreet, and even Zhang Liang himself did not know the other's background. You sent such a character. Lin Ye shook his head. It wasn't that Zhang Liang was too weak, but rather that the enhancement brought by the ancient swallowing technique was truly astonishing. Now Lin Ye could blow apart the self of the morning with a single punch. The mastermind is quite cunning. Looking at the wreckage around him, Lin Ye muttered to himself. Fortunately, he had dismissed the guards around in advance, otherwise the residual shock just now would have been enough to kill many people. At this moment, dark clouds rolled in the night sky. A black canopy boat tore through the night, slowly descending into the courtyard. 3 figures emerged from the boat. The leading old man in a black robe had a cold gaze, looking at Lin Ye with interest. Behind the old man were 2 enchanting women from the demon sect, dressed provocatively. The 2 women were only wrapped in a few pieces of thin gauze, their large areas of snow-white voluptuous skin dazzling under the moonlight. Their long jade legs and exaggeratedly ample chests were fully displayed, their movements causing waves that exuded an alluring charm. Lin Ye, you indeed always surprise me. The old man in the black robe said hoarsely, you've given me another surprise. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. The old man's aura was deep and unfathomable. He was undoubtedly a giant of the Dharma aspect realm. The two enchanting women were also peak experts of the Yuanhai realm. The old man waved his hand casually, commanding the two alluring women beside him, go deal with all the survivors that haven't died yet. Understood, master. The two women responded sweetly, twisting their serpentine waists as they turned to leave. Lin Ye, the minions of the Mad Gun Gang deserved to die, though he had never hoped to rely on survivors to solve the case. Do you know me? Lin Ye coldly stared at the old man. Naturally. I have been keeping an eye on you for a long time. The old man smiled sinisterly. You killed Shui Yu, depriving me of a beloved plaything. I have been paying for quite some time. A plaything? Lin Ye frowned tightly. Shui Yu was a direct descendant of the Shui family, a proper 7-foot man, yet he was a plaything of this old man. Seeing Lin Ye's strange expression, the old man continued to dangle bait. With Shui Yu dead, I find your appearance even more appealing. If you are willing to obediently submit and take his place as my new plaything, I will not only spare your life, but also grant you endless riches and glory. Hearing this, Lin Ye felt a surge of nausea in his stomach, nearly throwing up his overnight meal. You old bastard. You're courting death. Lin Ye exploded with rage, his figure soaring as he smashed his fists forward, engulfed in a raging wind. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The old man showed a mocking expression. Boom. The terrifying pressure of the Dharma aspect realm descended instantly, firmly enveloping Lin Ye. Lin Ye felt as if the air around him had turned into hard iron, as if he were sinking into a bottomless sea, the heavy pressure seemingly wanting to crush all his bones. In this state, even moving a finger would consume 100 times the usual strength. Break for me. Lin Ye's eyes widened, his body suddenly sinking. Inside him the Qi Sea roared, all ancient giant elephant particles roaring in unison. The violent primal force surged forth, shattering the Dharma aspect realm that enveloped him like glass. The old man's body trembled, his eyes filled with horror. You, a mere Yuanhai realm, can actually shatter my domain. The old man's murderous intent was evident. You cannot be left alive. If you are allowed to live, you will surely become the second Chu Tianhan of the great martial empire. The old man completely put away his jesting demeanor, raising his hand to press down fiercely. The void trembled as a giant hand of true qi stretching over 10 feet long materialized out of thin air, slamming down on Lin Ye with the force to destroy heaven and earth. Before the giant hand landed, the ground's blue bricks had already been turned to powder. Shattering rock fist. Lin Ye's back arched like a great bow, his entire bodice blood and qi boiling. The illusory image of the hell furnace condensed atop his fist, surging upwards against the giant hand of true qi. Boom. When the fist and palm collided, a violent shockwave swept in all directions. More than half of the inspection division's buildings instantly collapsed, dust flying everywhere. After failing to strike, the old man transformed his palm into claws. A torrent of blood qi surged forth, transforming into a sea of corpses and blood. Endless vengeful souls howled mournfully in the blood sea, turning into an invisible spiritual blade that pierced fiercely into Lin Ye's sea of consciousness. This was a sinister secret technique aimed specifically at the soul. If it were an ordinary Yuanhai realm warrior, they would instantly turn into an idiot. Buzz. In Lin Ye's mind, the Buddhist sound of the calming demon bell radiated brilliant light. A majestic and sacred ancient Buddha phantom sat cross-legged, resonating with the sound of mantras. The dazzling Buddhist light directly purified the tainted blood qi, invading his mind completely. Lin Ye's face turned slightly pale, gritting his teeth as he cursed. You old fossil, only know how to sneak attack with such despicable methods. The old man's expression changed drastically. You actually remained unharmed against the mental strangulation. You indeed hide a shocking secret. The old man's eyes flickered with greedy madness. In just a month crawling from the bottom of the death prison to this level today, you must have obtained a heavenly inheritance. Hand over the secret. Otherwise today, I will make you wish you were dead. Huh. Lin Ye's hair was disheveled, his black locks dancing wildly as he laughed maniacally towards the sky. Today I shall defy the law manifestation. Arrogant. The old man in black sneered. Do you think that just because you've taken 2 blows from me you know the limits? Defy the law manifestation. Do you think you are Chu Tianhan? With a grasp of his hand, a dark red longsword exuding a tremendous aura of blood materialized out of thin air. As the blood sword appeared, a thick mist of blood surged within a 1,000-meter radius. Wherever the blood mist passed, the flowers and trees within the inspection division withered and darkened in the blink of an eye, turning to ashes. It was poisonous. Lin Ye immediately held his breath. This blood mist was extremely toxic. Even his body, enhanced by the power of the ancient giant elephant, could feel the vitality rapidly draining away. A lifebound treasure. You do have some insight. For someone at the peak of the Yuanhai realm being able to force me to use my lifebound treasure, you can be proud, even in death. The old man in black swung the blood sword fiercely. The blood mist seemed to come alive, instantly coalescing into a terrifying blood python stretching 1,000 meters long. The blood python opened its gaping maw filled with sharp fangs and rushed towards Lin Ye. Shatterrock fist. Lin Ye roared, throwing a punch. The phantom of the hell furnace rose from the ground, crashing down towards the 1,000-meter blood python. Bang! The massive head of the blood python swung violently, directly shattering the phantom of the hell furnace. In the blink of an eye, the blood python was already upon him. Lin Ye crossed his arms, bracing for the impact. Boom! The head of the blood python was smashed to pieces by Lin Ye's violent strength, exploding into a thick mist of blood. However, its immense body carried a terrifying momentum, sending Lin Ye flying dozens of meters away. The old man swung the blood sword again, and the dissipating blood mist quickly rolled back the 1,000-meter blood python, reconstituting in an instant. So troublesome. Lin Ye spat out a mouthful of blood and frowned tightly. The Law Manifestation Realm and the Yuanhai Realm are entirely different dimensions of life levels. In the high martial world, it is not uncommon for geniuses to challenge those above their level. However, to survive and escape after crossing a major realm is already a rare talent. Those who can fight evenly, or even counterkill across major realms, are truly anomalies. Back then, Chu Tianhan faced the 3 great law manifestations in the Yuanhai realm, defeating one and severely injuring another, shaking the entire great martial dynasty. Fighting against the law manifestation realm from the Yuanhai realm is utterly a suppression of dimensions. Previously, Lin Ye was confident he could withstand a wave, but now that he was truly engaged in battle, he realized the terrifying depth of the law manifestation realm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ye summoned the system panel, looking at the cultivation he accumulated from slaying the rogue Zhang Liang and the high-ranking members of the Mad Gun Gang. Upgrade Shatterrock Fist for me. At the moment the cultivation was infused, the 1,000-meter blood python was already roaring and charging back. Lin Ye roared with fury. Within him, 999 particles of the ancient giant elephant roared in unison, unleashing a raging strength, as if a volcano had erupted. Buzz. A phantom of 100-foot ancient giant elephant suddenly materialized in the night sky. The giant elephant phantom let out a long roar towards the sky, and its 4 legs, resembling towering jade pillars, stomped down fiercely onto the 1,000-meter blood python, with the power to shatter mountains and rivers. Boom. The 1,000-meter blood python did not even let out a mournful cry before it collapsed once again, transforming into a mist of blood. How is this possible? The old man in black was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out. 100-foot law manifestation phantom. Could this still be the commotion that a Yuanhai realm warrior could create? Die. The old man snapped back to his senses, seething with anger, and crazily wielded the blood sword. The dissipating blood mist boiled again, transforming into a 1,000-meter-long blood-colored giant octopus with thousands of tentacles. The giant octopus spewed out a nauseating toxic blood mist, enveloping the ancient giant elephant completely. Countless tentacles thick as water barrels lashed at the giant elephant phantom like whips. The ancient giant elephant trampled madly, its trunk sweeping, tearing apart hundreds of tentacles. Yet the octopus tentacles seemed endless, tightly wrapping around the giant elephant's massive body like a huge piece of toffee, constantly tightening and strangling. The ancient giant elephant let out a series of mournful cries, and under this terrifying strangulation the phantom began to flicker violently. The old man showed a fierce expression. I admit, I underestimated you. The ancient giant elephant let out a series of mournful cries, and under this terrifying strangulation the phantom began to flicker violently. The old man showed a fierce his losses stemmed from the suppression of realm, and from lacking a powerful lifebound treasure. If he had a suitable divine weapon, he would not be in such a miserable state. Once tonight is over, he must find a way to acquire a top-tier magic treasure. The 36-layer demon suppression tower. Lin Ye no longer held back as 365 acupoints within him lit up like stars simultaneously. Deep within his chi, the 36-layer demon suppression tower roared into existence. The divine image emerged, suppressing the ages. The magnificent phantom of the divine tower slowly descended in the night sky, radiating an unmatched divine might, directly crushing the 1,000-meter blood-colored giant octopus into a mushy mass of blood mist. Seizing the moment, the ancient giant elephant raised its long trunk and inhaled violently. The wind howled, sweeping across the battlefield. The mist of blood was instantly devoured clean by the ancient giant elephant, and the air suddenly became incredibly fresh. Suppress for me. Lin Ye's eyes widened as he shouted. The ancient giant elephant raised its massive front leg, carrying the power to annihilate everything, and stomped down towards the old man in black. The old man's face turned pale. The endless trump cards from Lin Ye made him feel a deadly threat. Especially the tower standing in the night sky, just one glance made his soul tremble with an uncontrollable fear. Run. The old man's instincts were screaming in alarm. If it weren't for his rational mind telling him that the opponent was merely a Yuanhai realm warrior, he would have fled long ago. Break. The old man bit his tongue, swinging the blood sword horizontally. The blood sword transformed into an endless river of blood spanning the night sky, raising monstrous waves as it met the ancient giant elephant's stomp. The giant elephant phantom was instantly engulfed by the turbulent river of blood. The power of the law manifestation realm's lifebound strike was too great, The ancient giant elephant struggled in the blood waves for a moment before finally dissipating into specks of starlight. At that moment the old man suddenly turned his head to look at the night sky. He sensed it. A terrifying aura was rapidly approaching. The battle at the Law Manifestation Golden Core level had already drawn the attention of the top figures of the great martial dynasty stationed in the capital. If it dragged on once surrounded by court experts, he would undoubtedly die. The old man initially intended to casually crush Lin Ye and seize the demon sect enchantress beside him. Who would have thought that this kid would be so troublesome holding him back like this? The more it was like this, the heavier the old man's desire to kill Lin Ye became. I cannot leave you alive. The old man roared fiercely, his figure transforming into a beam of blood light directly merging into the boundless river of blood hanging in the night sky. The already violent river of blood instantly boiled, raising towering waves over 100 feet high, like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens, crashing down heavily towards Lin Ye. Though the river of blood was condensed from true chi, the destructive power it contained was terrifying 1,000 times more than a real river. Once struck, even Lin Ye's robust body would be crushed into a meat paste. 36-layer demon suppression tower suppressed for me. Lin Ye was completely enraged. In life and death struggles, the more one fears death, the faster they meet it. To not go mad is to not survive. He poured all his soul and will into the divine tower. Inside the tower, true chi dragon veins surged violently, and 365 acupoint nodes shone brilliantly. The 36-layer divine tower carrying endless divine might pressed down towards the crashing turbulent river of blood. Buzz. The divine tower shook violently. The river of blood, spanning several miles and raising monstrous waves, instantly collapsed, revealing its true form. A dark red blood sword let out a mournful cry, clanging as it fell onto the bluestone slab. At the same time, a bloodied and mangled figure fell straight from the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. The old man in black spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, struggling to rise. He stared fiercely at Lin Ye, his eyes filled with unmistakable resentment and fear. Lin Ye's figure flickered, closing in on the recently fallen old man in black robes like a ghost, and he unleashed a dark red relic on the old man's head, spun wildly, casting a rich, blood-colored barrier that barely blocked Lin Ye's punch, capable of shattering mountains. Lin Ye's fists came crashing down like a torrential rain. The blood-colored barrier trembled violently, and spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on its surface. Let's see how long your turtle shell can hold up. The old man's expression changed drastically, a fierce glare flashing in his eyes as he suddenly raised his hand to wave. Lin Ye's heart raced with alarm, a deadly sense of crisis surging within him. Without a second thought, he immediately employed the earth escape technique. As his body melted into the ground, he burst forth from several meters away. Turning to look back, he saw that the originally standing bluestone slab was now neatly pierced with a dozen dark red flying needles, as thin as cow hair. The needles had sunk 3 inches into the ground, leaving only their tips trembling slightly. The surrounding stone slabs, tainted by the aura of the needles, emitted hissing corrosive sounds and instantly turned into black water. Bloodthirsty, piercing needles. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on the old man in black. Are you the old demon of the blood worship sect? Though he had never truly witnessed this wicked weapon, he had seen it in fragmented memories while performing soul searches on the blood worship sect's demons in the death prison. This was a notorious lethal device of the blood worship sect. Not only was it extremely poisonous, but it could also directly corrupt a martial artist's true energy and soul. Don't even mention the Yuan Si realm. Even a giant of the Dharma aspect realm would suffer grievously from a single needle. Seeing his attack miss, the old man gritted his teeth and stood up, his tone icy. Are you scared now? I see your talent is extraordinary, a rare gem in 100 years. If you kneel and swear loyalty to the blood worship sect now, I can guarantee you riches and glory in the future, and perhaps even let you experience the taste of a saintess of the sect. Upon hearing the word saintess, images of alluring scenes he had seen during his previous soul searches flashed through Lin Ye's mind. The women of the blood worship sect practiced the secret art of harmony, their figures bewitching and utterly licentious. The so-called high-ranking members preferred to have these scantily clad snow-white beauties serve them, creating an extremely extravagant scene. However, Lin Ye had no interest in these withered flowers. Nonsense. You beasts who feast on raw flesh and blood dare to dream in broad daylight, even at death's door. Suppress them. Lin Ye thought to himself, and the 36 layers of the demon suppression tower hovering in the night sky erupted with brilliant divine light, carrying the weight of destruction as it descended upon the old man. The old man's eyes filled with terror, staring fixedly at the descending divine tower as he let out a beast-like roar. Lin Ye, you have provoked the blood worship sect, and you will surely die. Your entire family will be flayed alive. Before he could finish speaking, blinding blood light erupted from his body. His form began to grow transparent and illusory like melting ice. Trying to escape. Lin Ye's eyelids twitched. He was very familiar with this bloodlight, as it resembled the energy fluctuations when he used the earth escape technique, clearly indicating a high-level blood escape method. Great wilderness prisoning finger. Lin Ye's true energy surged wildly, his fingertip like a sword as he thrust forcefully into the void. An ancient and vast imprisoning force instantly pierced through space. The old man, who had already turned into a pool of blood with half of his body merging into the void, suddenly froze. The blood light enveloping him shattered like a broken mirror, exploding violently. The old man's form was forced to recondense, his eyes bulging, as he spat out a mouthful of black blood mixed with internal organs. The backlash from having his escape technique forcibly interrupted was terrifying. Even if he was a powerful figure of the Dharma aspect realm, his physical body could not compare to Lin Ye, who possessed the ancient devouring sky technique. This backlash directly shattered his internal organs. Lin Ye, spare me. Otherwise the blood worship sect will definitely slaughter everyone around you. The old man lay on the ground like a dead dog, still struggling in his last breaths. Lin Ye looked at him disdainfully. The old demon had once appeared lofty, wanting to capture him as a male pet. Now reduced to a dead dog, he began to invoke threats from his powerful background. Such a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong made Lin Ye feel nauseous. Debt doesn't worry me, and the more lice I have, the less I care. Those who want to kill me can line up outside the city. What does the blood worship sect count for? The 36 layers of the demon suppression tower crashed down. A dazzling divine light flashed. The heavily injured old man vanished into thin air, directly absorbed into the endless space within the tower. Lin Ye did not directly kill him. He had just pushed his realm to the peak of the Yuan Sea realm, and the 36 layers of the demon suppression tower had only recently formed. Perfect for using this Dharma aspect old demon as a test subject to explore the tower's various functions like refining and imprisonment, while also seeing if he could extract any top-tier techniques. Suppressing the initial stage of the Dharma aspect realm, reward 800 years of martial arts cultivation, spirit stones 1000. Master. Just then 2 delicate cries rang out from outside the courtyard. The 2 demon girls sent by the old man to eliminate the remnants of the crazy gun gang had just returned. In an instant their beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The high-ranking master of the Dharma aspect realm had actually been captured by this excessively young Yuan Sea realm warrior. How could this be possible? It was simply absurd. Lin Ye turned his head and coldly glanced at them. The 2 demon girls trembled in fear, their soft, snow-white bodies shaking. Run! Without hesitation the 2 girls turned and attempted to escape using their techniques. What's the rush? You've already come. Lin Ye's mind stirred, and the demon suppression tower in midair unleashed 2 rays of divine light once again. Up! The 2 girls let out a startled cry, their alluring forms immediately enveloped by the divine light and absorbed into the tower. Suppressing the peak of the Yuan Sea realm, reward 100 years of martial arts cultivation, spirit stones 200. Suppressing the peak of the Yuan Sea realm, reward 100 years of martial arts cultivation, spirit stones 200. What kind of madman dares to act wildly beneath the emperor's feet? Just as Lin Ye finished collecting the girls, he hadn't even had a moment to catch his breath when several terrifying pressures as deep as the abyss surged in from the horizon, locking down the area tightly. Lin Ye glanced around, secretly shocked. The entire East City Inspection Office had turned into a wasteland. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, not only was there not a single intact house, but even a whole tile could not be found. Especially in the core area where the 2 had just fought, a deep pit over 10 meters deep had been carved out by the violent power, as if it had just been struck by a meteor, a scene of utter devastation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ye quickly tied back his disheveled hair and pulled out a brand new black official robe from the sea-swallowing shell to change into. He stood with his hands behind his back, quietly observing the direction of the incoming pressure, his expression calm. In the blink of an eye, a tall figure descended like a falling star, crashing loudly onto the wasteland. As Lin Ye recognized the official robes of the newcomer, he immediately clasped his fists in greeting. This official is Lin Ye, the East City Inspection Officer, pays respects to you, Commander. The newcomer was none other than Nye Wuji, the top leader of the Sky Inspection Department. Following this, several more sounds of breaking the air echoed as several powerful figures with concealed auras descended. Although Lin Ye had never seen these people, he came from the Shadow Guard and was already well-versed in the information about the various big shots in the capital. The commander of the Demon Suppression Guard, Xiao Zhanshan. The supreme commander of the Royal City Forbidden Army, Yi Feixiong. In addition, there was a familiar face. Shirlei, the inspection officer of the South City. The South City was adjacent to the East City, and old Shir had likely come running to see the commotion after hearing the noise. After Xiao Zhanshan and Yi Feixiong landed, their gazes swept over the devastation, and they both frowned deep. Such destructive power could only be exhibited by a giant battling for their life in the Dharma aspect realm. Just a moment ago, they had seen a blood river spanning the night sky, and a 36-layered divine tower, emitting an ancient divine might suppressing heaven and earth from dozens of miles away. That scene was simply horrifying. But now, upon arriving at the scene, they did not see a single trace of a Dharma aspect expert. In the center of the wasteland stood only a young boy in a 4th-grade official robe possessing merely Yuan Sea realm cultivation. The great figures exchanged glances, none daring to ask first. The incident occurred in the East City belonging to the Sky Inspection Department's domain, so naturally, they had to let Nye Wuji speak first. Nye Wuji's eyes widened, staring at Lin Ye with piercing intensity. Lin Ye, who was it that fought here just now? Reporting to you, my lord, this official does not know. Lin Ye replied with an innocent expression. Niao Wuji's face darkened, his voice rising a few notches. You stand in the very center of this wasteland. Do you dare to say you don't know? Do you think I am easy to fool? Lin Ye, unyielding yet respectful, explained, My lord, please see. I was just counting the spoils seized from the crazy gun gang. Suddenly, a terrifying group of masked assassins burst in. I fought desperately, and just when I was about to be overwhelmed, a mysterious, powerful figure suddenly appeared in midair and engaged the leader of the assassins in battle. As they clashed, I, with my meager cultivation, could not get involved and could only hide far away. Later, as they fought, they flew off together and disappeared. It was only then that I crawled out from the ruins when you arrived. Lin Ye's words were mostly true, but with some embellishments. Niao Wuji fell into silence after hearing it. What you mean is, two mysterious, powerful figures fought in front of you, flattened the inspection office, and then escaped before we arrived together. Every word is true, Lin Ye answered confidently. He didn't want to reveal all his strength yet. Innocent of any wrongdoing, yet possessing a treasure could spell trouble. A teenager of the Yuan Sea realm, if he could single-handedly subdue a Dharma aspect realm monster, once this news spread, it would undoubtedly drive the entire great martial dynasty into a frenzy. By the way, Lin Ye suddenly seemed to recall something and hurriedly added, Masters, just now two immortals fought, and I was hiding at a distance, faintly hearing words like Bai Shue's sect and Death Needle. Sure enough, they are fiends from the Bai Shue's sect. Xiao Zhinshan, the commander of the demon suppression guard, snorted heavily, his voice rolling like distant thunder. A blood river spanning the night sky must be the sect's bloodthirsty dark art. Do you know the true nature of the mysterious powerhouse? Niao Wuji, commander of the patrol division, bore a face as cold as still water, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Lin Ye. Niao Wuji harbored no suspicion toward Lin Ye. In the past centuries of the Daiwu imperial court, only a monstrous freak like Chu Tianhan had emerged. Moreover, he racked his brains, but could not fathom any law manifestation realm titan who would employ 36 layers of divine towers and a primordial giant elephant as their manifestations. Lin Ye shook his head like a rattledrum. I do not know. Pretending curiosity, he cautiously inquired, Master, could we use some secret art to trace back the battle just now? Ignorant. Niao Wuji sneered. When law manifestation giants clash, every movement tears through the surrounding spatial laws. Ordinary tracing secret arts are utterly useless. Unless you summon a martial saint-level transcendent, who would bother with such trivial matters? Lin Ye's heart immediately calmed. It seemed he had survived. The trump card of the divine tower was preserved. Playing the fool to conceal one's strength was indeed the true strategy. Niao Wuji's eyes flashed with electric intensity as he interrogated fiercely, why did these fiends specifically attack your East City Patrol Division? Lin Ye answered calmly and confidently, I reckon it's because of the Guangchong gang's child trafficking case. They intended to destroy the bodies and evidence. Audacious. Niao Wuji rebuked angrily. Son, Yao had already ordered you to transfer the case to the East City Magistrate's office. Why did you disobey? And you even allowed your subordinates to beat the magistrate's officers in public. Such arrogance. Lin Ye lowered his gaze and humbly admitted, Master, please calm your anger. I just took office and am unfamiliar with the duties. When I received Vice Sun's order, it was already dark. I intended to transfer the case early the next day. Who would have thought these brutes were so daring as to storm the patrol division to kill and destroy evidence? Niao Wuji sharply pressed, so all witnesses and evidence of the Guangchong gang were destroyed. Lin Ye's face was bitter. Yes, all gone. Before his words ended, hurried footsteps approached. Deputy Patrol Officer Chen Yang arrived hastily with the Shadow Guard female envoy Nightingale. Master, terrible news. The Guangchong remnants locked in the death prison were all killed by tremors. As soon as Chen Yang shouted, he looked up and saw the top-tier titans filling the courtyard. Frightened, he quickly fell silent and saluted. Nightingale, following behind, was even more disheveled. The powerful figures present were all high-ranking officials. A mere glance was enough to acknowledge their status, and they quickly averted their eyes. Lin Ye, however, boldly glanced several more times without avoidance. Niao Wuji waved his hand, breaking everyone's thoughts, and decisively declared, Enough. The patrol division is only responsible for street security. Since all witnesses are dead, the case is handed over to the East City Magistrate's office to deal with themselves. He then turned to Xiao Zhinshan. Lord Xiao, since the Bai Shui sect fiends have infiltrated the capital to cause chaos, the Demon Suppression Guard must take care of exterminating the demons and monsters. Xiao Zhinshan's expression remained impassive. It is our duty. After handling official matters, Niao Wuji looked down on Lin Ye. Lin Ye, you acted arbitrarily upon arrival, causing such a huge mess. You cannot avoid punishment. Since you were recommended by the little princess, your salary will be docked for 1 year as a warning. Do you accept? I accept the penalty. Thank you, Master, for your magnanimity. Lin Ye replied decisively. Behave yourself and don't embarrass the little princess. As the words fell, Niao Wuji's figure vanished into thin air. Xiao Zhinshan and Yi Feixiong also instantly retreated without a trace. Shirley, the Southern City Patrol officer, stepped forward, patting Lin Ye's shoulder and laughing heartily. Brother Lin, I always suspected you were extraordinary. I never imagined your luck was so strong that even when two titans clashed, you survived. Lin Ye cupped his hands and smiled wryly. Brother, sure, don't joke with me. It's purely ancestral favor that I managed to escape with my life. After some pleasantries, Shirley took his leave. Once the Titans departed, Lin Ye turned to Nightingale and Chengyang. How are the casualties among our brothers? Nightingale adjusted her tattered leather armor over her chest, her voice charming. Master's foresight was impeccable. The brothers were evacuated early. Only a dozen or so unlucky ones were grazed by falling stones, nothing serious. Lin Ye exhaled, roughly glancing at the patrol division courtyard reduced to ruins. It's good that no one was seriously, but the entire office is destroyed. Last time when serving in the death prison, I just took office and the main hall was torn down. Now it's happening again. Truly cursed. After dismissing the others, Lin Ye stood alone in the night breeze, his mind racing. He deliberately concealed the fact that the evidence was still in his possession from Miaowuji. The situation was too strange. This so-called Baishui sect, old fiend though powerful, was merely a messenger. The true mastermind could never be the Baishui sect. These sewer rats of the sect were hunted relentlessly in the Daiwu imperial court and had no ability to establish a child trafficking network spanning over a decade beneath the emperor's nose. Such a network required connections through the 6 Ministries Patrol Division, East City Magistrate's Office, and even only a colossal force deeply rooted in the capital could wield such heavenly means. Moreover, the ambiguous attitudes of Miaowuji and others made friend and foe indistinguishable. Shuiyu. A sharp gleam flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. The old fiend casually cursed during their battle that he had killed Shuiyu, losing a beloved plaything, and wanted Lin Ye to take Shuiyu's place. Shuiyu's close ties with the old fiend pointed directly to the Shui family in the capital. If the mastermind were the Shui family, everything would fall into place. The Shui family, a millennium-old aristocratic clan of the Daiwu imperial court, with unfathomable foundations predating even the court's history. Over centuries, the Shui family produced 3 empresses and dozens of imperial concubines. In the court, dozens of high-ranking officials above second rank hailed from them, with disciples and former officials scattered across the realm. More terrifyingly, the Shui family tightly controlled a walled city of over 1 million people surrounding the capital. If it truly is the Shui family pulling the strings in the shadows. Lin Ye clenched his fists, slowly, bones cracking with the sound of imminent fury, his eyes boiling with murderous intent. The 36 layers of the demon suppression tower. Lin Ye's consciousness sank into the sea of qi as if arriving in another vast realm. The 9th layer of the divine tower. 2 peak Yuan-Hai realm assassins were firmly suppressed in this place. They exerted all their strength, frantically striking the invisible barrier around them in a desperate attempt to escape. With each violent attack, the demon suppression tower would faintly flicker once. The 36 layers of the demon suppression tower was constructed using Lin Ye's meridians as the divine iron framework, with 365 acupoints as core nodes, taking thousands of years of martial cultivation to complete this supreme divine diagram, perfectly integrated. When assassins attacked the demon suppression tower, it was equivalent to simultaneously assaulting all of Lin Ye's acupoints and extraordinary meridians. With the tower's defiant defensive structure combined with Lin Ye's exceptionally strong vitality foundation. As long as the enemy did not possess strength 10 times greater than Lin Ye's, they could not even break through a layer of skin. Conversely, each futile strike from the assassins only served to refine this divine diagram for Lin Ye, making the tower increasingly indestructible. Lin Ye's mind stirred. Suppress. The demon suppression tower trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying pressure capable of crushing stars, precisely descending upon one of the peak Yuan-Hai realm assassins. Crack. A sound that made one's teeth ache. This assassin could not even withstand half a breath of time, unable to let out a scream, instantly crushed into a puddle of flesh mixed with shattered bones. What happened? Who is secretly causing trouble? Come out if you have the guts. The remaining assassin, witnessing his companion's instant demise, was terrified to the core, frantically howling like a mad dog. Lin Ye smirked. He only intended to test the power casually, not expecting this suppression feature to be so dumb. Enemies of the same realm were utterly annihilated. Images surged in his mind as he closed his eyes to search for souls. These 2 were indeed members of the blood worship cult, demonic beings. They had originally been wandering around the capital when a sudden secret order came from their sect's insignia. The 2 went to the designated location to meet an elder they did not recognize, who forcefully ordered them to execute a mission together. Then they bewilderingly followed and attacked the East City Inspection Office. The blood worship cult was different from ordinary sects. Internally, it resembled a loose alliance of demons. The disciples each established their own sects, and to seize vitality, they would even kill each other, yet they presented a united front to the outside world. It was not uncommon to encounter unfamiliar masked elders while executing missions. Learning this, Lin Ye's brow furrowed even deeper. Deliberately selecting 2 genuine low-ranking disciples of the blood worship cult as cannon fodder was clearly a scheme orchestrated by the unseen puppet master. Moreover, the leading elder, a monstrous figure in the law avatar realm, used the blood worship cult's signature blood transformation secret technique. All details were intricately linked, as if an unseen hand was manipulating everything. The goal was to pin the abominable blood trafficking case involving 80,000 individuals squarely on the blood worship cult's disgraceful pillar. If this were true, the malice and scheming of the mastermind would indeed send chills down one's spine. Lin Ye no longer paid attention to the remaining terrified cannon fodder on the 9th layer, directly descending his consciousness to the 10th layer of the tower. The severely injured elder in the Law Avatar realm was being suppressed here. The elder did not flail about like a headless fly, but sat cross-legged in the void, eyes closed, healing his wounds. Not far from him, the 2 demonists from the demonic sect whom Lin Ye had earlier captured were shivering and huddled together. The scanty veils on their bodies had already been torn apart in the aftermath of the previous battle. At this moment, their delicate snow-white skin was fully exposed. The exaggerated fullness of their chests trembled violently with each terrified breath. Lin Ye's gaze shifted slightly. According to his initial concept, this 36 layers of the demon suppression tower should possess 5 extraordinary laws: time-space suppression, refinement, and defense. The power of suppression had already been validated in battle, capable of forcibly detaining even a giant in the Law Avatar realm who was a level higher. Now he wanted to test his control over time. Turn. Boom. The 36 layers of the demon suppression tower erupted with a thunderous roar, and the space of the tower's 10th layer began to slowly rotate. The cross-legged elder suddenly opened his eyes. He keenly sensed that a certain rule of heaven and earth around him had fallen into a bizarre chaos, instilling within him an indescribable sense of dread. Lin Ye, what the hell are you up to, you little bastard? Get out here. The elder roared madly, yet received no response. The effect is too weak. Lin Ye shook his head secretly. The ability to accelerate time cannot be said to be entirely absent. It could only be described as marginally helpful. Even if he activated the ancient Devouring Heaven technique to its utmost, the time flow of the 10th layer was merely 100th faster than the outside world. It was also quite normal to think of it. Currently, he was merely at the peak of the Yuanhai realm. If he could easily master the most profound laws of time, he would have already been unrivaled in the world. To evolve the tower to the point where he could manipulate time at will was a long and arduous journey. Let's try the refinement function again. Lin Ye's thoughts were as sharp as a blade. The 365 acupoint nodes of the demon suppression tower instantly erupted with brilliant divine light. His 12 primary meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians transformed into fierce, true chi dragon veins, unleashing boundless power. Dozens of dragon veins intertwined in the void, forming an enormous net that spanned the heavens, descending upon the elder in the Law Avatar realm. The elder's expression turned fierce as he conjured a blood sword from thin air and slashed wildly. However, all attacks vanished without a trace, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. The vast net instantly closed, binding the elder firmly in place. Up! The elder let out an extremely shrill scream. He was horrified to discover that the foundational essence he had painstakingly cultivated for 100 years was being frantically drained and devoured by this net. Lin Ye, let me go? You come out. In less than half a stick of incense. The elder's once robust body rapidly withered, his spirit at its lowest ebb. His once black hair instantly turned dry and yellow like grass, and his skin cracked, as if he had aged 100 years. What filled him with deep despair was that the foundational essence of the Law Avatar within him, containing his lifelong cultivation, had actually been forcibly refined down to a significant extent. The Law Avatar is the manifestation of a Law Avatar realm giant's connection to the power of heaven and earth. Once the Law Avatar collapses, the giant will instantly become crippled, and death will follow. Not far away, the 2 enchanting demonesses witnessed their once lofty and imperious master being drained like a... The 2 women were terrified to the core. Lord Lin, please spare our lives. Without hesitation, they knelt on the ground, desperately banging their heads towards the void. They deliberately lowered their postures, their rounded, perky backsides raised high, creating an exaggeratedly seductive... The 2 heavy white mounds on their chests pressed against the cold ground, transforming into various alluring shapes. My lord, the 2 sisters are willing to do anything. We understand the yin-yang harmonious union 36 forms, and are proficient in various ways to serve men. As long as my lord spares our lives, we are willing to be your personal female slaves, to be at your service day and night. Their voices were seductively alluring, with tearful eyes showcasing their spring beauty, without reservation to the Lin Ye, who was secretly watching, attempting to exchange their bodies capable of driving any man mad for a glimmer of hope. Lin Ye watched this extremely sensual worship with great interest. I say, stop. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you everything. Lin Ye, as long as you stop, I will tell you all the secrets. No matter how the elder begged and pleaded, Lin Ye remained unmoved, cold as stone. The elder's life or death in confession did not concern him at all. What thrilled him now was the astonishing refining function of the demon suppression tower. As the foundational energy of the Law Avatar realm giant was continuously drained, these most pure powers automatically fed back into the tower itself. The details of the tower's structure, which originally required a massive amount of cultivation to refine and perfect, were now becoming solid and perfect at a visibly rapid pace. Lin Ye had originally been troubled, thinking that completely repairing and shaping the tower was an insatiable bottomless pit. Would it require millions or even hundreds of millions of years of martial cultivation? Now with this refining divine skill, as long as he captured powerful enemies and used them as nourishment to throw into the furnace for refinement, the divine diagram could automatically evolve and upgrade. This saved him immeasurable time and effort. Half an incense stick later. I hate it so much. The elder let out a desperate wail. The foundational essence within him completely collapsed, drained of the last trace of nutrients. Immediately after, his flesh rapidly withered like dry leaves. In just a few breaths, the majestic Law Avatar Realm giant had turned into a pile of lifeless bones scattered on the ground. A flood of memory fragments surged into his mind. The elder's real name was Shuesuo. He was the core elder of the Shui family, a 1,000-year-old noble family in the capital. The true backing of the Crazy Gun Gang was none other than the Shui family. The more than 80,000 children abducted over the past 10 years were all ordered by the Shui family from behind the scenes. Within the entire Crazy Gun Gang, only the gang leader and the vice leader were qualified to know this relationship. When handing over the children, the Shui family never made an appearance, operating with utmost secrecy, leaving no direct evidence behind. As for the young master of the Shui family, Shui Yu, who was punched to death by Lin Ye, he was indeed a cherished plaything raised by Shui Suo. Since that time, Shui Suo had his eyes on Lin Ye, simply wanting to find an opportunity to capture Lin Ye alive and train him slowly, which is why he did not rush to kill. However, what shocked Lin Ye was that even a clan elder like Shui Suo in the Law Avatar realm actually did not know what the Shui family needed so many living children for every year. He only knew that this was the highest level secret personally overseen by the head of the Shui family. The reason for sending Shui Suo to silence the witnesses this time was purely because of his secretly cultivated blood transformation demonic technique. With a single strike, he unleashed a torrential river of blood that perfectly deceived the eyes of various powerful figures in the court, steadily placing the blame for the child trafficking on the blood worship cult. After all, the blood worship cult's reputation was already notoriously foul, and it was chaotic within, making it the most suitable scapegoat for the Shui family. Does even the Shui family not know the secret of child trafficking? Lin Ye felt increasingly alarmed as he pondered this. This precisely indicates the gravity of the matter. To keep it a secret, the Shui family has managed to conceal it even from their own members. What they are plotting is absolutely beyond imagination. No matter what, he has finally uncovered the true culprit behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Lin Ye also received an incredibly heavy piece of news. Over 80,000 children trafficked by the Quanxiang gang were sent to a secret location within the Shui family. After entering, no one has ever come out alive. The Shui family is not secretly cultivating death warriors, nor training an army or martial artists. Although Yao Su does not know the true purpose, he is well aware that these children are merely a batch of expendables in the eyes of the Shui family. The Shui family truly deserves to die. Lin Ye has never hated a force as much as he hates the Shui family. Their actions have utterly crossed the line of his principles. What infuriates him even more is that the Shui family is in a position of great prestige among the literati, even being revered as a moral model for scholars. The more someone stands on a moral high ground and points fingers, the more depraved they are behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Lin Ye was consumed with rage. But he also understood that eradicating the Shui family would not be an easy task. The Shui family is powerful and deeply rooted, being a 1,000-year-old family with immeasurable depth. A direct confrontation would certainly not work. He must plan carefully. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ye forcefully suppressed his anger. His gaze swept towards the 9th floor of the Divine Tower, where a peak master of the demonic path was still imprisoned. These demonic path fiends are utterly inhumane, killing and refining blood as casually as eating and drinking. You can go join them. Suddenly the Divine Tower shook violently. Kill a peak Yuan High realm, obtain item Mingyi spiritual gold. Mingyi spiritual gold. This was Lin Ye's first time seeing such a thing, and he immediately became curious. It was a crystal clear piece of metal, pure as the finest crystal. It was only the size of an egg, yet it weighed tens of thousands of pounds in his hand. Such a terrifying density far exceeds that of gold, making it an extremely rare treasure, even in this high marsh. According to the system's introduction, this is a small piece of divine gold left after countless vengeful souls in the Mingyi were washed by the river water, purging their obsessions and impurities, leaving only the most pure primordial spirit. These primordial spirits gathered together, and after billions of years of sedimentation, they could condense into such a small piece of divine gold. Mingyi spiritual gold is truly an unparalleled top-grade divine gold. Even in the ancient times where gods and demons roamed, for such a piece of divine gold those great powers would fight to the death. Mingyi spiritual gold, how precious it is. Lin Ye was both surprised and delighted. He was just contemplating how to create a primordial magic weapon, and this piece of divine gold arrived at the perfect time. It's a pity it's just too small, Lin Ye muttered to himself. To refine a primordial magic weapon, he naturally sought the strongest, most suitable one for himself. His divine map 36-layer demon suppressing tower, although incredibly powerful and lofty in concept, is ultimately ethereal. It is certainly effective against ordinary enemies, but if he encounters a prodigy like Chu Tianhan, it may not be enough. The primordial magic weapon he designed is also 36-layer demon suppressing tower, but it is a treasure refined from a physical object. Combining the divine map with a magic weapon is inherently a mainstream approach in the high martial world. A piece of Mingyi spiritual gold is far from enough. Ew, I need more top-grade materials. Thinking of this, Lin Ye's mouth curled into a sly smile. Perhaps I can go find my old flame, the fake prince. In the following days, the Eastern City Inspection Office was bustling with activity. Everyone was busy tallying the assets seized from the Guangxiang gang, selling fixed assets for cash, while also counting the missing children among the citizens, verifying information, and issuing compensation. At the same time, they also needed to clear the damaged houses and prepare materials for reconstruction. Lin Ye entrusted all these tedious tasks to his subordinates and spent his days wandering the streets of Eastern City. Although he had learned about the situation in Eastern City from the intelligence, nothing compares to seeing it in person. That night, Lin Ye sat in a tavern sipping a drink while listening to the gossip and rumors among the common folk. Sometimes these hearsay could provide even more valuable clues. Just then, a few people at the adjacent table had gotten drunk and were boasting loudly. A dark-faced man shouted, "About the Guangxiang gang, you guys have all heard right." A red-faced man beside him scoffed. Such a big deal, who in the capital doesn't know?" The dark-faced man quickly waved his hand. No, what I mean is about the missing children. I heard that they've already caught the culprit." "So soon? Is it true?" The red-faced man looked skeptical. Lin Ye immediately perked up his ears. The red-faced man sneered. "Those useless people in the Eastern City Yamen. They could catch the culprit in just a few days. I'd believe it if you said it was the newly appointed inspection official doing it, but the Eastern City Yamen. Dream on. I think they most likely found a scapegoat to take the blame and just go through the motions." The dark-faced man got anxious, banging the table in argument. "You better believe it this time, it's definitely true. You know about the blood cult, right?" "Hiss." The red-faced man gasped. "You mean the demonic sect that specializes in killing and refining blood?" Seeing his companion silenced, the dark-faced man proudly raised his chin. "That's right. It's them. The mastermind behind the child trafficking is none other than the demon of the blood cult." The red-faced man was still puzzled. What do they want with children? How much blood can a child have? The dark-faced man was so anxious that his face turned red. "You don't understand anything. It's said that children's blood has spiritual properties, otherwise why do you think those old immortals prefer young boys and girls?" To prove he wasn't lying, he leaned in and lowered his voice. "This isn't something I'm making up. I have a brother working as a helper in the Eastern City Yamen. He heard it straight from the officials there. It's absolutely true. Those people in the Eastern City Yamen." Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, the waiter walked over, deliberately coughing heavily. The two men realized that discussing the government in public could lead to trouble, so they quickly lowered their heads to drink and shut their mouths. However, these two drunks were clearly talkative. After holding back for a while, they couldn't resist and soon started boasting. "Old Lu, you shouldn't always look so gloomy. Your son will be back soon. Don't talk nonsense. That brat was sentenced to 3 years of hard labor, and he hasn't even been in for a year yet." Sigh. The red-faced man chuckled. "You don't understand this. I heard that the prince is about to get married. The prince's wedding is a grand occasion for all. There will definitely be a... Your son's crime was just a minor one. He will surely be pardoned." The dark-faced man excitedly grabbed the red-faced man's hand, trembling all over. "Really? You're not lying to me?" "Why would I lie to you?" The red-faced man looked smug. "Don't think this is just some hearsay. It's actually a message deliberately leaked from above to gauge the public's reaction. As long as nothing major happens, just watch. Within a few days, the news of the prince's wedding will definitely spread throughout the capital." "That's great. Thanks to the prince, my little brat is saved." Lin Ye put down a few pieces of silver and stood up to leave the tavern. This outing unexpectedly yielded 2 important pieces of information. Although they were just folk rumors, Lin Ye instinctively believed that these 2 matters were probably true. If nothing unexpected happens, the Eastern City Yamen has indeed pinned the blame for the Guangxiang gang's child trafficking squarely on the blood cult. This was entirely within Lin Ye's expectations. He just didn't anticipate that the Eastern City Yamen would act so hastily, having already concluded the case in just a few days. They released the news early to test the public's reaction. So far, it appears that most common folk believe this outcome, completely convinced that it was the blood cult who perpetrated this heinous act. Conversely, if someone were to stand up at this moment and reveal the truth, saying it was the Shui family behind it, the common folk would not only disbelieve, but would think you were slandering good people. At that time, as long as the Shui family spends some money to hire a group of literati to write a few articles, they could drown you in spit and make you infamous for eternity. As for the second piece of news, the prince's wedding. Lin Ye walked along the desolate street, a vivid image of the great martial little princess Wu Qingxuan disguised as a boy flashing in his mind. This fake prince, who was always wrapped in a large python robe, is about to get married. Thinking of Wu Qingxuan's alluring face that could express both anger and joy, along with the astonishing fullness and slender waist hidden beneath the python robe, Lin Ye felt a surge of heat in his heart. He wanted to see how this so-called prince's wedding would ultimately unfold. As for the second piece of news, Lin Ye was not surprised. The great Wu emperor was on the verge of death. It would be unreasonable for the crown prince to wait until the old emperor passed away to marry, as it would invite criticism in the court. Seizing the opportunity while the old emperor still had a breath left, it was the most prudent strategy to solidify imperial power by hastily arranging the crown prince's grand wedding. This wedding had little impact on Lin Ye. It was just a pity for the rumored stunningly beautiful crown princess Li Mingyao. It was said that this Sunto bride possessed an innate charm and an alluring figure, especially with the astonishing fullness that seemed to call out from under her clothing and her skin as smooth as snow. She could undoubtedly capture the souls of any man. Just thinking about such a ripe and extraordinary beauty marrying the false crown prince, Wu Qingxuan, who dressed as a man, made Lin Ye's heart burn with fervor. If it weren't for the greater good, he would have been impulsive enough to sneak into her chambers at midnight and personally arrange their wedding. Just as he was about to return home to find a pretty maid to relieve his pent-up desires, Lin Ye casually pushed open the window. A giant full moon hung in the night sky. On this night of the full moon, Lin Ye's pupils constricted as he suddenly recalled the peculiar bloodline within the young princess Chu Linger. Although he had left behind an ancient giant elephant phantom to suppress the little girl's heart and ensure her safety for a few months, Lin Ye still felt uneasy. With a flicker of his figure, Lin Ye directly executed the earth escape technique, rapidly heading toward the prison. He did not take the front gate. Although the prison was heavily fortified with formations, they were like paper in the face of the perfected earth escape technique, as smooth as a hot knife through butter. Coincidentally, he also wanted to take the opportunity to secretly observe what secrets the woman Su Wanqing was hiding after she inexplicably vanished from the cell. Descending all the way down, he headed straight for Prison District 9. As he approached cell number 1, Lin Ye immediately sensed an abnormal fluctuation of true qi. Someone was there. Lin Ye instantly activated the turtle breathing technique, merging his body with the underground rocks, silently sticking to the shadows of the wall. His gaze pierced through the gaps. Inside the cell, a mysterious figure cloaked in a large black robe was confronting Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing tightly held the sleeping Chu Linger in her arms. "Princess, don't waste your efforts. The young princess must come with me today," the mysterious figure said in a hoarse voice. Su Wanqing's pretty face turned cold as she firmly declared, "No way." The mysterious figure scoffed. "Did you not have someone contact the Scarlet Maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect to seek help from the sect master? Now that the sect master has sent me to retrieve the young princess, why do you resist? Can you stop me?" Su Wanqing's fists clenched tightly, her knuckles trembling. "I contacted the Scarlet Maiden only to tell her that I have found a way to cure Linger. If he is truly a person, he should not entertain thoughts of taking Linger away." "Found a cure?" The mysterious figure's tone was filled with disdain. "Utterly absurd. The bloodline within the young princess can only be resolved with the legendary ancient divine medicine. No one in this world can do it." The mysterious figure clearly understood Chu Linger's condition and did not believe Su Wanqing's words at all. Su Wanqing bit her lip tightly. "You don't need to concern yourself. Go back and tell him that if he truly cares about his own daughter, he should come and see me in person." "Absolutely impossible," the mysterious figure decisively rejected. "The sect master and the great Wu dynasty have long had an ironclad agreement and will not easily set foot in the capital. Moreover, who knows if this is not a trap set by the court against the sect master." Su Wanqing was so furious that her body trembled. Even a tiger does not eat its own cub. Does he not care about his own daughter's life? The mysterious figure was silent for a moment before speaking softly. "Princess, the sect master's plans are of a world-altering scale. The young princess is the most crucial element within them, indispensable. This is her destiny, destined from the moment she was born." What a load of nonsense. This normally dignified and noble princess of the southern town unexpectedly let out a curse. Clearly she had been subtly influenced by Lin Ye during this time. "No one can touch a single hair on Linger, unless they step over my corpse." Su Wanqing's gaze was resolute to the extreme, like a mother leopard fiercely protecting her cub. The mysterious figure shook his head slightly. "Princess, don't struggle. If the young princess comes with me, she will become the exalted holy maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect, enjoying wealth and prosperity until she comes of age." "Get lost!" Su Wanqing screamed in a hysterical rage. "What happens after she comes of age? Is she still herself? Or has she become the discarded dregs of your cultivation? A bunch of heartless beasts. I can save Linger myself." She glanced down at the sleeping Chu Linger in her arms. The little girl seemed to mumble in her sleep, calling out for Daddy. Su Wanqing's eyes instantly filled with tears. She realized how foolish she had been, still holding on to a glimmer of hope for the cold-blooded demon Chu Tianhan, trying to awaken his conscience through blood ties. In this moment of despair, Lin Ye's domineering and cynical figure filled her mind. Although Lin Ye usually acted frivolously and often found ways to take advantage of her, he was the only man truly protecting both her and her daughter in the prison. The mysterious figure lost patience and stepped forward. "Don't come closer." Su Wanqing desperately retreated while holding the child. The mysterious figure flipped his hand, revealing an ancient black drum in his palm. Seeing this small drum, Su Wanqing felt utterly hopeless. The mysterious figure gently tapped the drum's surface with his finger. Dong! The sound of the drum was weak, like a child tapping a toy. But Su Wanqing's eyes rolled back, her body instantly collapsing to the ground, completely fainting. At the same time, Lin Ye, who was hiding in the wall's crevice, felt a sharp pain in his head. Deep within his consciousness, the sound of Dharma bell was shaking violently, golden light flashing furiously, and there were faint signs of collapsing. What kind of bizarre treasure is this small drum? It nearly overwhelmed his perfected sound of Dharma bell. The mysterious figure saw Su Wanqing fall and bent down to grab Chu Linger. In that fleeting moment, the originally fainting Su Wanqing suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze sharp as a blade. Whoosh! A blinding silver light shot out from her sleeve. The speed was so fast that it caused the air to explode. The sky-splitting sword capsule. The mysterious figure had not anticipated that Su Wanqing was faking her fainting. With such close distance, the sword capsule instantly pierced his right eye. PFF. Blood gushed out. But the mysterious figure's reaction was ruthlessly astonishing. He didn't even let out a scream, directly raising his right hand and crushing his own crown with a palm. Bang! Accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking, a blood-red eyeball along with the sky-splitting sword capsule was brutally blasted out of its socket. Such a cruel act of self-mutilation left Su Wanqing horrified. Yet her movements did not stop. Her jade hand suddenly lifted. The demon-suppressing bell fragment she obtained from Lin Ye was thrown directly onto the mysterious figure's head. Buzz! The fragment erupted with blinding holy golden light, like a blazing sun, completely enveloping the mysterious figure. Up! The mysterious figure finally let out a piercing scream. Under the wash of the demon-suppressing Buddha light, his black robe shattered like it was burned by raging fire, instantly turning into dust. A resolute yet infinitely sinister face was completely exposed to the air. Su Wanqing stared at this face, her beautiful eyes filled with uncontainable fear and disbelief. It's you? Chu Tianhan. How is this possible? Su Wanqing was terrified, her face losing color as she retreated several steps. She stared at the face before her, her delicate brows furrowing tightly. No. You are not him. You are mistaken. I am him, but he is not me. Chu Tianhan smirked, bearing the blinding Buddhist light as he raised the tattered black drum in his hand. Bang! Bang! The sound of the drum was muffled. The fragment of the demon suppression bell hanging in midair trembled violently. Invisible ripples spread out, causing the sacred golden light to sway precariously. This peculiar little drum could actually withstand the top treasure of the blood worship sect. With a puff, the fragment of the demon suppression bell exhausted its last bit of power, crashing onto the drum's surface, scorching a large hole before turning to ashes. Chu Tianhan casually tossed aside the broken drum. His appearance with one eye missing made him look like a vengeful spirit, yet he seemed to feel no pain, advancing expressionlessly with blood covering his face. Su Wanqing's pretty face turned cold as she suddenly waved her jade hand. The sky-rending sword pellet transformed into a silver lightning bolt, swirling frantically beside her. She never expected that the person before her bore an identical face to Chu Tianhan. What a side trick. A mere parlor trick. Chu Tianhan scoffed. His fingers curled into claws as he suddenly reached out, grasping the hiding Chu Linger from thin air. Let Linger go. Su Wanqing's eyes turned red with urgency as the sky-rending sword pellet shot out explosively. Chu Tianhan didn't even bother to dodge, raising his right hand to smash it away. A mere flesh and blood body actually blocked the sword pellet that could slice through steel. Flesh rolled back, revealing stark, white bones as the sky-rending sword pellet let out a mournful cry before clattering to the ground. Immediately after, he ruthlessly raised his other bloodied palm, aiming to slap Su Wanqing's delicate cheek hard. In this critical moment, bang, bang, two muffled explosions. Lin Ye, who had been hiding in the shadows, suddenly burst forth. He punched through the chi hand, reaching for Chu Linger, and with another punch, he firmly blocked the bloodied palm aimed at Su Wanqing. Looking at the broad and sturdy back before her, Su Wanqing felt both surprise and worry, an unprecedented sense of security swelling in her heart. Why didn't you leave? You should have escaped. She stamped her foot anxiously, her impressive bosom shaking violently, springtime bursting forth. You can't defeat him, hurry and run. Lin Ye, without turning his head, said dominantly, take care of Linger. Leave this scrap metal to me. He turned to assess Chu Tianhan across from him. Setting aside the blood hole where his right eye had been, this man had sharp brows and bright eyes, looking quite handsome, barely able to match himself. But this guy was like a puppet devoid of any human emotion. Chu Tianhan's remaining single eye locked onto Lin Ye's voice, devoid of fluctuation. Are you the man Su Wanqing keeps? Su Wanqing, furious, cursed loudly. Get the hell out of here. Good eye, Lin Ye interrupted directly. He wrapped his arm around Su Wanqing's slender waist, effortlessly pulling her in for a fierce kiss on her luscious red lips. Is there any need to ask? Sister Wanqing has long been my woman. What time is it, and you still think about taking advantage? Su Wanqing, filled with shame and anger, hurriedly pushed him away, wiping her lips in a flurry, her pretty face reddening as if it could bleed. Watching the two flirt in front of him, the originally dull Chu Tianhan finally revealed a brutal, killing intent on his face. His nominal woman was actually being teased by another man right before his eyes. This green hat was firmly placed on his head. Die? Adulterer and harlot. Die for me. He roared like the terrifying pressure swept across the entire death prison, the defensive formation on the walls flashing wildly. Swish! Chu Tianhan instantly vanished from his spot. Lin Ye's eyelid twitched. He was all too familiar with this movement technique, which was the 9 shadow stealth step. Because he was so familiar, he knew the opponent's landing point, even with his eyes closed. Lin Ye didn't even look, turning around and swinging his fist. Bang! Chu Tianhan had just appeared beside Lin Ye, not yet ready to make a move, and collided shoulder first with Lin Ye's fist, capable of shattering mountains. With a sound that made one cringe, Chu Tianhan's entire left arm exploded into a mist of blood, and he flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the stone wall. He staggered to his feet, blood gushing from the severed arm, yet his face showed no pain at all. Instead, he stared fixedly at Lin Ye. Your talent is not bad. Kneel and be my dog, and I will reward you with this woman to play with as you wish. Hearing this, Su Wanxing trembled with anger, her beautiful eyes filled with despair and fury. This was her former husband, cold-blooded and heartless to such an extent. Lin Ye wrapped his arm around Su Wanxing's soft shoulder, holding her tightly in his embrace, feeling the astonishing elasticity transmitted from beneath her clothes. My woman is not for others to enjoy. No one can bear my knee. Chu Tianhan approached step by step, his single eye filled with pity. I can only send you to your death. He formed a strange hand seal with one hand. Su Wanxing screamed in terror, quick dodge. This is the Dharma Avatar Divine Ability. Infernal Flame Red Lotus Burning Heaven Seal. Divine Ability. Lin Ye's heart raced with alarms. The Dharma Avatar Realm Giants connect with the power of heaven and earth, comprehending their own unique laws, ultimately evolving into devastating divine abilities. This was the most terrifying trump card of the Dharma Avatar realm. This clone could actually cast the true essence's divine ability. Taking it hidden would lead to certain death. Lin Ye did not dare to be careless, quickly picking up Chu Linger with one arm, while tightly wrapping his other arm around Su Wanxing's slender waist, her ample softness pressed against his chest. Run! The earth escape technique erupted instantly, the three of them transforming into a beam of yellow light drilling deep into the ground at high speed. Boom! An invisible and enchanting red lotus blossomed in the cell. The flames had no temperature, yet they instantly ignited the prison's protective formation. The array patterns on the walls lit up, spewing vast amounts of cold demonic energy, trying to extinguish the red lotus. Watching Lin Ye escape, Chu Tianhan's face twisted in anger to the extreme. He thrust one palm forward forcefully. Boom! The indestructible no. One death prison collapsed with a roar, the formation patterns utterly destroyed by the violent force. As he stepped out of the ruins, more demonic energy surged toward him like sharks sensing blood. Get away! He roared, slamming his foot down heavily on the ground. Crack! 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 Numerous deep chasms hundreds of meters long opened in the hard ground centered around him, scattering the demonic energy completely. There are prisoners escaping. Quickly notify the magistrate. The death prison has collapsed. Stop him. The patrolling guards outside rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Chu Tianhan completely ignored these ants. He swaggered out of the ruins, looking up at the full moon hanging in the night sky, closing his eyes to sense for a moment. Suddenly his single eye widened, locking onto the direction Lin Ye had escaped, and with a deafening sound, he burst upward, disappearing into the night. Moments later, the magistrate Yuan Zhen and a group of experts rushed to the scene, drenched in sweat. Looking at the ruins before him, the old monk recited the Buddha's name in fear. Amitabha, this killing god has finally left. A small monk beside him asked tremulously, Master, who exactly is this? How come even you are so terrified? Yuan Zhen's face turned pale, indescribable. This is an unparalleled demon. Quickly seal off the area and suppress the escaped prisoners. Lin Ye held Su Wanxing with one arm and embraced Chu Linger with the other, executing the earth escape technique as he soared underground. After running for over 10 miles, the three finally leaped out of the ground. Gasping for breath, Lin Ye looked down at Chu Linger and asked, Why is this little girl completely silent? Su Wanxing naturally leaned against Lin Ye's sturdy arm, feeling the warmth radiating from him, her heart filled with tranquility. Don't worry, the situation was critical earlier, so I knocked her out. No wonder she was snoring away in the prison while the world was falling apart. Lin Ye held Su Wanxing's slightly cold jade-like hand and asked, Sister Wanxing, are you hurt? Su Wanxing gently shook her head. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like autumn waters as she gazed at the man before her, resting her head on his shoulder, her voice soft as water. How did you come here? Lin Ye thoroughly enjoyed the sensation of having such warmth in his embrace, casually smoothing her disheveled hair. Isn't tonight the night of the full moon? I was worried about Linger's illness, so I came to check on her. Su Wanxing's nose tinged with a hint of sadness, her eyes instantly reddened, unable to help but wrap her arms tightly around Lin Ye's neck, her soft skin pressed against his chest. Not good. Just as Lin Ye wanted to savor the moment, a sudden tension gripped his heart, and he abruptly looked up. Under the bright moonlight, several miles away in the sky, a shadow filled with a fierce aura was rapidly closing in on them. It was that creature bearing Chu Tianhan's visage. Hold on tight to me. Lin Ye shouted, the particles of the ancient giant elephant within him roaring in unison. Cloud riding technique. A solid white cloud materialized beneath their feet, lifting the three towards the night sky. However, the pursuing Chu Tianhan was astonishingly fast, and the distance between them was visibly shrinking. Sister Wanxing, who is this guy? As Lin Ye controlled the cloud to speed up, he inquired loudly. Su Wanxing clung tightly to Lin Ye's waist, the wind causing her chest to surge, gritting her teeth. I can't say for sure. He bears Chu Tianhan's face, but he is definitely not the real one. I suspect this may be some kind of external avatar technique from the demon sect. Is this just an avatar? Lin Ye asked in surprise. How dare his true self easily set foot in the capital? Su Wanxing took a deep breath, but the power of this avatar is definitely comparable to that of an early-stage law manifestation. Lin Ye was secretly astonished. Su Wanxing, this thorny but ripe rose had indeed brought in considerable trouble. If an avatar possesses the strength of law manifestation, how terrifying must the true body be? They're catching up. Lin Ye glanced back the distance, now less than a mile. Upgrade my cloud riding technique. He focused his mind on the system panel, frantically expending martial arts cultivation. Cloud riding technique expert upgraded to master, consuming 200 years of martial arts cultivation. The speed increased significantly, but it wasn't enough. Cloud riding technique master upgraded to perfection, consuming 400 years of martial arts cultivation. Boom. At the moment the technique reached perfection, Lin Ye felt his body lighten, as if he had completely merged with the surrounding winds and clouds. The solid cloud beneath his feet instantly dissipated. With the perfected cloud riding technique, he no longer needed external objects. He himself was the master of wind and clouds. Whoosh. Lin Ye's speed instantly multiplied several times, transforming into a fleeting shadow, leaving the pursuers far behind in just a few breaths. Damn it. The Chu Tianhan behind let out an angry roar. This was already the limit of this avatar's speed. This avatar's foundation was capable of crushing any Yuan-Si realm, even possessing law manifestation abilities. He had thought capturing a woman would be easy, but unexpectedly Lin Ye appeared halfway, and was even faster than him. Lin Ye soared through the night sky, and soon flew out of the capital's territory. He looked down at the ground, his eyes shifting, and a wicked smile, filled with mischief, appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was just troubled about how to deal with the Shui family's group of human traffickers. Well, here came the ready-made thugs. Let this unparalleled demon head and the Shui family's old scoundrels fight among themselves. 100 miles outside the capital there stood a flourishing city, no less grand than the main city. This place was originally called Shui Family Town, later expanded into a city, and the common folk privately referred to it as Shui City. The Shui family here was undoubtedly the local tyrant. Lin Ye did not enter the city directly, but instead flew around to a stretch of continuous mountains outside the city. Deep within the mountains, pavilions and towers were in close proximity, appearing quite guarded under the moonlight. This was the true core territory of the Shui family fort. The heritage of a 1,000-year-old family was all hidden within. Lin Ye glanced back at the Chu Tianhan, who was still desperately pursuing, flustered and exasperated. Enhance the disguise technique. Disguise technique beginner upgraded to perfection, consuming 500 years of martial arts cultivation. Lin Ye's facial muscles twisted strangely. In the blink of an eye, his originally handsome and wild face transformed into that of a sinister, weathered old man. It was the Shui family's law manifestation elder, Shui Saw, that he had slain. Su Wanxing was startled. Who are you? Sister Wanxing, don't be afraid, this is the disguise technique. Lin Ye returned to his own voice. There's going to be a fight ahead, so I'll first take you and linger to a completely safe place. I'll let you out once I've finished my business. We'll wait for you to come back. Lin Ye focused his mind, and with a flash of golden light from the 36 heavy demon suppressing tower, he directly brought the mother and daughter into the tower's absolutely safe space. Suppressing latest stage Yuan-Si realm, reward 150 years of martial arts cultivation. Suppressing early stage true Qi realm. Lin Ye was taken aback. Su Wanxing was originally only in the mid-stage of Yuan-Si realm, yet she could even break through to the late stage while locked in that dreadful prison. It seemed this stunning princess harbored quite a few secrets. Suppressing those distracting thoughts, Lin Ye turned to face the distant shadow and gathered his energy to let out an arrogant roar. Chu Tianhan, I've arrived home. In the great martial dynasty, it is not your place to act recklessly. This is my Shui family's territory. Dare to touch it and see what happens. Shui family. Hearing these two words, the distant Chu Tianhan was like a lit powder keg roaring wild. Indeed, it's you scoundrels from the Shui family. Over a decade ago, your family wanted to lay their hands on that wretched Su Wanxing. More than 10 years have passed, and you still dare to associate with each other. What of the Shui family? Today I will slaughter you all. Lin Ye hovered in midair, rolling his eyes. What a surprise! He intended to casually smear some dirt, but it turned out these two families had a deep-seated grudge, and it even involved a cuckold. Now even the instigation was unnecessary. Lin Ye's figure swayed, mimicking the mannerisms of the Shui family members, and he directly descended with a loud crash in the central plaza of Shui family fort. The two raced forward without restraint. The hidden sentries of Shuijia Fort had long since detected the anomaly in the sky. Enemy attack! A peak Yuan-Hai realm master bellowed. The cry rent the air like a thunderclap. The vast Shuijia Fort snapped awake. Countless torches and lanterns flared to life, like revering fire dragons winding through the mountains. Lin Ye lowered his voice, flawlessly imitating Shui Sua's hoarse, rasping tone. It's me. There's a mad dog biting from behind. Everyone press forward. Someone sharpied below caught the face and cried out. It's the 7th clan elder. Elder, how did you get injured? Feigning grievous wounds and ragged breath, Lin Ye urged. This villain is vicious. Hold him for me. He'll go to the rear mountain and fetch the ancestor out of seclusion. Before his words finished, he executed an earth escape technique, diving into the soil and vanishing without a trace, leaving dozens of Xuejia masters standing in bewilderment. They cursed Xue Sua's ancestors in their hearts. You, an early-stage Fa Xiong powerhouse, cannot handle him. Expecting us Yuanhai realm to intercept. Are you sending us to our deaths? Behind them, Chu Tianhan had already arrived above Xuejia Fort. He had seen Lin Ye converse with those below, and even heard them call him 7th clan elder. Old dog of the Xue family. Die. Chu Tianhan burned with fury, convinced it was a trap set by the Xue clan. He spurned words and smashed a palm downward. A Fa Xiong strike terrible in its force. 100 Zhanglong Jinshi giant palm descended from the heavens, shaving a small hill below flat. Boom. Buildings within 100 meters were pulverized, the shockwaves swept for kilometers. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of Xuejia disciples were ground into pulp before they could utter a scream. That devastation came only because the area was relatively sparse. Had it struck the densely populated core, casualties would have numbered in the tens of thousands. How brazen. Such blatant slaughter enraged the ancient masters deep within Xuejia Fort. Swish, swish, swish. 3 silhouettes shot into the sky, treading the void as if on air. 3 bona fide Fa Xiong realm titans fixed their eyes on Chu Tianhan in midair. Gazing upon the ghastly ruin below, they trembled with fury. Xuejia had stood through 1,000 years of the great martial dynasty. When had their gates been so openly assailed and slaughtered? If they did not flay this madman alive today, where would Xuejia's honor remain? Should Xuejia show weakness, the ravenous wolves in the capital would pounce and tear them apart. Kill. Without further parley, the 3 Fa Xiong titans struck together. Chu Tianhan's avatar was fierce, but at best matched an early Fa Xiong stage. Beset by 3 peer masters, he held on for barely a dozen breaths before being driven back, spitting blood. He steadied his battered frame, his single eye cold as he swept them. Hand the man over, sever an arm, and I will not pursue today's matter further. They roared with derisive laughter. Where did this mad dog come from? Struck into such a sorry state, and yet he still boasts shamelessly. Slaughter him. Hang his head upon Xuejia Fort's gate, so the world may behold the fate of those who offend us. Does merely touching the threshold of Fa Xiong grant you impunity? Chu Tianhan's gaze froze colder. You have asked for death. His hands flashed through seals, and palm up, he conjured a thumb-sized lurid red lotus that hung in the air. With a gentle shove, the lotus swelled with the wind, blooming in an instant into a terrifying lotus platform 100 meters across. The 3 Xue titans watched the ruinous bloom, and their faces drained as a chill crept up their spines. This, a divine art. Fall back. Do not try to withstand it. We can discuss this, please, fellow cultiv. Chu Tianhan paid them no heed. He snapped his fingers. Bang. The 100-meter lotus detonated, shredding into a torrential fall of lurid petals, a crimson downpour scattering into every corner of Xuejia Fort. Run. The 3 titans fled in blind terror. The karmic flame, red lotus, burning sky seal. This flame burns neither wood nor flesh, but torches the soul and devours inner demons. For those whose hearts are pure, the fire is harmless, even purifying the spirit. For the wicked and depraved, the karmic blaze consumes from within until they are reduced to gibbering fools. The Xue clan trafficked children in their monstrous deeds. How many good people remained among them? The moment the lotus petals touched the once tranquil Xuejia Fort was transformed into a hell on earth. Ah, it burns. Help! My head will explode. Who are you? Great immortal, have mercy. In this, heart-rending screams rent the air. Elders and disciples who had once stood high now lay convulsing and thrashing on the ground. Even the 3 fleeing Fa Xiong titans were not spared. Though their bodies bore no outward wound, their Fa Xiong foundations and spirit seas were being ravenously seared by the karmic flame. Too late. Chu Tianhan ignored the horror below. He closed his eyes and attempted once more to sense the position with secret arts. There was no response. He frowned, bit his tongue, and spat a mouthful of precious blood. The blood burst in midair into a twisted black bloodline that pointed straight to the underground spot where Lin Ye hid. Hiding deep, are you? His one eye locked the location. With a thunderous step, he prepared to pursue. Just then, boom. From the forbidden depths of Xuejia Fort's rear mountain, a Jinshi great hand, gilded with golden light, thrust forth. The hand was only about a zhang across, yet its palm lines and skin texture were vivid, as if it belonged to a deity. It moved with impossible speed and snatched at Chu Tianhan in midair. There was no time even to react. Squelch. Chu Tianhan's body was squeezed like an overripe tomato by the Jinshi hand, gore and flesh spraying out. The 3rd patriarch has acted. Venerable ancestor triumphant. The wicked thief is finally dead. The Xue clan, racked by the karmic flame, erupted into ecstatic cheers at the sight. Jinshi and Yuanhai cultivators could not endure the burning. Within seconds, most fell dead or grievously harmed, and the survivors were reduced to drooling imbeciles. Only the 3 Fa Xiong titans still clung to life. Just as they thought they had survived, the scattered chunks of flesh on the ground began to writhe unnaturally. Whoosh! A blinding black light shot from the gore, swift as thunder. Watch out! The beam plunged into the brow of one Xue Fa Xiong titan before the warning finished. The titan's body stiffened and his eyes went vacant. 2 breaths later, he opened them anew, The terror in his gaze was gone, replaced by ice-cold, murderous intent. Old Six. What happened to you? The others cried in alarm. No good. Old Six has been usurped. Ain's spirit has possessed him. What a... When did the Shui clan attract such a forbidden presence? The remaining two Fa Titans were terrified beyond reason and scrambled to flee. Squelch. The possessed Old Six moved with terrifying speed, raking a claw through one man's abdomen and wrenching free a blood-soaked Fa Xiong golden core. He casually crushed the corpse and tossed it aside, then turned to the last man. Stop! A thunderous roar rolled out from the rear mountains, forbidden ground, a crushing pressure like piled mountains bearing down. Old Sax's expression remained cold. Heedless, he hammered a fist. Bam! The last Fa Xiong Titan's head burst as if it were a watermelon. The headless corpse hurtled forward for dozens of meters before collapsing. Scum! Asking for death. The three Shui patriarchs watched helplessly as their clan's pillars were slain and spewed blood and rage. Filled with hate, one of the patriarchs struck across the void with a withered palm. Thunder roared as the ground caved. Old Six was flattened into a meat pancake by that angry strike. A terrifying palm imprint was left where he fell dozens of zhang across and several feet deep. Who exactly are you? Why have you come to wreak havoc in my Shui family? The three elders of the Shui family looked at the ghostly figure emerging from the rotting flesh as if facing a formidable enemy. This ghost was originally a fragment of Chu Tianhan's soul, severely wounded, and now appearing somewhat translucent. You were the ones who sought me out first. I don't wish to repeat myself, Chu Tianhan's ghost said coldly. Hand over the person and apologize, otherwise not a single soul will be left in the Shui family. The three elders furrowed their brows tightly. Who do you want? Shui Suo. What? Shui Suo. The three elders were taken aback. They realized the severity of the situation. Shui Suo was responsible for the clandestine trafficking of children, had the news leaked summoning this death god. If that were true, even if the opponent was a martial saint ghost, he could not be allowed to leave alive today. You must have Shui Suo encountered misfortune not long ago and has already perished. The three elders ventured testing the waters. Chu Tianhan frowned. This fragment of soul was already lacking in strength, and he hadn't thoroughly investigated earlier. Yet he stubbornly retorted, I personally saw him enter Shui family fortress just now, and your people were talking to him, calling him the elder of the seven families. The three elders were greatly shaken, immediately understanding you must have been deceived. The news of Shui Suo's death has been kept under wraps. The person you encountered earlier must have been a thief in disguise, deliberately luring you to the Shui family fortress. Chu Tianhan's ghost flickered. Naturally, he wouldn't blindly trust the words of the Shui family, but upon reflection this matter indeed felt peculiar. Regardless of whether it was Shui Suo or not, anyone who dared obstruct him deserved death. He couldn't be bothered to exchange words with the Shui family. With a flicker, the ghost prepared to pursue the true culprit. Stop! The three elders shouted angrily, blocking his path. You wreak havoc in my Shui family, destroying my century-old foundation, and you think you can just leave? What? Do you think you can stop me? The three elders gritted their teeth. Even if you are a martial saint, my Shui family, a 1,000-year-old family, is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Chu Tianhan's eyes brimmed with mockery. To obstruct my affairs is a grave sin. Wishing for revenge. Go to the Tianma sect and find me. The Tianma sect. The three elders felt as if struck by lightning, their fingers trembling wildly as they pointed at the ghost. You are Chu Tianhan. In an instant, the once arrogant three elders recoiled several steps, their faces pale as paper. A person's name carries their shadow. This madman Chu Tianhan rose to power by piling the bones of countless top-notch experts. Such a monster wouldn't concern himself with family traditions or human sentiments. As a 1,000-year-old family, the Shui family feared nothing more than such a reckless mad dog, unafraid of consequences due to their overwhelming power. If provoked, he would slaughter your entire clan without a second thought. Chu Tianhan glanced disdainfully at him, and the ghost instantly soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. The three elders collapsed to the ground, wiping cold sweat frantically. Looking at the battered Shui family fortress, he not only did not pursue, but secretly felt relieved that this demon had finally left. Losing a few lives was nothing as long as their clan was not annihilated. It was a stroke of luck. No, this matter is too strange. Someone must be using a knife to kill someone. I must report this to the great ancestor immediately. Outside the Shui family fortress, 100 miles away in a remote and desolate mountain, Lin Ye sat cross-legged on a massive rock atop the mountain. He didn't know if the Shui family could kill Chu Tianhan, nor was he certain if the demon suppression divine tower could completely shield against Chu Tianhan's secret tracking methods. This legendary prodigy, seldom seen in a century, surely possessed more than just this trick. He might come tracking the scent at any moment. He must hasten to grow stronger. Upgrade my cultivation. Upgrade the great wilderness prison godfinger. Upgrade the heavenly eye of insight. His martial arts cultivation was depleted. Lin Ye circulated the ancient devouring heaven technique, adjusting his breathing. His mind raced with calculations on how to counter that bizarre divine ability, the fire lotus. Here he comes. Lin Ye suddenly raised his head. The perfected heavenly eye of insight erupted with two dazzling beams of golden light. His gaze penetrated the thick clouds, and he instantly spotted a distorted ghost plummeting rapidly. You little rascal, so you were hiding here. Chu Tianhan's ghost let out a sharp, sinister laugh, crashing down like a meteorite. Having learned from previous lessons, he wasted no words this time. As soon as he appeared, he unleashed his full power. The flaming red lotus heaven-burning seal. An invisible flame erupted in Lin Ye's sea of consciousness without warning. Hiss! Lin Ye let out a muffled groan. The temperature of this flame was not apparent, yet it felt as though it was scorching his very soul. The greatly accomplished Sanskrit demon suppression bell vibrated violently, but could not withstand this flame that specifically burned greed, anger, and ignorance. As a vigorous young man, Lin Ye's mind was filled with images of Su Wanqing, Wu Qingxuan, and Nightingale. Various alluring figures and fair skin intertwined. This kind of greed was simply the best fuel for the flames. Chu Tianhan's ghost hovered in midair, looking down at Lin Ye's painful struggles with increasingly pronounced mockery at the corners of his mouth. Dare to play tricks on me? I will make you stew in the flames until the last shred of your soul is dried up. His tone was chilling. Speak. Where are Su Wanqing and that little bastard? Confess honestly, and I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Lin Ye gritted his teeth and defiantly raised his middle finger at him. This flame truly was sinister. But while upgrading his skills, just now Lin Ye had a sudden flash of inspiration and found the method to break free. That divine-grade material, Mingyi spirit gold, that exploded from Shueso. It was rumored that this item could wash away the obsessions of a ghost. Lin Ye flipped his palm, tightly gripping the excised Mingyi spirit gold. A miracle occurred. The red lotus flames rampaging in his sea of consciousness seemed to have met their nemesis instantly, being forcibly drawn into the Mingyi spirit gold, devoured clean in the blink of an eye. The originally crystal-clear spirit gold now contained only a trace of dark red blood veins that were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Lin Ye initially planned to continue feigning pain, waiting for a chance to strike Chu Tianhan hard. Who would have thought this old demon would be excessively vigilant? Chu Tianhan's ghost trembled violently. My divine ability, Fire Lotus. Extinguished. What kind of sinister treasure have you used, eh? Realizing he could no longer pretend, Lin Ye simply relaxed his tightly furrowed brow, dusted off his clothes, and stood up. He sized up the ghost with curiosity, clicking his tongue, a ghost out of the body capable of killing from a distance. The forbidden legend of the great martial empire truly lives up to its reputation. So you've stepped into the martial saint realm. Chu Tianhan similarly scrutinized Lin Ye with a gaze of appraisal. I'm more surprised by you. You've reached the peak of the Yuan Sea realm without even growing all your hair. Not only able to shatter the Dharma avatar domain, but you can even resist my Dharma avatar divine abilities. A deep sense of wariness flashed in his eyes. When did the great martial empire give birth to such a freak like you? What a coincidence. I'm quite interested in how you bloodily slaughtered the 3 great Dharma avatar giants back in the day. The two exchanged glances. Despite being life and death enemies at this moment, both pairs of eyes revealed a mutual appreciation for kindred spirits. This was the core secret of their hidden trump cards. In the next second, the air instantly solidified. Without any further ado, both launched their attacks simultaneously. Chu Tianhan was well aware of how terrifyingly rapid this freak's growth was. In order to reach this point, he had borne the burden of the bloodshed of his entire clan, sacrificing what ordinary people could hardly imagine. Why should this kid live more comfortably than him, with even more monstrous talent? Regardless of what incredible fortuity this kid harbored, he must die today. The two struck simultaneously. The violent force collided with a thunderous roar at the mountain peak. Lin Ye, empowered by the strength of a primordial giant elephant, delivered a punch that violently shook Chu Tianhan's Yin spirit, nearly causing it to disintegrate on the spot. Where did this kid get such terrifying brute strength? Chu Tianhan was horrified, not daring to engage Hedon any longer. His Yin spirit flickered and directly merged into the void, disappearing without a trace. Thinking of running, Lin Ye's eyes widened as he activated his perfected heavenly gaze in an instant. 2 beams of golden light swept around, piercing through all illusions. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The surrounding space seemed to transform into distorted mirrors filled with overlapping shadows, making it impossible to discern which was the true form. The means by which a martial sage's Yin spirit interferes with reality and distorts the force field is indeed extraordinary. Unable to find you, then I shall defend myself. Shatterrock Fist. Lin Ye roared, not attacking the surrounding area, but instead unleashing his violent true. The massive phantom of the hell furnace appeared out of thin air, resembling an inverted iron pot that completely enveloped him within. Since he couldn't find the enemy, he would wait for the enemy to come to him. As long as Chu Tianhan dared to attack, he would inevitably expose his position. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Indeed, the void to the left distorted violently, and Chu Tianhan's Yin spirit was forcefully shaken out. After all, he was merely a split spirit. While he could distort the force field, he was unable to create space to hide. This damned little beast. Chu Tianhan gritted his teeth. Although this split spirit had a theoretical realm at the martial sage level, its actual combat power was extremely limited. His most proud divine ability, the Flame of Karma Red Lotus, was precisely countered by Lin Ye's Broken Stone. Other conventional methods were no better than that of an early-stage giant in the realm of divine manifestations. But this level of combat power against the freak that is Lin Ye not only couldn't gain an advantage, but it was also being pressured. The more he understood Lin Ye's true capabilities, the more alarmed Chu Tianhan felt. At the age of 16 or 17, having such an outrageous realm was one thing, but this kid's martial skills, secret techniques, movement methods, and even probing means were simply transcendental and effortless. Even for him, Chu Tianhan at this age, it was absolutely impossible to achieve such all-encompassing suppression. This kid wasn't just a prodigy, he was a monstrous freak. Even if he had been practicing since infancy, it would be impossible to have the energy to explore so many bizarre top-tier techniques. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Killing intent surged. Even if he had to sacrifice this split spirit today, he must eliminate this enormous hidden danger completely. If conventional methods wouldn't work, then he would fight with his life. Chu Tianhan formed a strange hand seal with one hand. The Yin spirit instantly transformed into a dazzling blood-colored rainbow, ignoring physical defenses, and fiercely pierced through Lin Ye's brow, plunging into his sea of consciousness. "Old man, I was waiting for you." Lin Ye had long been prepared. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and submerged all his mind into the sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, Chu Tianhan's Yin spirit morphed into a towering ancient demon god, with 3 heads and 6 arms, a green face and fangs exuding an aura of annihilation glaring down at this realm of consciousness. The demon god raised its colossal hand that could block the sky, and fiercely struck towards Lin Ye's consciousness source. The great spell of the Vinaya sound instantly erupted with resplendent Buddhist light. A holy and majestic ancient Buddha phantom sat cross-legged, resonating with the Vinaya sound, firmly countering the demon god's gigantic hand. "Is this the spiritual secret technique of the blood cult?" Chu Tianhan scoffed disdainfully. "A mere remnant of the demonic path. Watch me shatter your golden bell." The 100-foot demon god clasped its hands together, summoning a colossal axe radiating overwhelming blood energy from thin air. "Open for me." The demon god roared, swinging the giant axe with a terrifying force that could tear through space downwards. The ancient Buddha phantom did not retreat, either, forming a sealing mark and morphing into 2 golden giant hands resolutely meeting the descending axe. Sizzle! An ear-piercing tearing sound erupted. The giant axe, sharp as a razor, directly split the ancient Buddha's golden hands in half, dissolving into specks of Buddhist light. The Buddha phantom trembled slightly. Though it quickly reformed its arms, its massive body had evidently shrunk significantly. "Take another axe from me." The demon god took a step forward, its momentum like a rainbow, wildly swinging the giant axe down like a storm. The ancient Buddha was surrounded by a brilliant Buddhist light, fighting with all its might. Sizzle! The Buddhist light barrier could no longer withstand the continuous heavy blows, and exploded. The giant axe followed through and directly severed the Buddha's head. The Buddha phantom completely collapsed, scattering golden light into a palm-sized fragment of the golden bell, swaying unsteadily, its surface covered in spiderweb-like cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. The Vinaya sound golden bell of the perfected realm was actually shattered. "No wonder you're a martial sage, indeed fierce." Lin Ye silently marveled deep within the sea of consciousness. Truly, the title of the greatest prodigy in 100 years is not exaggerated. This old ghost is not only ruthless, but also possesses battle awareness and techniques that are simply flawless. Even if it's just a split spirit, it remains terrifying. "Unfortunately, this is my territory. Primordial Devouring Heaven technique, rise for me." Simultaneously, 999 primordial giant elephant particles roared within him. In the sea of consciousness, a primordial giant elephant phantom, even larger than the demon god, crashed through the void, revealing its true form. The giant elephant swung its massive trunk like a divine whip that connected heaven and earth, fiercely striking the giant axe, sending it flying out of Chu Tianhan's grasp. Chu Tianhan was taken aback. He had just shattered Lin Ye's protective golden bell, and thought victory was in his grasp. It should be noted that spiritual defense-type secret techniques are notoriously difficult to cultivate. It's already a source of pride for ordinary martial artists to master one. This freak actually had a trump card. Roar! The primordial giant elephant raised its 4 legs like towering pillars, fiercely trampling down on the 100-foot demon god. The 6 tusks, as sharp as divine weapons, pierced through the demon god's massive form, creating 6 blood holes that were clear from front to back. The demon god phantom shook violently on the verge of collapse. Yet there was no trace of panic on Chu Tianhan's face. He was a thorough combat maniac. He gripped tightly onto the 2 sturdy tusks and let out a beast-like roar. "Break for me!" Crack! The 2 indestructible tusks were actually torn apart by him. The primordial giant elephant let out a pained wail. Chu Tianhan seized the opportunity to leap and directly mounted the giant elephant's broad back, raising his fist, which was as large as a small hill, and began to rain blows down on the giant elephant's head. Bang! 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 Although the giant elephant possessed unfathomable strength, its massive and heavy body made it impossible to shake off the flea on its back, no matter how wildly it thrashed. After a few breaths, the giant elephant's head was nearly smashed away. With a piercing wail, its enormous form transformed into flecks of starlight, completely dissipating in the sea of consciousness. "Huh! You little brat, what other tricks do you have? Show them all. The demon god that transformed from Chu Tianhan stood up again, exuding an imposing aura, utterly arrogant. Having broken 2 major trump cards, Lin Ye felt a hint of solemnity rising in his heart. The difficulty of this old monster far exceeded his expectations. This is the legendary martial sage. Even if it's merely a split spirit, this level of pressure is enough to make any giant in the realm of divine manifestations feel despair on the spot. Lin Ye took a deep breath. It couldn't be delayed any longer. This was a life-and-death situation. If he lost, even his ashes would not remain. Old geezer, don't get too cocky. In my territory, if you're a dragon, you must coil. If you're a tiger, you must lie. The 36-layer demon, suppressing God Tower. Lin Ye summoned all the power from his dantian. Deep in the sea of consciousness, a majestic and ancient tower, exuding an aura that suppressed the ages, slowly emerged. Unlike before. At the tip of the tower there was a stone the size of a chicken egg radiating with 5-colored light. It was the top-grade Nether River Spirit Gold. Lin Ye had no time to refine it earlier, so he could only bet on a dead horse as if it were alive, directly using his mind to place the spirit gold on the tip of the tower. Even if it only increased its power a little, it was another chance for a comeback. Ha, are you running out of tricks? You think you can turn the tide with a broken tower? Chu Tianhan laughed wildly. Prepare to die. Your body and secrets will be taken by me. The 100-foot demon god raised its leg, preparing to stomp Lin Ye's soul source to death and seize it. Just then the god tower emitted a booming sound like a great bell. At the moment the god tower appeared, the previously arrogant demon god seemed like a mouse seeing a cat, trembling all over and instinctively retreating repeatedly. What the hell is that thing? Chu Tianhan stared in horror at the rough, yet infinitely oppressive god tower. This was definitely not an ordinary treasure. The suppression emanating from the depths of his soul instilled a deep fear, even in him, a martial sage. The demon god reached out, retrieving the previously knocked away giant axe. Break for me. The demon god leapt high, swinging the giant axe with all its might towards the god tower. This axe seemed to cleave through the very space of the sea of consciousness, creating several fissures. Suppress. Lin Ye's eyes widened as he shouted. 365 nodes on the god tower simultaneously erupted with bright light, and dozens of true energy dragon veins surged like living beings. The giant axe struck the god tower as if it had hit an indestructible ancient divine mountain, instantly shattering into countless fragments. The tower, undeterred, continued its descent with the might to destroy heaven and earth, smashing down towards the demon god. No, this is impossible. Chu Tianhan let out a desperate roar. How could he, a martial sage giant, even if merely a split spirit, die at the hands of a mere teenager in the Yuan Sea realm? Boom. The god tower ruthlessly crushed down, and the 100-foot demon god collapsed, instantly turning to ash. Who exactly are you? I will never let you go. The Tianma sect will definitely tear you to pieces. Chu Tianhan's Yin spirit let out a final extremely resentful howl. Lin Ye smirked, unceremoniously sticking the pot of excrement onto him. Old man, listen up. I am Xue Suo, a core elder of the Xue family. If you want revenge, come for the Xue family. Kill the initial stage Yin spirit of the martial sage realm. Reward 1,500 years of martial arts cultivation. Fragment of the primordial nurturing god pool. 5 drops of primordial divine liquid. 2,000 spirit stones. Damn it, that old ghost is finally dead. Lin Ye, exhausted like a dead dog, sprawled out in a big character shape on the mountaintop, gasping for breath. Chu Tianhan was undoubtedly the toughest opponent he had encountered since his transmigration. What was most hair-raising was that this was merely a wisp of his divine sense. According to the common knowledge of the high martial world, a shadow soul can barely carry the power of the main body. This means that the old ghost who nearly pushed him into a desperate situation just now probably doesn't even possess 1% of Chu Tianhan's combat strength. What an unreasonable freak. No wonder the great Wu Empire trembled upon hearing his name. Even the Xue family, a 1,000-year-old clan, had to back down. No wonder the newly appointed sect master of the Tianma sect was willing to clash with the court just to keep him as a successor. Such a monster is destined to ascend by stepping over the corpses of others. Unfortunately, he ran into me. However, slaying this old ghost's divine sense revealed rewards that dazzled Lin Ye's eyes. Fragments of the primordial nurturing god pool. Lin Ye's mind raced as he scanned the system introduction. This was a long-lost supreme artifact refining method. Its core concept is to completely bind the magic treasure with the physical body and soul. Nurture the artifact with one's body and control it with one's spirit. When mastered to perfection, the magic treasure becomes equivalent to a second brain and limbs nurtured outside the warrior's body, working seamlessly together. Lin Ye was worrying about how to refine the physical demon-suppressing tower he envisioned. With this method, he could completely do it himself and be self-sufficient. Handing over his life artifact to someone else for refining carries too much risk. What if the refiner leaves a hidden door inside and he dies without knowing how? With the martial arts cultivation injected by the system, he had no need to worry about not being able to learn or having clumsy hands. He could directly max out his proficiency. Then he looked at another reward, primordial divine liquid. It is rumored to be the first drop of source liquid nurtured in the chaos before the world was opened. Ancient gods and demons would fight to the death for this drop of water. Its value is countless times more terrifying than Nether River spirit gold. If a drop of primordial divine liquid is added during the refining of an artifact, the magic treasure will imbue a trace of primordial source, achieving a qualitative leap. It can directly transcend a mundane weapon and possess the potential to evolve into an innate divine artifact. Although the few drops Lin Ye had were insufficient to directly create an innate treasure, the things he could refine would definitely be able to suppress all the divine weapons of the Great Wu Empire. Now everything is ready, I just need to collect top-grade refining materials. Lin Ye calculated happily, and with a thought released Su Wanqing and Chu Linger, who had been hiding in the divine tower. Lin Ye, are you okay? As soon as Su Wanqing landed, she rushed to Lin Ye without bothering to straighten her disheveled clothes. Her delicate hands anxiously roamed over Lin Ye's chest and back, fearing he was missing parts. Only after confirming that Lin Ye hadn't even broken a skin did the stunning princess finally breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing into his embrace. She turned to look around. The entire mountaintop had been flattened with deep black pits all over the ground, resembling a scene from a dragon's upheaval. What about that demon? Did he leave? Su Wanqing's voice trembled. Lin Ye grinned casually, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, pressing her closer, feeling her astonishing fullness against his chest. Leave? He will never leave this lifetime. I killed him. What? Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes widened in terror, her luscious lips forming an O shape large enough to fit an egg. You killed him. How is that possible? Although she hadn't seen Chu Tianhan for over a decade, she knew too well how terrifying that man was. The title of the #1 monster in 100 years was built upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even if only a wisp of divine sense came today, it was not something a Yuanhai realm warrior could contend with. Even the renowned experts of the Great Wu Empire's Dharma realm would have to take a detour when encountering this divine sense. Now Lin Ye casually claims to have killed him. What? You don't believe me, Sister Wanqing? Lin Ye grinned, mischievously pinching her chin. How about we make a bet? Su Wanqing blinked her watery peach blossom eyes, and just as she asked, she saw the unabashed aggressive fiery light in Lin Ye's eyes. She instantly understood, her charming face flushing bright red, even the long fair neck was tinged with an full of bad thoughts. I want bet with you. She playfully glared at Lin Ye, exuding allurement to the extreme. I didn't say anything, but was Sister Wanqing who thought wrong. Lin Ye gently caressed her smooth neck, the tattoo from the prison still clearly visible. He knew that Su Wanqing had willingly entered the prison back, then certainly hiding a huge scheme, and would not leave easily without achieving her goal. Lin Ye leaned down close to her translucent earlobe, greedily inhaling the unique, captivating fragrance of a mature woman, his voice domineering and low. Sister Wanqing, the first moment I saw you in the prison, I vowed in my heart, you can only be my woman. Listening to this rough yet soul-piercing love declaration, Su Wanqing's heart was in turmoil, her whole body soft. She was once the high and mighty princess of the southern town, how had she ever heard such crude and wild words? Yet it was precisely this unabashed possessiveness that made her completely succumb, utterly defenseless. Truly a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Lin Ye confidently tightened his embrace. Those who eat swan meat cannot be called toads. They are called truly a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Lin Ye confidently tightened his embrace. Those who eat swan meat cannot be called toads. They are called mountain tigers descending. Su Wanqing was amused, covering her mouth and giggling. I see you are only good with words. Lin Ye's sword-like brows suddenly raised, his gaze turning fiercely aggressive. Dare to question a man's dignity? Su Wanqing unflinchingly met his gaze, her eyes swirling with blatant challenge and provocation. Can I endure this? Today I will let you see that not only am I good with words, but my prowess can also take you to the heavens. Su Wanqing could no longer hold back, actively extending her snow-white arm to wrap tightly around Lin Ye's neck. Her beautiful eyes were filled with infatuation and determination, her voice sultry. The sky is the quilt, the earth is the bed. The stars and moon bear witness. In this life, Wanqing chooses to die with you. Lin Ye chuckled wickedly, wrapping his arm around her astonishingly ample waist, pressing her against the cold rock. Why use such flowery words? It wastes this beautiful mouth of yours. I have a treasured heirloom. Tonight, I must let you savor it thoroughly. Until the sun rose high the next day, Lin Ye, braving the scorching sun, cheerfully released Chu Linger from the demon suppression tower. The little girl had long been awake. Alone in the empty, mysterious space, she cried out to the heavens and the earth, terrified and weeping. Upon seeing Lin Ye and Su Wanqing, her watery, swollen eyes instantly glistened again. Godfather, mother, where have you gone? She sobbed, wiping her tears. Linger was taken away by a bad guy and thrown into a very dark place. Su Wanqing quickly hugged her daughter, her pretty face slightly flushed, concealing the lingering springtime warmth in her eyes. All right, Linger, it's all over now. The bad guy has been driven away by your godfather. Lin Ye scooped up Chu Linger and tossed her playfully in the air, announcing loudly, today your godfather is happy. I will take you to the best restaurant in the capital to eat the most expensive dishes. Yay, godfather is the best. The little girl cheered with joy, but soon she realized something. She stared around with her big round eyes. This is not a prison. Godfather, did you break us out of prison? Su Wanqing was amused and pinched her little face. You're so clever, don't ask about adult matters. Let's go. Lin Ye laughed heartily, utilizing the cloud soaring technique to whisk the mother and daughter into the skies. They returned to the capital, where Lin Ye first found a luxurious inn for them to comfortably take a hot bath. Afterward, he took them on a shopping spree in the streets, buying splendid clothes, exquisite jewelry, and all sorts of peculiar snacks. Whenever Chu Linger looked at something, Lin Ye would wave his hand and buy it all. Feeling exhausted from shopping, the three headed straight to the most luxurious restaurant in the capital. They ordered 5 tables of the finest delicacies in one go. The total cost was over 100,000 taels of silver, enough to buy a mansion in the bustling area of the capital. But for Lin Ye at this moment, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Money is meant to be spent, and winning the hearts of his woman and goddaughter was worth more than anything. After a day of carefree fun in the evening, Lin Ye still sent the mother and daughter back to the prison. It wasn't because he was strict and wanted to follow the rules, but because Su Wanqing stubbornly refused to leave. She firmly insisted it was a secret edict from the great martial emperor that must not be disobeyed. Lin Ye did not expose her. As long as Sister Wanqing wanted to come out, he could easily create an opening to take her away. Now that she had her own plans, let her stay. At this moment in the prison, a small chaos erupted due to the collapse of cell number 1 last night. All the demon suppression guards were deployed, working diligently throughout the day to stabilize the situation. There were very few actual escapees. The unfortunate ones near cell number 1 were all crushed by the violent shockwave from the law manifestation realm last night. The chief commander, Niawujia, personally oversaw the investigation in the main hall of the prison. Sir, the count is complete. The demon suppression envoy, Master Yuan Jun, pressed his palms together and reported, no prisoners are missing except for the princess of the southern town, Su Wanqing, and the little princess Chu Linger. The collapse last night also started from the cell where they were held. Niawuji's expression turned grave as he waved his hand to dismiss the guards around him, lowering his voice to ask, Old monk, tell me honestly, was that person who appeared last night really him? Amatba. Master Yuan Jun uttered a Buddhist chant, a deep sense of dread flashing in his eyes. I once met that person with my master many years ago. Although I can't be 100% certain, there's no mistaking that appearance. Sigh. Niawujia let out a heavy sigh, his face filled with worry. As the chief commander of the Sky Patrol encountering this unparalleled killing deity, I can only swallow my grievances. He must have come to find the Long Princess and her daughter. Now that they are missing, they are most likely taken away by him. Niawujia nervously tugged at his hair. It's good that they left, but I'm afraid he will turn back to strike again. How am I supposed to explain this to the emperor? Master Yuan Jun, who usually appeared dignified, was secretly quite the... He raised his white eyebrows and leaned in mysteriously. Have you heard about the major incident that occurred at Shui family fortress last night? Niawujia smiled wryly and nodded. Shui city is only 100 miles from the capital, and such a commotion would have spread like wildfire. It is said that the Shui family, which has been operating for over 1,000 years, was almost leveled by a mysterious powerful figure last night. The casualties were at least tens of thousands. The most terrifying part was that the Shui family lost 4 top-tier figures of the law manifestation realm overnight. This was an earth-shattering loss. Strangely enough, despite suffering such a huge setback, the Shui family only claimed they were attacked by a powerful thief, refusing to disclose the identity of their assailant. Let alone threatening revenge, they behaved as if they had been beaten like a whipped dog. This unusual behavior ignited the gossiping spirit of the capital's populace and major factions. All kinds of conspiracy theories were flying around. Undoubtedly, the reputation of the Shui family, a 1,000-year-old aristocracy, was ground into the dirt last night. Master Yuan Jun, filled with enthusiasm, gossiped. I heard that when the princess of the southern town, Su Wanqing, was unmarried, she was recognized as the most beautiful woman in the great martial empire. The top powers vying for her were numerous, and the fiercest contention was between the Shui family and the Chu family. Niawujia glanced around, confirming no one was listening, and lowered his voice. Indeed. Back then I was just a lowly captain, and I witnessed that celestial battle. The Shui family offered an entire spirit stone mine as a betrothal gift, while the Chu family brought forth the legendary Taichu divine liquid. The Shui family captured a giant dragon for guardianship, while the Chu family directly seized a phoenix to pull the prince's carriage. Niawuji's eyes became dreamy, seemingly savoring the unparalleled grandeur of that event from over a decade ago. Master Yuan Jun lowered his voice. It's rumored that the one who bloodied Shui family fortress last night was Chu Tianhan. It was for the grudge of competing for the princess back then. Niawujia shook his head decisively. That's nonsense. Chu Tianhan's status is unparalleled. The lord of the demon sect. A martial sage powerhouse. If it were just for such trivial matters, would he have achieved what he has today? His attack on the Shui family definitely has deeper motives. Master Yuan Jun's expression turned serious. There's another rumor. It says the true culprit behind the child trafficking by the Mad Gun gang is actually the Shui family. They tried to pin the blame on the blood worship sect, which angered the higher-ups of the sect, thus inviting disaster. This must be a smokescreen released by the Shui family's rivals. Niawujia snorted coldly. But if the Shui family can't withstand this, they will be pushed to the brink. There will be a reckoning for them. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, a young captain rushed in urgently. Report, sir. The princess of the southern town has returned. What a... Nia Wujia and Master Yuanzhen trembled with shock. Master Yuanzhen's voice quivered as he stammered, returned. How many people? Did they bring a man with them? 3 people, the captain replied, looking bewildered. How did you know there was a man? Thud. The 2 senior figures felt weak in the knees, almost kneeling on the ground. They exchanged quick glances, reaching a consensus something was wrong. They needed to escape quickly. The captain continued. It was Lin Ye who brought them back. Phew. Nia Wujia and Master Yuanzhen heaved a sigh of relief as if they had just stepped out of the gates of hell. You rascal. Can't you finish your sentence in one breath? Nia Wujia kicked the captain away in a fit of rage. Go stand at the prison gate for half a month. Lin Ye, why are you with the princess and her companions? The Grand Commander Nia Wujia and the pacification envoy Yuanzhen, like 2 cunning old foxes, fixed their piercing gazes on Lin Ye. Lin Ye understood what these 2 old foxes were thinking. A grin appeared on his lips, and his expression remained calm. He crossed his arms and said earnestly, what a coincidence. I was just strolling around the capital today and happened to run into the princess and her companions. I was puzzled at the time, thinking, isn't this a prisoner from the death row? Could it be that they escaped? I hurriedly went up to interrogate them. The princess said that the death row collapsed last night, and some strong men abducted them. They barely managed to escape midway, and were planning to return to the death row. When I heard that there was trouble at the death row, I became anxious, and took the liberty to escort them back. Nia Wujia and Yuanzhen listened, their lips twitching, their faces filled with disbelief. What a fabrication. Keep making things up. The unparalleled demon lord of the Dharma realm abducted them, and they managed to escape halfway. But since this involves the killer Chu Tianhan, they wouldn't dare to investigate closely. Since they have returned safe and sound, that's good enough. Oh, why bother with so much? Lin Ye slightly nodded at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing understood and held Chu Linger's hand, gracefully walking into the death row with her swan-like white. Lord Nia, Master Yuan, I take my leave. Lin Ye clasped his hands and turned to leave. Lord Lin, please wait. Master Yuan quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Ye's sleeve, pulling him aside. The old monk lowered his voice. Lord Lin, I have a humble request. Please speak, master. Last time I inquired about the blood-floating tower demon monk. Is there anything you are still concealing? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. This old monk and the demon suppression temple were too concerned about this demon monk. Through soul searching, he indeed knew the location of the ancient tomb where the demon monk had fallen into madness. The so-called Azura Buddha child that the demon suppression temple was desperately searching for was most likely in there in seclusion. But Lin Ye would never reveal it. This world is already chaotic enough. If the demon suppression temple digs out that unfathomable old monster, it would only bring themselves trouble. Master, you worry too much. I have disclosed everything I know. Lin Ye decisively shook his head in refusal. Watching Lin Ye's departing figure, Master Yuan twirled his prayer beads, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. North City. In a hidden underground cave. Lin Ye arrived here with ease. The note he left for the fake prince had already been taken, but this time, he did not see a reply. He sat cross-legged on the jade bed. The urgent matter was to quickly refine his life-bound magical artifact. The life-bound magical artifact is fundamental for a martial artist's survival, but he was a complete novice in this regard, having no experience whatsoever. Increase the proficiency of the ancient god conception pool fragment. His thoughts sank into the system. Ancient god conception pool fragment, not yet entered, increased to perfect, consuming 1,000 years of martial arts cultivation. The martial arts cultivation extracted from Chu Tianhan's divine split was instantly drained. The consumption of this technique was even more terrifying than the Brahma sound demon subduing bell at the great success level. This demonstrates how extraordinary this lost refining technique is. Boom. A torrent of information flooded into his mind like a burst dam. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ye seemed to have experienced thousands of years of refining knowledge. Formation, engraving, material ratios, control of fire. Various complex and profound refining knowledge instantly converged, becoming second nature. Now, as long as he finds suitable top-quality materials and supreme spiritual fire, he can start refining at any time. Splash. Suddenly, the tranquil cave echoed with the sound of splashing water from the pool. Lin Ye opened his eyes and turned to look, a mischievous smile appearing on his lips. Finally willing to show yourself. By the pool, Wu Qingxian crawled ashore drenched. Her previously worried expression turned into uncontainable joy the moment she saw Lin Ye. She immediately mobilized her true energy to dry her brocade robes, straightened her pretty face, and marched up to Lin Ye, scolding him fiercely. You lawless rascal. How did I warn you in my last letter? To behave yourself in the capital. Do you know what kind of trouble you've stirred up outside? I've borne a tremendous amount of pressure because of you. Lin Ye looked innocent. What did I do? How did I provoke you? You dare to argue. Wu Qingchuan's chest rose and fell violently with anger, her alluring figure on full display. You just took office and immediately killed your superior Wu Feng. Don't tell me you didn't do it. Lin Ye widened his eyes. How do you know? He had clearly done it cleanly and even framed it on Deputy Commander Sun Yao. Now even Sun Yao thought it was a failure of his subordinates. How could this woman see through it? Humph. Wu Qingxian raised her snow-white chin proudly, saying, do you think you did it flawlessly? This world is full of extraordinary people and secret techniques. As long as you do it, there will definitely be traces left behind. Lin Ye silently nodded, realizing his folly. Wu Qingxuan, still angry, pointed her finger at Lin Ye's nose, continuing to scold. Killing is one thing, but you actually led a group to flatten the Mad Gun Gang right after. Thousands of lives. Do you think you're just chopping cabbage at the market? If I hadn't used my connections to forcibly bury this matter, do you think as a 4th-grade patrol officer you could destroy the largest gang in East City without a single consequence? Lin Ye suddenly realized. No wonder after the Mad Gun Gang was destroyed, no one in the court even brought it up. He thought the officials of the Great Wu Dynasty were just slacking off, but it turned out someone was cleaning up after him. That's not all. Wu Qingxian gritted her silver teeth, her anger causing her to stomp her feet. You actually fought with a giant of the Dharma realm in the patrol office. Half of the office was destroyed. Do you know how serious this is? Lin Ye gasped, his face filled with shock. You even know? Who exactly are you? Wu Qingxian rolled her eyes dramatically, crossing her arms, pressing her ample bosom together, creating a spectacular view. Have you lost your mind? I told you a million times I am the Crown Prince Wu Qingxian. Lin Ye leaned in closer, staring intently at her exquisite face, as if trying to discover a flower. Wu Qingxian stood her ground proudly, allowing him to scrutinize her. Are you serious? Lin Ye's voice became a bit hoarse. Of course. I've said it a million times, it's you who doesn't have any sense. Damn. Lin Ye felt a buzzing in his head, his tongue almost tied in knots. Although he had always suspected that this woman's identity was not simple, confirming she was the Crown Prince was still a huge shock. If she truly was the Crown Prince, then everything unbelievable would make sense. As a mere death row guard, he was directly promoted to a 4th-grade official by her secret decree. After attacking her envoy, she not only didn't blame him, but even handed the envoy over for him to deal with. He caused chaos in the capital, yet the higher-ups didn't even say a word. Most critically, the Crown Prince is— I slept with the Crown Prince. Not only is she the sole heir of the Great Wu Dynasty, but she is also the future. Lin Ye felt a rush of blood to his head, an indescribable and violent desire for conquest surged within him. It's the Emperor's cultivation plan. Wu Qingxian observed Lin Ye's stunned yet excited expression, biting her red lips in discontent. This rascal was always so rough every time they met, showing no tenderness. But she was precisely captivated by his domineering demeanor. Suddenly Wu Qingxian wrinkled her delicate nose. Sniff, sniff. She abruptly leaned towards Lin Ye, sniffing, and her expression instantly turned cold. Why do you smell like a woman? This scent. So familiar. I've definitely smelled it somewhere before. It's definitely not the scent of your maid. Wu Qingxuan, resembling an agitated little leopard, gripped Lin Ye's collar and loudly demanded, speak. Have you been fooling around with some vixen behind my back? Slap. Lin Ye unceremoniously slapped her perky rounded rear, sending ripples through her figure. What are you shouting about? Lin Ye domineeringly embraced her. Don't think just because you're the Crown Prince I won't dare to hit you. Wu Qingxian covered her rear, tears welling in her eyes, gritting her teeth, and cursing. You lecher. Tell me who that wild woman is. I want to exterminate her 9 clans. After the great battle, the cave heaven was filled with the gentle beauty of spring. Wu Qingxian lay softly on Lin Ye's chest, her delicate fingers tracing circles on his firm muscles, suddenly blurting out, I want to get married. Nonsense. Lin Ye suddenly sat up straight, his brows furrowing fiercely. You are already mine. Who do you want to marry? Wu Qingxian was amused by his fierce protectiveness, casting him a charming glance. What do you mean fierce? Of course I want to marry my prince consort. Lin Ye was taken aback, finally realizing that this woman was officially the Crown Prince of Wu. At the mention of the prince consort, Lin Ye's mind instantly conjured the image of the legendary beauty Li Mingyao, known for her unparalleled beauty and alluring figure. She was a stunning enchantress capable of stealing a man's soul. Li Mingyao. Lin Ye involuntarily blurted out. Wu Qingxian immediately became vigilant. Like a protective little cat, her sparkling peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Lin Ye, her face full of suspicion. How do you know her? Do you know her? Lin Ye's lips twitched. This empress was good at everything, but her jealousy was a bit excessive. He casually brushed it off. The Emperor of Wu personally arranged the marriage. Who in the court doesn't know the prince consort is Li Mingyao? As a court official, what's so unusual about that? Wu Qingxian thought for a moment and seemed to agree. She cared too much about this domineering and rough man, fearing he might be lured away by outside temptations. When is the wedding? How come I haven't heard any news? Lin Ye casually asked. Today it will be announced to the world. The almanac says the 8th of next month is an auspicious day. The 8th. That's only 10 days away. Lin Ye frowned. A grand wedding for the Crown Prince, and it's so Wu Qingxuan's eyes reddened, letting out a sigh. This is also a last resort. My father. He can't hold on. The Emperor of Wu was critically ill, and despite the royal family possessing vast resources, gathering countless miraculous medicines, and even having a martial saint-level ancestor step in it, was still futile. Lin Ye reached out to pull her into his embrace, gently stroking her smooth back, softly reassuring her, don't be afraid. If the sky falls, your man will be there to support you. He was someone who generally preferred to avoid courtly affairs. Yet now his woman was the Crown Prince, the future emperor. The burden of the Wu Empire would eventually rest upon her delicate shoulders. As a man, how could he stand by idly? Wu Qingxian felt sweet inside, but retorted, You troublemaker, if you can just avoid causing me any trouble, I would be eternally grateful. Lin Ye innocently touched his nose, adeptly shifting the topic. On a serious note, what on earth is your royal family doing? After so many years of the Dawu Empire's lineage, can't you even find a male heir? You have to have a princess masquerading as a prince. Wu Qingxian smiled bitterly, shaking her head, her eyes filled with deep helplessness. You guessed correctly. Not just the direct line, but even all the collateral branches of the royal family do not have a single male heir. I am forced to pose as the prince because there was no other choice. What a... Lin Ye was taken aback. The Dawu royal family had proliferated for hundreds of years with over 1 million descendants. How could there be not a single male? This was obviously a sign of extinction. Wu Qingxian looked up at the dome of the cave, her voice cold. It is a curse. Someone used a terrifying method to curse the Dawu royal family, ensuring no male heirs. Lin Ye gasped, feeling it was hard to believe. The Dawu royal family was a dominant power controlling the fates of countless beings, with the fortune of the Dawu nation backing them. What kind of existence could transcend national fortune and directly curse all male heirs of the royal family? Is the emperor's illness also due to this curse? Wu Qingxian nodded. Every male descendant of the Dawu royal bloodline cannot escape this curse. It is incredibly vicious, and when it strikes, the pain is unbearable. Is there no way to break it? There is. Wu Qingxian sighed. As long as someone can reach the Dharma form realm, they can resist the curse with their own foundation. If one could break through to the martial saint realm, there would even be hope to completely break the curse and reproduce. Lin Ye understood. No wonder. But reaching the martial saint realm was not something easily attainable. With millions of warriors in the world, those who could achieve the Dharma form were rare, let alone a martial saint. With the royal family's foundation, can't they pile up resources to produce a Dharma form emperor? Lin Ye, ordinary people might be able to. But my father was cursed deeply, his body riddled with injuries, and he can't withstand the domineering spiritual medicines. He's too weak to be replenished. Lin Ye privately lamented. The one who cast the curse was ruthless enough to drive the Dawu Empire to a dead end. Once the royal family became extinct, chaos would inevitably ensue across the land, and the struggle for power would soon commence. You've been masquerading as a man for so many years, hasn't anyone in the court or the harem noticed? Lin Ye found it hard to believe. Wu Qingxian rolled her eyes and pinched the soft flesh at Lin Ye's waist hard. I have the royal family's top-level shielding treasure. Even those at the Dharma form realm cannot see through it. This cave heaven was originally a place for me to bathe and relax. Who knew I would bump into you, this troublemaker? Lin Ye winced in pain, but laughed even more heartily, seizing her delicate hand and kissing it at his lips. This is called a destined bond. The moment you were born, you were destined to be mine. Wu Qingxian scolded him as a rogue, but inside, she felt as sweet as honey. As a crown prince encountering such a domineering and rude scoundrel, she found it impossible to be angry. Instead, she hopelessly fell in love with him. By the way, this secret of me being a woman, you must keep it under wraps. It concerns the survival of the Dawu Empire. Lin Ye, while braiding her hair, disdainfully replied, your man isn't foolish enough to that extent. Whoever dares to say a word, I'll send him on his way. Hearing this, Wu Qingxian turned over with satisfaction, looking up at Lin Ye, her lips parted as if she wanted to say something. There's one more thing. I want to ask for your help. Lin Ye paused, looking at her warily. Even the esteemed crown prince is asking me. That can't be anything good, just say it. Wu Qingxian bit her red lip, her face full of anguish. It's still about the prince consort Li Mengniao. The royal wedding rules are strict. On the wedding night, the ancestral hall will send a matron to eavesdrop and record the evidence. This is an ironclad rule. I cannot interfere, even as a crown prince. But I know nothing about Li Mengniao and absolutely cannot let her discover I'm a woman. Lin Ye was stunned, mouth agape. Then, what do you mean? Wu Qingxian's face flushed, glaring at him fiercely. She exclaimed, I heard that Li Mengniao is naturally charming, with an alluring figure, a rare beauty to behold. On the day of the wedding, you use disguise techniques to become my likeness and go to the bridal chamber in my stead. What the hell? Lin Ye nearly bit his tongue. He swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the heat rising in his heart. This seems not quite right. I, Lin Ye, have always been devoted to you, and my heart is solely yours to other women. Wu Qingxian immediately recalled the lingering scent of another woman on Lin Ye just now, and her anger flared. Stop pretending. If you don't want to, I'll just find someone else. Wait. Lin Ye pressed her down beneath him, resolutely patting his chest and promising. Your wife asking me for help for the first time, how could I let you down? It's just Li Mengniao. Don't worry, I will handle it properly. Wu Qingxian looked at his eager expression, feeling a pang of sourness in her heart. As a crown prince, she was actually offering her prince consort to her beloved man to ravage. What a bargain for you, you toad. The two of them lingered in the blessed land for a while, finalizing the details of their wedding night. To completely reassure Wu Qingxian, Lin Ye demonstrated his flawless transformation technique at once. His facial muscles twitched, and a faint cracking sound came from his bones. In the blink of an eye, a crown prince who looked exactly like Wu Qingxian with matching height and build appeared before them. Standing face to face, the only discernible difference was their aura, otherwise they looked like identical twins. Wu Qingxian shot him an annoyed glare and poked his forehead with her delicate finger, saying, you better confess, have you been planning this all along? Otherwise, how could your transformation technique be so extraordinary? Ahem. Lin Ye wisely chose to play dumb and directly changed the subject. Wife, let's talk business. I want to refine a top-tier life-bound artifact. Do you have any superior materials? Life-bound artifact. Wu Qingxian frowned, sizing him up. You're already at the peak of the Yuan High realm. Isn't it a bit late to be looking for a life-bound artifact now? Can it be nurtured properly? Don't worry, I have my methods. Just tell me if you have any good stuff. Lin Ye replied confidently. Wu Qingxian waved her hand grandly and proudly said, as the crown prince of the Great Wu, what do I not have? Whatever you want, just name it, and I will bring it all next time we meet. All right. Lin Ye rubbed his hands together boldly, stating 9 heavens, mystic gold, primordial, meteoric iron, abyssal void stone, millennia divine, wood core, chaos star core sand. He listed over a dozen names in one breath. Wu Qingchuan's previously proud face turned darker and darker as she listened. Stop, stop, stop. She interrupted Lin Ye angrily, hands on her hips. Do you think I'm running a moneylender? The things you mentioned, just one would cause a bloodbath out there. And chaos star core sand. Are you refining a life-bound artifact, or trying to create a tomb for a martial saint? Even the personal weapon of the founding ancestor of the Great Wu Dynasty wouldn't cost this much. She glared at Lin Ye warily. You better confess, are you planning to empty the treasury of the Great Wu under the pretense of refining artifacts, and then keep those wild foxes on the side? Lin Ye felt a headache coming on. This woman was great, in every way beautiful, and completely devoted to him. But her jealous and lovesick tendencies were truly unbearable. Just tell me if you have it or not. Why are you overthinking? Lin Ye said impatiently. No. I have one life. Wu Qingxian played the rogue. Even if there were treasures in the vault, they belonged to our ancestors. I could manage 1 or 2 items, but how could I manage your lion's demand? Lin Ye rolled his eyes. Aren't you the crown prince and future empress? Can't you even get some materials? I'm a crown prince, not a spendthrift. I can't just hand over the Great Wu's foundation for a man like you. Wu Qingxian retorted confidently. Lin Ye sighed, appearing heartbroken. Fine. What do you take me for? A man who lives off others. He unhesitatingly poured out a large pile of spirit stones from the swallowing seashell, enough to count over 100,000, along with precious pills and artifacts he had taken from the Mad Gun Gang and old monsters. These are all for you. Wu Qingchuan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Where did you get so much money? But she soon shook her head. Though it's a lot, it's still far from what you just asked for. Don't rush. Lin Ye chuckled, flipping his palm. A droplet exuding chaotic energy, seemingly containing the essence of the cosmos, floated in his palm. It was the primordial divine liquid. As the droplet appeared, the spiritual energy in the blessed land seemed to stagnate. Wu Qingxian stared at it in confusion for a moment. She could feel the terrifying primal power within the droplet, yet couldn't recognize what kind of treasure it was. Do you recognize it? The primordial divine liquid. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow proudly. What? Wu Qingxian exclaimed in shock, nearly leaping forward, her face almost touching Lin Ye's palm. Is this the legendary primordial divine liquid that can cleanse and transform artifacts possessing the potential to evolve into innate divine items? Such divine objects only existed in ancient legends. Even the founding ancestor of the Great Wu Dynasty had never had the chance to see it. She looked up, disbelief written all over her face. You're not lying to me, are you? Would I lie to you? I wouldn't deceive anyone, especially not my wife. Wu Qingxian proudly raised her chin. Of course I am clever. Who could deceive me? She swallowed hard, suppressing her urge to claim it for herself. This divine object is too precious. Are you really willing to give it to me? Lin Ye pulled her into his arms with a dominating presence. My woman, even if it means plucking the stars from the sky, I would do it for you. A droplet of primordial divine liquid is nothing. You can use it as bathwater. Hearing such crude yet affectionate words, Wu Qingxian felt a rush of emotion. Growing up, she had always lived in the shadow of being a crown prince, surrounded by schemes and dangers. Even her father valued her only for her ability to continue the royal bloodline. No one had ever selflessly given her such a rare divine object like Lin Ye. She lowered her head, conflicted for a moment, then retracted her hand. No, the materials you want may be precious, but this droplet of divine liquid is worth far more. Since you want to refine a life-bound artifact, you must keep this divine liquid for yourself. With it, your artifact can undergo a qualitative leap. Lin Ye found it amusing watching her struggle to refuse despite clearly wanting it. Wife, do you think your man is the kind of stingy person? He flipped his palm again. Buzz. Another droplet of primordial divine liquid floated in his hand. Wu Qingchuan's eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted in shock. How many more do you have? Lin Ye grabbed her delicate hand and forcefully shoved both droplets of primordial divine liquid into her palm. One droplet is your engagement gift, and the other is to trade for refining materials. Don't worry, your man has plenty. Wu Qingxian cradled the 2 droplets of unparalleled divine objects, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the domineering yet generous man before her. She took a deep breath, seemingly making a significant decision. Put on your clothes and come with me. I'll personally take you to the royal treasury. Whatever good materials are inside, take whatever. Smack. Lin Ye boldly planted a kiss on her fair cheek. Wu Qingxian glared at him playfully and waved her jade hand, tossing a set of clothes in front of Lin Ye. Lin Ye unfolded it, and his face instantly darkened. A eunuch's outfit. Are you messing with me? Wu Qingxian covered her mouth, chuckling, a sly glint in her eyes. The palace is heavily guarded. If you don't disguise yourself as a eunuch, how will you sneak into the treasury with me? Lin Ye stared wide-eyed. Am I not a tall and strong man? Why can't I disguise myself as a guard? Guards can't enter my personal chambers. Wu Qingxian stroked her smooth chin, intentionally elongating her tone. You disguise yourself as a palace maid. You're ruthless. Lin Ye rolled his eyes and quickly put on the eunuch. With the thought, the transformation technique activated. His originally masculine and rugged face instantly became pale and smooth, exuding a hint of femininity. Even his walking posture intentionally adopted a delicate grace. He looked even more like a eunuch than a real eunuch. Wu Qingxian quickly changed into a majestic four-clawed python. In the blink of an eye, the enchanting beauty transformed into a valiant and exceptionally handsome great Wu crown. Little Lin, come with me. Wu Qingxian waved her folding fan, exuding charm. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. He pretended to speak in a higher pitch, calling out, Your Highness, please walk slowly, your servant can't keep up. The two leaped into the water pool, their true energy pushing the water aside as they dove to the bottom. Wu Qingxian unfastened the jade pendant at her waist and pressed it against an inconspicuous stone slab at the bottom of the water. A flash of light appeared. The two figures instantly vanished. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an airtight underground chamber surrounded by piles of various living supplies. Wu Qingxian didn't linger and walked to a stone platform inscribed with intricate array patterns, placing her hands on it. Another flash of light flickered. After 3 consecutive transmissions, they finally stopped in a small secret chamber. Wu Qingxian let out a sigh of relief, explaining that Waterpool Cave was the only place where I could drop my disguise and be a woman again. To keep it secret, I set up several layers of teleportation arrays. Lin Ye looked at her fatigued expression and gently pulled her into his embrace. You've suffered all these years. Wu Qingxian shook her head, a deep worry hidden in her eyes. Enduring hardships is not. I'm just afraid that the foundation of the great Wu dynasty will be ruined in my hands. If the news of me being a daughter and the royal family's last heir leaks, the world will be thrown into chaos. The great Wu's 800-year foundation might just fall apart because of me. Lin Ye firmly pinched her cheek. Stop with the melodrama. As long as your man is here, the great Wu won't fall. Wu Qingxian felt warmth in her heart as she opened the secret door. Let's go outside as my crown prince's chamber. No one is allowed to step in here without my command. You hide well. They'll go deal with the head eunuch outside. He'll arrange a suitable identity for you, and then we can head straight to the treasury to reap some rewards. Having finalized the details, Wu Qingxian signaled to Lin Ye with a glance. Lin Ye understood, immediately leaning back and seamlessly merging into the thick stone wall. As the turtle breathing technique reached its peak, he instantly transformed into a lifeless stone, perfectly Wu Qingxian adjusted her collar, regaining the dignified and cold demeanor of the grand prince, and strode out of the bedroom. A few eunuchs and palace maids immediately approached to greet her respectfully. Lin Ye moved like a ghost, silently gliding through the wall. In no time, he had thoroughly explored the spacious and luxurious prince's palace. To avoid drawing attention, the room was arranged in a distinctly masculine manner, filled with swords, spears, and military texts, showing no trace of femininity. Suddenly, the tightly closed door creaked open a crack. A small dark figure slid in like an eel. Lin Ye, hiding within the wall, squinted his eyes. It was a young eunuch dressed in a blue palace robe. The young eunuch furtively scanned the surroundings, confirming there was no one before heading straight for the large dragon bed at the far end of the bedroom. Moving with practiced ease, it was clear this wasn't his first time engaging in such sneaky activities. He fumbled around the bed for a while, knocking on the bed frame, as if searching for a mechanism. Where could it be hidden? The young eunuch, sweating profusely, murmured under his breath. The prince mysteriously disappears for several hours every time he enters the bedroom. There must be a secret passage or teleportation array. But where is it? As time ticked away, the young eunuch grew increasingly anxious. The prince could return at any moment, and if caught, he would be in grave danger. He gritted his teeth, ready to give up and leave. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the sturdy golden dragon pillar above the bed, noticing an unnatural wood grain. The young eunuch's eyes lit up as he gathered his strength and leapt onto the beam like a nimble cat. Haha, you actually hid it up here instead of under the bed. You're quite clever, prince. He pressed down on a protruding piece. With a couple of soft clicks, a portal emanating a faint glow appeared in mid. This was not a mechanism or secret passage, but the entrance to a spatial treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, the young eunuch swiftly dove into the portal. At the same time, Lin Ye, hidden in the wall, moved as well. Like a gentle breeze, he closely followed the young eunuch's footsteps, slipping in silently. This young eunuch was merely at the early stage of the true Qi realm. How could he possibly sense the presence of a peak Yuan High realm monster behind him? A secret chamber. I finally found it. The young eunuch danced with excitement upon entering. Prince, your secret of mysteriously disappearing every few days will finally be revealed today. Lin Ye stood behind him, surveying the surroundings. Wasn't this the underground chamber he had just used with Wu Qingxian? Wait! The young eunuch's excitement quickly faded. This chamber was only the size of a regular bedroom, and aside from piles of living supplies and a few boxes of clothes, there was not a single secret to be found. Surely the prince couldn't have been hiding among these piles of junk for several hours. The young eunuch, frantic like an ant on a hot pan, paced frantically in the chamber. There must be another passage. This is just a distraction. His eyes turned red, his face contorted in rage as he grabbed. Where's the passage? The deputy manager only gave me 3 days. If I can't uncover the truth in 3 days, I'll be dead. You treasonous fools. If I get caught by the prince, I won't let you off, even as a ghost. Lin Ye listened for a while, but didn't hear any value. He was too lazy to waste any more time, sitting down casually on a nearby box, chuckling softly. Poor fool, used as a pawn without even realizing it. Who? The young eunuch was startled, turning around in shock, staring at Lin Ye, who had suddenly appeared. How? Lin Ye didn't waste a single word. He casually raised his hand, gripping the air. Violent true chi instantly transformed into a large hand, tightly gripping the young eunuch's neck and twisting it forcefully. Crack! The young eunuch couldn't even let out a scream before his head slumped to one side, instantly dead. Lin Ye casually stuffed the corpse into the sea-swallowing shell. Killed an early-stage true chi realm enemy, reward 5 years of martial arts cultivation. After reading through this guy's fragmented memories, Lin Ye understood the situation. This young eunuch was named Xiao Gizi and was responsible for standing guard outside the prince's palace. Due to discovering the prince's frequent mysterious disappearances, he drunkenly boasted and accidentally leaked information. A few days later, the deputy manager of the Eastern Palace, Zhang He, approached him, coercing him into investigating the prince's. Zhang He. Lin Ye stroked his chin. The eunuchs of the Eastern Palace were indeed a significant force. It was clear that Zhang He had been bribed and was an informant placed next to Wu Qingxian. As for who the mastermind was, simple. Killing Zhang He and searching his soul would reveal everything. But for now, there was still business to attend to. Lin Ye's facial muscles twitched, bones cracking. In just a few breaths, he transformed into the recently deceased Xiao Gizi, even perfectly mimicking the mole on his face. From now on, I am Xiao Gizi. He flashed and exited the spatial treasure, returning to the prince's palace. Upon landing, a stern voice echoed, "Bold servant." Wu Qingxian had just returned after dealing with matters outside, frantically searching for Lin Ye. Seeing a young eunuch jump down from the beam, she was instantly filled with rage. Xiao Gizi, I have warned you repeatedly, no one is allowed to enter the palace. Do you think my words are just air? She clenched her delicate fists, true chi surging. If this eunuch dared to make a single move, she would kill him on the spot. Lin Ye pinched his voice, deliberately striking a provocative pose, and playfully said, Your Highness, why are you so fierce? I am here to serve you. Upon hearing this familiar and infuriating tone, Wu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback before realizing. Lin Ye. She was both amused and exasperated. How did you turn into Xiao Gizi's form? Lin Ye returned to his normal voice and briefly recounted what had just happened. After listening, a chilling, killing intent surfaced on Wu Qingxian's stunning face. These ungrateful wolves. No wonder when I went to find Zhang He to arrange your identity, he was evasive and reluctant. He must have betrayed me long ago. Lin Ye replied nonchalantly, just a group of clowns. Once we acquire the treasure, we'll easily crush them. Wu Qingxian nodded, proudly lifting her chin. Xiao Gizi, come with me to the royal treasury to pick out some useful items. This servant obeys. Lin Ye pretended to bow, trailing behind Wu Qingxian. Exiting the Eastern Palace, they headed straight for the inner palace. With the crown prince leading the way, they encountered no obstacles, not a soul daring to meet their gaze. Soon they arrived at the front of what appeared to be an ordinary side hall. The doors were tightly shut, flanked by several towering stone pillars carved with strange mythical beasts. We've arrived, Wu Qingxian quietly reminded. There are many hidden guards here, don't speak out of turn. Lin Ye clicked his tongue inwardly. The foundation of the Dawu dynasty was indeed extraordinary. This was no mere side hall. The fluctuations of the formations at the entrance clearly indicated it was another top-tier spatial treasure. Wu Qingxian removed the coiling dragon jade pendant from her waist and pressed it against a groove on one of the stone pillars. A flash of light passed, and a massive bronze door appeared out of nowhere on the once solid wall. Just as Lin Ye prepared to enter, a ghostly figure silently appeared before them, blocking their path. This person had a reclusive aura, unfathomable, clearly a top master above the Dharma realm. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to enter the royal secret treasury. The shadow's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Wu Qingxian's expression remained unchanged as she coldly stared at him, exuding the unique, domineering authority of the Dawu air. I need to retrieve something heavy, and my storage bag can't hold it, so I brought a servant to help me carry it. Do you have any objection? Her tone turned frigid, laced with a chilling intent. Do you really think I would bring an outsider to empty my own treasury? The shadow was momentarily taken aback by her imposing presence. That statement made sense. One day the treasury would belong to the prince. Why would he need to steal his own belongings? Moreover, the prince's temper was notoriously volatile. If angered, there would be no good ending. The shadow hesitated for a moment, unable to withstand Wu Qingxian's murderous gaze. Ultimately, he stepped aside respectfully and clasped his fists. I dare not. The crown prince may enter. The royal treasury, what a marvelous place. Lin Ye patted the sea-swallowing shell at his waist with satisfaction. This trip to the palace has been incredibly rewarding. Those legendary materials he had never even heard of outside are all here. Although he had already rummaged through it thoroughly, he had only taken a tiny fraction of what the treasury held. The 800-year foundation of the great martial dynasty is indeed unfathomable. Wu Qingxian rolled her eyes at his bandit-like demeanor. Alright, let's hurry up and leave. If my father finds out I brought an outsider in to empty the national treasury, he'll surely jump out of bed in fury. Lin Ye chuckled, wrapping his arm around her shoulder confidently. Wife, that's not quite right. How can I be considered an outsider? Your father is my father-in-law. It's perfectly reasonable for a son-in-law to take something from his father-in-law. Besides, my strength has improved, allowing me to protect you better in the future, right? You're just making excuses? Wu Qingxian feigned annoyance, yet felt a sense of security in her heart. The two exited the treasury. To avoid suspicion, Lin Ye deliberately lifted a massive stone weighing several hundred pounds. This thing is called a cave heaven crystal, which contains spatial attributes, and cannot be stored in the sea-swallowing shell. Now that they were in the palace, as the crown prince, Wu Qingxian had to pay her respects to the ailing emperor. The two made their way to the emperor's Yangqing palace. His Highness the crown prince has arrived. A sharp-eyed eunuch outside immediately announced loudly. Wu Qingxian instantly shed her girlish demeanor, reverting to the cold and dignified appearance of the great martial crown prince. She gave Lin Ye a knowing glance, and he understood, patiently waiting outside while holding the large stone. It wasn't long before voices from within the palace reached them, Wu Qingxian conversing with a woman. Though their voices were not loud, every word was laced with sharpness. Lin Ye perked up his ears and instantly guessed the identity of the other person, the great martial empress. Wu Qingxian was not the biological daughter of the empress. Her birth mother was a concubine in the harem who unfortunately passed away a few years ago. The great martial royal family was afflicted by a curse of extinction, and the empress had given birth to 2 daughters in quick succession. At that time, the old emperor was blindly confident, believing that the royal family's fortune was boundless, and that the curse was mere nonsense. Reality delivered him a hard slap. By the time the old emperor realized the severity of the situation, the concubine had just given birth to a pair of twin sisters, Wu Qingxian and Wu Yinan. To stabilize the great martial dynasty, the old emperor resorted to a scheme to substitute the heir. They publicly declared that the concubine had given birth to a dragon and phoenix pair, asserting that Wu Qingxian was a male heir, thereby dispelling the rumors of extinction. It could be said that Wu Qingxian's ascension to crown prince was entirely a forced affair. If the great marshal truly needed a female emperor to turn the tide according to ancestral rules, it should have been the legitimate eldest daughter born of the empress who inherited the throne. Unfortunately, the old emperor awakened too late, and the fact that the empress had given birth to daughters was already public. Although Wu Qingxian disguised herself as a man and firmly held the position of the heir, rumors about her being a woman had never ceased in the court over the past years. The empress is the greatest skeptic. With the old emperor now gravely ill, the empress took the opportunity to seize control of part of the court. She began frantically rallying court officials, suppressing dissent, and laying traps for Wu Qingxian. If she were to find solid evidence that Wu Qingxian is a woman, this beautiful empress might not be without her own ambition to rule as a female emperor. Thank you for your concern, mother. I will manage my own affairs. Wu Qingxian's voice carried a suppressed anger. The tone within the palace suddenly rose several notches. Following that, a lazy, sultry voice tinged with an air of authority emerged. Your Highness, you are mistaken. I do not wish to interfere in politics. I merely wish for the crown prince in his capacity as regent to serve as a role model for the world in every word and deed. The East City inspector you promoted against popular opinion, Lin Ye, has only been in office for a few days, and he has already turned the capital into a chaotic mess, with public grievances boiling over. His memorials are nearly filling the censor's office. This is also for the crown prince's reputation. Lin Ye's face outside the door darkened. This old woman is actually slandering me behind my back. What do you mean by public grievances boiling over? On my first day in office, I executed corrupt officials, wiped out the local tyrants, and returned all the ill-gotten gains from child trafficking to the suffering citizens. Every single one of these actions is a great accomplishment that pleases the people. The common folk would be more than happy to establish a longevity tablet for me. How did it turn into a heinous crime in this old witch's mouth? Wu Qingxian coldly retorted, Mother, you dwell in the depths of the palace, and have likely been misled by slanderous individuals. Lin Ye is a great talent, decisive and swift in action. Now the common folk of the capital are singing his praises, and that is the true direction of the people's hearts. Does Mother believe there are more sycophantic officials or commoners in Great Marshal? This indeed suggests that he is eloquent and skilled at manipulating people's hearts. Such lawless individuals should never be heavily relied upon. The Empress' expression turned cold, and a hint of sharpness flashed in her eyes. Wu Qingxian was infuriated, but she dared not confront her openly. Although she was nominally in charge, her authority was restrained by many factions. Last time to promote Lin Ye, she had already made significant concessions on other matters. Thank you for your guidance, Mother. I will remember it. Wu Qingxian's tone was icy. I have state affairs to attend to, so I will not trouble you further. Mother, being of advanced age, should take care of your health. I take my leave now. The phrase being of advanced age struck directly at the Empress' sore spot, twisting her beautiful face in anger. The Empress followed Wu Qingxian to the palace door, her gaze immediately fixating on Lin Ye, who was holding the large stone. While she could not touch the crown prince, manipulating a mere eunuch was all too easy. You blind fool. The empress harshly scolded. The emperor is resting inside. What business do you have blocking the way with that worthless stone? This is a great disrespect to his majesty. Someone drag him away and punish him with 50 strikes of the court's cane. Wu Qingquan's brows shot up and she angrily shouted enough. The empress halted, a smile that was neither real nor fake gracing her lips as she looked at Wu Qingxian. Wu Qingxian took a deep breath. She understood Lin Ye's temper all too well. Despite being in the grand palace filled with experts, if the empress dared to touch a single hair on Lin Ye, that madman would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely and cause a ruckus. If it came to that, the great martial dynasty would meet its end today. You are correct, mother. Wu Qingxian suppressed her anger, for once humbling herself. I will properly manage my subordinates when I return to the palace. There's no need for you to worry, mother. The empress's eyes flashed with surprise. This crown prince, known for his fierce temperament, was actually bowing down for a mere eunuch. She squinted her narrow phoenix eyes, scrutinizing the seemingly ordinary little eunuch before her. The empress lazily extended her tone. The crown prince is still young and prone to emotional decisions. If he can listen to advice, he will become a wise ruler in the future. Wu Qingxian nearly ground her teeth to dust. She secretly swore that when she ascended the throne, the first thing she would do is to banish this old witch to the cold palace. I take my leave. Wu Qingxian turned to leave. Wait. The empress suddenly called out, her tone exuding an undeniable authority. I find this little eunuch quite pleasing. It just so happens that I lack a clever servant in my palace, so let him stay and serve me. No way. Lin Ye's heart sank, and without thinking he blurted out. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he had made a mistake. Sure enough, the empress's gaze toward Lin Ye became even more playful, walking around him, slowly, a mature woman's fragrant scent wafting through the air. I am the mistress of the harem, overseeing all palace maids and eunuchs. Is it necessary for me to ask the crown prince for permission to keep a servant? Wu Qingquan's lips parted slightly, but she ultimately swallowed her words. She was well aware that the more she cared, the more this old witch would cling to her. Now all she could do was pray that Lin Ye would be smart enough and not go on a rampage in this deep palace. Wu Qingxian cast Lin Ye a look of good luck, gritting her teeth as she turned to leave. An old eunuch nearby quickly took the cave heaven crystal from Lin Ye's hands and followed after her. Lin Ye stood there, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. Why is this old woman keeping me around? I'm just a fake, in the dead of night, alone with a woman. What if this empress makes some unreasonable demands? Lin Ye boldly raised his head, stealing a glance at the great martial empress before him. Clad in a phoenix robe, she exuded elegance and grace. Her voluptuous figure was alluring, her curves astonishing. Especially the lazy, seductive demeanor between her brows. She was undeniably a beauty that could consume a man whole. Lin Ye gulped secretly. This beauty, if she truly dares to make a bold move, I might not actually lose out. In order to protect Lin Ye and avoid raising the empress' suspicions further, Wu Qingxian could only endure her frustration and leave. The empress squinted her narrow phoenix eyes, relishing the sight of Wu Qingquan's retreating figure. For over a decade, although Wu Qingxian was young, she wielded the authority of the crown prince's regent, her temperament as hard as stone, causing the empress to suffer numerous setbacks at her hands. Today was unprecedented. This tough crown prince actually bowed down to her. The thrill of victory made the empress' beautiful face glow even more brilliantly. She turned her head, casting a glance at Lin Ye, who remained obediently with his head bowed. Lift your head. The tone was languid, yet carried an undeniable authority. Lin Ye cursed inwardly, slightly lifting his head. What is your name? This servant is called Xiao Gizi, paying respects to your majesty the empress. Lin Ye squeezed his voice, putting on an appearance of utmost fearfulness. The empress gracefully moved her lotus-like steps. Beneath her luxurious phoenix robe, her alluring waist twisted enticingly, her ample hips swaying with grace, exuding a mature woman's ripe allure. Lin Ye swallowed hard. He had to admit, although this woman had a venomous heart, her figure and beauty were even more enticing than Su Wanqing. The first beauty of the Dawu dynasty's harem was indeed well-deserved. The empress slowly walked along the pristine jade pathway, followed by a throng of palace maids and eunuchs. Just as Lin Ye was about to catch up, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning around, he saw a palace maid with a delicate appearance and elegant demeanor. From her attire, she was likely the head palace maid beside the empress. Lin Ye nodded slightly at her, a gesture of thanks. The head palace maid Huizhu flashed a look of surprise. In this deep palace, which little eunuch would not be frightened to the point of trembling when called by the empress? This Xiao Gizi, however, remained so composed it was truly astonishing. Xiao Gizi, this servant is here. Lin Ye hurriedly trotted a few steps to catch up. The empress casually asked, what duties do you perform in the Eastern Palace? I have never seen you before when I visited the Eastern Palace. In response to your majesty, this servant usually only sweeps and guards outside the crown prince's chambers. Today is the first time I have accompanied his royal highness on an errand. The empress' embroidered brows furrowed slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. How could a mere gatekeeper eunuch make the crown prince so nervous? Could it be that the crown prince was deliberately putting on a show for her? No. The crown prince's reaction was entirely instinctive. That kind of spontaneous nervousness was not feigned. The crown prince truly cared about this little eunuch. How could a grown man be so concerned about a little eunuch? Unless There was some unspeakable secret between the Empress' mind raced, her phoenix eyes glinting as she asked again, what errand did you accompany the Crown Prince on? Lin Ye honestly answered. The Crown Prince went to the secret vault to retrieve a broken stone, and this servant was to carry it. Suddenly, the Empress abruptly stopped, her phoenix robe swirling as her sharp gaze locked onto Lin Ye's face, as if trying to see through him. Lin Ye's heart raced. What was with this sudden outburst? Had he accidentally slipped up and revealed something? The Empress stared at him for a few seconds, then the corners of her mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. She said nothing and continued walking. Xiao Gizi, this servant is here. How long have you been in the palace? Lin Ye's mind raced. Although he had killed the real eunuch Xiao Gizi and searched his soul, he had not even paid attention to how long this unfortunate fellow had been in the palace. He guessed that his previous demeanor and speech must not have resembled those of a typical eunuch, raising the old hag's suspicions. In response to your majesty, this servant has been in the palace for less than 3 months. The Empress' smile widened even more as she lightly waved her jade finger through the air. A trusted eunuch beside her immediately understood, quietly breaking away from the group and leaving in haste. Lin Ye caught every detail of this. This was bad. That eunuch was surely going to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to investigate Xiao Gizi's background. When he returned, Lin Ye would definitely be exposed. He forced himself to calm down. This was the Imperial Palace, a place teeming with experts. He could sense that at least 3 powerful figures of the Dharma manifestation realm were lurking around the Empress. If he forcibly broke out now, it would certainly provoke more old monsters to surround him. To make matters worse, the palace had intricate formations everywhere. Even his perfect escape technique could not be used. It made sense. If one could simply burrow underground, those lonely concubines in the harem would have long been in chaos. The royal family ensured the purity of their bloodline, not allowing even a rat to burrow through. It seemed he could only wait until nightfall to act. In the Kuan-Ning Palace, the Empress lay lazily on a phoenix bed covered with soft cushions. Her figure alluringly accentuated by the light, gauze displayed a tempting hourglass shape, large areas of snow-white plump skin visible beneath the sheer fabric inviting one's imagination. A palace maid beside her handed her a peeled crystal-clear lychee, but she was too lazy to open her mouth. Xiao Gizi, come over and peel the lychee for me. Lin Ye lowered his head, his sword-like brows twitching. What did this old hag want? He hesitated, then approached, grabbing a lychee and roughly crushing its shell. The Empress watched his rude actions, her delicate brows knitting slightly, her tone instantly turning cold. Rascal, haven't you learned the palace rules? Lin Ye paused, a flash of fierce light gleaming in his eyes. Did she think he was a sickly cat just because he hadn't shown his claws? He had endured this for now purely to avoid causing trouble for Wu Qingxian. This old hag detested Wu Qingxuan, likely wanting to vent her anger on him, the dog of the Crown Prince. Since that was the case, why pretend any longer? With a crisp sound, Lin Ye tossed the crushed lychee into the silver plate, dusted off his hands, and spoke coldly. This servant is a rough person and doesn't understand the rules. Apologies if I have troubled your majesty. If that is the case, your majesty, please allow this servant to leave. The Empress narrowed her eyes, her face filled with disbelief. A lowly eunuch actually dared to speak to her this way. Even the head eunuch had to behave like a dog before her. How could this Xiao Gizi be so arrogant? Presumptuous. The Empress Phoenix eyes widened, about to erupt in anger. At that moment, the trusted eunuch who had left hurried back and whispered a few words in the Empress' ear. Upon hearing this, the anger on the Empress' face vanished, instantly replaced by a playful and mocking expression. She waved her hand, dismissing the eunuch. Huizhu, this servant is here. The head palace maid Huizhu hurried forward, already feeling a cold sweat for Lin Ye. Go check the imperial kitchen to see if my bird's nest and snow lotus soup is ready. Huizhu understood this was the Empress clearing the scene and gave Lin Ye a deep glance before leading all the palace maids and eunuchs out. Click. The Empress pressed a mechanism on the bed and a soundproof formation instantly enveloped the entire Kuan-Ning Palace. She lazily stood up, casually draping a silk shawl as thin as a cicada's wing over her. Her alluring figure wrapped in silk appeared even more enchanting, radiating charm in every direction. Speak, who exactly are you? Seeing this, Lin Ye straightened his back, no longer pretending to be submissive. His gaze unabashedly roamed over the Empress' enticing figure, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What does your majesty think I am? Hee. The Empress chuckled lightly, her laughter causing her delicate frame to tremble, a wave of breathtaking beauty surging before her. I don't care who you are, but I know for certain that you are definitely not a person of the Crown Prince. Lin Ye's interest was truly piqued. What kind of plot had this old hag conjured up? Oh, why does your majesty think so? I am indeed from the Eastern Palace. The Empress took long strides, moving gracefully. Although she was in her 30s, she was exceptionally well maintained, her skin smooth as snow, ripe, with a fragrance of overripe peaches wafting from her entire being. She approached Lin Ye, her breath fragrant as orchids, her gaze filled with the confidence of someone who controlled everything. If you were a person of the Crown Prince, how could you collude with outsiders behind his back? Zhang He, the deputy chief eunuch of the Eastern Palace, must have set you up for some petty scheme, right? Lin Ye suddenly realized, nearly bursting into laughter. The Empress Intelligence Network was indeed impressive, managing to uncover the original Xiao Gizi's background in such a short time. What a pity he was not Xiao Gizi at all. Lin Ye spat silently, filled with a sense of oddity. This beautiful noblewoman truly believed she had grasped another's weakness. The queen's gaze was icy, her snow-white bosom rising and falling dramatically with each breath as she proudly declared, "You are merely a little eunuch on duty in the Eastern Palace, daring to pry into the prince's secrets. As soon as I utter a single word, today will be your day of death." Lin Ye pretended to display a difficult expression after his thoughts were exposed, lowering his voice to ask, "What exactly do you want, your majesty?" The queen turned away, the sheer fabric of her skirt fluttering in the wind, outlining a stunningly voluptuous curve. Ambition flickered in her beautiful eyes as she enunciated, "I want you to be my plaything. As long as you obey me, I will ensure your rise in the Eastern Palace, making you a trusted confidant of Wu Qingxian. You are a clever man, you should know how to gain trust. All you need to do is report every detail of the prince's movements to me." Lin Ye scoffed after hearing this. "Why should the prince is the heir to the Daiwu throne, destined to rule the world? Why would I abandon a path to greatness to follow you into a dark alley?" Instead of getting angry at his words, the queen turned back, her long, shapely legs barely concealed beneath the sheer fabric, an incredibly enticing sight. She covered her mouth and smiled lightly. "Indeed, you are not an ordinary little eunuch. But unfortunately, you have no way out. If Wu Qingxian learns that you have pried into the prince's secret, she will certainly strip your skin from your bones. Following her, you will only find a dead end." The queen stepped closer, a rich, mature fragrance enveloping Lin Ye, almost overwhelming him. She leaned close to Lin Ye's ear, her warm breath making his neck feel slightly ticklish. "Follow me, and I can give you unimaginable wealth and fortune. And your master can only be me." Lin Ye's brows furrowed slightly. This woman was far too arrogant, treating everyone as mere pawns to be manipulated at will. In her world, it seemed that only cold, unfeeling power remained. The queen looked down at Lin Ye with arrogance, sternly commanding, "Little Gui, why don't you kneel and thank me?" Lin Ye's warmth had completely vanished from his eyes. He was not the real Little Gui, nor was he a kneeling servant begging for mercy. As for the deep ties between him and Wu Qingxuan, it was something this old hag could never even dream of. "Sorry, I was born with a tough backbone and have no habit of being a dog for women, even if that woman is the queen." "You insolent servant." The queen's beautiful eyes widened, her true energy erupting as the overwhelming aura of a peak yuan high expert instantly filled the entire inner hall. With a flick of her jade hand, the prayer beads she had been playing with flew out, transforming into a specially crafted spirit-binding chain under her true energy, glittering as it shot towards Lin Ye. "Showing off your skills in front of a master." Lin Ye stood still, not moving an inch. He knew the power of the spirit-binding chain all too well. Once ensnared, it would indeed be troublesome. But before being ensnared, it was merely a broken iron chain. He suddenly extended his large hand, gripping the incoming iron chain tightly in his palm. Inside him, 999 ancient giant elephant particles roared together, infusing his arms with overwhelming brute strength. Crack! A piercing metallic snapping sound echoed. The spirit-binding chain capable of restraining a yuan high expert was torn apart by Lin Ye, as if it were a piece of torn cloth casually discarded on the ground. The queen was momentarily dumbfounded. Her complexion paled, and she staggered back in her high-soled shoes, her sheer shawl slipping down to reveal a large expanse of creamy, fragrant shoulder, heaving violently. You are not Little Gui. Who exactly are you?" Her heart was in turmoil, filled with regret for her error. She had initially thought that a mere gatekeeper eunuch could easily be controlled, yet in the blink of an eye he had transformed into a man-eating dragon. No wonder she had been so confident. As a mother of the nation, who had ever seen her without trembling on the ground? Even a master of the Dharma realm had to show her deference. This long-standing mindset of being in power made her think that everyone in the world was her pawn. Now, with Lin Ye suddenly appearing and not playing by her rules, her rhythm was disrupted in an instant. The queen's heels subtly shifted, trying to step towards the hidden compartment at the side of the bed. As long as she triggered the alarm array inside, the Dharma realm expert stationed outside would burst in to rescue her in a moment. Lin Ye coldly snorted, "Your Majesty, are you looking for this? You dare to act recklessly in the imperial palace?" The queen scolded sternly, trying to buy time. "Do you think I would dare not?" Lin Ye's figure flashed, moving too quickly to be discerned by the naked eye. Before the queen could even touch the hidden compartment, Lin Ye had already yanked her into his embrace. With a firm grip, he tightly held her exquisite and beautiful chin. The queen's entire body pressed against Lin Ye, her mature and voluptuous curves squeezed against his broad chest, creating an incredibly tempting shape. Her delicate body trembled slightly with anger and fear. "Let go. I am the Daiwu Empress, how dare you?" Smack! Lin Ye raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to her tender face. The sharp pain stung. The queen was left stunned by the slap. Having grown up in a top-tier aristocratic family, she had been treated with utmost respect in the palace, never having been touched by anyone for decades. Today she was publicly slapped by a man. She had barely thought to scream when she met Lin Ye's cold, emotionless eyes, her simmering anger instantly turning into a chilling fear. "Go ahead, scream if you dare." Lin Ye mocked, lightly scraping her slightly reddened face with his finger. "The soundproofing array in this Kuan-Ning palace was activated by your own hand. Even if you scream your lungs out, those old geezers outside won't hear a single word." The queen's delicate body trembled violently. Lin Ye was right. Once the great array of Kunning Palace was fully activated, it became an isolated small space, completely undetectable from the outside. I am the meat on the chopping block, she thought as she took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. What do you want? I wanted to be law-abiding, yet you all insist on pushing me. Lin Ye pinched her smooth chin, leisurely caressing it. The queen felt a wet heat spreading across her face, the swelling that had faded now being stroked by his rough fingers, evoking an unusual shiver throughout her body. A flicker of wild excitement even crossed her beautiful eyes, one she did not even realize. I was wrong earlier, I should not have treated you that way. The queen's voice quivered slightly, her tone softening. If you leave now, I swear to the heavens that I will not pursue any of what happened today. Lin Ye sneered. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? If I let you go now, I won't even have ashes left by tomorrow. Having completely torn his face with the queen, he could not leave any loose ends. Not only for himself, but also for Wu Qingquan's safety. He must seize this beautiful queen's fatal weakness, ensuring she never dares to speak out again. Dangerous glints flickered in Lin Ye's eyes as he began to indiscriminately survey this well-developed, voluptuous body. The queen grew anxious and quickly offered, I can write you a decree of immunity. This is the greatest compromise I can make. A piece of worthless paper is of no use to me. Lin Ye shook his head slightly, clearly unimpressed. What do you want? Lin Ye grinned abruptly, pushing her back. Thud. The queen let out a gasp as she was toppled over onto the grand luxurious phoenix couch in the back of the hall. Layers of sheer fabric tumbled her phoenix robe, completely disheveled. Her long snow-white legs were exposed to the air, and the ample bosom heaved dramatically, with her hurried breathing reaching the peak of temptation. Her face turned pale, her phoenix eyes filled with terror as she shrieked, You are not a eunuch. Lin Ye leisurely unfastened his eunuch's belt and tossed it to the ground. His robust iron-like chest and masculine aura were now completely unrestrained. He stepped onto the couch, a wicked smile on his face. When did I ever say I was a eunuch? Besides, wasn't it you who suggested that this servant stay to serve you? Servant, I am here to serve you well, your majesty. Lin Ye strode out of Kunning Palace, exuding an indescribable sense of refreshment and exhilaration. Instinctively, he reached into his bosom, his fingertips brushing against a silk bellyband as thin as a cicada's wing, radiating an astonishing warmth and a delicate fragrance. It was indeed the most intimate possession of the Empress of the Great Wu. Recalling the scene on the luxurious phoenix couch, the stunning Empress' voluptuous fair body, trembling helplessly beneath him, pleading softly, Lin Ye felt a heat rise within him. One must admit this usually aloof mistress of the 6 palaces was indeed a rare gem of a beauty. Her skin was as white as congealed fat, and her voluptuous curves were utterly tantalizing. Lin Ye not only took away the most crucial evidence, but also left an indelible magical mark on the inner side of her pristine white thigh with his robust true energy. As long as she dared to entertain any wicked thoughts, this mark would instantaneously explode, leaving her with no means of escape. The Empress' noble status had now become Lin Ye's sharpest weapon. Unless she wished to completely lose her current glory and life, she would never dare to utter a single word to Lin Ye. Moreover, this beautiful noblewoman still had no idea about her true identity. Lin Ye chuckled to himself, feeling that these noble women of the Great Wu seemed to share an inexplicable entanglement. The princess of the South Su watching the little princess, Wu Qingquan, and now another stunning empress. The royal family's fortune really seems to favor me, Lin Ye said, shaking his head as he collected his thoughts, and quietly returned to the prince's east palace. As he stepped into the secluded side corridor before he could reach the duty room, a sinister voice suddenly floated out from behind a red-painted pillar nearby. Little Gui. Lin Ye's gaze shifted slightly, and a flattering, humble smile instantly appeared on his face as he mimicked the demeanor of a eunuch, bowing deeply. Greetings, Chief Steward Zhang. Coming out was a somewhat stooped middle-aged eunuch with a goatee. His triangular eyes were filled with malice and calculation. He was Zhang He, the deputy chief eunuch of the East Palace. Zhang He furrowed his brows, staring intently at Lin Ye. For some reason, he felt that little Gui seemed a bit different today, but upon closer inspection, he couldn't find anything wrong with the black mole on his face or the obsequious air surrounding him. Suppressing his doubts, Zhang He stepped forward and spoke in a low voice, his expression stern. Little Gui, what exactly did the Empress do when she kept you alone in Kunning Palace? Tell me every single word she said and how you responded without omitting a single detail. Lin Ye shrank his neck, his eyes flickering as he feigned a terrified demeanor. Chief Steward, she had a big argument with the crown prince in the hall. Later, when she saw me holding a big stone outside, she took her anger out on me. Zhang He's triangular eyes narrowed slightly. This information was quite similar to what he had overheard outside the Yangqing Palace. Then why did the Emperor seal off the side hall? What happened inside? Zhang He pressed on. Lin Ye slapped his thigh, his face filled with bitterness as he sighed. Chief Steward, the Empress is simply too domineering. She interrogated me, wanting me to act as her eyes in the East Palace, reporting every little detail about the crown prince's movements. I was so scared that I nearly lost my mind. How could I dare to refuse? Lin Ye continued. Now, I don't know what to... Hearing this, Zhang He didn't get angry. Instead, a satisfied, strange smile slowly spread across his weathered face. Haha, very good. This is indeed a great fortune. Zhang He patted Lin Ye's shoulder, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. From now on, whenever the Empress inquires about the crown prince, you must come to report to me first. Only after I give you the nod can you respond to the Empress. Understood? Lin Ye secretly laughed in his heart. This old eunuch was quite the schemer, intending to make him a triple agent. Feigning a look of fear, he tentatively asked Chief Steward, I have a question. Who exactly are we working for? The less you know, the better. Zhang He's expression darkened instantly as he shot him a cold glare. The more you know, the faster. He switched the topic sharply, his voice cold. Stop wasting time. You've been keeping track of the crown prince's secret paths and whereabouts for so many days. Have you found any leads? Lin Ye straightened his back, drawing close, mysteriously replying to the Chief Steward, I just followed the crown prince and actually investigated this matter thoroughly. Oh, Zhang He had casually asked, never expecting this little eunuch to achieve anything significant. Hearing this now, he was suddenly excited and trembled all over. Quickly tell me, where does the crown prince mysteriously disappear to for 2 hours each time? What secrets does he hide? Lin Ye suddenly shut his mouth, showing a troubled expression, his hands clasped together, appearing hesitant to speak. Seeing his demeanor, Zhang He's sinister triangular eyes nearly spat fire, gritting his teeth in warning. Little gay, do you dare to negotiate with me? You're courting death. He casually pulled out a heavy gold ingot from his sleeve and dropped it into Lin Ye's arm. Speak. Lin Ye couldn't even be bothered to glance at the gold before casually tossing it to the ground, his tone suddenly calm, even tinged with mockery. Chief Steward, this is a matter of the crown prince's position as heir. You're offering such a meager amount of filthy money, as if you're trying to dismiss a beggar. You. Zhang He did not expect this usually timid little eunuch to have such a big appetite today. Clenching his fists, his tone turned menacing. Greed will lead to ruin. I advise you to know when to stop. Some money can only be earned if you have the life to spend it. Lin Ye smiled at him. I want to meet the great figure behind Chief Steward Zhang. Though I'm a eunuch, I still wish to fight for a chance to rise to dream on. Zhang He was furious. This lowly dog dared to bypass him to seek credit. Since the Chief Steward won't give me a chance, I'll have to report to the Crown Prince myself. Just tell him that the Chief Steward is particularly interested in the Crown Prince's movements. Lin Ye shrugged, pretending to. Zhang He's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. With no one around, the murderous glint in his eyes fully revealed, he was considering eliminating Lin Ye on the spot and torturing him for information. Lin Ye seemed to see through his thoughts, leisurely adding, by the way, Chief Steward, quite a few people saw me with you when I returned to the east. If the Crown Prince can't find me later, he will naturally come to ask you for me. Zhang He's facial muscles twitched violently. Weighing the pros and cons, he could only suppress his rage, gritting his teeth to spit out one word. Fine. Follow me. The two of them walked one after the other, avoiding the East Palace guards, and arrived at a secluded. Zhang He gently knocked 3 times on the door. A small servant resembling a steward opened it a crack, nodding slightly at Zhang He, signaling for the two to enter. Lin Ye followed Zhang He and waited in the empty small hall for a short while when a young man dressed in a luxurious scholarly robe entered, hands behind his back, striding leisurely. Upon seeing Lin Ye, the refined young man subtly frowned, looking at Zhang He. Zhang Gonggong, is this the informant? What qualifications does he have to meet me in person? Zhang He bowed deeply, his attitude humble to the core. Master Zhang, please don't be angry. This little servant's name is Little Gue. He claims he has completely uncovered the truth behind the Crown Prince's frequent mysterious disappearances, but he insists on reporting it to you in person to secure a future. Master Zhang's smile instantly turned cold, his tone filled with undeniable arrogance. That is not your concern. Just do your job as a dog. Don't listen to what you shouldn't. Now speak. What secret does the Crown Prince hide? Where does he go during those 2 hours of disappearance? Lin Ye chuckled silently, slowly shaking his head. Judging by his demeanor, this young fellow was at best a mere errand. The true mastermind lurked behind layers of fog, harboring hostility towards Wu Qingxuan, the false Crown Prince. Since that was the case, he might as well use force to extract the information. No more nonsense. Lin Ye suddenly stood up straight, the previous eunuch's effeminate aura vanishing, instantly replaced by an overwhelming ancient pressure. Since you are unwilling to speak, I will take it myself. Before the two could react, Lin Ye swiftly reached out, his fingers like eagle claws forged from steel, clamping down fiercely on Zhang He's throat. Zhang He's triangular eyes bulged in shock, filled with terror. Little Gue, you're not a eunuch. Crack. Lin Ye remained expressionless, his grip tightening cleanly and decisively, shattering Zhang He's throat bone. He casually tossed Zhang He's lifeless body to the ground like throwing away a sack of garbage. Assassin. Master Zhang's expression changed drastically as he finally realized he had fallen into a trap. His true energy erupted, the power of a peak true energy realm cultivator condensed in his fist, creating a piercing sound as it hurtled towards Lin Ye's face. Too weak. Lin Ye disdainfully uttered 3 words. He stood his ground, not moving an inch, as his right hand shot out like lightning, intercepting the descending iron fist firmly in his wide palm. Master Zhang exerted all his strength, but his hand felt as if it were pinned down by 10,000 mountains, unable to budge an inch. Who are you? Go ask King Yan. Lin Ye tightened his grip. With a scream, all of Master Zhang's finger bones were crushed. Immediately after, Lin Ye's arm shook violently, the violent power of the ancient giant elephant surged through his arms. He grabbed Master Zhang and began to swing him around like a windmill, creating a whooshing sound in midair. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ye held him like swinging a dead dog, mercilessly smashing him against the hard. The solid bluestone ground was smashed into several deep pits, dust flying everywhere. In just a few blows, Master Zheng's bones were completely shattered, and he spewed blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, his entire being utterly ruined. Cough, cough. Spare me. I have connections in the Great Wu. He gasped weakly, fear etched in his eyes. Lin Ye's face turned cold as he raised his right foot, heavily stepping down on his pale face. With a thud, his head exploded like a ripe watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Kill a peak true energy realm cultivator. Reward 10 years of martial arts cultivation, 50 spirit stones. A torrent of fragmented memories flooded into Lin Ye's mind. He closed his eyes, beginning to search for the truth within the shattered images. This Master Zheng's real name was Zheng Fun. He was not from any prominent family, but was merely a close attendant and confidant of the top genius of the Sage Academy, Gu Wuxuan. And Gu Wuxuan's background could only be described as immensely powerful. His grandfather was one of the 3 current vice presidents of the Sage Academy, with disciples and subordinates scattered throughout the Great Wu. His father Gu Zhen was a grand scholar of the Hanlin Academy and served as a reader for the current crown prince of the Great Wu. In other words, Gu Zhen was Wu Qingquan's mentor in scholarly matters. The entire Gu family on the surface were the crown prince's loyalists, but secretly, they had been crazily probing into Wu Qingquan's true background. After digesting all this, Lin Ye opened his eyes, taking a deep breath, a hint of helplessness and pity in his expression. This little girl, being the crown prince, is surrounded by such treacherous wolves and tigers, all with ulterior motives. It's truly too difficult. Lin Ye strode back to the Eastern Palace, pushing open the secret door of the bedroom. Wu Qingquan, dressed in a bright yellow python robe, was anxiously pacing back and forth. Upon seeing him return, her face immediately brightened with joy. You're back. She didn't make things difficult for you, did she? Wu Qingxian approached with some tension, her apricot eyes fixed intently on him. Lin Ye patted his official robe, lazily leaning on the Grand Tutor's chair, and took a sip of tea, saying, make things difficult. The Empress is a mature and considerate woman. She cherishes her servants. How could she possibly make life difficult for a mere gatekeeper like me? Wu Qingquan's beautiful brows furrowed tightly, her lovely big eyes suspiciously scanning him a few times, feeling an inexplicable oddity. She really didn't make things difficult for you. Who in the harem doesn't know her methods? Normally, even I am not spared from her disdain. How could you possibly escape so easily? Lin Ye smiled without answering. If she knew that just moments ago he had reduced the Empress to begging on the Phoenix couch, even taking away her most intimate garments, she would probably be jealous enough to turn the Eastern Palace upside down. Wu Qingxian sighed, tiredly supporting her forehead. Today the court was in chaos, with the Shui family and those censors madly accusing you. I pushed against the public opinion to promote you, and the Empress is using this matter to put pressure on me. She shot Lin Ye a fierce glare, and with a hint of playful reproach, said, you need to behave yourself and stir up less trouble outside. Lin Ye remained noncommittal. No matter how fiercely these clowns accused him, could they even pluck a single hair from him? He suppressed his smile and lowered his voice, saying, these are trivial matters. You should be wary of your attendant Gu Zhen. Wu Qingquan's expression changed. Lin Ye then recounted the spy he had caught last night, as well as the dealings between the deputy supervisor of eunuchs Zhang, He Zheng Fun, and the top scholar Gu Wuxuan from the 100 Saints Academy. Wu Qingquan's expression grew darker as she listened, until she nearly lost the strength to stand, her body weakly leaning against the desk. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fatigue, her voice hoarse. Lin Ye, am I such a pathetic prince? I don't even have a single person by my side that I can fully trust. Lin Ye stepped behind her, firmly wrapping his arms around her from behind. Wu Qingxian trembled slightly, but did not struggle, obediently resting her head on his shoulder, greedily absorbing the warmth emanating from him. Lin Ye's large hand mischievously slid under her python robe. Due to her need to disguise herself as a man, her chest was tightly bound, even causing a slight purplish hue. Lin Ye leaned closer to her, ear-teasingly helping her loosen the tight binding of her chest wrap. Why be a prince and suffer like this every day? Let me help you loosen it. No matter how fallen the Da Wu dynasty becomes, with me as your support, what is there to fear? With the binding loosened, the astonishing fullness hidden beneath the bright yellow python robe was suddenly liberated, bouncing into Lin Ye's broad palm. Her delicate skin, fairer than snow, glowed in the dim light, accompanied by Wu Qingquan's hurried gasps, quivering in response. You naughty boy, where do you think your hands are going? Wu Qingquan's charming face flushed deep red, her whole body softening, as she weakly writhed in his embrace, intoxicated by the overwhelming masculine aura. While Lin Ye was being mischievous, he softly said, as long as I am here, no one can threaten your reign. If the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. The two lingered in the Eastern Palace for a long time. To avoid raising the suspicions of the eunuchs and secret guards, Lin Ye did not spend the night in the bedroom. Holding the prince's dragon token and Wu Qingquan's spatial crystal, he quietly left the Eastern Palace under the cover of night. The next morning, Lin Ye quickly briefed some tasks at the Eastern City Inspection Office before leaving the capital without delay. This time his destination was the Divine Forging City, several hundred miles east of the capital. Divine Forging City is one of the most important satellite cities of the capital. Unlike others, it is built around a massive active volcano. The Dawu dynasty has laid countless formations on the volcano, directing the raging magma and geothermal energy to transform the entire city into an enormous workshop for forging magical weapons. Over half of the weapons and magical tools for the Dawu military and various official departments are transported from here. Lin Ye needs vast and unparalleled geothermal energy to forge his own innate magical tool. Naturally, Divine Forging City is the best destination. Before reaching the city gates, the heavy dark clouds had already completely enveloped the sky from 100 miles away. The air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. In this high martial world, it was astonishing to see such severe industrial pollution. Lin Ye took a deep breath, using his perfected true qi to isolate the toxic gas. Holding the prince's token, he directly arrived at the summit of the Fierce Phoenix Mountain in Divine Forging City. Fierce Phoenix Mountain is a dormant volcano soaring thousands of meters high with a diameter exceeding 10,000 meters. Not quite dormant, but an active volcano that does not erupt, yet contains terrifying lava. Legend has it that an ancient divine phoenix fell here, and the geothermal fire never extinguishes. Lin Ye sat down in the most concentrated and stable chamber of the geothermal energy. Let's begin. Lin Ye took out all the materials from the shumi purple spiral. Mingi spirit gold, primordial divine liquid, and various top-tier heavenly materials he had snatched from the Dawu treasury were piled all around. He closed his eyes to deduce. The ancient royal artifact divine fetus technique in his mind had already reached the master level, and his experiences in refining and heat control were thoroughly integrated. Taking a deep breath. Rise. The underground lava surged violently into the sky, distorting the entire chamber with the searing heat of the geothermal energy. Lin Ye began to throw one divine material after another into the sea of flames to refine. Due to the materials being extraordinarily overbearing, the consumption of true qi and mental energy during the refining process was exceptionally terrifying. This refining lasted a full 9 days and nights. His clothes had long been reduced to ashes from the intense heat of the geothermal fire. Lin Ye was completely naked, revealing a bronze body sculpted like a knife, full of explosive muscles. Sweat streamed down his powerful chest, hot and steamy, filled with explosive masculine tension. Yet his eyes were exceptionally bright, fixated on the 36-layered demon suppressing god tower that was taking shape, spinning continuously in the sea of flames. Final step, divine fetus completed. Just as the divine tower was successfully condensing, it suddenly trembled violently. Boom. The long silent fierce Phoenix Mountain erupted with a thunderous roar. Endless magma surged wildly within the mountain, tearing apart the formations. The immense volcanic energy transformed into a torrent of flames, frantically pouring into Lin Ye's chamber, being devoured crazily by the 36-layered demon suppressing god tower. In an instant, Divine Forging City was thrown into chaos, countless forges exploding on the spot, and all the weapons being refined, turning into molten iron. Is the Earth Dragon turning over? Not good. Fierce Phoenix Mountain is about to erupt. City Lord, quickly summon the City Lord to suppress it. Molten lava surged violently, and the core formation of the entire Liwang Mountain shattered instantaneously. Within the secret chamber, the scorching subterranean fire transformed into a dazzling white radiance. Retrieve. Lin Ye uttered sharply, his large hand grasping at thin air. The 36-layer demon suppression divine tower, suspended midair, emitted a crisp hum, instantly shrinking to 36 centimeters and landing steadily in his palm. Heavy. Lin Ye's arms suddenly bore down with immense force, causing the obsidian floor beneath to crack in a spiderweb pattern. His current strength in both arms was enough to exert millions of gene, yet he nearly lost grip catching this divine tower. This little artifact must weigh over 1,000 tons. Lin Ye was overjoyed, his eyes burning with fervor. What a treasure! A heavy sword with no edge, magnificent in its simplicity. From now on, just slamming this divine tower down can crush living beings into pulp. With this life-bound divine weapon combined with the 36-layer demon suppression divine tower diagram, within his body, his combat power had at least multiplied several-fold. He longed to confront Zhang Tianxiu. In those years, Chu Tianhan had withstood 3 Paragon-level titans at the peak nascent soul stage, his feats shaking the entire Dawu. If I were to face that Chu Tianhan of the past now, who would be stronger? Lin Ye's heart brimmed with boldness. Suddenly, the ceiling of the secret chamber was violently torn apart by an overwhelming force. A formidable figure exuding an aura as deep and vast as the abyss and ocean wrapped in surging subterranean fire strode decisively into the ruins. A pair of sharp hawk-like eyes immediately locked onto the naked Lin Ye. The newcomer wore a dark crimson Shiyu battle armor, his aura unfathomable, clearly a genuine Paragon-level powerhouse. So the source of the Liwang Mountain's disturbance is indeed here. Yu Baixing, Lord of Shinju City, bore a grim expression as he surveyed the ruined top-tier secret chamber and demanded sternly, "Who are you? What mischief have you caused here?" Lin Ye remained composed, casually pulling a black battle robe from the Tuanhai shell and draping it over himself, concealing large patches of his sturdy pale skin. He cupped his hands politely. Inspector Lin Ye of the Dongqing Patrol Division under the Celestial Patrol. May I know your honorable name? I am Yu Baixing, Lord of Xinju City. Yu Baixing had long heard Lin Ye's name and knew he was a rising star promoted by Crown Prince Wu Qingxian again. Suppressing his surprise, he narrowed his eyes. Inspector Lin, what kind of divine weapon are you refining here that caused the volcanic upheaval in Laihuang Mountain? The military's numerous magical artifact furnaces have been destroyed on the spot, delaying the border battle. Are you prepared to bear the responsibility? Lin Ye's brow twitched ever so slightly. Xinju City had always been under the firm control of the Dawu military with Yu Baixing as the real power holder. This time the furnace explosion was indeed his fault. He patiently responded. I came to Xinju City for refining artifacts. The volcanic disturbance was unintended. As for the losses incurred, Lin Ye will compensate in full. Compensation. Yu Baixing stepped forward, his paragon-level true qi exploding fiercely, a trace of greedy desire flashing in his eyes. The eruption of the Laihuang Mountains' subterranean fire concerns the safety of the entire city. Until the cause is thoroughly investigated, you must truthfully disclose the secrets of your refining and surrender the culprit responsible for the volcanic upheaval to the Lord's mansion for custody. As for you, stay in Xinju City to assist with the investigation. As a paragon powerhouse, Yu Baixing's gaze was piercing and ruthless. Laihuang Mountain's volcano had remained stable for years, yet today it erupted due to the birth of a weapon. This proved that the treasure in Lin Ye's hands was an unparalleled marvel capable of communicating with the subterranean fire or even surpassing ordinary magical artifacts. The excuse of delaying battle was merely a pretext to seize the precious weapon. He deliberately set harsh conditions to force Lin Ye's hand. Should Lin Ye dare resist, he could justifiably suppress him and lawfully claim this peerless divine weapon. A mere perfected nascent soul could be crushed with a flick of the hand. Lin Ye chuckled inwardly. The old man's greed seemed about to overflow. He had intended to comply with Wu Qingshuan's wishes to avoid trouble in this chaotic place and hoped for a peaceful resolution. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ye produced the Panlong token given by Wu Qingxian. Here is the Dai Wu Crown Prince's token. Lord Ye, you have no right to detain me. If you have objections, you may report and accuse me to His Highness in court. Yu Baixing's eyes twitched as he stared at the Panlong token. Suddenly a grim and cold snort escaped his lips. How dare you forge the Crown Prince's token and impersonate a court official? Today I shall purge the Crown Prince's household. Kneel before me immediately. Otherwise I cannot guarantee I won't kill you with a single punch. Lin Ye withdrew the token, his expression darkening completely. Reason was wasted on such a damned fiend. Some people only recognize the master's eyes after being beaten. I gave you a chance, but since you insist on courting death today, I shall use your paragon-level head to sharpen my divine weapon. Arrogant. Yu Baixing roared, and his paragon domain erupted. The 100-meter radius space instantly felt frozen, its weight magnified 100-fold. The air around Lin Ye seemed to solidify like cement, welding him firmly in place. Break it for me, Lin Ye shouted fiercely. With his right hand supporting flatly, the 36-centimeter demon suppression divine tower burst forth with dazzling divine light. The tower was enveloped by 3 hazy chaotic chi flows condensed from the primordial divine liquid into innate primordial chi. At the tower's apex, the embedded Mingi spirit gold shone brilliantly. The divine light swept across. Crack! Yu Baixing's proud paragon domain shattered like fragile glass in an instant. What a... My domain shattered. Yu Baixing was shocked, yet deeper greed swiftly replaced his fear. This treasure was overwhelmingly powerful. It must be seized. Flaming prison paragon, true fire scorching heaven. He rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of blazing crimson true fire to incinerate Lin Ye alive. Lin Ye stood unmoving. The divine tower emitted a faint chaotic divine light, blocking all the terrifyingly hot paragon true fire outside. Even his hair tips remained unscorched. Old dog, is that all you've got? Lin Ye's lips curled into a mocking smile. Little bastard, don't get cocky yet. Take this. Yu Baixing's face darkened as he pulled a massive lava hammer etched with innumerable runes from the void. He roared, infusing his arms with true chi. The hammer crashed through the void with a piercing roar, bearing the might of hundreds of thousands of jin of subterranean fire, smashing down headlong at Lin Ye. Bang! A metallic thunderclap echoed throughout Laihuang Mountain. The lava hammer struck solidly against the divine tower's light barrier. Yet the tower remained unmoved. Instead, Yu Baixing was blasted back by a surging force, his tiger mouth cracked open, blood gushing wildly, stumbling back over 10 steps before barely regaining footing. Lin Ye disdainfully brushed his sleeve. Lord of the city, the strength of a paragon-level titan is as weak as a woman. Have you not eaten? This infuriates me. Yu Baixing lost all reason. He roared, slamming the hammer into the ground, directly triggering the endless lava beneath Laihuang Mountain. A torrent burst through the Dragon King temple, the scorching lava instantly engulfing the entire secret chamber. Yu Baixing's body swelled, merging with the subterranean fire, swiftly transforming into a towering 15-meter molten lava giant. Die in the depths of the subterranean fire. The giant's voice rumbled like muffled thunder. Defense test is sufficient, now to try offense. Lin Ye's gaze turned icy as he thrust his right hand forward. Go! The 36-layer demon suppression divine tower flew from his grasp, swelling massively in the wind, to form a towering golden pagoda dozens of meters high, radiating a primordial might that suppressed the heavens and earth, crashing down thunderously. Boom. The moment the giant tower fell, it stirred a boiling wave of molten lava over 10 meters high. The 15-meter molten giant could not withstand the immense pressure of the divine tower. Its massive legs were driven deep into the earth, its molten shell shattered extensively, scattering debris in all directions. "Open up for me," Yu Baixing roared, desperately bracing the lava hammer firmly against the tower's base, attempting to overturn it. Still struggling, Lin Ye pointed his middle and index fingers like a sword gently at the tower. The chaotic primordial chi swirling around the tower instantly transformed into numerous thick, gray chains slithering like spiritual serpents to rapidly bind the molten giant's limbs and torso tightly. At the pinnacle of the tower, the excised Mingyi spirit gold bloomed an unprecedented eerie black radiance. A powerful pulling force spontaneously emerged, forming a massive black vortex. No matter how desperately Yu Baixing wailed and struggled, it was futile. In merely a single breath, the 15-meter molten giant was mercilessly devoured and absorbed into the endless abyss of black radiance within the divine tower. In the early stage of the law manifestation realm, a reward of 500 years of martial arts cultivation and 800 spirit stones were offered. "I have given you a chance, yet you insist on delivering yourself to me." Lin Ye retracted his long knife and gently gestured into the void. A 36-layer demon suppression tower reduced to only 36 centimeters in height and radiating a kaleidoscope of auspicious energy obediently settled into his warm palm. He fondly caressed the smooth body of the tower, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. It was worth risking his life, even at the cost of offending the powerful figures within the court. The tower had just come into being and had yet to fully demonstrate its power, yet it was already capable of effortlessly suppressing a genuine giant in the early stage of the law manifestation realm. What a thrill! Lin Ye took a step forward, activating the perfected cloud treading technique, and in an instant transformed into a blur of light, soaring towards the great martial capital. Calculating the time, he realized that he had been in seclusion refining artifacts in the core chamber of the divine forging city for a full 9 days and nights. Today was the day of the great martial prince's wedding. He had promised Wu Qingxian that he would attend to the false prince who disguised as a man and meet the stunningly beautiful prince consort Li Mengyao. Just thinking of Li Mengyao, rumored to possess an innate charm and an extraordinarily alluring figure, made Lin Ye feel a surge of heat, a wicked fire, igniting in his lower abdomen. Having had a brief encounter in the death row, he had noticed Li Mengyao's astonishing fullness, swaying enticingly beneath her clothing, almost driving one to madness. Such a rare beauty, Wu Qingxian, the flat-chested false prince, would never be able to enjoy, and in the end it would inevitably fall to him, Lin Ye. "Once I return, I will stir up a storm tonight." Lin Ye's thoughts raced, and the cloud-treading technique beneath him accelerated further. But just as he was midway through his hurried journey, passing through a wild and desolate mountain area, with towering ancient trees, a low, harsh voice suddenly echoed from the void, "Get down here." Immediately afterward, a thick golden light pillar shot up from the dense forest below. The golden light, swift as a meteor, tore through the clouds and struck fiercely against the mist beneath Lin Ye's feet. Lin Ye's soaring midair had no way to evade as a peculiar binding force suddenly enveloped him. It felt as if his cloud-treading technique was under a powerful suppression, causing his true energy to stagnate. His body lost balance in an instant, plummeting straight down from a height of 1,000 meters. An ambush! Lin Ye's gaze turned icy, his heart sinking. The enemy had clearly set up an ambush here, having already grasped his movements, even preparing treasures specifically designed to counter his aerial movement techniques. This indicated that those watching him from the shadows were already very familiar with him. In midair, Lin Ye abruptly flipped over, quickly adjusting his posture. He did not panic and use the earth escape technique, because down below, once blocked by the enemy, he would easily fall into a passive state of being beaten. 999 ancient giant elephant particles roared in unison, their violent power forming a thick golden shield that firmly protected his entire body. At the same time, the 36-layer demon suppression tower spiraled out, hovering above his head, showering down thousands of auspicious energies. Boom! Like a meteor falling to the ground, Lin Ye crashed heavily into the depths of the forest. The violent shockwave exploded, shattering ancient trees within a radius of hundreds of meters, the earth rolling, leaving behind a deep, charred pit. Before Lin Ye could stabilize himself, 3 booming sounds echoed from 3 directions as terrifying auras like deep oceans surged towards him. 3 powerful law manifestation domains descended simultaneously, intertwining to form an indestructible cage of heaven and earth, pinning Lin Ye firmly at the bottom of the pit. 3 giants of the law manifestation realm joined forces to attack. Standing at the center of the pit, Lin Ye felt the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. What a grand display! On the surface, he was merely a young inspection envoy of the Yuan-Si realm, yet he had attracted the simultaneous action of 3 law manifestation giants. Such extravagant treatment was something that only the extraordinarily talented Chu Tianhan had experienced back in the day within the great martial dynasty. Who was scheming against him from behind? The Blood Cult, the Shui family, or the 100 Saints Academy? Just after he had eliminated Chu Tianhan's shadow clone, if the heavenly demon sect truly intended to act, they would definitely send someone capable of crushing him directly, not this ambush. A mere brat in the Yuan Sea realm actually requires us 3 brothers to join forces. The master is making too much of a fuss. Enough, second brother. The master always acts with precision. This child can slay Shui Saw. He absolutely hides some unknown trump cards. Humph, so what? Now that he is firmly trapped by our 3 domains, even moving a finger is a luxury for him. Can he turn the tide? 3 figures dressed in dark green robes leisurely emerged from the shadows of the forest. Their positions subtly aligned with the changes of heaven and earth, blocking all of Lin Ye's escape routes. The 3 looked down at Lin Ye with arrogant expressions, not taking this young man seriously at all. In this world, it was rare to find someone capable of slaughtering law manifestation experts like Zhang Tianxiu and Chu Tianhan. They did not believe a mere inspection envoy could replicate such a myth. Sent by the master, Lin Ye grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. He was just looking for a worthy opponent to thoroughly test the explosive power he had gained after reaching the peak of the Yuan Sea realm. Since the enemy had delivered themselves to his door, if he did not beat them to a pulp today, he would not return to the capital for the wedding. Old geezers, your power is too weak. Lin Ye bellowed, his spine twisting like a dragon, producing a thunderous roar. The 999 ancient giant elephant particles resonated instantly, and the power of the ancient giant elephants erupted like a volcano. Shattered rock fist. The golden light flashed as Lin Ye struck upwards with a punch. With a series of cracking sounds, the 3 law manifestation domains enveloping him shattered, like fragile porcelain, instantly collapsing into nothingness. What a single punch shattered our combined domain. How could this power be so great? Not good. This child has concealed his cultivation. Act quickly, don't let him escape. The formerly arrogant expressions of the 3 changed in an instant. The leading tall thin elder's face turned grave as he shouted, the master wants him alive, let's subdue him together. Alright, let me have a go at you. One of the short stout elders tugged at his collar, revealing a mouthful of decayed. He pulled a thick golden chain that was hanging from his chest into his palm. With a casual wave of his hand, the golden chain swelled in the wind, transforming into a violent python over 100 meters long, covered in golden scales, unleashing a foul wind as it madly coiled towards Lin Ye. At the same time, the tall thin elder unfastened a stinking black cloth bag from his waist and struck the bottom of the bag fiercely. Buzzing, a swarm of black poisonous insects surged out from the bag, blocking out the sky and turning into a mass of black mist as it rushed towards Lin Ye. The golden chain moved with incredible speed, its trajectory elusive, and in the blink of an eye it coiled tightly around Lin Ye's legs. The short stout elder laughed heartily upon success. Haha, with my treasure, the golden scale lock, even a law manifestation giant will have their true energy sealed in an instant. Crack. His laughter abruptly ceased. Lin Ye grasped the golden lock with both hands and shouted, his bronze-colored muscles bulging fiercely. Under the astonished gazes of the 3 giants, that precious treasure capable of binding a flood dragon was actually torn apart by Lin Ye, with pure physical strength turning into scrap metal that he casually tossed aside. The elder's eyes nearly popped out. He choked out, my treasure. How is this possible? Old man, your broken iron chain is too fragile. Lin Ye clapped his hands, and at that moment the deafening sound of buzzing insects rushed towards him. Thousands of venomous black bugs with fangs bared descended like a dark cloud. Shattered rock fist. Lin Ye unleashed a flurry of punches, hundreds of fists striking out. In an instant, the violent punch force smashing large numbers of the poisonous bugs to pieces, causing them to rain down. Yet these insects were endless and dense, even starting to gnaw wildly at his true energy shield. This is disgusting. Lin Ye frowned. He no longer wasted energy. With a fierce upward thrust of his palm, the 36-layered demon suppression tower shot up into the air, expanding in the wind. The majestic tower radiated a heavy, dark, golden divine light. At its peak, the embedded Mingi spirit gold erupted in this moment, dazzling with resplendent multicolored light, illuminating half the sky. Thousands of auspicious energies, incredibly divine. The previously violent poisonous bugs, when illuminated by the golden light, let out terrified screams, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. They instantly lost their sense of direction, crashing to the ground, like dumplings plummeting in large numbers, with over half of them dead or injured in the blink of an eye. The dark clouds overhead vanished in an instant. My 9, you black bug that I have nurtured for 100 years. The elder let out a mournful cry, trembling from the pain. You little beast, I will tear you to pieces today. This child is troublesome. Quickly manifest the law of heaven and earth and eliminate him with all your strength. Elder Chen stared in horror at the towering divine tower that was crashing down. The terrifying force that pressed upon him sealed off the surrounding space, and he could even hear the void wailing. He understood that if he did not fight desperately, he would undoubtedly meet his end in this desolate wilderness today. Melt for me. Elder Chen roared, his dry palm striking repeatedly at the remnants of Lao Ye's head. 5 blood-red long needles imbued with sinister glimmers pierced deeply into his crown. Lao Yu let out a shrill, inhuman wail as his vital blood was forcibly refined in less than a millisecond under the influence of the secret technique. A sky full of blood light quickly gathered, ultimately condensing into a scarlet pill that exuded a strong stench of blood. Demonic blood, divine pill form. Elder Chun inhaled deeply, directly swallowing the pill that contained the vital blood of a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator. Upon swallowing the pill, his face instantly turned crimson as veins bulged, swelling outward. Originally at the peak of the early Foundation establishment stage, after consuming the pill, the violent medicinal power broke through his bottleneck, causing his aura to surge several times within a short period, forcefully touching the threshold of the late Foundation establishment stage. "You little beast, get down here." Elder Chun was surrounded by a flood of blood light as his palms pushed upwards. The sky full of blood rivers gathered once more, transforming into a blood-colored demonic shadow, towering over several dozen feet. The demonic shadow raised its hands to the heavens and erupted with a deafening roar towards the descending 36th divine tower of demon suppression. An ant shaking a tree. In the sky, Lin Ye scoffed disdainfully. The 999 ancient giant elephant particles within him roared in unison as violent true energy surged continuously into the divine tower above. The 36th divine tower shone with brilliant light. The Nether River spirit gold at the tower's peak emitted an eerie radiance. This radiance inherently possessed a terrifying restraining power against demonic arts, and wherever it passed, the blood chi around the demonic shadow dissipated significantly. The chaotic primal energy surrounding the tower transformed into countless immensely heavy chains, crashing down with a force capable of collapsing mountains and rivers. Boom! The divine tower collided violently with the blood-colored demonic shadow. The violent aftermath of the collision plowed the ground within 1,000 meters to a depth of 1 foot, while a whirlwind shattered the airborne dust and dirt. Elder Chun gritted his teeth, his face twisted in rage. He thought that after swallowing the pill he could withstand this blow, but the moment the divine tower truly descended, he realized the vast disparity in their powers. This was not merely a magical weapon, it felt as heavy as an entire unyielding mountain. Crack! The hands of the blood-colored demonic shadow were instantly crushed to pieces. Under Elder Chen's terrified gaze, the divine tower ruthlessly descended. As the demonic shadow collapsed, Elder Chen's Foundation establishment body, under the pressure of dozens of tons, became as fragile as tofu, instantly reduced to a pile of flesh. The Foundation establishment golden core within him, which had yet to be unleashed, was effortlessly pulled into the 10th layer of the divine tower under its overwhelming might. With one strike, the Foundation establishment was shattered, and he was completely obliterated. Suppressed, the early Foundation establishment rewards 800 years of martial arts cultivation, great wilderness blood talisman technique, spirit stones, 800. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Lin Ye casually waved his hand, and the divine tower in midair quickly shrank, obediently landing in his palm and merging into his dantian. He exhaled, glancing at the scorched earth around him, and suddenly realized, "Oh no, today is the day of the Grand Marshal Prince's wedding." Lin Ye slapped his forehead. He had been in seclusion in the divine casting city for 9 days, and had just fought a battle. Now the sky was entirely dark. The wedding ceremony must have already begun. "I'm going to be late." Lin Ye dared not waste a moment. The perfected level of his cloud-treading technique activated instantly, transforming him into a hazy stream of light, speeding towards the great martial capital at a terrifying speed that surpassed sound. In the great martial capital East Palace, bright red lanterns hung high, and the entire palace was adorned with festive decorations filled with joy. Countless palace maids and eunuchs moved in the corridors carrying various exquisite pastries. However, deep within the East Palace and the prince's wedding chamber, it was a different scene altogether. The air was filled with a faint scent of dragon's saliva and the unique fragrance of a young lady. The Princess Li Mengyao, clad in a bright red wedding gown, sat quietly on the dragon and phoenix bed covered in red silk. The red veil obscured her delicate face, but could not hide her breathtakingly perfect figure. Born with a bewitching charm, the red wedding dress accentuated her exaggeratedly full curves. Beneath the collar, large patches of skin fair as frost peeked through. Her slender waist and voluptuous hips wrapped in the wedding dress formed a captivating arc. Feeling anxious due to the groom's prolonged absence, Li Mengyao began to feel nervous. Her long straight legs crossed uneasily beneath the wedding dress, and her breathing became somewhat rapid, her ample bosom rising and falling dazzlingly white. At that moment, a faint ripple of true energy passed by outside the window. Lin Ye had silently executed the earth escape technique, penetrating the heavy formations of the East Palace, and returned to the boudoir. He changed into the prince's wedding attire, transformed himself using the disguise technique into the handsome appearance of Wu Qingxuan, and leisurely pushed open the side door. "Your Highness." Lin Ye opened the hall door, and the dozens of eunuchs and palace maids guarding the entrance all bowed deeply, showing utmost respect. Lin Ye slightly raised his chin, remaining silent, adopting the cold and proud demeanor of Wu Qingxuan, merely nodding lightly. The eunuchs led the way, illuminated by the bright red lanterns along the corridor. Stepping over the threshold into the main hall of the East Palace, the entire new house was adorned festively, with large red double happiness characters posted everywhere, red candles burning, filling the room with the elegant fragrance of the young lady. However, as Lin Ye entered the inner chamber, he slightly furrowed his brow. On the wide wedding bed, Li Mengyao, dressed in a luxurious red wedding gown, sat quietly. The bright red phoenix veil draped over her head obscured her pretty face, yet it highlighted her dazzlingly. The red wedding gown wrapped around her slim waist while her voluptuous hips followed below. Beside the wedding bed stood 4 young palace maids in pink palace attire, all looking beautiful. The maidservants pay their respects to His Highness the Prince. The 4 palace maids spoke in unison. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao trembled slightly under the veil, her fair hands whiter than frost nervously grasping the edge of her red robe. The groom had arrived. Next would be the true wedding night. Li Mengyao should have been happy. After tonight, she would be the rightful princess, the future mother of the great martial nation. Yet at this moment, an uninvited thought surfaced in her mind, recalling that night when the masked thief stealthily entered her boudoir and violated her in countless ways. That rough and domineering man not only saw her body, but also left indelible marks on her. Every time she thought of it, she felt weak all over. Clearly she was about to become the prince's woman, yet on her wedding night, she found herself thinking about another wild man. Li Mengyao was filled with guilt and remorse towards the prince, yet she could not forget the warmth of that thief. At this moment, Lin Ye imitated Wu Qingxuan's tone, his voice cold and commanding. Everyone stepped back. Yet the leading palace maids remained rooted, refusing to budge. One of the senior palace maids stepped forward, bowing with neither servility nor arrogance. Your Highness, according to the century-old traditions of the Dawu royal family, on the crown prince's wedding night, the maids must remain inside the inner chambers to attend to His Highness, and the crown princess record the fallen petals and report to the clan office. Lin Ye's eye twitched slightly as realization dawned upon him. No wonder Wu Qingxuan, the fake crown prince, was so terrified of the bridal chamber. The Dawu royal family's tradition was so perverse, requiring witnesses to the consummation and meticulous records. If it had been Wu Qingxian, instead, the secret of her female identity would have been exposed the moment she undressed. The rumors of extinction would have been confirmed, plunging the Dawu dynasty into chaos in an instant. Yet Lin Ye felt a peculiar excitement. These palace maids were likely under the watchful eyes of several top-tier powers behind the scenes. Conducting official business under the scrutiny of such eyes was truly thrilling. Lin Ye's expression darkened as he snorted coldly, adopting the crown prince's aloof demeanor. I conduct affairs alone, none of you shall watch. Use the wedding scale. The senior palace maid lowered her head and presented the scale. Lin Ye took the golden rod, stepped forward, and gently lifted the red silk veil. The red gauze slipped away, revealing a vast expanse of dazzlingly white skin bathed in the bright candlelight. Despite his mental preparation, Lin Ye could not help but stare in awe. Li Mengyao was adorned in exquisite bridal makeup tonight. Her innate charm was magnified, radiating a breathtaking allure. Her eyes shimmered with a seductive grace that captivated the soul. Beneath her garment, that stunningly pale abyss trembled with each of her slightly mischievous breaths, dazzlingly white. Li Mengyao lifted her luminous eyes to steal a glance at the groom. The crown prince before her was indeed as exquisitely handsome as the rumors suggested, with a hint of delicate femininity. Yet for some reason, when their gazes met, her heart jolted fiercely, a strange warmth spreading throughout her body. That gaze, why was it so fervent and possessive? It was utterly unlike the cold, indifferent, and delicate crown prince described in the rumors. Flustered, Li Mengyao averted her eyes, despising herself even more. Li Mengyao, you shameless woman, daring to compare even the crown prince's gaze to that of that little thief. Your Highness, crown princess, please share the nuptial wine. The palace maid timely brought 2 golden cups. Lin Ye and Li Mengyao each took one. Their hands inevitably brushed the slick warmth, causing Li Mengyao's delicate body to tremble slightly once more. After drinking the shared cup, they were officially bound as husband and wife, united in life and death. Lin Ye casually set down the golden cup, then extended a slender finger to grasp Li Mengyao's exquisite tender chin, forcing her to lift her head. Call me husband, he commanded with a slightly hoarse voice. Li Mengyao's phoenix-like eyes shimmered with mist as she gazed at his handsome face, so near, biting her red lips softly, her voice honeyed and sweet. Husband. Lin Ye grinned, revealing a secretive, mischievous smile. This stunning beauty had ultimately fallen into his embrace. Thinking of this, his heart brimmed with the delight of a successful prank. Husband, you. Li Mengyao caught the sudden wicked gleam in his eyes, her heart shaken violently as her pupils contracted sharply. Exactly the same. That smile was identical to the rogue grin of that little thief who had once pinched her chin. A tumultuous storm surged in her mind as she fixed her gaze on the crown prince before her. Could it be? She desperately rejected this absurd notion. It was impossible. The Dawu crown prince was so noble. How could he stoop to sneaking into the boudoir as a petty thief? Moreover, that little thief was clearly taller and more robust than the crown prince before her, and their voices differed. Yet why did the feelings seem so similar? Before Li Mengyao could make sense of it, Lin Ye bent down, threading his hands beneath her knees and back, lifting her into a princess carry. Her mature, supple body settled into his embrace, and Lin Ye distinctly felt the astonishing elasticity of her thighs and the smoothness beneath her thin garment. Lin Ye laid her down on the bed, draped with red silk. 2 palace maids quickly stepped forward, deftly spreading a pure white, finely woven silk cloth beneath Lin Ye and Li Mengyao. This was the fallen petal cloth, used later to verify the consummation. Blushing Li Mingyao closed her eyes like a fish on the chopping board, helplessly enduring the ordeal. Lin Ye looked at the 4 palace maids guarding the bedside, feeling a surge of vexation. Enough, all of you retreat beyond the screen to stand watch. Lin Ye's cold rebuke made the senior palace maid frown, slightly unwilling to move. Your Highness, according to tradition, we should be. Silence. Lin Ye's spiritual energy rippled slightly. Though it was only a hint of the Grandmaster level pressure, the majesty of a Yuan High Realm grand completion made the palace maid's face pale, silencing her. Get out. Wait outside the main hall. The palace maids exchanged helpless glances, then lowered their heads and retreated to the outer chamber entrance, ears keenly attuned to every movement within. Only the 2 remained in the room. Lin Ye pressed upon the bed, looming over Li Mingyao with an overwhelming masculine presence that enveloped her instantly. Little beauty, your crown prince has arrived. Lin Ye whispered by her ear, chuckling deeply. Hearing this familiar voice and tone etched almost into bone and marrow, Li Mingyao's delicate body trembled wildly as she snapped open her beautiful apricot eyes, staring fixedly at him. That tone, though deliberately lowered, the mischievous, roguish inflection, was utterly unlike what the crown prince could utter. Who are you? She trembled. Lin Ye reached out, covering her tender red lips, pressing close to her flushed earlobe as he whispered with a low laugh. I am the crown prince, your husband. Before our marriage, out of curiosity, I used a disguise to visit your chamber for a proper inspection. Madam, don't you think we are quite fated? Disguise. Li Mingyao's mind went utterly blank. So that was it. That day's little thief who asked if she was the crown princess was not a thief at all, but her husband, the reigning crown prince. All her guilt, shame, and worry vanished in that instant, replaced by boundless joy and burning affection. Husband, it's really you. She murmured softly, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. She reached out with snow-white arms, entwining them around Lin Ye's neck, pressing her burning, flawless body tightly against his chest. Come, husband. On this night, the crown prince of Dawu got married, and the entire capital remained awake throughout the night. Countless eyes were fixed on the eastern palace. The crown prince was a true man. This news spread like wildfire in the dead of night, quickly sweeping through the streets. On the wedding night, the curfew was lit. The capital was filled with the bustling sounds of vendors and laughter, but this absurd and explosive rumor spread like a whirlwind among the aristocracy and noble families. Soon after, a second piece of news arrived. The crown prince was exceptionally valiant. Several palace maids, eavesdropping in the eastern palace, discreetly transmitted the faint sounds from within, shattering the dreams of many ambitious souls who harbored ill intentions towards the royal family. Those people racked their brains, unable to comprehend how the crown prince, who usually appeared delicate and cold, could perform so vigorously in bed. By the later part of the night, a third piece of news exploded in the darkness. The newly minted crown princess was extremely satisfied and had been thoroughly tamed. They continued to stir until the sky began to brighten, yet the spies waiting outside the eastern palace still heard no signs of tranquility. This rogue is truly a beast. In a hidden cave in the northern part of the city, Wu Qingxuan, feeling stifled, had disguised herself and stealthily slipped into the night market to gather gossip. Hearing several drunken officials whispering about these scandals made her furious, her pretty face flushed with anger. The more she thought about it, the more envious she became, wishing she could rush into the bridal chamber and kick Lin Ye hard. What a sin she had created! Not only was she bullied by this scoundrel, but the newlywed bride had also willingly delivered herself to him. What infuriated her the most was that after it was all done, she would still have to be grateful to him. What worried Wu Qingxian even more was what would happen if Li Mingyao became pregnant. If a child were born, that would become the legitimate eldest son, the rightful heir to the throne. But the child bore no royal blood, it was clearly Lin Ye's seed. Was it possible that after 800 years the empire of Dawu would be handed over as a wedding gift to this scoundrel Lin Ye? Wu Qingxian sighed in frustration, tapping her forehead. But thinking further, the royal family had long been without male heirs. If they did not proceed this way, Dawu would collapse due to the lack of successors. Between two evils, one must choose the lesser. Let's take care of the immediate situation first. She sighed helplessly. Apart from trusting Lin Ye, she had no other path to take. As the clock tower struck 5 in the morning, the sky gradually brightened. Wu Qingxian hurried back to the cave and activated the teleportation array to return to the side hall of the Eastern Palace, waiting quietly for Lin Ye. According to their plan, after Lin Ye completed his tasks, he would intentionally quarrel with Li Mingyao in the morning, using the opportunity to leave in a huff. Then they would secretly swap identities in the side hall, with the real crown prince Wu Qingxian appearing to greet them. After that, Wu Qingxian only needed to neglect Li Mingyao and not share a room with her, proving that the crown prince was indeed a real man, while avoiding the risk of identity exposure. The plan was flawless. But Wu Qingxian had waited in the secret compartment for a long time, far exceeding the agreed time, and Lin Ye had not shown up at all. She felt a sudden surge of panic. That scoundrel Lin Ye, could he possibly have messed up at such a critical moment? Early in the morning, in the bridal chamber, Lin Ye, groggy from drinking and exhaustion, was soundly asleep when he was rudely awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Last night he had been in high spirits, and with Li Mingyao, who was in the midst of the Yuan High realm, their bodies had been indulgent until dawn. Just as he had barely laid down, he was called awake. Lin Ye's morning grouch instantly flared up. What the hell is going on so early? Get the hell away from me. The palace maid knocking at the door was startled and quickly stammered. Your Highness the Emperor, the Empress, and the Empress Dowager are waiting in the Yangshan Palace. They summon your Highness and the Crown Princess to pay respects immediately. The maid added in a whisper. The Emperor specifically sent Grand Steward Wei to wait outside. Grand Steward Lin Ye jolted awake, his mind clearing up considerably. He suddenly opened his eyes, cursing inwardly, this is bad. After a night of warmth and indulgence, he had been too comfortable while sleeping and completely forgot about the arrangement with Wu Qingxian. Going to pay respects to the Emperor and Empress. How could he go like this? The Emperor knew Wu Qingxian's true identity. If he, this fake Crown Prince, went to greet them in front of those who knew the real Crown Prince, well, he would be exposed in an instant. But now with Wei Zhongjuan waiting outside and Li Mingyao lying inside, he had no chance to sneak into the side hall and switch identities. Lin Ye felt overwhelmed. A lazy, delicate moan came from beside him. Lin Ye looked down and saw Li Mingyao had already opened, her beautiful eyes shimmering like autumn waters, gazing at him with a rosy face full of affection. The wild night had caused the bright red wedding gown to slip to one side, revealing a large expanse of smooth white shoulder and collarbone. The breathtakingly white skin surged in the morning light, exuding an astonishing beauty. Seeing the groom staring at her, Li Mingyao shyly shrank her neck, looking a bit tired yet sweet, as she propped herself up, large swathes of red silk cascading down her jade-like skin, appearing even more enchanting. Husband, get up, do not keep Father Emperor and Grandmother waiting too long. Her voice was soft as if it could drip water. Lin Ye could only brace himself and get out of bed. With the service of the palace maids outside, Lin Ye and Li Mingyao bathed and dressed. Moments later, he donned a brand new bright yellow dragon robe adorned with a purple gold crown, looking handsome and proud, radiating vitality. Li Mingyao obediently linked her arm with his, the two of them a golden boy and jade girl looking perfectly matched. Pushing open the door to the bridal chamber, Lin Ye immediately spotted an elderly eunuch in a red dragon robe, somewhat hunched over, standing in the courtyard. The elderly eunuch, upon seeing Lin Ye, instantly turned his dry orange pea-like wrinkles into a blooming chrysanthemum as he bowed and greeted, old servant Wei Zhongjuan pays respects to His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Crown Princess. Wei Zhongjuan. Lin Ye's heart sank. He maintained Wu Qingxian's usual aloofness and lightly nodded. Although it was his first time seeing this elderly eunuch in reality, Lin Ye was well aware of his background. He was the most powerful and ruthless old fiend in the Daiwu Imperial Palace, holding a third-rank official title, but his actual power could make first-rank officials bow their heads. Head eunuch of the Inner Palace, director of the Imperial Stables, and supervisor of the Eastern Depot. Any one of these titles was enough to command authority in the capital. Wei Zhongjuan held all three positions, controlling the most elite guards of the palace and the largest intelligence network. In the past few years of the old emperor's illness, Wei Zhongjuan had been the old emperor's sharpest and most trusted eye. Your Highness the Emperor suddenly woke up this morning and is quite clear-headed. Hearing that your Highness got married yesterday, he was very pleased and specifically instructed this old servant to personally escort your Highness and the Crown Princess to meet him. Wei Zhongjuan smiled broadly, bowing slightly and gesturing for them to proceed. Lin Ye cursed inwardly. The old emperor actually chose this critical moment to awaken. Going to the Yangshan Palace was no different from walking into a tiger's den. The emperor would instantly see through this impostor with the Crown Prince's might. Moreover, not only had he impersonated his son, but he had also taken advantage of his son's wife. No matter how magnanimous the old emperor was, he would surely be furious enough to spit blood, and the skilled guards of the imperial stables would instantly turn him into minced meat. He originally wanted to find an excuse of a stomach ache or dizziness to dodge the situation, but looking at Wei Zhongjuan's murky eyes, which seemed to conceal unfathomable pressure, Lin Ye swallowed the lie back down. Playing tricks in front of this old eunuch was purely courting death. Father Emperor woke up. This truly is a blessing for Dawu. Lin Ye feigned an expression of overwhelming joy, then frowned, and said, the congratulatory gifts I prepared for Father Emperor are still in the Eastern Palace treasury. I will go fetch them now. Wei Zhongjuan smiled and stepped forward, unobtrusively blocking Lin Ye's path. Your Highness' filial piety is naturally known to the Emperor. As for the congratulatory gifts, this old servant will send someone to retrieve them. Your Highness and the Crown Princess should proceed with me immediately. Wei Zhongjuan continued to look at Lin Ye with a smile. His old face, resembling a dried orange peel, was filled with submissiveness, yet in Lin Ye's eyes it felt akin to a death judge. The old emperor personally instructed. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. In recent years, the old emperor had been gravely ill, and Wei Zhongjuan rarely left the palace. This time he personally came to the East Palace to fetch someone, clearly indicating that he would leave Lin Ye no chance to slip away or make excuses. Li Mingyao, who was holding on to Lin Ye's arm, noticed the man's unusual behavior. She leaned closer with some worry, her warm and full body pressed against his arm, softly asking, Husband, what's wrong? Why are you so tense? It's nothing. Lin Ye took a deep breath, squeezing her warm and tender little hand with his other hand, and chuckled softly. I was too tired last night and haven't recovered yet. Li Mingyao recalled the craziness of the previous night, and her delicate face instantly flushed red as she shyly lowered her head. Your Highness, please get on the carriage. Don't keep the Emperor waiting. Wei Zhongjuan bowed and gestured for them to proceed. Lin Ye wrapped his arms around Li Mengyao and stepped onto the magnificent royal carriage. 6 tall and robust dragon blood steeds covered in crimson dragon scales roared together, lifting the carriage half a foot off the ground, rushing towards the royal palace with the sound of thunder. After passing through numerous palace gates, the carriage finally stopped in front of the Yanshin Hall. Once they got off the carriage, Li Mingyao's face was filled with tension. After all, it was her first time serving tea and greeting the emperor and the imperial concubines as a daughter-in-law. She gripped Lin Ye's sleeve tightly, her soft fingertips exerting great force as she nearly nestled into him. Sensing her helplessness, Lin Ye generously pulled her into his arms, patting her shoulder. "Don't be afraid, I'm here for you." Li Mengyao obediently responded, her previously panicked heart calming instantly beneath Lin Ye's warmth. As they entered the Yanshin Hall, a rich, almost overwhelming aroma of spirit herbs wafted through the air. "Oh, my dear grandson, you've finally arrived." As they stepped into the depths of the hall, a middle-aged beauty clad in a bright yellow phoenix robe rushed over, embracing Lin Ye tightly. Lin Ye was taken aback. This mature woman exuded a distinctive fragrance, and it was none other than the Grand Empress Dowager of Dawu. Although the Empress Dowager held a high rank, her profound cultivation and beauty-preserving techniques made her appear as youthful as a 30-year-old woman, her voluptuous figure pressing against Lin Ye's chest. The Empress Dowager playfully pinched Lin Ye several times, giggling. "Good grandson, we haven't seen each other for a few days, and you've become so sturdy. It seems that starting a family really does make a difference." Lin Ye could only pretend to be obedient, allowing her to tease him. The Empress Dowager then released Lin Ye and looked at the blushing and shy Li Mengyao beside her. "This must be my Dawu's granddaughter-in-law. So beautiful, worthy of the Wu family bloodline." Li Mengyao hurriedly bowed gracefully. "Granddaughter-in-law Li Mengyao pays respects to the Empress Dowager." Good. The Empress Dowager was delighted and immediately removed a jade bracelet from her smooth wrist, personally placing it on Li Mingyao's fair arm. This bracelet is a treasure passed down from the founding emperor. It nurtures the soul and benefits childbearing if worn for a long time. The bracelet was a vivid green, radiating spiritual energy. Coming from a prominent family, Li Mengyao, with her discerning eye, recognized it as a priceless defensive artifact. Feeling somewhat awkward, she turned to Lin Ye. Lin Ye smiled. "Since it's the Empress Dowager's kind intention, you should accept it." Li Mengyao then sweetly accepted it, expressing her gratitude once more. The Empress Dowager held one of them and looked at them with hopeful eyes, saying, "Good, starting a family and establishing a career. If the Wu family has descendants, I can die with my eyes closed. You two work hard and strive to give me a chubby little grandson next year." Li Mengyao, embarrassed, buried her head in her chest, not daring to respond. Passing through the screen, they entered the inner chamber. The old emperor was lying on a wide dragon bed, while the Dawu empress sat beside him, and 2 young and beautiful princesses stood respectfully on either side. Lin Ye's gaze swept across the women, and suddenly his heart trembled as he fixed his stare on one of the young women. This beauty, clad in white and appearing delicate yet alluring, was none other than Dawu Princess Wu Yinan. Lin Ye felt a wave of despair. Wu Yinan was the woman he had taken from Hongjun due to a misunderstanding back in Xiaoxianyu. Having not seen her for several days, Wu Yinan had grown considerably frail, but the ample white skin exposed beneath her collar and her delicate waist still caught the eye through the white dress, adding a touch of vulnerability that stirred sympathy. Wu Yinan also lifted her beautiful eyes to glance at the crown prince, her expression complex, ultimately biting her red lips and silently lowering her head. The empress did not notice anything unusual. She rose and placed a pearl hairpin on Li Mengyao, gently saying, Crown Princess, the emperor has just awakened, please come closer." Lin Ye pulled Li Mengyao closer and bowed, saying, "Son pays respects to Father Emperor." The old emperor on the dragon bed remained motionless, his face flushed in a somewhat eerie manner, appearing healthy on the surface, but it was merely a facade. He slightly raised his finger, and Wei Zhongjuan immediately placed 2 soft cushions behind Lin Ye and Li Mengyao. Lin Ye casually sat down. This action caused the empress and several princesses to be momentarily taken aback. Wu Qingxuan, who was usually very filial, always stood by the old emperor's sickbed, never daring to behave so disrespectfully. Today, however, this crown prince, why was his demeanor so domineering, completely lacking decorum? The empress' beautiful eyes sparkled. She keenly sensed that today's crown prince, while still possessing his soft and handsome features, exuded an unprecedented aura of robust masculinity that left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Could it be that after losing his virginity last night, he was no longer pretending? The empress' mind raced, but at that moment the old emperor opened his murky eyes. The old emperor fixed his gaze on Lin Ye, his voice thin as a thread. "You all may leave. I have something to discuss with the crown prince privately." Wei Zhongjuan bowed and complied immediately, leading the empress dowager, the empress, and several princesses out of the inner hall. The heavy palace doors were firmly shut. Buzz. The intricate mystical patterns carved within the Yanshin Hall lit up instantly, and barriers that isolated sound and spiritual sense surged up. Within the entire side hall, only the old emperor on the dragon bed and Lin Ye, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, remained. The old emperor, who had just been on the verge of death, suddenly shot forth two terrifying beams of light from his eyes. The overwhelming spiritual pressure of a half-step, law manifestation realm enveloped Lin Ye. The old emperor's voice, no longer hoarse, was instead heavy as 1,000 pounds, carrying an undeniable imperial dominance. "Where is the crown prince?" Lin Ye's expression remained unchanged, and under such overwhelming pressure, not even the edges of his garment trembled. Lin Ye brushed off his sleeve, his tone playful. "She's tired and sleeping in North City." The old emperor's face revealed no signs of emotional fluctuation. The information network of the Daiwu dynasty was vast. Although he was gravely ill, he was fully aware of the disturbances Lin Ye had caused in the East City and the death prison over the past few days. What puzzled him was why Wu Qingxian would hand over such a lethal leverage. Suddenly, the old emperor's arms, resembling withered wood, emerged from beneath the quilt, his 5 fingers gripping Lin Ye's wrist like steel claws. An icy aura of killing intent erupted. "Who exactly are you? What is your relationship with the crown prince? Speak. Otherwise, I will have Wei Zhongjuan summon experts from the Imperial Horse Monitoring to exterminate your 9 clans." With the old man clutching his wrist and threatening him, Lin Ye's expression sank completely. 9 clans? In this world, I fear nothing. Where would your 9 clans come from to obliterate me? The old emperor thought he was a mud figure that could be easily crushed. What a daydream. Boom. The 999 particles of the ancient giant elephant within Lin Ye roared in unison, and an explosively violent force erupted, directly shaking the old emperor's withered hand away. Lin Ye seized the old emperor's wrist and forcefully pressed him back onto the bed, looking down at the critically ill emperor with eyes as cold as iron. "Old man, your daughter Indrag, Crown Prince Wu Qingxian, has long been my woman. Wretched scoundrel. How dare you?" Upon hearing Jiang Ye's unequivocal confession, the ailing emperor trembled violently, with rage, gasping in agony. For decades, no subject within the great Wu imperial dynasty had ever dared address the Son of Heaven with such contemptuous condescension, let alone utter words so grievously treasonous. What tormented him most was the unbearable truth: his carefully groomed heir apparent, the very jewel he had nurtured for over a decade, had been claimed by a lowly jailer risen from the depths of death row. Wu Qingxian was the sole pillar destined to uphold the great Wu Empire. The treasured heir upon whom he had lavished boundless devotion had now been seized by this audacious upstart. "Jiang Ye, what are you that you dare lay hands upon my crown prince? I shall sever your head. I shall exterminate your 9 kin." The emperor roared madly from his imperial bed, his face flushed crimson with impotent fury. Yet Jiang Ye merely brushed dust from his sleeve with serene indifference before striding over to sit casually upon a golden silk Nanu armchair. He reached out leisurely and lifted a steaming cup of warm tea resting upon the lacquered desk, tea left unfinished by the empress herself. A faint trace of vermilion lipstick still lingered on the rim. Jiang Ye raised the cup to his nose and inhaled, a rich, mature fragrance, uniquely feminine, mingling seamlessly with the delicate aroma of tea. His mind flashed back to the frenzied, sweat-slicked embrace moments earlier upon the empress's phoenix bed in the cunning palace, her dazzling snow-white, flesh radiant beneath his touch. That voluptuous, perfectly ripened silhouette remained unforgettable. With a wry grin, Jiang Ye drank the lukewarm dregs in one smooth swallow. You traitorous fiend." Witnessing Jiang Ye's brazen insolence, even daring to drink the empress's own cup, the emperor's eyes bulged as if blood would burst forth. He slammed his palm upon the bed frame, and summoning his last reserves of chi, forced himself upright, his fingers clawing forward like tempered steel, aiming straight for Jiang Ye's throat. Jiang Ye did not stir. Within him, microscopic particles of the primordial elephant stirred, just once. A torrent of primeval savage force erupted, instantly shattering the emperor's feeble grip. The sovereign tumbled backward onto the dragon bed quilts, choking violently. "Father-in-law, spare yourself such wrath." Jiang Ye twirled the empty teacup idly in his fingers, a faint smile playing upon his lips. "Love between man and woman is born of mutual consent. And since Qingxian has chosen me, I shall honor my duty to her." "Duty? You dare speak of duty?" The emperor fixed Jiang Ye with a blood-flecked glare. "Do not imagine that currying favor with the crown prince will elevate you overnight. Dreams of daylight." Jiang Ye gazed upon the dying monarch with quiet pity. Even at life's final threshold, these lofty rulers retained their innate arrogance, unyielding, unbroken. "Father-in-law, you have but days left. Must you exhaust yourself fretting over such matters? Treason. Treason against heaven itself." The emperor heaved ragged breaths. Treason. Why did Qingxian disguise herself as a man? Because the imperial line fell under a curse of utter sterility. Every male heir perished. To preserve the great Wu realm, you resorted to the ancient ruse of swapping a cat for a prince. Jiang Ye rose and paced slowly through the opulent Yangxin Hall. For over a decade, rumors swirled like storm winds, yet not a single soul uncovered irrefutable proof of Qingxuan's true gender. That you held the empire together while battling terminal illness. Truly, you are a figure of rare metal. Jiang Ye halted mid-step and looked down upon the emperor with a knowing, almost playful gaze. "Yet I know this much: every midwife, wet nurse, and trusted palace maid who attended Qingxuan's birth nursed her or knew her secret. They all perished in bizarre accidental deaths over these years, did they not? Indeed, I ordered every one of them slain. For the sake of the Great Wu realm and its ancestral shrines, I bear no regret. A sigh escaped Jiang Ye's heart. Imperial families were cold, ruthless things. To safeguard a single secret, even the most loyal servants could be erased without hesitation. Since you deem any life expendable for the greater good, then having learned Qingxuan's secret, I too must die in your grand design, correct? Clever. The Emperor's gaze turned sharp as a blade. The Great Wu shall never tolerate an uncontrollable flaw like you. Then it's settled. Jiang Ye shrugged. If you intended to kill me from the outset, why should I grovel and play the obedient grandson? The Emperor stared silently at Jiang Ye. After a long pause, a flicker of reluctant admiration shimmered deep within his eyes. Qingxuan's discernment surpasses mine. You, a mere jailer from the lowest depths of the death cells, have ascended to this height in so short a time, even shattering the foundation of a law embodiment realm master with effortless ease. Your talent eclipses even Chu Tianhan, who once carved chaos through the capital city, by a margin both uncanny and terrifying. With such vision, my son may entrust the Great Wu to Qingxuan's hands, and my spirit shall rest peacefully beneath the earth. Jiang Ye chuckled softly. So, father-in-law, having praised me thus, do you intend to grant me clemency? Clemency? The Emperor sneered. The more prodigious you become, the more imperative it is that I eradicate you. The Great Wu shall never permit a second Chu Tianhan capable of toppling the throne. With your failing body, how precisely do you plan to slay me? Jiang Ye sneered. Suddenly the Emperor wore a chilling, triumphant smile. Jiang Ye, do you not feel a strange heaviness in your limbs? Has your dantian and qi utterly ceased responding? Jiang Ye's expression shifted sharply, his knees buckled slightly, and he collapsed back onto the cushioned seat, as if unable to support his own weight. You poison me. Precisely. The Emperor laughed triumphantly, his chest heaving. The toxin began seeping into you the moment you stepped onto the Imperial palanquin this morning. And upon entering this Yangshin hall, the medicinal incense permeating the air served as the second catalyst for this extraordinary poison. Then the Empress's leftover tea, what I just drank, was the final trigger. Correct. This poison lies hidden within the Imperial vaults, colorless, odorless. Under ordinary circumstances, it holds no effect even upon masters of the law embodiment realm. Yet when all three components converge, no antidote exists. Leaning against the dragon bed, the Emperor's voice turned glacial. I shall not execute you here in the hall. Wei Zhongjuan will escort you back to the Eastern Palace. Qing Xian will resume her rightful form tonight. And you, within 3 days, your spiritual essence will collapse entirely, reducing you to ash beyond even divine salvation. The Crown Prince may hate me. She may grieve beyond endurance. But she must transcend this trial to become a worthy sovereign of the Great Wu. An emperor is fated by heaven's decree to stand alone. The Emperor coughed violently, his voice weakening, his eyes burning with fanatical resolve. The foundation of the Great Wu shall never crumble in my generation. Jiang Ye, blame only your own brilliance, for you shone too fiercely. Are you done? Lin Ye languidly leaned against the golden Nanmu armchair, arms crossed, smiling as he looked at the pale-faced emperor of the great martial empire lying on the dragon bed. The old emperor's expression stiffened, his murky eyes wide with astonishment. How could you possibly be fine? He instinctively reached for the jade ring on his thumb and twisted it several times. He repeatedly confirmed that the last type of fragrant poison used as a catalyst had been completely released. Yet the young man before him had not even yawned, appearing completely at ease. Lin Ye was indeed poisoned. At that moment his internal true qi was utterly lifeless, with no response from his meridians. But the old emperor had overlooked one crucial detail. Lin Ye practiced the unparalleled divine art of this world, the ancient sky devouring technique. Not to mention royal poisons, even the ancient great demons or the primordial divine fire could be easily consumed by this art. As Lin Ye's thoughts stirred, 999 particles of ancient giant elephants within him roared in unison. The violent power of the ancient giant elephants surged through his body, and in an instant it devoured all the invading poison, instead becoming fuel for the operation of his technique. In just a moment his true qi surged once more like an enraged dragon. Upon sensing the terrifying aura rising again from Lin Ye, the old emperor completely panicked, his prior confidence shattering in an instant. This is absolutely impossible. This poison can kill even those at the half-step Dharma form realm. What kind of freak are you? What conspiracy do you have in getting close to Qing Xian? Which immortal family is backing you? The old emperor's mental defenses crumbled as he bombarded Lin Ye with a series of questions. Lin Ye stood up, brushed off his clothes, and walked step by step to the dragon bed, looking down at the dying emperor from a superior position. Father-in-law, you really talk too much. He held his right hand flat, the shrunk 36 layers of the demon-suppressing tower rolling in his palm, releasing a 5-colored light that suppressed all eternity. The old emperor's eyes flashed with the fear of death. He exerted all his strength to reach for the dragon head mechanism at the bed's head. As long as he activated the forbidden formation of the heart-nourishing palace, he would have a chance to survive. However, Lin Ye was faster. He struck like lightning, slamming the old emperor's withered arm aside, while the other hand like a steel claw tightly gripped the emperor's throat. Originally we had no grievances or enmities. Although you are close to death out of respect for Qin Xian, I did not wish to strike. Lin Ye's tone was cold, yet you set a poison trap for my life. I am justified in my self-defense, am I not? Traitor. The old emperor trembled with rage, his face flushed, repeatedly shouting, you cannot kill me. If I die, the royal ancestors will surely investigate thoroughly. The martial saint of the great martial empire will activate the DU-9 tripods to trace the scene, and you will be torn to shreds no matter where you flee. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The martial saint. The guardian deity of the great martial empire. If the martial saint truly intervened to reverse time, his future days of peace would indeed be over. He stroked his chin and asked earnestly, so tell me, what can I do to prevent them from finding out? Such shameless questioning nearly caused the old emperor to choke. The old emperor thought he was afraid, and hurriedly softened his tone to persuade, if you leave now, and swear to keep Qin Xian's secret of being a woman, I can not only spare your life, but also bestow upon you endless fame and fortune. Forget it. Lin Ye interrupted directly, you old fox, with just a turn of your head Wei Zhongjuan could have me turned into today you must die. At worst, I will take Qin Xian and the others and flee to the ends of the earth. With my abilities, can I not live better than that madman Shu Tianan? Lin Ye's face revealed a wicked smile. To put you at ease, I shall share a few secrets with you as a tribute to you, my dear. He leaned down and whispered teasingly into the old emperor's ear, you said earlier that Qin Xian is my woman, but in truth it's not just her. The stunning and enchanting princess Su Wanqing of Zhennan has long been thoroughly consumed by me. Her waist is truly slender and soft. The old emperor glared at him, snorting coldly. Su Wanqing has been widowed for many years, and the princess of the great martial empire is merely a bastard child. What is there to boast about, you lecherous fiend, for playing with a widow? What about your youngest daughter, Princess Wu Yinan? Lin Ye grinned, his eyes full of mockery. The whiteness beneath her neckline is truly smooth to the touch. On that night in the reign of Xiaoxiang, she cried out with delight. Beast, you have defiled my princess. The old emperor trembled with rage, his eyes bulging. There are even more thrilling experiences. Lin Ye stroked his chin, speaking playfully, just now the queen who was serving you by the bed, you must have not touched her for a long time, right? Her fully ripened and voluptuous body is truly a top-notch gem. Last night on the Phoenix couch in Kunning Palace, I remember clearly how she begged for mercy. Who? The emperor of the great martial empire's rage surged, his chest heaving violently, and he directly spewed a mouthful of purple-black blood. His face turned from red to blue, then from blue to purple, as he glared fiercely at Lin Ye. You dog couple. Before he could finish his words, the old emperor's eyes bulged, his limbs convulsed, and he fell down stiffly, instantly losing all motion. Dead. Lin Ye frowned. This guy is cunning and shrewd. Would a figure of such a tyrant truly die from anger over his queen's betrayal? He activated his perfected inside eye. Indeed, while the old emperor's physical body had truly died deep within his Niwen palace, a faint true spirit was quietly escaping underground, trying to shed his shell and escape unnoticed. The cold gleam in Lin Ye's eyes intensified. He suddenly summoned the 36 layers of the demon-suppressing tower. Lin Ye's wrist twitched, and the dark cold light of the Nether River Spirit Gold embedded at the top of the tower erupted. Nether River Spirit Gold specifically targets divine souls and true spirits. Die. Lin Ye pointed the Nether River Spirit Gold directly pressed against the old emperor's forehead. In the void, a heart-wrenching and unwilling scream of the old emperor echoed through the hall. His true spirit was instantly crushed by the Nether River Spirit Gold, devoured completely. The emperor of the great martial empire has completely fallen. Suppressing the emperor of the great martial empire rewards 600 years of martial arts cultivation, purple microastrology, compass tea, divine, sword, spirit stones, 5,000. A massive influx of pure memories and images surged into his mind. Lin Ye sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to frantically search through the old emperor's century-old memories for the astonishing secrets about this continent and the curse. While this time I truly struck a colossal fortune in one fell swoop. The images in his mind gradually faded as Lin Ye stared at the generous rewards on the system panel, his throat involuntarily moving. He had slain countless peak nascent soul cultivators before even crushing formidable figures of the Dharma manifestation realm with his bare hands, but encountering such a terrifying bounty as the old emperor's was unprecedented. Compared to Chu Tianhan's fragmented soul, the great martial emperor was like a worthless elite monster. 50,000 spirit stones. Such a fortune could make any super sect envious. Lin Ye had been troubled over how to cultivate this sacred insect Dao Soldier, a Dao Soldier method notorious as a bottomless gold pit. Now with 50,000 spirit stones invested, he could instantly raise a bloodthirsty army of tens of thousands of ferocious, soul-devouring demon insects. However, beyond the spirit stones, the true peerless divine weapons were the other two ancient treasures, the Ziwei Doshu compass and the Teia divine sword. Originally, after dispatching the old Emperor Lin Ye had prepared to flee the world with Su Wanqing and Wu Qing. The great martial dynasty was a colossal entity with an 800-year legacy. With the Emperor dead, the hidden martial saint Old Immortal would surely use all sorts of timer-winding artifacts to investigate. If even the slightest clue was uncovered, Lin Ye's life would never be peaceful again. But with the Ziwei Doshu compass, everything changed. Ziwei Doshu charts the celestial movements of myriad stars representing the causal destiny of the entire world. This compass was a masterpiece of an ancient great power. Once activated, it could completely mask Lin Ye's aura, causality, and heavenly secrets. Even if a martial saint wielding a transcendent spiritual treasure were to investigate under the compass shielding, they would only discern a chaotic blur, perhaps even erasing all traces of Lin Ye from this murder case entirely. This meant he no longer needed to run. As for the Taya Divine Sword, it was a simple, yet weighty bronze longsword devoid of any superfluous adornments. Before the sword was even drawn, the calamity-ending sword technique resonated wildly within Lin Ye's divine sea, emitting a thunderous dragon's roar. With the Taya Divine Sword, his swordsmanship's lethality would multiply manifold. Calming his emotions, Lin Ye stored the Taya Divine Sword and the compass into his dantian for nurturing, then took a deep breath, preparing himself emotionally. Father, what's wrong? Please open your eyes. Someone come quickly. The Emperor is unwell, hurry. Lin Ye loosened his throat and used true chi to shake his voice, letting out wails of piercing anguish and desperate sorrow throughout the great hall. He casually disabled the defensive formation outside the hall. What? His Majesty is in trouble. Quick! Protect His Majesty. Outside, the Empress, Dowager Empress, and Crown Princess Li Mengyao, who had been chatting merrily, suddenly turned pale. Even Wei Zhongjuan, the elderly eunuch of the inner palace, was flustered. They rushed into the hall anxiously with their attendants. My son. Upon seeing the motionless old emperor on the dragon bed, the Empress Dowager burst into tears and rushed forward. The Empress and Li Mengyao also covered their faces, sobbing. Wei Zhongjuan scrambled to the bedside, placing his shriveled fingers on the old emperor's wrist. Moments later, the old eunuch shuddered all over and collapsed onto the floor, his voice hoarse and dry. His Majesty has passed away. The cries instantly echoed throughout the Yangxin Palace. News of the great martial emperor's demise swept across the capital and the 36 provinces like a violent 12-level hurricane. Wiping tears, Wei Zhongjuan approached the prostrate crown prince and whispered, Your Highness, please accept my condolences. The nation cannot be without a ruler even for a day. The great martial dynasty's fate still rests on your shoulders. Lin Ye wiped the non-existent tears from his eyes, his expression heavy with grief. Father in his final moments instructed that his funeral be kept simple. Wei Gonggong, father said he left a secret decree concerning our ancestral realm with you. Is this true? Wei Zhongjuan trembled. The emperor had been gravely ill for years and had indeed left a contingency secret to prevent any scandal involving the royal bloodline. Seeing Lin Ye mention the secret decree, the old eunuch no longer doubted his cause of death, believing it to be the emperor's last lucid moments conveying his final words. He quickly nodded, Indeed, I will retrieve it immediately. The national mourning commenced. Lin Ye and Crown Princess Li Mengyao donned simple, white mourning garments. Inside the spirit hall, Lin Ye knelt before the incense burner, his gaze briefly scanning the two women beside him, his heart pounding uncontrollably. There's a saying that a woman's allure lies in her mourning attire. Li Mengyao was naturally enchanting, her figure tantalizingly seductive. Now clad in a loose, slightly sheer white hemp mourning robe, it failed to conceal her exaggerated erect fullness. Instead, the tight red silk bodice beneath faintly revealed its contours. Kneeling on a cushion and sobbing over the coffin, her movements caused the pristine curves of her round hips to strain visibly beneath the white garment, igniting a wild fire in Lin Ye's core. On the other side, the great martial empress had also changed into a white phoenix robe. This matured woman's voluptuous figure was at its peak. The white silk belt around her waist was tightly cinched, accentuating her astonishing bosom. Her porcelain shoulders trembled with her sobs, exuding an intoxicating soul-stealing allure. While feigning sorrow, Lin Ye indulged his eyes, feeling the royal family's fortune increasingly favoring him. In less, all high-ranking civil and military ministers above the third rank, along with top leaders from powerful departments of the great martial dynasty, gathered at the spirit hall. Though the emperor's death was sudden, everyone was mentally prepared. The most crucial step remained investigating the cause of death. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please accept my condolences. The chief commander of the Patrol Heaven Division, Yawuji, approached solemnly and cupped his fists according to court protocol. Upon His Majesty's passing, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Punishments, and all major attendants must verify the truth in person. Your Highness's permission is respectfully requested. Thank you all, esteemed ministers. Lin Ye sighed and nodded. Everyone present in the spirit hall was a cunning master. To ensure no mistakes, Lin Ye had gritted his teeth beforehand and poured all his martial cultivation into disguise arts. His saint-level disguise had transcended mortal realms. His current disguise was instinctive. Not even a celestial being descending could detect that he was not the real Wu Qingxian. Simultaneously, Lin Ye fervently activated the Ziwei Doshu compass within. The invisible stellar forces swirled in the void, instantly turning all causal and heavenly secrets in the Great Hall into a muddy chaos. The chief commanders of the Demon Suppression Guard, Xiao Jinshan Yawuji of the Patrol Heaven Division, and the martial saint-level patriarch of the clan office, All three top, transcendent figures of the great martial dynasty acted simultaneously. They surrounded the old emperor's corpse and even produced peerless spiritual treasures capable of revealing souls. Yet the compass within Lin Ye's body flashed wildly, shattering and distorting all images pointing to him. After a moment, the three martial saints retracted their treasures, faces marked by rare hesitation and confusion. The truth was peculiar. The old emperor had indeed died naturally, his true spirit exhausted amid illness and a final burst of vitality. Yet in terms of causality, a fog seemed to linger, impossible to dissipate, leaving their calculations unclear. Gentlemen, what exactly happened to father? Lin Ye stepped forward earnestly. Nia Wuji hesitated, glanced at the others, and whispered, Your Highness, His Majesty was already gravely ill, his vitality depleted. It seems that upon waking this morning, overwhelmed by the intense emotions of Your Highness's wedding, his true spirit dissipated, ascending to immortality. It's all my fault. Lin Ye suddenly slapped his thigh, tears streaming. I caused father's death. Before passing, father held my hand, repeatedly yearning for great-grandchildren. His emotions were simply too intense. The Empress and Empress Dowager then joined them. The Empress Dowager weakly asked, Are you certain there are no traces of external interference? Xiao Zhinshan and the clan office patriarch both cupped fists in unison. Rest assured, Your Majesty's vitality aligns with the natural course of severe illness. His true spirit's departure marks the end of life. Your Highness is blameless. Impossible. A sharp, icy rebuke suddenly rang out. The Empress stepped forward, her proud chest heaving beneath the white phoenix robe. With her captivating yet cold phoenix eyes, she fixed Lin Ye with a murderous glare. His Majesty had been stable until recently. When Chief Steward Wei personally escorted the Crown Prince inside, His Majesty was mentally clear. Why did His Majesty suddenly die after being alone with the Crown Prince for just a moment? Crown Prince, what treasonous words did you utter to His Majesty that you caused his death by anger? At these words, the solemn spirit hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Although the Emperor's secret edict had not yet been unsealed, Lin Ye was already well aware of its contents thanks to the memories he had obtained from his previous soul-searching. The gist of the edict was quite simple. Should the Emperor meet with misfortune and pass away, the Crown Prince Wu Qingxian would immediately ascend the throne and preside over state affairs. To guard against the inexperienced new emperor, the edict specifically appointed 5 ministers to assist in governing. The old emperor seemed to worry that these 5 powerful ministers might conspire to marginalize the new emperor, so he left behind a particularly profound statement at the end of the edict. Should the new emperor encounter indecision, he could consult the empress for advice. Wei Zongjun's hoarse and dry voice echoed in the silent hall, and after finishing the reading, the entire grand hall fell into an eerie silence. All eyes in the court shifted, each calculating their own gains and losses. Meanwhile, the empress, who had initially shown a murderous intent, slowly relaxed her brow. What she had feared the most was that after the Crown Prince's ascension, he would use his formidable power to completely sideline her as a mother, leaving her marginalized in the harem. Now, with the emperor's handwritten edict, it was equivalent to granting her a legitimate golden ticket to intervene in the politics of the great Wu dynasty. The empress, being exceptionally intelligent, understood that Wu Qingxuan, as the only bloodline of the royal family, would inevitably ascend the throne, as she had no chance of pulling him down. The reason she had publicly criticized the Crown Prince was merely to label him as unfilial in front of the ministers. As long as she could suppress the new emperor in name, she could naturally and legitimately control the court behind the scenes in the capacity of a regent. Since the edict had generously granted her significant decision-making power, the empress would not foolishly continue to create disturbances. She slightly lowered her eyelids and ceased to make any sounds. It must be said that the old emperor's secret decree was exquisitely crafted to balance the various factions within the court. The positions of the 5 regents had been cleverly positioned at the most delicate balance point. One position was allocated to the Celestial Patrol Bureau, 2 to the Cabinet, 1 to the Privy Council, while the last position was reserved for the inner court. The weight and distribution of these factions in the court all hinted at a system of checks and balances. Now the Celestial Patrol Bureau, the most powerful and influential in the capital, only received 1 regent position, held by Xiao Zhinshan. In contrast, the Cabinet, which had always been close to the Crown Prince, received 2 positions. However, these 2 positions in the cabinet were also quite significant. They were given to the chief and deputy of the cabinet, while Zhao Wuji, the high-ranking minister of the cabinet, and the nominal father-in-law of the Crown Prince, received not even a fraction of the benefits. This method of avoiding suspicion effectively snuffed out any ambitions the Zhao family, as an external clan, might have harbored. As for the regent minister representing the Privy Council, it could only be Wei Zhongjuan. After reading the edict, Wei Zhongjuan held the bright yellow brocade edict, walking through the grand hall to allow the 5 regent ministers to verify the formation's restrictions and soul seals closely. After a thorough inspection, everyone exchanged glances, confirming that this was indeed not a forgery, but the genuine handwritten edict of the late emperor. Lin Ye stood tall, clad in simple white mourning attire, which only accentuated his imposing presence. His phoenix eyes, masked in the guise of the sacred realm, sparkled with a cold light as he scanned the entire hall. Now, does anyone have any questions? In the silent hall, only the sound of the ever-burning lamps could be heard. The late emperor was wise, and we have no objections. We accept the decree. A nation cannot be without a ruler for a day. We implore His Highness the Crown Prince to ascend the throne at the earliest to preside over state affairs. The officials present were not fools. As long as they weren't intent on rebellion, they wouldn't continue to dwell on the circumstances surrounding the emperor's death. After all, the old emperor had been bedridden for so many years, a death was merely a matter of time. Moreover, the crown prince's position was legitimate, and just last night, there had been strong evidence of his extraordinary valor, effectively dispelling any rumors about him being heirless or physically flawed. The legitimate succession of the great Wu royal family could not be faulted in terms of law or procedure. Furthermore, with 3 martial saint-level ancestors personally testifying that the emperor had died of natural causes, this delicately balanced edict would prevent any ambitious schemers from causing a stir. In the end, after a hurried discussion, the 5 regent ministers obtained the consent of the Empress Dowager and the Empress. The emperor's funeral would be simple, held 7 days later. 10 days later, the coronation ceremony would be held, and Crown Prince Wu Qingxian would officially ascend the throne. Lin Ye observed from the side, silently feeling a twinge of anxiety. Although he possessed immense strength, he was utterly clueless about governing a great nation and handling the convoluted affairs of state. If he continued to stay and listen to these old men bicker, any slip could lead to disastrous consequences. To avoid being led by this group of scheming civil officials, Lin Ye's eyes shifted. Amidst the mournful music filling the air, he suddenly turned pale, rolled his eyes back, and spat out a small mouthful of reverse blood forced out by true qi. "Father Emperor!" Lin Ye cried out in grief, and on the spot he fainted from excessive sorrow. "Your Highness! Quick! The Crown Prince has fainted from grief." The entire hall immediately descended into chaos as several guards hurriedly lifted Lin Ye and rushed him towards the East Palace. Leaving the newlywed great Wu Crown Princess Li Mengyao dressed in a white mourning robe that accentuated her full and graceful curves with red-rimmed eyes in the hall, accompanying her husband in mourning. Back in the East Palace, Lin Ye lay motionless on the luxurious soft couch. Only after confirming that all the idle people around the sleeping quarters had been dismissed did he slowly open his eyes and quietly wait in bed. Several hours passed in a flash. In the deep of night, a faint glow suddenly flickered from the secret door formation on the wall of the side hall. Wu Qingqian's graceful figure staggered as she emerged from the passage. She had not yet removed the magical disguise from her face. Her dignified expression was filled with panic as her beautiful phoenix eyes stared intently at Lin Ye on the bed. "Lin Ye, the outside world is saying that Father Emperor has passed away. Oh, is it true?" Lin Ye turned over and sat up, his expression serious. He pulled at his face, the bones cracking audibly as he instantly restored his rugged and heroic appearance. "You first change back into the Crown Prince's dragon robe, and he'll slowly explain things to you." Lin Ye began to remove the heavy dragon scale attire he was wearing. Wu Qingxian, suppressing the intense pain and confusion in her heart, swiftly untied her outer garment. To portray the Crown Prince, she had long used cool white silk to tightly bind her chest. Now, needing to change back into the elaborate dragon robe in front of Lin Ye, she gritted her teeth and directly unfastened the close-fitting white bandage. At the moment the white silk fell, a large expanse of dazzling white was suddenly liberated under the moonlight. The round and delicate forms previously constrained sprang forth in an instant, quivering violently with her rapid breaths, their dazzling shapes strikingly bright. Lin Ye's breath caught, and his gaze instantly became intensely fiery. Wu Qingqian's fair face flushed with a hint of crimson, and she even forgot to cover her glaringly ample front, directly lunging into Lin Ye's embrace, pressing her heated body tightly against his strong chest, weeping uncontrollably. "Father Emperor, has he truly left us? Lin Ye, I have no Father Emperor anymore." Woo woo woo. Holding such exquisite beauty in his arms, feeling the astonishing softness and overwhelming warmth, Lin Ye, however, had no ulterior motives. He gently patted Wu Qingqian's smooth, jade-like shoulder, allowing her tears to dampen his shoulder. In his heart, Lin Ye could only silently apologize to the girl in his arms. He had no murderous intent towards the old emperor. Had it not been for the old emperor's lethal plot, he would never have taken action in the palace. Everything he did was merely a self-defense counterattack of a martial arts master. "Wanchuan, listen to me. Everything happened so suddenly." Lin Ye spoke softly. "I was overworked last night and missed the time to hand things over to you. As a result, early this morning the emperor sent Wei Zhongjuan to block me at the East Palace gate, escorting me all the way to the Yangxin Hall." Wu Qingxian wiped her swollen tears from the corners of her eyes, lifting her head from his embrace, listening intently. The emperor dismissed everyone behind the screen, activated the defensive formation of Yangxin Hall, and then confronted me about my identity as a fake crown prince. Hearing this, Wu Qingqian's body shook violently. Although she knew her father emperor was cunning, she never expected that not only had he seen through the tricks from last night, but he also set up such a complicated scheme before his death. And then, Wu Qingxian tightened her grip on Lin Ye's hand nervously, her two high mounts trembling along with her anxiety. Lin Ye took a deep breath, his tone becoming exceedingly grave. "He discovered that you were a girl. To preserve the only legitimate secret of the great Wu dynasty, the emperor ordered me to be killed to silence me." Wu Qingxian wasn't too surprised that her cold-blooded father would go so far as to kill Lin Ye. She understood this ruthless emperor all too well. For the sake of the great Wu dynasty, her father would eliminate even the closest wet nurse and trusted palace maids. How could he possibly spare Lin Ye, an outsider who knew the secret? She looked at Lin Ye with a complex gaze, biting her red lip and asking, "So did you kill him?" Lin Ye scratched his nose and sighed. "You think too highly of me. Your father is cunning and called me over alone, setting a trap all around." At that moment my true energy was locked, and I had no way to resist. Wu Qingxian was taken aback, her face filled with confusion. "Then how did he die?" Lin Ye sat down on the edge of the bed, wrapping his arms around her soft waist, and sighed. "It's all my fault. I have a terrible temper. When your father threatened to wipe out my entire clan, I couldn't hold back and had a big argument with him." "What exactly did you say?" Wu Qingxian fixed her phoenix eyes on Lin Ye, fearing that he might utter a single lie. Lin Ye displayed a helpless expression, running his hand through his hair. "In a fit of anger, I blurted out that you are my woman. If he killed me, you would never forgive him." He just snorted coldly, saying it was the last death trap he left for you. Being an emperor means one is destined to be a lonely person, absolutely forbidden to act on emotions. Wu Qingxian silently shed tears. This was indeed her father's way of doing things, and his usual rhetoric. Lin Ye continued to fabricate lies. Seeing his smug expression made me furious, so I shot back, saying your sister Wu Nan had already been completely conquered by me. I've even touched her fair chest. You, Wu Qingxian exclaimed in exasperation, extending her jade hand to pinch him hard. Father protects Nan the most. Are you trying to take his life? Yeah, at that moment he turned green with rage and started trembling. Lin Ye continued to fabricate nonsense. But I was on a roll, so I went all out and struck again. What else did you say? I said, your stunningly beautiful Zhennan princess, Su Wanqing, had also long been. We would engage in warmth within the dungeon every day, her figure truly being one of the most alluring. Wu Qingxian froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Lin Ye. Su Wanqing is officially recognized as a national heroine of the Wu dynasty and is also her elder by rank. You shameless bastard. How many women are you going to ruin? Wu Qingxian trembled with anger, tears brimming in her eyes as she lunged into Lin Ye's embrace. I gave myself to you. Even my crown princess Li Mengyao was taken advantage of by you, and you don't even spare Su Wanqing. She suddenly seemed to recall something, scolding. I remember now. A few days ago you had a strange fragrance clinging to you. It must have been Su Wanqing's, right? That's why it smelled so good. It turns out you two have been fooling around together all along. Lin Ye ignored her pinches and twists, simply holding her warm, fair body tightly in his arms. After a while of coaxing, he managed to calm the newly enthroned empress, whose eyes were red. Wu Qingxian sobbed, my father. Did he really die of rage because of you? Of course. He was already on the brink of death, his vitality long exhausted. Hearing my sincere filial piety, he was suddenly struck with anger and died on the spot. Lin Ye nonchalantly placed this blame on the green hat. Wu Qingxian felt a surge of sadness and found it absurdly funny, hitting him lightly. Do you have a grudge against our royal family? Why are you specifically targeting the women of our dynasty to harm? Her expression suddenly tightened as she recalled that the Empress Dowager had been sending people to the East Palace to inquire about the whereabouts of the young eunuch Lin Ye, and even came personally to request him. Her complexion paled slightly as she pointed at Lin Ye, stammering. You, and that beautiful Empress Dowager, are you also? Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat, quickly covering her mouth with his hand to suppress this dangerous topic. Half a month later. It has been half a month since the previous emperor passed away, and 5 days since the Wu crown prince ascended the throne. Lin Ye continued to perform his duties as usual at the East City Inspection Office, following a daily routine. To the outside world, he had previously been the prince's favored confidant, and now that the new emperor had ascended, he was bound to rise to prominence. To curry favor with him, many officials privately sent heavy gifts. Even Sun Yao, the deputy commander of the inspection office, who had some past grievances with Lin Ye, completely set aside his pride and brought lavish gifts to apologize. However, in these past few days since the new emperor's ascension, he summoned many court officials and even promoted several newcomers, yet there was no decree for Lin Ye's promotion. In an instant, the political winds shifted. Many people speculated in private that Lin Ye must be becoming arrogant due to his favored status, completely losing the new emperor's favor. Among the cabinet officials, 2 regents were currently in the court, riding high on their power, believing that the time had come for them to seize control. They felt that Lin Ye had fallen from grace and immediately banded together to attack him, sending a flurry of impeachment memorials to the emperor. But these impeachment letters, when they reached the empress' hands, all sank like stones in the sea, not creating a single. Unable to touch him in court, the scholars began to spread rumors among the people, disseminating various malicious rumors about Lin Ye. Accusations of embezzlement, public violence, and even the abduction of common women. Lin Ye went about his business as if nothing were wrong, his position as the East City Inspector still as stable as a mountain. Naturally, he knew that Wu Qingxian was angry with him and was still jealous over the matters regarding Su Wanqing and Nan. Wu Qingxian's actions after her enthronement were not particularly bold. The only significant move she made was dismissing the city lord of divine casting Yu Baixing, who had gone missing for many days. To appease the Privy Council, she reassigned a military strongman loyal to her to take over. This could also be seen as cleaning up after Lin Ye. After all, the volcanic tremors and the golden core battle in Divine Casting City could not be hidden from those who were observant. Lin Ye gave the Empress a favor by releasing Yu Baixing, who had been imprisoned in the Divine Tower. Although Yu Baixing saved his life, he was directly dispatched to the perilous northwest border to confront the northern desert barbarians. That noon, within the East City Inspection Office, Lin Ye comfortably leaned back in his grand chair. His top lieutenant Zhang Wu entered with a cheerful smile. "Sir, your maid Ruo Shui has come on time to bring you lunch. Let her in." Lin Ye had purchased this charming maid 2 months ago. For these past days, Ruo Shui had been dutifully bringing him meals, rain or shine. Lin Ye was well aware of the girl's intentions. She was the daughter of a condemned minister, the Minister of War. Originally a pampered young lady, her entire family had been confiscated, now imprisoned and awaiting death. The reason she behaved so submissively in front of Lin Ye was that she had heard he was highly favored by the new emperor, hoping that he could intercede and save her family. Recently, the scholars in court were indeed working hard for this case, even trying to overturn the previous verdict. Naturally, Ruo Shui also saw hope and served Lin Ye with increasing diligence. "My lord, please have your meal." Ruo Shui quickly approached with a delicate food box. She wore a tight-fitting light green dress, and due to her recent training, her waist appeared even more slender. Her tiny waist, which could be easily grasped with 2 hands, was displayed before Lin Ye. She lowered her head slightly, her expression gentle and charming as she carefully wiped Lin Ye's hands with a warm, damp towel. A large expanse of her smooth white neck was exposed to Lin Ye's gaze. As she bent down, a hint of alluring skin peeked out from the taut neckline, exuding the unique, pure fragrance of a girl. To please Lin Ye, this former young lady of nobility had indeed endured many hardships, learning to serve others with great proficiency. Lin Ye took the chopsticks and ate slowly. Ruo Shui obediently stood by, occasionally serving Lin Ye with dishes. "Ruo Shui, you've been more obedient lately," Lin Ye teased. Ruo Shui's body trembled slightly, her red lips pressed together as she whispered, "Serving my lord is my duty. In the past I was ignorant, so I hope my lord won't hold it against me." Lin Ye spat out a fishbone and casually said, "After we finish eating, I plan to visit the dungeon to interrogate the prisoners. If it's convenient for you, you can visit your father and family as well." Upon hearing this, Ruo Shui was struck like lightning, her entire body freezing in place, and the jade chopsticks in her hand nearly slipped from her grasp. Her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement and longing, but the next moment, as if recalling something, her complexion turned from rosy to slightly pale. She was no longer that naive girl who knew nothing in her ivory tower. After mingling at the bottom of the capital for 2 months, she understood deeply that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Lin Ye first threw out the bait of taking her to see her family in the dungeon, then asked her if it was convenient today. Instinctively, she recalled the last time when Lin Ye wanted to possess her, and she had made up an excuse about being unwell to avoid him. Now this man brought up the issue again, and his intentions were clear. He must have known my identity long ago. This is clearly blackmailing me. Ruo Shui tightly clenched the hem of her clothes, her heart in turmoil. If she didn't agree, she would definitely not be able to see her parents. In this cannibalistic Daewoo dynasty, Lin Ye, a 4th grade official with real power, could squash her like an ant. Lin Ye noticed the girl's struggle. He didn't force her, but chewed his food leisurely, even taking a sip of tea at his leisure. Putting down his teacup, Lin Ye stood up, adjusted his loose black official robe, and said to the dazed Ruo Shui, "What's wrong? Don't want to go? Go. To buy some food and clothing to bring to them. There are spirit stones in the storage bag, don't be stingy with the money." Lin Ye directly shoved a heavy storage bag filled with spirit stones into her hands. Ruo Shui was taken aback. Looking at Lin Ye's young yet imposing and domineering handsome face, she felt momentarily at a loss. She had expected to face the most brutal coercion, yet this man directly handed her a storage bag filled with money. In a flurry of confusion, she accepted it and walked out dazed. Lin Ye watched her leave, her particularly enticing figure, especially the rounded hips swaying under her skirt, causing a wicked smile to creep onto his lips. This girl truly has a good figure. With just 2 hands, he could easily grasp her slender waist. Though still tender after 2 years of development, she was not inferior to the Empress Dowager. Having bought her for 2 months busy with refining weapons and fighting, he had neglected this alluring beauty by his side. Now was the time to give her a taste of sweetness. As she walked out of the crimson gate of the inspection office, Ruo Shui suddenly came to her senses. Her delicate jade-like face was instantly filled with shock, confusion, and panic. How did I mindlessly agree to him just now? What am I going to do? I really want to see my parents, but what if he uses force later? Ruo Shui paused at the street corner, biting her red lips, her heart in a state of chaos. She knew she had no choice. Now she was merely a lowly maid bound by a death contract with all power of life and death held in Lin Ye's hands, unable to escape his grasp. Forget it. If he takes advantage of me, I'll just consider it a bite from a vicious dog. She took a deep breath, suppressing the humiliation in her heart. As long as she could see her family, she was willing to pay any price. She carried her heavy storage bag and began to frantically shop in the market. To vent her anger, she spent all the thousands of silver in her storage bag buying clothes, quilts, and fine food enough to keep her parents comfortable in the death prison for over half a year. An hour later, Ruo Shui returned to the inspection office with a flushed face. "Sir, the meal you ordered has arrived." The chief officer Zhang Wu approached with a beaming smile, carrying a luxurious redwood food box, and respectfully placed it on the stone table. Sir, this is the spiritual meal delivered from the most famous Yin Kulai restaurant in the Yi city. It is said that even the late emperor praised it highly when he tasted it back then. Lin Ye nodded slightly, and casually tossed him 10 spirit stones. Thank you for your generosity, sir. Zhang Wu beamed, nearly grinning from ear to ear as he happily retreated. Ruo Xue stared intently at the food box, her defenses weakening. Such an expensive spiritual meal was clearly prepared for her family by Lin Ye. He actually put in so much effort. Could it be that he's actually a good person, and his usual rogue demeanor is just an act? If I follow him in the future, will he treat me well? With this thought, Ruo Xue shyly twisted the corner of her clothes, lowering her voice like a mosquito. My lord Ruo Xue today. Is it convenient? Lin Ye's lips curled slightly as he generously grasped her soft, silky little hand. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The two left the inspection office and headed straight for the death prison. Recently, due to the commotion caused by Chu Tianhan's avatar, a large area of the 9th district of the death prison had collapsed. The demon suppression guard of the Great Wu Dynasty had gathered over 100 array masters and spent a month repairing it completely. With Lin Ye's connections in the death prison, now no one dared to stop him as he brought Ruo Xue inside. My lord, is this the death prison? Looking at the eerie stone walls around her and the bizarre bloodlight flickering on the array, Ruo Xue's fair face went pale with fright. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she instinctively clung tightly to Lin Ye's strong arm. Feeling the astonishing softness and warmth from her arm, Lin Ye unceremoniously reached out and wrapped his arm around her delicate waist. Ruo Xue symbolically struggled for a moment, then blushed and allowed him to hold her. She had already formulated a plan in her heart. When they were alone later, she would proactively reveal her identity as the daughter of the Minister of War and ask Lin Ye to rescue her family. If this man denies everything after getting what he wants, she would expose Lin Ye for harboring the daughter of a guilty minister. Although it was somewhat despicable, she could no longer care about such things for the sake of her family. While Ruo Xue was lost in thought, Lin Ye suddenly stopped in front of a stone chamber. My lord, have we arrived? Ruo Xue asked nervously. Lin Ye replied flatly, I'll go handle some private matters first. As for your parents, I'll take you to see them later. He pushed open the heavy door of cell number 1 for serious offenders. Godfather is here. Chu Linger's cheerful voice immediately rang out. The little girl was about to rush over, but suddenly stopped in her tracks, her round, sparkling eyes wide open. Mother, look quickly. Godfather brought a woman back. What a... Su Wanqing, who had her back to the door and was still sulking about Lin Ye not bringing food for 10 days, could no longer pretend. She turned abruptly, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Ruo Xue beside Lin Ye. Lin Ye entered the cell and set the food out. Today, I brought the signature dishes from Xian Kulai. Hurry up and eat while it's hot. However, Su Wanqing didn't even glance at the food. With her arms crossed, she pressed her already impressive bosom into a deep, bottomless white chasm. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hostility as she stared fiercely at Ruo Xue. Who is she? Looking so stunning, why is she still wearing a disguise? Ruo Xue's heart jolted. Who was this breathtaking woman in the cell? How could she see through her disguise at a glance? Lin Ye scratched his nose and casually explained, She's my new maid named Ruo Xue. Maid. Su Wanqing breathed a slight sigh of relief. In this world, it was perfectly normal for high-ranking officials and nobles to have several maidservants. But looking at Ruo Xue's young, tender face, she couldn't help but feel a wave of sourness rising in her heart. She instinctively touched her own smooth, youthful cheek and sighed inwardly. Even though she took good care of herself, being fair and beautiful, she was nearly 30 and already had a child. How could she compare to such a vibrant young girl? Su Wanqing lowered her head somewhat self-pityingly, poking her jade chopsticks randomly in the bowl. Mother, why are you unhappy again? Chu Linger asked with some confusion. Su Wanqing stroked her daughter's little head and sighed. Linger, your mother is getting old. If someone bullies your mother in the future, you must help her take revenge. Don't worry, mother. Linger and Godfather will definitely protect you. Su Wanqing shot Lin Ye a glance and scolded, Don't mention him. He doesn't even know where his thoughts are scattered among some wild foxes. How could he remember us, mother and daughter? Lin Ye felt a headache coming on. These women, can't they feel comfortable without stirring up trouble every day? Shut up. Lin Ye coldly shouted, his gaze fixed unkindly on Su Wanqing's alluring figure, which trembled slightly from anger. Keep talking, and I'll believe I'll just strip you and spank you right now. You? Su Wanqing felt wronged, her eyes instantly reddening as tears streamed down her face. Are you annoyed by me now? Did you go look for younger beauties outside and come back to bully me? If you don't come again, it'd be better if we both died in this prison. Woo. Lin Ye felt a bit of a headache. Dealing with such a resentful and beautiful noblewoman was useless with reasoning, only physical punishment. Without saying a word, he stepped forward, and amidst Su Wanqing's startled cries, he effortlessly hoisted her voluptuous body over his shoulder. Linger, Ruo Xue, you two stay here. I'm taking her to eat some good food now. Lin Ye, let me go. You rude bastard. I won't go. Su Wanqing symbolically struggled, her warm, full body rubbing against Lin Ye. A flash of yellow light enveloped Lin Ye as he directly executed a perfect level earth escape technique, disappearing with Su Wanqing into the ground in an instant. In the cell, only Ruo Shui and Chu Ling'er were left staring at each other. Ruo Shui awkwardly walked over to Chu Ling'er, squatted down, and gently asked, "Shui, where did your mother and the Lord go? Aren't you worried?" While Chu Ling'er was eating the roast chicken from Xian Kalai with big bites, she mumbled back, "Why should Ling'er worry? Whenever Godfather takes mother to eat delicious food, she always comes back with a particularly satisfied smile on her face." The little girl pouted with indignation. "Godfather is the most biased. He never brings me along when there's delicious food, always saying I'm too small, and will let me eat when I grow up." As Ruo Shui was picking up vegetables, her hand suddenly stiffened, and she instantly thought of something, her entire face turning crimson as if it would bleed. Bah! What a shameless and brazen rogue. Ruo Shui cursed Lin Ye's ancestors in her heart. He even has his eyes on a 12 or 13-year-old child, saying I'll feed you when you grow up. It's simply the madness of a lustful demon. But what puzzled her even more was that the stunning woman from earlier, noble and elegant, obviously came from a top family. How could she willingly degrade herself by mingling with Lin Ye, the inspection officer, in a death prison? Moreover, why didn't she stop Lin Ye from having such sinister intentions towards her daughter? Could it be that they were prepared? Ruo Shui's mind raced with wild thoughts, and she couldn't help but grasp Chu Ling'er's hand, tentatively asking, "Ling'er, whose child are you?" "My mother is Su Wanqing, the Princess of Zhennan, and the late emperor is my uncle." "No, the late emperor has passed away. The current emperor is my brother, the crown prince, Wu Qingxian." "Oh." Ruo Shui's body trembled, nearly dropping the storage bag in her hand. The stunning woman who had just been hoisted away by Lin Ye about to be spanked was actually the renowned and stunning Princess of Zhennan, Su Wanqing, known throughout the Great Wu Dynasty, who had captivated an era. This astonishing thought buzzed in Ruo Shui's mind, leaving her head feeling blank. When she was a young lady in the Shangshu mansion, she had often heard legendary tales about the first beauty of the Great Wu. But who could have imagined that this lofty fairy was now entangled with Lin Ye, a rude and domineering rogue deep within a death row prison? The little Princess Chu Ling'er blinked her sparkling big eyes and leaned over mischievously, saying, "Sister Ruo Shui, you're not just an ordinary maid-serving people, are you?" Ruo Shui's expression was slightly flustered as she forced a smile. "How did you see through it, Ling'er? Doesn't your sister seem like one?" Chu Ling'er, biting into a roasted chicken, laughed with her mouth full. "Not at all. My intuition has always been spot on." After about an hour, a yellowish light suddenly flickered in the empty prison cell. Lin Ye and Su Wanqing abruptly rose from the ground. The previously wronged and tearful Princess Zhennan now had a flushed face radiating spring affection as she nestled into Lin Ye's broad embrace. Her clothes appeared somewhat loose, revealing glimpses of her dazzling fair skin at the collar, clearly indicating that they had just experienced an immensely enjoyable deep exchange. Chu Ling'er cheered and rushed over, hugging Su Wanqing's slender waist and pouting, "Mother, did you and uncle have any delicious food? Did you save some for me?" Su Wanqing shot a shy glance at Lin Ye, playfully pinching her daughter's nose, and gently scolded, "You little brat, don't pry into adult matters." Lin Ye coughed slightly, feeling a bit guilty as he adjusted his official robes, which had been wrinkled by the fluctuations of martial power, and tightened his belt. "Sister Wanqing, I have a pile of official duties at the Eastern City Inspectorate. They'll bring fresh food to see you and Ling'er tomorrow." Su Wanqing's eyes like water gazed at him with boundless tenderness and a hint of hidden warning. "Go ahead, you heartless scoundrel. But let me make one thing clear, I won't interfere elsewhere, but in this death row cell number 1, you can only be my man." Her eyes sparkled with flirtation as she deliberately lowered her voice, whispering in Lin Ye's ear, "If there's a next time, 1 hour won't be enough for you to pay your dues." Lin Ye's lips twitched, feeling a bit sore in his waist, and his legs felt weak. Once this mature woman tasted sweetness, she was more formidable than a tiger descending the mountain. He pondered in silence whether he should take Ruo Shui, this charming maid, tonight, as his body felt like it was reaching its limit. Lin Ye walked ahead confidently, while Ruo Shui, clutching her clothes, followed behind with her head lowered. Occasionally she stole glances at Lin Ye's tall and upright figure, her face flushing red. Now in her eyes, Lin Ye had become shrouded in a layer of mystery. A mere months ago he was a lowly prison guard at the bottom of the death row, yet now he could turn the tides in this cannibalistic capital, having leapt to become a powerful official of the 4th grade. Strange rumors circulated in the Great Wu capital saying that the newly ascended empress had special preferences during her time as crown prince, favoring handsome and masculine men. And Lin Ye was indeed strikingly handsome, with a tall and robust physique. Thus rumors spread that Lin Ye had risen to prominence by serving the current emperor as a male favorite. Some even swore they had witnessed the empress and Lin Ye sharing a chamber at the Shaoxiang Rain establishment. The madam of the Shaoxiang Rain also confirmed that one night Lin Ye had indeed brought a handsome young noble into the most luxurious private room and stayed the entire night. Thinking of this, Ruo Shui couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart, while also sensing a strange excitement. Could it be that her master was truly the emperor's paramour? If that were the case, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for the Su family to be pardoned with just a whisper from Lin Ye? Clenching her red lips, Ruo Shui made a silent resolution. As long as she could preserve the Su family lineage, she would endure any humiliation, even serving Lin Ye. Lost in thought, Lin Ye had already led her to the 7th district of the death row. This place was specifically for imprisoning former, high-ranking officials sentenced to death. Upon entering the main gate, a bald monk with a round face and a fat head hurriedly approached. Ba Jingding has met Lord Lin. The current overseer of the eastern region of the death row was the monk Yuan Jun from the Killing Temple. He brought along 2 personal disciples who served as lieutenants. Lin Ye laughed heartily, casually taking out 2 crystal-clear middle-grade spirit stones and placing them into Jingding's palm. Master Jingding, please bring my maid to see a relative. Sorry to trouble you this time. Jingding's fingers skillfully rubbed the stones, which instantly disappeared into the wide sleeves of his golden-threaded robe. The flesh on the monk's face instantly blossomed into a joyful smile. Lord Lin is too polite. We are all. However, former Minister of War Su Guangtai is a notorious criminal personally sanctioned by the late emperor, and it is my duty to keep an eye on him. You can rest assured I understand the rules and will not disturb you two while you converse privately. Lin Ye nodded. Of course, thank you for your trouble. The 3 of them followed the dark and damp corridor to a heavily iron. Ruo Shue's legs grew weak as she tightly gripped the heavy package, her eyes already red. Jingding stepped forward to unlock the iron lock and shouted inside, Su Guangtai, someone has come to see you. After saying that, he wisely retreated to the corridor several meters away, sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes as he turned the beads in his hands, beginning to chant scripture softly. Who would come to see a dying man like me? Yeah. A hoarse and tired voice came from deep within the cell. An old man with disheveled white hair and a filthy appearance slowly poked his head out. Su Guangtai instinctively looked at Lin Ye, who was in front. Before he could speak, he caught sight of Ruo Shui behind Lin Ye, who was already crying uncontrollably. Father! Ruo Shui cried out in desperation, about to rush forward. Su Guangtai's expression changed wildly as he hurriedly shouted, Shut up! This young man, who are you? Why have you brought this crazy girl to me? He was afraid Ruo Shui's identity would be exposed and immediately interrupted. Lin Ye remained unfazed as he casually tossed out a soundproof array disc. With a hum, a pale blue defensive light shield instantly rose outside the door, isolating the entire cell from sound. Seeing Lin Ye casually throw out a rare array treasure, Su Guangtai's eyelids twitched, and he calmed down completely. Anyone who could move freely in the death row and produce such a treasure was certainly not an ordinary person. Father, don't pretend anymore. This is my master now, and he brought me to visit you. Ruo Shui knelt on the ground with a thud, bursting into tears. Su Guangtai trembled all over, disregarding everything else, and moved over to embrace his daughter tightly. Several women from the Su family also began to cry. After crying for a while, Ruo Shui wiped her tears and began to look around the cell in a panic, saying, Father, where are mother and my second brother? Why don't I see them? Hearing this, Su Guangtai's eyes dimmed, his expression sorrowful. Your mother didn't survive the flood-induced cold epidemic half a month ago. Your second brother and your third uncle were crushed to death by a demon beast while working at the mine. They are all gone now. Upon hearing this tragic news, Ruo Shui felt the world spin, her vision darkening as she weakly fell backward. Lin Ye's figure flashed, and he caught her delicate and soft body in his arms. Pure and warm, true energy flowed slowly into her spine, firmly protecting the little girl's fragile heart pulse. Ruo Shui pressed herself against him, crying sorrowfully on Lin Ye's solid chest. Su Guangtai cupped his fists toward Lin Ye and solemnly said, Thank you, young master, for protecting my daughter. May I ask your name, young master? Lin Ye smiled calmly and replied, I am Lin Ye, currently working at the Eastern City Inspectorate. Lin Ye. Su Guangtai, as a former Minister of War, quickly processed the information. Ruo Shui dried her tears, standing up from Lin Ye's embrace, and proudly puffed out her chest. Father, my master is now the 4th grade inspector of the Eastern City. He is greatly favored and valued by the current emperor. 4th grade, Eastern City Inspector, favored by the emperor. A series of revelations left Su Guangtai feeling dazed. This young man appeared to be just over 18 years old, yet his profound and obscure true energy fluctuations indicated he had already become one of the most powerful officials in the Great Wu Dynasty. Recalling the near-worshipful attitude of the guards and lieutenants at the door towards Lin Ye, Su Guangtai's expression grew complex as he sighed deeply. I am indeed blind to not recognize Lord Lin in person. May I ask if Lord Lin has come today on the emperor's orders to seek out the Su family and deliver a judgment? Lin Ye glanced at Ruo Shui, whose eyes were red and whose chest was rising and falling violently, and smiled lightly. Mister, so you jest. I came today merely to accompany my maid to visit a relative, not to discuss state affairs. Upon hearing this, the old fox, Su Guangtai's eyes, which had been dull, suddenly brightened. He looked at Lin Ye's aggressive gaze, which remained fixed on his daughter's delicate figure, then glanced at his daughter, who despite her grievances displayed a hint of attachment. Su Guangtai's mind raced, and he instantly saw through everything. Throughout history, heroes have often faltered at the beauty trap. Lin Ye, under such significant circumstances bringing Ruo Shui to the death row, could not hide his possessive desire. Clearly he had taken a liking to the Su family's most beautiful young daughter. Su Guangtai scrutinized Lin Ye's extraordinary appearance, and suddenly felt reassured, becoming increasingly satisfied with this uninvited prospective son-in-law. Father, why are you staring at me like that? Ruo Shui shivered under Su Guangtai's burning gaze, and instinctively took half a step backward. Ha ha ha. Su Guangtai stroked his dry, tangled beard, and burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Truly excellent. Suddenly stepping forward, he seized Ruo Shui's hand, and solemnly placed it into Lin Ye's broad palm, gripping it tightly. Lord Lin, I entrust Ruoxue to you. From this day forth you must treat her well. Ruoxue, no Su Ruoxue, blushed crimson, stamped her foot in embarrassment, and pouted, Father. What on earth are you saying? The master. Wait. Su Guangtai's weathered face hardened instantly as he seized upon the slip of tongue. Ruoxue. Why do you call him master? Su Ruoxue bit her crimson lips, hesitant to speak. Daughter, previously disguised herself as a maid named Ruoxue, was purchased by the master and brought into the household to serve as his personal attendant. What an attendant? Su Guangtai roared like an enraged old lion, his hair bristling with fury as he glared murderously at Lin Ye. My cherished daughter, the only daughter of the Minister of War. How dare she serve as a mere servant? Su Ruoxue's eyes welled with tears as she hurried forward and clutched her father's arm. Father, please don't be angry. The master has treated us kindly. Were it not for his protection, daughter cannot even imagine what fate might have befallen her. But Su Guangtai deflated like a punctured balloon, letting out a bitter, weary sigh. Deep down he knew full well his daughter spoke nothing but truth. In this war-torn, chaotic world, a lone, defenseless woman cast onto the streets would suffer a fate far more wretched than death itself. Yet his heart burned with indignation. He had once held immense authority as a second-rank senior minister. The Su family had been a prestigious century-old aristocratic clan in the capital, now reduced to a prisoner, and his treasured daughter degraded to a mere plaything subject to another's whims. He knew all too well what an attendant truly was. No matter how favored, she remained nothing more than a bed-warming trifle, without title, without dignity. All because he had lost his power. At that thought, Su Guangtai, who had long suppressed his rage, suddenly snapped, seizing the iron bars of his cell and shaking them violently, while bellowing hoarsely into the void. I am innocent, utterly innocent. I demand an audience with His Imperial Majesty. I bear a grievance of cosmic magnitude. Stepping out of the death row dungeon, the setting sun bathed the capital's streets in golden light. Lin Ye did not head to the patrol office. Instead, he returned directly to his residence, accompanied by Su Ruoxue. No sooner had they crossed the threshold of Lin Manor than old Hu the steward rushed forward in frantic haste. Oh dear, master, you finally returned. That girl Ruoxue vanished without a trace this afternoon, leaving this old servant scrambling to find her. Turns out she'd been accompanying you on official business all along. Old Hu's gaze fell upon Su Ruoxue. Ruoxue, why are your eyes swollen like walnuts? Head bowed low, her eyes still redrimmed, she whispered faintly, nothing. Lin Ye casually explained, I took her to visit Su Guangtai in the death row dungeon. She cried. Old Hu recoiled in shock, jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He hurried closer, voice trembling. Master, no lord and lady, how fare they inside? Su Ruoxue silently nodded. They're well, though mother and elder brother did not survive. Her voice dissolved into soft sobs. Old Hu's own eyes grew moist. With a heavy, sorrowful sigh, he dropped to his knees and bowed 3 deep, resonant kowtows toward the direction of the death row dungeon. Rising, he turned and performed several more before Lin Ye. Thank you, master. Knowing the Lord's lineage endures brings this old servant profound peace. Lin Ye accepted the kowtows unflinchingly and said coolly, rise. From now on remain dutiful and serve the household faithfully. After dinner, night descended and a luminous full moon hung high in the sky. A crisp early autumn breeze stirred the ancient willow tree in the courtyard, casting swaying shadows. Lin Ye reclined lazily on a lounge chair beside the well. Su Ruoxue stood obediently behind him, her soft, delicate hands kneading his shoulders with gentle precision. Lin Ye plucked a glistening purple grape and popped it into his mouth, speaking idly. So your true name is Su Ruoxue? Master, her heart leapt, her hands froze mid-motion. Enough, no need to explain. So long as you obey me loyally, I shall not punish you for concealing your identity. His tone shifted, edged with unassailable authority. Is the bathwater ready? Su Ruoxue's slender frame trembled violently. She clenched her luscious lips in despair. She knew with chilling certainty that tonight's trial could not be avoided. Her 16 years of pristine virtue. Tonight it would be claimed by this coarse, domineering man. Yet she prayed only that after he possessed her body, he might honor their fleeting bond and extend salvation to the Su family. Yes, master. The water is ready. Her voice quavered uncontrollably, on the verge of tears. Shall you bathe now, master? Lin Ye suddenly reached out, seized her wrist, and yanked her forward. Su Ruoxue cried out softly, losing her balance entirely and tumbling into his broad, solid embrace. Terrified, she squeezed her eyes shut, overwhelmed by his scorching masculine presence. Her feverish, trembling body pressed flush against his firm chest, her heart hammered wildly, threatening to leap from her throat. Lin Ye's arm encircled her slender, willowy waist as his fingers boldly caressed her tender cheek. Her long lashes fluttered violently, her fists clenched white-knuckled at her hem, her mind a whirling, senseless storm. Will he take me here right now? That's far too hasty. What should I do? Push him away. If the servants see us, how could I ever face them again? Lin Ye felt the taut, trembling tension of the startled little rabbit in his arms, and a mischievous smile curled at his lips. He plucked another purple grape, deftly peeled its skin with one hand, and offered the glistening flesh to her tightly closed crimson lips. Open your mouth. Her mind blanked. Thought fled entirely, as she instinctively parted her lips, just slightly. Gulp. Without chewing, she swallowed it whole. Cool sweet juice slid down her throat, a soothing, refreshing ripple. Her lashes fluttered as she dared open a narrow slit, and found herself staring directly into Lin Ye's face, inches away, alight with teasing amusement. Up. She gasped and slammed her eyes shut again. Delicious. Lin Ye teased. No, delicious. I mean not. Her heart raced wildly, the words tangled helplessly on her tongue, her cheeks blazing scarlet. She could not fathom her own confusion. Before this domineering, unreasonable man, who might seize her at any moment, she felt not the slightest revulsion. Instead, in that tender instant when he fed her the grape, a strange, inexplicable sweetness bloomed within her. Open your eyes, and look at me. His voice carried an ironclad command. Trembling, Su Ruoxue slowly lifted her dewy, wide-set eyes. Though obscured by an unremarkable false face, those eyes shimmered with crystalline clarity, breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Ye picked up another grape. Su Ruoxue obediently parted her pink lips, awaiting his next offering. Ha. Lin Ye laughed aloud, flicked his wrist, and tossed the grape straight into his own mouth. You. Su Ruoxue flushed with mortification. She stamped her foot in frustration, furious at herself for surrendering so easily, parting her lips like a docile pet. This rogue clearly meant only to tease her. A beauty's indignation held its own exquisite charm. Lin Ye chuckled, peeled another grape, and held it to her lips. Here. Open up. Oomph. She turned her head away, feigning indifference. But strangely, no resentment stirred within her. Instead, a rare, unprecedented lightness and joy filled her heart. For the first time since her downfall, she laughed, genuinely, deeply, freely. Refusing to open your mouth. Lin Ye's grin widened. Then I shall feed you mouth to mouth. How utterly unreasonable you are. Su Ruoxue spun around, eyes wide with shame and protest. Lin Ye arched a sharp brow, utterly unapologetic. Reasonable. Since when has the world decreed men must reason with women? Open up now. With a pitiful, pleading glance, she surrendered, parting her lips obediently as he slipped the grape inside. After swallowing the grape, Su Ruoxue gently twisted her supple body, brushing lightly against Lin Ye's thigh through the thin fabric. Master, may I go now? Lin Ye released her. She scrambled upright, hastily smoothing her rumpled robe. To her astonishment, his easy acquiescence left her feeling strangely hollow, bereft. Lin Ye rose, stretched languidly, and bones cracked audibly throughout his frame. Come, let us go to the bathing chamber. Attend me as I undress and bathe. Yes, master. The dread and resistance she'd once harbored towards serving him in bed had melted, replaced now by a secret, fluttering anticipation and tender bashfulness. They had taken only a few steps when Lin Ye abruptly halted and turned to face her. Ruoxue, within this household, cease wearing that false face. Wash it off. Restore your true appearance. Su Ruoxue jerked her head up, stunned and anxious. But master, if my identity as the Minister of War's daughter becomes known, it will bring you mortal peril, attracting a calamity that leads to death. Lin Ye laughed heartily after listening. He wrapped his arms around Su Ruoxue's slender waist, pressing her tightly to his chest, declaring domineeringly, in this life, I've caused more trouble than I can count. What does one more matter? Isn't she just a fallen daughter of the Minister of War? If anyone wants to report her, let them come. Lin Ye stared at her with fiery eyes. Remember, from today on, you are my woman. I want to see who dares to touch even a hair on you. What can they do to me? Su Ruoxue was shaken by his wild and domineering aura, staring dreamily at the man before her. Is this the man I am entrusting my life to? Though he speaks vulgarities and acts roughly, even a bit lewd, he possesses the greatness and responsibility to support a whole world. In this cannibalistic, chaotic world, what could be more precious than this sense of security for a weak woman who has lost her family? Su Ruoxue silently vowed in her heart, as the Tao ancestor is my witness. As long as he can protect my family and give me a sense of reliance, even if he is seen as a devil in the eyes of the world, I, Su Ruoxue, will follow him for life. Through thick and thin, I will never regret. With this thought, Su Ruoxue no longer hesitated and directly activated her secret method. The plain human mask on her face instantly turned to ashes and dissipated. In the next moment, an unparalleled beauty, icy and pure, was completely revealed before Lin Ye. She slightly bowed and performed a standard aristocratic greeting, her voice soft and pleasant. Su Ruoxue, greetings, my lord. Lin Ye helped her up, gazing at her stunning beauty as if she were an immortal, with fiery admiration in his eyes. Ruoxue, you are truly beautiful. Su Ruoxue shyly lowered her head, her fair neck flushed with an alluring pink. Countless people have praised her beauty since she was young, but only in the face of Lin Ye's straightforward and fiery praise did she feel an unprecedented sense of pride and joy. Such a beautiful face is too precious to be hidden. Lin Ye smiled and pinched her cheek. Tomorrow, let's pick out a few sets of fine dresses and accessories and buy some cosmetics to dress you up properly. My lord will see such a great beauty every day when he returns home, ensuring that all worries will vanish. Su Ruoxue blushed and actively linked her arm with Lin Ye's strong one, her body soft like a puddle, her voice as faint as a mosquito. My lord, Ruoxue will attend to your bath. Good. Lin Ye was never the kind of man who remained unaffected by beauty. Faced with such a delicate and soft beauty willingly offering herself, he felt a surge of desire rising within. He calculated in his heart that as long as Su Guangtai hadn't committed any heinous treason, he would find a chance to rescue his father-in-law. He calculated in his heart that as long as Su Guangtai hadn't Su Ruoxue let out a soft cry knowing what was about to happen, and shyly closed her eyes, burying her burning cheeks deeply into Lin Ye's sturdy chest. Bang! Lin Ye kicked open the door of the clean room. The true energy slightly rippled. With a loud crash, the heavy wooden doors slammed shut behind him. At the moment the wooden door closed, several dark heads suddenly popped up from the shadow of the courtyard wall, with pairs of sparkling eyes darting around. They went in. He, my lord, carried Ruoxue into the clean room. Now Ruoxue has become my lord's woman, we can bask in the glory too. What nonsense. Didn't you hear? That was the young lady. Not Ruoxue. Right, I heard it too. Ruoxue is actually the young lady in disguise. Great. May the heavens bless the young lady is safe. But, son, an old servant sighed. Our young lady is of noble birth with a beauty and stature that rivals the current crown princess Li Mingyao. But now, enough. Stop gossiping. The leading old who scolded in a low voice. Our lord is handsome and talented, and at a young age is already a fourth-rank official deeply favored by the emperor. He has a bright future. The young lady following our lord is no humiliation. But I heard. My lord's relationship with the current emperor seems to be that kind of male-pet relationship. A young servant weakly chimed in. Shut up. Old who slapped the back of the young servant's head. The young lady has finally found a home, so keep your mouth shut. Whoever dares to leak even a hint of news outside, I will skin him alive. The spring night is too short and dawn comes too soon. That night Lin Ye first experienced this delicate flower of an aristocratic family, and the battle was exceptionally fierce. Bang! Lin Ye kicked off the brocade quilt on him, rolled over, and stretched his body lazily, his bones cracking with a series of pops. Refreshing. He habitually reached out to his side, but his hand found nothing. The slippery soft body from last night had already vanished. My lord, you are awake. The door of the clean room was pushed open. Su Ruoxue entered with a basin of warm water, walking gracefully. After a night of rain and wind, Su Ruoxue's already stunning face added a touch of mature charm. She had styled her long hair into an exquisite bun. In the Dawu dynasty, this represented that she was no longer a flower waiting to be picked, but rather a flower with an owner. Lin Ye leapt up from the bed like a fish, and in midair, he swiftly put on his pants. Su Ruoxue looked at his lively and youthful side, unable to suppress a sweet smile. She placed the basin down, took small steps to the bedside, and picked up clothes to assist Lin Ye in getting dressed. Lin Ye grasped her wrist, looking at the fatigue in her eyes with concern. Your body is not well, why don't you rest a bit longer in bed? Su Ruoxue's delicate face instantly flushed with 2 shades of red, and she shyly lowered her head. Ruoxue, is my lord's maid serving my lord in dressing, and washing is Ruoxue's duty. Nonsense, maid. Lin Ye lifted her up gently, placing her back onto the soft bed. Su Ruoxue thought he wanted to take advantage again, and her face turned pale with fear, her hands protectively covering her chest. My lord. Ruoxue really can't take it anymore. After last night's tumult, her whole body felt as if her bones had fallen apart. Lin Ye lightly scraped her delicate nose with his hand, chuckling. Silly girl, what are you thinking? You broke your virginity yesterday, your body is still weak. I command you today, you are not to do anything, just lie in bed and rest. Su Ruoxue listened to this domineering, yet caring command. Her heart's softest spot was fiercely touched, and her beautiful eyes once again glistened with tears. Although she had silently vowed to wholeheartedly follow Lin Ye last night, this was still a commitment of a lifetime, and she felt a bit anxious and unsettled inside. But at this moment, all her worries dissipated. This man, when domineering, was unreasonable and not to be refused. Yet when gentle, he was like a spring breeze and rain, soothing and comforting. He was like a drug that could make one addicted. Su Ruoxue realized she had fallen madly in love with him, and even if there was a bottomless abyss ahead, she would willingly close her eyes and jump in. Su Ruoxue gazed infatuatedly at Lin Ye's handsome profile, her voice soft enough to drip water. My lord, you are so good. Ruoxue must be the happiest woman in the world right now. Silly girl. Lin Ye laughed and pinched her cheek. With you being so simple-minded, I can't help but worry a little. Huh. Su Ruoxue was taken aback, her eyes dimming suddenly, as she lowered her head with a hint of grievance. My lord. Is Ruoxue too foolish, making you unhappy? She loved Lin Ye too much, caring about everything he cared about. Even if Lin Ye was just joking, she would take it seriously. Lin Ye laughed heartily. You don't believe me when I say you're foolish. You are too easily satisfied. If one day another man gives you a little sweetness, wouldn't he easily take you away? No, absolutely not. Su Ruoxue became anxious, sitting up abruptly from the bed. A large expanse of white and plump skin was exposed from her loose clothing, trembling with her rapid breathing, but she was completely unaware. She raised 3 slender fingers, her expression extremely serious. Ruoxue has sworn a solemn oath to the Dao ancestor. In this life, I am my lord's person, and in death, I will remain my lord's ghost. If I dare to have any thoughts about other men, let me be struck by lightning. All right, silly girl. Lin Ye covered her mouth with his hand, laughing and scolding. Can't you tell when I'm joking? Huh, joking. Su Ruoxue blinked her innocent big eyes, realizing she had been played. She pouted and playfully punched Lin Ye. My lord. You are so bad, always finding ways to bully me. Lin Ye found himself increasingly fond of this girl. With a face as pure and stunning as ice, and missed her personality was a sweet and naive fool. This strong contrast was simply captivating. Being with her, all the intrigues of the court and life-and-death struggles could. Lin Ye wrapped his arm around her slender waist, savoring the fragrant aroma emanating from her, his tone becoming incredibly serious. Remember, from now on in the residence, do not mention anything about being a maid. My woman Lin Ye's woman is the most noble woman in the world. You Su Ruoxue will be the mistress of this residence from now on. Do you understand? Su Ruoxue was completely overwhelmed by this declaration, filled with both dominance and affection. Tears streamed down her face like broken pearls, shaking her head desperately. No. Ruoxue is the daughter of a traitor, a person with sins. Being able to stay by my lord's side and serve him is already a great fortune. Ruoxue is not worthy of my lord, let alone dream of being the mistress. In my heart, only a woman as noble as the Princess of Zhennan, as majestic as a celestial being, is worthy of my lord's status. I understand. Lin Ye waved his hand and prepared to return to the inner courtyard to consult Su Ruoxue about a dual cultivation technique. Seeing Cheng Yang still planted like a post, he turned and asked, anything else? Cheng Yang's face tightened as he lowered his voice. Sir, Xuantianxi headquarters has just sent word. The chief commander has ordered all inspection commissioners to proceed to headquarters immediately for a council. All the inspection commissioners. Lin Ye's brow knit. The rules of the Great Wu Court were strict, unless a matter was of the utmost urgency. Senior figures of Xuantianxi typically only gathered at headquarters at the year's end to report. A sudden emergency summons was decidedly unusual. Lin Ye had lately been lost in comforts and artifact forging, somewhat detached from court affairs. He asked, heard any rumors? Cheng Yang glanced about cautiously, leaned closer, and whispered, I've heard a rumor. Out with it. Cheng Yang swallowed and said in a conspiratorial tone, upon the current sovereign's accession and inspection of the state treasury, a severe deficit was discovered. The emperor is thunderously enraged. They say they nearly dragged the minister of revenue out to be executed on the spot. If not for the regent ministers and the empress dowager intervening to save him, the minister's head would already have fallen. Lin Ye felt no surprise that the Great Wu treasury was a hollow shell. This decaying dynasty was rotten to the bone from top to bottom. Even a deputy in his East City inspection office dared embezzle tens of thousands of spirit stones. If the treasury were not pillaged, that would be the true miracle. Cheng Yang gave Lin Ye a meaning-laden look. It is said the sovereign is determined this time, issuing a deathly edict to investigate the treasury deficit to the very end. Cheng Yang did not dare to speak further, but Lin Ye's mind was as clear as a mirror. Xuantianxi, a powerful organ with authority over life and death, was awash in opportunities for graft. Embezzlement, ghost pay, extortion. These had long been tacit rules in officialdom. The new sovereign Wu Qingshuan had only just ascended, her foundation was unstable, and the Empress Dowager and several powerful regents constrained her. She wanted to break the stalemate and assert authority. The customary 3 fires of a new official had to be lit. The treasury deficit case had clearly become Wu Qingshuan's first blaze to establish her power. The emergency meeting at Xuantianxi headquarters was plainly a response to the new sovereign's fire. The heavyweights intended to unify their stance, either to band together for protection or to find a scapegoat. Enough, I understand. Go fetch the long-term ledgers of our East City office for me, Lin Ye instructed. Not long, Lin Ye sat in the carriage leafing through the ledgers Cheng Yang had brought. The darker his expression became. Call this a ledger. It's a damn black hole that swallows everything. For a single East City inspection office, the accumulated deficit over the years amounted to more than 30 million taels of silver. If one counted the hundreds or thousands of agencies across the Great Wu Dynasty, the sum would be an unimaginably astronomical figure. It was imaginable that what Wu Qingxian had seen from the Dragon Throne was but the tip of the iceberg. Yet even that fragment was enough to set the new empress blazing with fury. Lin Ye closed the ledger, a faint worry stirring within. Not for himself, but for Wu Qingxian. The girl's far too hasty. Her conflagration burned too fierce and too swift. The treasury scandal implicated court officials, ancient noble houses, and even the core interests of military magnates. It was like cutting into their very flesh. Wu Qingxian was only a newly enthroned puppet lacking prestige and without overwhelmingly decisive force. Forcibly exposing such a mess would inevitably provoke a frenzied backlash from many factions that might even spark a coup that would overthrow the throne. It seems the foolish girl really intends to poke the heavens this time. Lin Ye rubbed his brow. I must go to the palace tonight and teach her a lesson, she mustn't be so presumptuous. Xuantianxi headquarters stood on Zhuke Street at the capital's core. The vast structure, covered nearly 100 acres, was heavily guarded and exuded a grave, authoritative aura. When Lin Ye strode into the council hall, a dozen or so deep-breathing court dignitaries were already seated. Those entitled to sit here were at least powerful officials of 4th rank and above. Besides the 4 inspection commissioners overseeing the capital's east, southwest, and north, commissioners from several key garrison cities were present. Also attending were 3 senior officials in charge of personnel logistics and internal discipline, all directly under the chief commander's command. Lin Ye took a seat with casual swagger, and the room immediately fell a few degrees quieter. Though polite, the looks cast upon him bore a note of reverence. The story of this living scourge, who on his first day in office tore down the East City Yamen and crushed the Mad Spear gang, had long since spread. Footsteps approached. A set of steady, forceful footsteps sounded. 2 venerable men in third-rank official robes entered side by side. Xu and Tianxi's 2 deputy commanders, Sun Yao and Ma Ju. Sun Yao oversaw the city's interior while Ma Ju managed the metropolitan garrisons. As Sun Yao passed before Lin Ye, his gaze darkened, and he snorted disdainfully, then took the prime seat on the left. Lin Ye rolled his eyes, unwilling to bother with the old cur. Moments later, an overwhelming faxiangrial pressure thundered down, and the air in the hall froze. The chief commander Xiao Zhinshan, clad in a proper third-rank, purple-gold four-claw python robe, strode into the hall with great strides. Your subordinate pays respects to the chief commander. Everyone rose in disciplined unison. Xiao Zhinshan's features were resolute, and his tiger-like eyes commanded without anger. He lifted his robe and sat at the main seat, his blade-sharp gaze sweeping each face. Where his gaze fell, all the high officials quivered inwardly and bowed their heads. Except Lin Ye, who met his stare. Xiao Zhinshan regarded Lin Ye deeply, then withdrew his eyes and waved sit. Thank you, Lord. As seats settled in unison, Xiao's heavy, solemn voice echoed through the hall. Those seated here today are the pillars of Xu and Tianxi and my own brothers, he said. The honor and decline of Xu and Tianxi concern each of you. None of you may think to remain untouched. At those words, the hall's atmosphere instantaneously chilled. Everyone understood the implication. The treasury deficit had stirred this great presence. The new sovereign has ascended and intends to govern with diligence and to cleanse the court. As ministers, we must lend our wholehearted support. Xiao's tone shifted and grew grave. But the great Wu dynasty has stood for 800 years. The entrenched ills within are plain to see. You know their depths without my saying so. 5 days ago, the sovereign inspected the treasury and found massive deficits, and the imperial countenance blazed with anger. Xiao slammed the table so hard the teacups trembled. Perhaps some have petty schemes, thinking the breadth of implication will shield them, that the law will not punish the many. If everyone covers for one another and balances the ledgers, they can fool the new sovereign. Some even think the sovereign, being young and without a foundation, cannot carry the investigation through. He stood and looked down upon them, a grim chill flashing in his eyes. Hear me stow your ridiculous little cunning. No matter how young the sovereign is, still the son of heaven of great Wu, the rightful 9-5 majesty. The sovereign has the time to wear you down. The first fire after accession will not be extinguished. When the sovereign finally seizes full power and holds absolute authority, guess whether the sovereign will remember who at the moment of accession tripped them in secret and betrayed the throne. At that, several inspection commissioners with guilty consciences broke into cold sweat and turned pale. Xiao's faxiangrial true qi exploded outward, suffocating everyone's breath. Xu and Tianxi is my... I will not permit anyone at this critical juncture to bring calamity upon Xu and Tianxi or upon me. You must find ways to fill the rotten gaps in your own Yamen's accounts. Sell pots and iron, sell family estates. Whatever it takes to plug the holes in the deficit. As he said this, Xiao's gaze fixed directly on Lin Ye's tone icy. Do not use new appointment or the deficits are the predecessor's mess as excuses. Xu and Tianxi does not harbor incompetence. If you cannot balance the books, leave my presence now. I will replace you with someone capable. Lin Ye innocently, what are you staring at me for? Am I some troublemaker who sows discord everywhere? That 30+ million taels of deficit was plainly embezzled by Wu Feng and his gang. Asking me to mop up their mess is out of the question. Xiao Zhinshan paid no heed to Lin Ye's expression and slammed the arm of his chair, delivering a final warning. Let me be blunt. If anyone dares to act foolishly at this perilous moment and bring calamity upon Xu and Tianxi, no need to wait for the sovereign's decree. I'll be the first to have him executed myself. Did you all understand what I said? Xiao Zhanshan's gaze was sharp, his imposing presence enveloping the entire hall. Everyone, including Lin Ye, stood up in unison, loudly replying understood. Xiao Zhanshan gestured for everyone to sit down. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a gentle sip. Seeing the commander drinking tea, the tense atmosphere in the hall relaxed instantly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, easing the intense, suffocating feeling from earlier. It was not until this moment that some attendants entered in succession carrying tea. A patrolling officer took a sip and grimaced, his entire face wrinkling up as he spat it out. He couldn't help but curse. What kind of rubbish is this? Is this some leaves swept up from the yard? As soon as the words left his mouth, the hall fell into an immediate silence. Everyone's gaze pierced through him. The patrolling officer's heart tightened, and he quickly looked up, meeting Xiao Zhanshan's seemingly amused eyes. Forgive me, my lord. I misspoke. Xiao Zhanshan remained unfazed and downed the tea in one go, even swallowing the tea leaves at the bottom. Save. What are you all staring at? Drink your tea. The other high-ranking officials exchanged glances. If the commander drank, who would dare not to? One by one, they lifted their cups, forcing themselves to swallow. The tea was so bitter that their faces contorted, and they had to tightly shut their mouths to avoid spitting it out. They were used to fine food and luxury, and this inferior tea would not even be glanced at by a dog in their estates. Lin Ye also took a sip. It was truly bitter. Was Xiao Zhanshan reminiscing about hardship or correcting the work style? Why does everyone look so grim? Xiao Zhanshan said blandly, I think this tea is quite good. After the meeting everyone can go outside and sweep a few pounds of leaves to take home and enjoy slowly. Everyone was dumbfounded. So it really was leaves swept from the yard. Xiao Zhanshan slammed down the tea cup, his voice slightly heavy. In the past extravagance was rampant, spending money like water, all using the public funds of the Patrol Heaven Office to fill the holes. From now on this bad habit must be eradicated. This initiative starts with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the high-ranking official in charge of logistics immediately stood up and flattered, Commander, your diligence and frugality truly set a model for our esteemed officials of the Great Wu. Shut your mouth. Huh. The logistics official was stunned. When he met Xiao Zanshan's cold, piercing gaze, he trembled all over. Smack! Smack! More than a dozen resounding slaps landed on his own face, instantly swelling his cheeks and turning them into a pig's head. Put away all the sycophantic behavior you used to have. First clean up the mess under your own seats. Yes. Everyone fell silent in trepidation. My lord, I have— Lin Ye suddenly stood up, his loud voice echoing in the hall, startling everyone still immersed in fear. Xiao Zhanshan slightly nodded. Although I have only been in office for a month, I am willing to take full responsibility for all the deficits in the East City over the years. Lin Ye stood tall and declared, I have thoroughly investigated all the debts of the East City. Please review them, my lord. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Xiao Zanshan's eyes. Relying solely on pressure wouldn't suffice. Cooperation from others was necessary to accomplish tasks. He took the account book, opened it, and his face instantly darkened. Bang! The account book was heavily slammed onto the ground. Xiao Zanshan's anger surged. What a bunch of scoundrels. Outrageous. These people are not just parasites, they are monstrous rats that devour people. A mere East City has a deficit of over 30 million taels of silver. They all deserve to die. Execute their entire clan. After cursing for a full quarter of an hour, Xiao Zhanshan finally sat down in a huff. If the East City is in such a mess, the other jurisdictions won't be any better. He fixed his gaze on Lin Ye. Lin Ye, how do you plan to fill this 30 million hole? Swish. All the high-ranking officials' eyes were focused on Lin Ye, several gazes revealing undisguised resentment. Everyone had planned to push a few scapegoats out and casually fabricate a few million taels and false accounts to get by, barely giving the emperor an explanation. Who would have thought that Lin Ye, this mad dog, actually revealed the entire 30 million worth of assets? This completely blocked everyone's retreat. Such a huge amount, even if they were all thrown into a frying pan and squeezed dry, they couldn't raise it. Cutting off someone's financial path is akin to killing their parents. They wished they could swallow Lin Ye whole. Lin Ye ignored the murderous glances, his voice resonating. When I saw this account, I was similarly shocked. Since I took office, I have been tirelessly worried, not daring to have a moment of relaxation. Xiao Zhanshan twitched his mouth. How could this brat say such things? In his first month in office, he had vanished for half a month. If it weren't for the emperor secretly supporting him, and even rumors circulating that he was the emperor's male pet, he would have been kicked out long ago. Stop the nonsense. Get straight to the countermeasures. Lin Ye cleared his throat, cupped his hands, and said, I have thoroughly studied the financial sources of the Patrol Heaven Office. There are only three main sources: the treasury allocation, the local government distribution, and the gray income. Xiao Zhanshan nodded. The first two items were fixed amounts, and local governments would even deliberately tighten the noose. As for the gray income, everyone knew it well, but all went into private pockets and could not be counted at all. Since the first two items cannot be touched to fill the deficit, we can only open up new sources and reduce expenditures. Vice Commander Sun, Yao interjected sarcastically. Nonsense. Even a 3-year-old knows to open up new sources and reduce expenditures. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Then why doesn't Vice Commander Sun come teach everyone how to open up new sources? You. Sun Yao was at a loss. This was not a job he wanted to take on. Xiao Zhanshan looked at Lin Ye. Continue. Lin Ye pointed to the teacup on the table. As for reducing expenditures, the commander has already set an example. As for opening up new sources, we the Patrol Heaven Office oversee the security and law enforcement of the capital, wielding great power and bearing the responsibility for stability. Sun Yao suddenly jumped up, interrupting sternly Lin Ye. You don't mean to suggest that the Patrol Heaven Office should collect protection fees, do you? You fool. We are a law enforcement agency. We have no right to collect commercial taxes. Someone did this decades ago, and now their grave grass has turned to ash. Xiao Zanshan's expression also darkened. Vice Commander Sun is right. Arbitrarily collecting heavy taxes is absolutely not allowed. Lin Ye scoffed. Some people have water in their heads and think everyone in the world is a fool. Preposterous. Sun Yao trembled with anger. This brat actually insulted him in public. Yet he had suffered losses at Lin Ye's hands before and did not dare to act. Lin Ye remained indifferent, turning to face Xiao Zhanshan, his expression calm. My lord, I recall that our Patrol Heaven Office has a forgotten privilege. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall had different expressions. Some were perplexed, some were shocked, and some even showed signs of fear. Sun Yao, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, roared hysterically. Lin Ye, you have such audacity. Previously you recklessly destroyed the Mad Gun Gang and caused a great calamity. Now you dare to covet this privilege. If the Patrol Heaven Office dares to use this privilege, it will offend all civil and military officials, as well as all the powerful figures in the capital. At that time, the first to meet a tragic end will be the Patrol Heaven Office. Sun Yao fixed a venomous gaze on Lin Ye, gritting his teeth. If this proposal leaks even a hint of information, even if you climb onto the current Emperor's dragon bed and become the Emperor's male pet, you will not escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye was completely stunned. The outside world was actually spreading rumors that he was the new Emperor's male pet. So the whole world knew, yet the person involved was kept in the dark. The Celestial Patrol indeed possesses a certain privilege. This traces back to 200 years ago when the Great Wu Dynasty was on the brink of collapse. The Emperor Hongxing, the master of the Great Wu's revival, emerged with an iron-fisted approach to reform the bureaucracy and suppress the aristocratic families. In order to restore order in the capital, Emperor Hongxing pushed through opposition and forcibly seized resources from various factions to establish a violent agency directly under the Emperor's command, the Celestial Patrol. At the initial stage of its establishment, it faced numerous obstacles, struggling even to secure funding. Emperor Hongxing directly granted the Celestial Patrol a privilege: any forces that endangered public security and disrupted the capital could be eradicated by the patrol, which was then entitled to take over all their assets. In urgent situations, they could act first and report later, but they must have irrefutable evidence afterwards. Relying on this privilege, the Celestial Patrol forged a bloody path, becoming a powerful agency that instilled fear in all officials. However, this privilege garnered much hatred as it often clashed with the fundamental interests of the city's elite. Over time, in pursuit of harmony and profit, everyone relegated this privilege to the back burner, gradually forgetting it. Lin Ye was able to withstand the barrage of accusations and directly crush the Crazy Gun Gang, thanks to this privilege and the solid evidence he possessed. Now Lin Ye brought this privilege back into the spotlight, instantly pricking the nerves of Deputy Commander Sun Yao and others. Alright, everyone be quiet. Commander Xiao Zhinshan slammed the table, causing the great hall to resonate. At that moment, he felt overwhelmed. He knew the people below were greedy, but he never expected them to be so frenzied in their avarice. Just the eastern city alone had a deficit of 30 million taels, with the 4 main districts and several major garrison cities with a total deficit soar beyond 200 million. Even as a formidable figure in the Dharma realm, this astronomical figure was enough to break his spine. He had spoken too boldly before, and now he had no way out. Xiao Zhinshan glared at Lin Ye, who sat there unperturbed, gritting his teeth in frustration. This kid had turned all his secrets inside out while remaining unfazed. Lin Ye, do you have any other solutions? None. Lin Ye replied crisply and straightforwardly. He had plenty of spirit stones from the seashells, but he wasn't foolish enough to use his own money to fill the holes of these greedy officials. Xiao Zhinshan's face darkened. None. Then what were you boasting about filling the eastern city's deficit with? Lin Ye shrugged nonchalantly. There are a few unruly gangs in the eastern city that I find quite unsatisfactory and planning to eliminate them. These gangs were quite well off, 30 million taels. Eliminating them would easily make up the difference. Hiss. The high-ranking officials present all inhaled sharply, their eyes twitching uncontrollably. This kid was simply a mad dog. Even if you're going to play the black against black game, at least find a more grandiose reason, like colluding with demonic beings or plotting rebellion. How could he directly say it was just because he found them displeasing in front of so many people? Sun Yao was frantic, jumping up and down, loudly exclaiming, Commander, this cannot be allowed. If he is permitted to act recklessly, the Celestial Patrol will surely become a thorn in the side of the entire court. Xiao Zhinshan lowered his head, his fingers tapping on the table, his gaze dark and inscrutable. The hall was dead silent, and no one dared to interrupt his thoughts. After a long while, Xiao Zhinshan lifted his head, a rare smile appearing on his face. I have a plan in mind. You all immediately go back and investigate the deficits in your respective districts with the utmost speed. Whoever dares to play tricks at this time will face my wrath. You may leave. Yes. The others quickly rose and departed, as if granted a reprieve. Lin Ye, stay behind. Once everyone had left, a warm and sincere smile replaced Xiao Zhinshan's expression. Bring the finest tea. He personally pulled Lin Ye to sit beside him. Soon a servant brought 2 cups of fragrant premium spirit tea. After just a sip, Lin Ye felt refreshed, and the flow of his internal energy became smoother. Try this. It is made from the descendant leaves of the 1,000-year-old mother tea tree from the great Shangwa temple. Each leaf is worth a mid-grade spirit stone. Xiao Zhinshan was exceedingly polite. Lin Ye secretly scoffed. This old fox had just forced everyone to drink bitter tree leaves for nostalgia and was now indulging in luxury. Good tea. Lin Ye unreservedly drank it all in one go. Xiao Zhinshan set down his cup, his gaze deep. Lin Ye, your time in the Celestial Patrol has been short. Have I ever treated you unfairly? Lin Ye clasped his hands. Your Excellency has been very kind to me. I remember it well. Xiao Zhinshan nodded and lowered his voice. As for those outrageous rumors about you and the current empress, I naturally do not believe them. Lin Ye twitched the corner of his mouth. You don't believe it. You don't believe you would specifically keep me here to drink such expensive tea. Xiao Zhinshan raised an eyebrow, staring intently at Lin Ye. However, you need to clarify your relationship with the empress. How exactly is it? It's alright, I suppose. Alright, Xiao Zhinshan frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this vague answer. Lin Ye pondered for a moment before casually saying, I will be spending the night in the palace tonight. Cough cough. Xiao Zhinshan was severely choked by his own saliva, his face turning crimson. He looked at Lin Ye with an extremely strange expression, as if he were staring at a monster. He had only been half skeptical about the rumors of Lin Ye being the Empress male consort. He never expected this kid to not even bother with hiding it, and directly admit it in front of him. Moreover, he was even going to the palace tonight to serve the Empress. Since this kid was so favored with the current Empress backing him, some matters could be left to him to handle. Ha ha ha. Great. Xiao Zhinshan laughed heartily. Lin Ye, you are the inspector of the Eastern City. You must fill the deficit in the Eastern City for me. As for how to fill it, that is your own business. But remember, you must not exceed the enforcement authority of the Celestial Patrol, and you must never give anyone a handle to accuse you of breaking the law. Let me make it clear, if something goes wrong, don't expect me to come to your rescue. After finishing, Xiao Zhinshan lifted his teacup, leisurely blowing on it, adopting a posture as if to send Lin Ye off. Yet Lin Ye remained unperturbed, not even shifting in his seat. Xiao Zhinshan glared, why aren't you leaving? Your Excellency promotes frugality. Surely you wouldn't want to waste the remaining fine tea. Why not grant it to me to take back and savor? Lin Ye pointed at the tea package beside Xiao Zhinshan. Xiao Zhinshan almost burst out laughing. He had never seen such a thick-skinned subordinate. Seeing this, it seemed that unless he offered some benefits, this kid planned to stay put. Xiao Zhinshan helplessly opened the tea package, preparing to pinch out a small handful to send him away. Give it here. Lin Ye swiftly grabbed the entire tea package and turned to run. Thank you for your generosity, Your Excellency. I take my leave. You little rascal. That contains a full 50 pieces of spirit tea, worth 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Xiao Zhinshan's furious roar echoed in the great hall. Lin Ye turned a deaf ear and strode out of the hall. Just as he reached the corridor, a cold figure blocked his path. Lin Ye. Oh, deputy's son, you haven't left yet. Do you have business with this lowly official? Lin Ye smiled as he looked at Sun Yao. Sun Yao, with his triangular eyes, stared intently at Lin Ye, his tone chilling. What did the commander say to you, keeping you alone? Want to know? Lin Ye disdainfully curled his lips. If you want to know, go ask the commander yourself. Who do you think you are that I should report to you? Saying this, Lin Ye rudely shoved past Sun Yao and continued forward. Sun Yao trembled with rage. He was a dignified deputy commander of the Celestial Patrol, a powerhouse of the Dharma realm. Yet he had been publicly humiliated multiple times by a mere junior from the Yuanhai realm. Lin Ye, don't get too cocky too soon. Whoosh. Sun Yao's figure flashed, blocking Lin Ye once more. He lowered his voice, gritting his teeth. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. Aren't you just relying on the Emperor's favor, hoping to use this privilege to blackmail a few big gangs and make a fortune? Let me tell you, you're playing with fire. You've touched the fundamental interests of the city's elite. Even the Empress won't be able to protect you. Sun Yao arrogantly lifted his chin, his eyes filled with undisguised disdain and contempt for Lin Ye's status as a male consort. Do you think that with your looks you can do whatever you want for a lifetime? There are countless handsome men in this world. The Empress will tire of you sooner or later. Between the vast rivers and mountains, and just a male consort, who do you think the Empress will choose, eh? I warn you one last time, the waters in this capital are too deep, a muddy leg like you cannot grasp it. Sun Yao feigned a concerned demeanor. If you truly lack silver to fill the hole, I can introduce you to some big figures. Lin Ye paused, looking at Sun Yao with a curious smile. Sun Yao felt uneasy under Lin Ye's penetrating gaze, somewhat irritated. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just curious. Lin Ye rubbed his chin, elongating his tone. The deficit in the Eastern City doesn't need you, deputy son, to fill it. You're anxious and sweating, and that looks quite unbecoming, doesn't it? Could it be? Lin Ye stepped closer, his eyes turning sharp like blades, that the 30 million taels deficit in the Eastern City has ended up in your pocket, deputy son. Nonsense. You slander me. Sun Yao, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly lost his composure. It's not me. If you dare to speak such nonsense again, I will charge you with defamation. The moon hung like a hook in the sky. Stars flickered, illuminating the myriad lights of the city. Lin Ye strode confidently to the entrance of the palace, only to be firmly blocked by the armed guards of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office. I must enter the palace to see the Emperor. Go and announce my arrival. Tell them Lin Ye, the city inspector of the East, seeks an audience. The guard with a cold expression tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Without the Emperor's direct command, no one is allowed to enter the inner palace. Lin Ye, growing impatient, retorted, I have urgent and confidential matters to discuss with the Emperor. If national affairs are delayed, your head will not suffice to pay for it. Hurry and announce. The guard lifted his chin, resembling an emotionless statue, refusing to even glance at Lin Ye, completely unmoved. Lin Ye. At that moment, a voice filled with both sorrow and immense joy emerged from within the city gate. Lin Ye turned to look. A delicate sedan chair was steadily carried out by 4 eunuchs. The curtain was gently lifted by a hand as fair as snow. A pair of beautiful eyes, gleaming like autumn waters, filled with longing and surprise, gazed directly at him. This humble servant bows to Her Highness Princess Nan. Seeing this, the guards of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office immediately knelt, in unison, their demeanor respectful. The princess of the great Wu Nan. Upon seeing this longed-for figure again, Lin Ye was momentarily stunned, his gaze locked onto hers. It really is you. Wu Yinan's voice trembled, her tone suppressing an overwhelming joy and grievance. Are you here to see the emperor? Lin Ye nodded. Come with me. Wu Yinan instructed the eunuchs carrying the sedan chair, return to the palace. With the princess leading the way, the guards naturally did not dare to obstruct them. Lin Ye smoothly crossed the high threshold of the palace. The sedan chair moved slowly. Lin Ye slowed his pace, quietly following beside it. Wu Yinan lowered the curtain, leaving only a narrow gap. She hid in the dark sedan, greedily peeking at the man outside through the crack. It truly was him. This man who occupied her thoughts day and night, her sworn enemy. This brazen rogue who had forcefully claimed her innocence. He still looked so dashing and wild, exuding an irresistible masculine charm. Aside from that violent misunderstanding that night, Lin Ye almost perfectly matched all her fantasies of a future husband. Or rather, her entire standard for a future husband was now modeled after Lin Ye. Ever since that night, Wu Yinan began frantically inquiring about Lin Ye's whereabouts. The first time she heard this name was from her brother, who was disguised as a man. He praised Lin Ye as an extraordinarily. Hearing her brother speak so highly of him made Wu Yinan's heart feel sweet as honey. Yet at that time she still dared not confirm whether the Lin Ye her brother spoke of was truly the heartless man she sought. Later on, Lin Ye, in his role as the city inspector of the East, single-handedly took down the crazy gun gang overnight, earning the reputation of a righteous man in the capital. She finally confirmed it. He was so capable, so domineering. That day Wu Yinan was as joyous as a 3-year-old child who had just received her favorite candy. In recent days she had been silently observing Lin Ye's every move. Yet she could not muster the courage to go out of the palace to find him. As the esteemed princess of the Great Wu, would seeking out a mere outsider put too much pressure on him? What if he took advantage of her and then denied it? Would he think she was a frivolous woman, easily swayed in places like the Xiangxiang rain? The more she cared, the more anxious she fell into a complete state of confusion. Inside the sedan, Wu Yinan slowly unfolded a slightly frayed painting. This painting she did not know how many times she had caressed in the dead of night. On the painting, a handsome young man with sword-like brows and star-like eyes leaped onto the paper, and it was none other than Lin Ye. She tenderly caressed the face of the person in the painting, her lips curling into a sweet smile. I finally see you again. Are you still well? She tightly hugged the painting against her ample bosom, her beautiful face radiating happiness. Your Highness, we have arrived at the Yangxin Palace. The eunuch's voice announced. Lin Ye quickly stepped forward, taking the initiative to lift the curtain of the sedan. Wu Yinan looked deeply at him, her face reddening as she lowered her head, stepping out with small, delicate steps. The news of the princess' return had already been hurriedly reported to the new emperor. Before Wu Qingxian could step past the threshold, a stern voice came from within. Yinan, why have you returned again? The moment she stepped out the door, her entire being froze. With sharp eyes fixed on Wu Yinan and Lin Ye walking side by side, her expression suddenly changed. Wu Yinan thought her brother was angry at Lin Ye for entering the harem without summons and hurriedly stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Wu Qingxian's. Brother, don't be angry. Lin Ye was brought in by me. If you want to blame someone, blame me for being presumptuous. They were twin sisters sharing a deep bond since childhood. Privately, they called each other brother and sister, never using the formal titles of royalty. Wu Qingxian took a deep breath, casting a resentful glance at Lin Ye. This troublemaker never allowed anyone to rest easy. She sighed inwardly, affectionately ruffling her sister's hair. Come in first. The three entered the grand hall. Wu Qingxian waved her hand, dismissing all the eunuchs and palace maids within, and closed the door tightly. The three took their seats in a hierarchical manner. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Wu Yinan, perceptive and astute, quickly sensed this unusual oppression. Her beautiful autumn-like eyes darted back and forth, scrutinizing Lin Ye and Wu Qingxian. Suddenly, her face turned pale as she recalled a ridiculous rumor that had been circulating wildly in the noble circles of the capital. The newly crowned emperor and city inspector Lin Ye had that kind of unspeakable relationship. Wu Yinan had originally scoffed at such nonsensical talk. She firmly believed that the man she admired was absolutely not the type to be attracted to other men. Moreover, she knew her brother too well. He would never engage in such disgusting acts. But now, watching the extremely ambiguous and somewhat strange exchange of glances between the two, her previously steadfast belief was completely shaken. Could it be? The rumors are true. Are they really involved with each other? Wu Yinan felt a bitter taste in her mouth, her heart wrenched. If they are in that kind of relationship, then what am I? Ahem. Lin Ye, unable to tolerate the oppressive atmosphere, cleared his throat, preparing to break the stalemate. Be quiet. Wu Qingxian immediately snapped, her piercing gaze fixed on Lin Ye, radiating undeniable authority. In that moment, the supreme majesty of the empress was unleashed without reservation. Even Lin Ye felt a momentary daze. This petite woman, having ascended to the throne, had indeed grown more commanding. Lin Ye gritted his teeth. If it weren't for his sister-in-law being present, he would have stripped this audacious empress who dared to shout at him bare and dealt with her severely. Don't think that just because you've become the emperor you can act like the master. Brother, why are you being so fierce with him? Before Lin Ye could explode, Wu Yinan had already rushed to defend him. She jumped up, blocking Lin Ye like a little hen with ruffled feathers, pouting in protest. I don't care what your relationship is behind closed doors, but I absolutely won't allow you to be so fierce with him. You? Wu Qingxian looked at her sister, defending her lover, with such determination, momentarily at a loss for words. Sigh. She let out a long sigh, feeling as if her heart were being crushed. She understood her twin sister all too well. On the surface she appeared gentle and delicate, yet deep down she was a stubborn mule. Once she set her sights on a man, she would unhesitatingly jump into any danger ahead. In this regard the sisters were indeed cut from the same cloth. But Lin Ye, that scoundrel, was truly too despicable and shameless. Wu Qingxian wished she could bite off that troublemaking appendage of his. The eldest princess, Su Wanqing, was her. The Empress Dowager was her biological mother. The newly entered palace lady Li Mingyao was her nominal wife. And now Wu Yinan stood before her as her own sister. Even she, the mighty empress of the Great Wu, was this scoundrel's subordinate. The most revered women of the entire Great Wu royal family had all fallen into this wolf's grasp. Is this what they mean by the water of the rich never flows to outsiders? Wu Qingxian shot Lin Ye a resentful, murderous glance. Meanwhile Lin Ye was gazing tenderly and affectionately at the Wu Yinan, blocking him. How infuriating. The illustrious empress of the Great Wu was actually getting jealous of her own younger sister in her own territory. Yinan, you should return to your palace to rest. I have some state affairs to discuss with Lin, the city inspector, alone. Wu Qingxian suppressed her jealousy and issued the dismissal. Wu Yinan glanced at her imposing brother, then turned to see the silent Lin Ye. She suddenly understood. They wanted to be alone. It turned out she was the one obstructing their view. The once bright and lively eyes instantly lost all their sparkle. She lowered her head, and tears like pearls that had broken free from their string fell onto the cold, golden bricks of the hall. So, I was the most superfluous one. So all this time it was just my unrequited infatuation. So he likes. Wu Yinan, as if a soulless walking corpse, turned around, dragging her heavy feet step by step toward the palace doors. That desolate and frail figure made one's heart break at a glance. Lin Ye, seeing her in such unbearable pain, felt as if his heart were tightly gripped by a large hand, causing him to struggle for breath. With a swift motion, he dashed forward and firmly grasped Wu Yinan's delicate wrist. Wu Yinan was forced to halt, slowly lifting her head. Her beautiful eyes, swollen and red from crying, looked like a pitiful little rabbit abandoned by the world, gazing at it. Lin Ye, who had taken many lives, had never before felt such hatred for himself for hurting such a deeply affectionate girl. He silently vowed that no matter what, he would ensure that this girl would always be happy. Such heartbreaking despair should never appear on her face again. Lin Ye reached out his rough hand, gently wiping away the burning tears on her cheeks, his voice unusually tender. Silly girl, stop overthinking. Things are not as you imagine. You should obediently return to your palace and wait for me. After I finish my report to the emperor, I will come find you and explain everything clearly. Upon hearing this, Wu Yinan's once dim and lifeless eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. A radiant, sincere smile blossomed on her stunning face, like spring flowers. She smiled through her tears, and the extreme despair she had just felt vanished in an instant, regardless of his identity or what rumors circulated about him. As long as he said, "It's not what you think," Wu Yinan was willing to believe him unconditionally and give everything for him. Even if the whole world pointed fingers at him, calling him a demon, she would gladly fall into hell with him. Wu Yinan gazed dreamily at Lin Ye's handsome face, nodding vigorously. I will wait for you in the palace. Forever wait for you. After Wu Yinan left, only the Empress Wu Qingxian and Lin Ye remained in the vast hall. They quietly gazed at each other, the air thick with an indescribable tension and ambiguity, neither of them daring to speak first. After a long silence, Lin Ye finally broke the quiet. Are you going to investigate the treasury's deficit? He did not tease as he usually did, but rather spoke seriously about official matters. Wu Qingxian tucked her fair jade hands into the wide sleeves of her dragon robe, clenching them into fists, trying to conceal her inner turmoil. She straightened her delicate face and deliberately spoke in a cold tone. Do I need to explain my actions to you, a mere subject? Lin Ye did not respond, but took long strides to stand before her. His tall figure exuded an intense sense of pressure. Wu Qingxian could only slightly tilt her head to look up at him. What? What do you want? Her voice trembled with tension, and her hands began to shake uncontrollably. She tried to maintain the authority of the empress, threatening in a restrained tone, impudence. I am the supreme emperor of the Great Wu Dynasty. Lin Ye completely ignored her warning. He reached out his rough hand, domineeringly gripping Wu Qingchuan's smooth and delicate chin, forcing her to look up. Feeling so lightly toyed with, Wu Qingchuan's face turned crimson with shame. She forced herself to widen her phoenix eyes, trying to kill this audacious man with her gaze. You audacious fool, I want. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Ye lowered his head and bit down hard on her tender rib. That kiss seemed to shatter all the facades and strength Wu Qingxian had maintained in her heart. The psychological defenses she had struggled to uphold completely collapsed. She felt as if all her strength had been drained, her body going limp as she fell into Lin Ye's broad embrace. She swung her delicate fists, raining blows on Lin Ye's sturdy chest while crying. You bastard. How many women do you intend to harm before you stop? Yinan has completely fallen for you. Both of us sisters have become your women. What are you going to do about it in the future? Wu Qingxian opened her mouth and bit down hard on Lin Ye's arm, feeling aggrieved as she complained. After all these days, why haven't you come to the palace to see me even once? Wu Qingxian lay in his arms, crying like a little girl who had suffered grievances and finally found someone to confide in. Do you know how tired I've been during this time? How wronged I feel? Do you know that everyone in court has been bullying me? They bully me for my youth and shallow foundation, constantly finding ways to obstruct my authority. Where were you when they bullied me? Didn't you say you would protect me and not let anyone bully me? Wu Qingxian didn't truly resent. She was merely overwhelmed with grievances, bitterness, and fear. In this cold palace, she had no one to confide her. Only Lin Ye was her sole support, the only man she deeply loved. Lin Ye held her tightly in his arms, allowing her tears to soak his clothes, remaining silent. Until Wu Qingxian cried herself out and vented enough. Lin Ye leaned towards her ear, his voice deep and filled with remorse. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. He truly felt regret. Reaching this point, he bore an undeniable responsibility. It was on the night of their grand. If he hadn't been so infatuated with the alluring beauty of Li Mengyao, indulging too much in the revelry, he would never have missed the moment to hand over his identity to Wu Qingxian. If he had handed over on time, he wouldn't have been blocked by Wei Zhongjuan in the East Palace, nor would the series of events occur that led to the late emperor summoning him, poisoning him, and ultimately causing the old emperor to die from anger. It was precisely because of his mistake that the old emperor died, suddenly forcing Wu Qingxian to ascend the throne in haste, causing all plans to go awry. Although Lin Ye knew that even if the true crown prince had been returned on time, the old emperor would have done everything possible to eliminate him, the one who knew the secret. But what was done, that was the reality. Wu Qingxian wearily closed her eyes, leaning against Lin Ye's sturdy chest. Listening to his strong heartbeat, a hint of a reassuring smile finally appeared on her lips. Lin Ye's long fingers gently brushed through her hair by the temples, softly asking, "Do you hate me for killing your father?" Wu Qingxuan's long eyelashes fluttered, but she did not immediately open her eyes. Since the old emperor's death, a seemingly irreparable rift had appeared between them. In fact, she was quite clear in her heart. Even without Lin Ye, her father's frail body would not endure for many more days. Her father set a trap to kill Lin Ye, and Lin Ye was merely acting in self-defense. Moreover, that day, if Lin Ye had not disguised himself as the crown prince and used his strong wrist and power to subdue the empress and several ministers, clearing her path to the throne, had it been her alone, she would have probably been devoured by the empress long ago. She knew she shouldn't blame Lin Ye, but after all, it was her own father who had died. For the past few days, she had been avoiding it. She loved Lin Ye madly, yet she couldn't get over that mental barrier. Wu Qingxian slowly opened her eyes, gazing dreamily at Lin Ye's handsome and rugged face. She raised her fair little hand and gently caressed his cheek. This real and warm touch made her crave it immensely. A sweet smile blossomed on her face. "It's so nice to have you here. Actually, I know that in that situation it's not your fault." A tear fell from the corner of Wu Qingxuan's eye. "But he is after all my father, who gave me life and raised me. Although my father was cold and ruthless, treating me harshly, I had also deeply hated him. But it wasn't until I truly sat on this dragon throne that I understood how difficult it is to be an emperor. My father struggled to maintain the situation while burdened by illness. It was not easy." Wu Qingxuan's voice softened with deep affection. "I do not hate you. I only hate myself for being so useless, always avoiding responsibility and leaving all the mess and dangers for you to bear alone." She stretched out her arms, tightly wrapping them around Lin Ye's neck, burying her head deep in his chest. "Lin Ye, I intentionally ignored you these past few days. You aren't angry with me, are you? My mother died early, and now my father is gone. You and Yinan are the only remaining family I have in this world. Let's not hurt each other anymore, okay?" Lin Ye felt a pang of heartache, secretly cursing himself for being so unworthy. He had always treated Wu Qingxian as his canary, but had never truly stepped into her inner world. Until this moment, her body driven by love. He had always treated Wu Qingxian as his canary, but had never truly stepped into her inner world. Until this moment, Lin Ye suddenly realized that even the exalted empress had such a fragile and helpless side deep within her heart. She opened her heart to him without reservation. Lin Ye lowered his head, gently kissing her cheek, his tone incredibly firm. "I love you. I swear I will protect you. Whoever dares to bully you, I will kill their entire family." Hearing this brutal, yet reassuring confession, a shy blush appeared on Wu Qingxuan's stunning face. She boldly met Lin Ye's gaze, exhaling like orchids. "I love you too. You are the inescapable curse of my life, my nemesis, and the only man I acknowledge." Their eyes locked, the atmosphere instantly heated. Lin Ye looked at her rosy and alluring lips, his throat moved, lowering his head to kiss her. Slap. Wu Qingxian playfully glared at him and pushed him away. She straightened her wrinkled dragon robe, instantly regaining the dignity of the empress, clearing her throat seriously. "Enough fooling around. Let's talk business. What do you plan to do about Yinan? As for your matters with my aunt and the empress dowager, I can't be bothered with them, and they are not in the open. But I warn you especially